find it. We're busy setting up still, just let us get sorted. But we are looking for that trophy, and all the teams who are here will be vying to get their hands on the big one. Plenty of teams are here to try and beat our champions. We'll talk on them in a second. Teams like Vitality, G2, Gentlemates, we are very much here in Paris. They will be looking to get their hands on that big trophy. But the team they've got to beat are the dynasty that have cemented themselves over the last 2 years. In 2024 and 2025, Team Falcons reigned supreme. But dynasties do not last forever. And these teams will have to try and compete to take down Falcons. Is it going to be the third time is the charm to maybe beat them? Or is third time the charm for Falcons to go back to back to back? Difficult to do in these scenarios. We are here in Paris, and it is our very first week. The games that we have going on this week: Dota, Apex Legends, Valorant, and Fatal Fury on our 4 stages here in Paris. It's going to be a really interesting time, but having one team who are good at one game is quite simply not good enough. You need to be competing on so many different fronts across the entirety of this event. But that's what makes EWC so unique. We have teams from across the globe descending on Paris this week, and of course over the next 7, to compete up against each other to try and take Falcons down. Will anybody be able to do it? We're going to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the third year in a row, Dota 2 comes to the Esports World Cup. In the 2026 edition, we are live from the Eternal City, the City of Life. It is Paris. All the lights on, shining and ready for Dota 2. We're your hosts, carrying through 2 weeks of intense Dota. Milosh, and by my side, Sir, we're going to call you Mr. Action Slacks. He's all dressed up.
Mr. Action Slacks, I haven't been called that since my first wife. Thank you so much. Milosh, my friend. Now, this guy, you might not know him, Dota 2 community. Let me introduce you to one of the GOATs here, all right? This guy's been a big Dota fan for quite some time. He speaks 15 different languages, including French, here, so he can talk to everybody. And he is the second most important Lebanese player besides GH in Dota 2.
What about Omar?
What?
Omar.
The third most important. You know what? Don't worry about it. We've got 24 teams back there that we are going to bring out to fight for this. This is the trophy of EWC, baby. This is what it's all about. And these teams have gathered here today to not get married, but in fact, play some Dota for you, the best Dota in the world. Are we ready to introduce some teams?
I'm ready to go. Let's get it on.
All right, let's get our first team out. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready as we bring out Rune Eaters?
Dark Lord, Coffee, Malik, Eki, and Ike. The biggest surprise from the EU West qualifiers.
Absolutely.
Next up, LGD Gaming.
LGD Gaming, that's going to be Yuma, Tylong, Whisper, Thea Lacour, and KJ. The best South American team. Please do not tweet at me. Please don't get upset with me. The hopes of SA ride on this team. We'll see if they can do it here today. Inner Circle versus Insanity is our next team.
4-2-3, Stoikov, Fernandes, Say, and Liz. What a team. Newcomers to the EWC stage, though. That's what you do. You look up and you want to make your name right here, the 26th edition of the Esports World Cup in Paris.
Absolutely.
Next up, it's L1 Team.
Hey, all right. We got Snowy, Mirage, Vazyak, Zayak, and Respect. I respect them coming out here today. We have seen this team improve very much throughout this season, and we are ready to see if they can test their mettle and get that championship. Coming up next, my friends, we're going to see Poor Rangers.
Nikki Cool, that's our cool name. Immersion, Till the End, TA2000, and Alberca. Names that you know and love. And are looking to cement themselves back in Tier 1, baby. They're back in it.
I believe, baby.
Next up, it's Level Up.
That's right, my friends. We've got Anacrad, BB3PX, Queasy, and Hatred. What a great name. You might not recognize those names yet, but I am telling you at the end of this tournament, you just might. I got big hopes for these boys. And next up, you do know these names. It's Nigma Galaxy.
Samail, Lorinov, Davai, Ahmad, and GH. New roster, new rules, and a new them. The fan favorites for both hate watchers and the everyday fans.
You can't say hate watchers.
It's part of the experience. Next up, it's Gamer Legion.
Oh, Gamer Legion, baby. Ghost, RCY, Fade, Bignum, and Speed Gaming. Hey, everybody. The last and only hope for North America to do literally anything at these events. And I personally got my hopes pinned on them. Let's go, my friends. And coming up next, Team Nemesis.
Rubicon 155, Analog, Jabs, Lalis, and Yamson. You love them for their supporter pack back when they represented SEA. Now they're in South America, and they're looking to make some big wave in Paris.
I believe it, baby. Absolutely.
Next up, let's bring up Reconix.
Oh, my boy Jacroy, In Your Dream, FBZ, Dalul, and Varis. Welcome, my friends, to the stage. Indo Pride has arrived, and I know that I am hyped up along with them. They're going to do fantastic. Coming up next, though, we have Vici Gaming.
Shiro, XM, Bach, Xingqiu, and Y. One of the best teams from China, full of names that you will love and adore over the past decade. It's what we want here. And new ones looking to make a name for themselves. That's our squad. Next up, it's Virtus Pro.
Oh, damn. Tomato, Abed, Saberlight, Hellscream, and Fly. The adopted North American team. It don't matter where you're from, though. If Boba is your coach, you know these boys are USA. Heck yeah. My boys coming out yet again. So excited to have Virtus Pro here once more. Coming up next, though, we've got another team you know and love. It's OG Esports, baby.
Natsumi, Yopag, Raven, Tims, and Skem. Southeast Asia's pride and joy representing the region. A team that absolutely lives up to the prestigious Dota name of OG. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Next up, it's P-Time!
Oh yeah, baby, you got Wits, Dark Mago, Frank, Schofield, and El Micho. The South American underdogs come to prove that even though they didn't make it to TI, they can still take that crown at EWC, baby! I believe it. Let's go. All right, coming up next. After that, let's bring our hands together for Team MOUZ.
Crystallis, Mid1, Boom, Yamage, and Pento. An opportunity again for MOUZ. Maybe they can fulfill their destiny here in Paris at the Esports World Cup. I think they can do it.
Absolutely.
There's no two ways around it.
MOUZ want that cheese, baby, and there ain't no cheese better than in Paris.
Well, that's one big cheese. We got some more coming up. It's Extreme Gaming!
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, man, nothing to say. XXS, Fly, and X Nova. Now, you know this is a legendary team here at a legendary tournament, and the question remains, will Ame claim at least this crown here at EWC 2026? And after that, another iconic team you've seen so many times. Put your hands together for Team Liquid!
Mike, Nisha, Ace, Boxy, and Tofu. Half finalists, half winners from EWC 2024. Looking for a certified win, the entire team all together, and a trophy that so far, Slags, has eluded them. Dang. Crazy. Next up, it's P-Vision!
Satanic, no one noticed. 9 class and Ducalis. Never a stranger to the top 3 of these tournaments. Can they break that grand finals, though, and win gold in Paris? It's about time, and I think this might be the one. But coming up next, it's going to be Team Yandex.
Watson, Chira Jr., DM, Saxa, and Melody. One of the strongest teams of the 26th season and looking for one of their biggest wins of the year. That'll cement your legacy for sure.
Absolutely, my friend. And they've had quite a year.
Let's bring them out. It's 1W!
1W, baby! That's pure BZM 33, Ari, and Whitemon. You know this team. Come on, boys. It's a team that's been in a bit of hibernation lately, but when the time comes and they need to step it up, they always do. This team is going to be shaking it off and going far here at EWC. And coming up next is Aurora Gaming.
Nightfall, Makoto, WS, Mira, and Kawori, the 21st team for the 21st century, but yet to make their big mark on the scene. It's their biggest chance yet here at EWC to make a solid impression on EWC and also on the Dota 2 community.
Absolutely. And our next teams will be the first 2 competing here today. Super exciting. We thought we'd start things off with last year's club champions, baby. You know them. You love them. Let's bring them out. It's Team Falcons. Where are my boys Skeeter, Marlene, ATF, Crit, and the Snaky? They are coming out here to fight as hard as they did last year, making it all the way to the grand finals. And we will see if they will get that grand final cup here today and take home the trophy, baby.
That's real big over the next 2 weeks, but a game needs an opponent. So bring them up. Their opponents, BB Team! Kiritich, GPK, Miero, Save, and Kataomi. BB Team has improved so much this year. They've yet to win in front of a crowd. That has been that big difficulty. And maybe today they can break it. Maybe here at the Esports World Cup. That's what all 23 teams that we have, right?
Yeah, that's 23, but we were supposed to have 24, I think. So
Wait, can you smell that? Can you smell that?
Oh, I smell that, baby. I smell me some Team Spirit! my friends, the defenders of the championship from last year. Team Spirit is the team to beat, and they are coming to defend their trophy. You know them, you love them. Collapse, Yatoro, Laurel, not me, and Rue. There they are. The doors open. The crowd goes wild. Please, gentlemen, walk over to the stage. And I want all you other players to look at who you have to beat. It's that team right there. You can give them some, I'm going to kill you. Go nuts. Give them the thumbs down. Take them out. Stop clapping, Amar. You're supposed to destroy them. As we will get to our tournament very, very soon. Let's start things off with our first series of the day. It's going to be Falcons versus BB Team coming right at you very soon. Welcome to EWC 2026 Dota.
Tensions are rising in Paris. Last year, many came close to the top, but were ultimately grounded, and stronger spirits prevailed. This year, with new faces and some more experienced ones, it will be up to our teams to trust their vision or risk their opponents towering over them, who will rise above the rest and be crowned the EWC Dota champion.
Вопросов, атмосферных вопросов, то есть чтобы вам было комфортно играть, кайфово играть. В этих вещах мы можем помочь. Ладос.
carry in the early game. Like, can they outpace the Necrophos before Necrophos is big? And now that they've got Muerta on their side, they don't need to be that worried, because late game they're also going to be able to make plays.
And they are switching the Necro to position 3, as Lacoste was mentioning. It's going to be a Weaver position 1, so they're trying to apply even more pressure on this beast. And now, I mean, Weaver's also really good against Cottle, by the way, because it's one of the heroes that can chase him down on the lane, find him as he is, charging his Illuminate, and really not leave him any breathing room. So it's going to end up being a double range on the safe lane, which is the Ringmaster and the Weaver, and the Clockwork is going to be positioned for. So they are going for this heavy pressure kind of lane. We also have to keep in mind that Skitter is the Gate Master. He's one of the carries that gates the most on the other carry, and what better hero than Weaver to do so?
Yeah, looks like a good pick. A little, like, the lane setup looks good in a way where they're trying to get the strongest lane as possible. You are playing against BB team, but my question is, if they lose the early game, how do these heroes make a move? It has to be Malrine, Clockwork plus Ringmaster from behind. They don't feel that good. Necrophos, he wants to farm. So there's going to be a bit of a timing. If Miro's off to a good start, they can easily take over the map, because these heroes are not really good at counter pushing as well. Once they group up together, they don't really have much to team fight as well. And Muerta, for me, it's a bit of a hit or miss type of a hero. It's a very difficult hero to utilize, and there isn't really that much spell damage. And they also picked Weaver, which is all physical pretty much. So the carry-to-carry matchup definitely in favor of Muerta.
It's an amazing Muerta game, and as you mentioned, I think one way to put it is Falcons cannot afford to have a bad laning phase this game. If they have a bad laning phase, the game is going to be unplayable. I think it's going to be very smooth sailing for BB team. So, but obviously, Falcons, they're no stranger to being dominant from the very get-go. They have to make sure they get out to a good start this game.
Yeah, it seems also like there might be a little bit of extra pressure on their first pick of the Clockwork. He has a lot of work to do in this game. But Falcons is also not unfamiliar with losing game 1 of the tournament, and based on a lot of tournament they played, it might actually be better if they do. So with that, the BetBoom draft, the BB team draft looks pretty solid. Let's see if it will be victorious here in game 1. It's a 2-game series after all. We're heading for game 1 over to our commentary duo of Cap and SVG.
That's right, we're going to be taking you through Falcons versus BB team, where it seems like in the chess match that is our opening draft, it does look like BB team have kind of drawn the advantage here, Avery.
I would agree. I agree with the panel's assessment. This is a really strong lineup built around the Keeper of the Light first pick going into that Muerta last pick. I think they got both ends of that draft. Really scary heroes to deal with here. There's not a lot of straight interaction. Yeah, you can gap close the Coddle, but then you're gap closing into some beefy dudes with this beast Earth Spirit, and that's the kind of game Earth Spirit likes. So I favor BB team a little bit here. I think I'd rather be playing their lineup, though I think they can have some laning issues. Like, there's a lot of laning strength in this Falcons lineup. The Weaver's super strong. The Ringmaster super strong now on lane in the early minutes. The Ember, if he gets off to a fast start, can just roam around the map, create some chaos, very easy initiations, and Necrophos goes without saying, right? This is a lane domination core. So I think that is the area BB team can fall into in terms of struggle, is this first 5, not even the first 10. I want to say like the first 5 to 6. What happens in that first 5 to 6 when the lanes meet, the first few waves, how much can Falcons extract from that in Snowball, and what does that first 5 minutes look like, will determine a lot for how their lineup's going to function.
Yeah, when you were talking about the Ember Spirit, going from mid and roaming around the map, in that little period where the supports do not have their level 6, this Ember Spirit is like, there's nothing really to stop him, right? There's just like, if he goes into a Beastmaster lane, it's roar. But other than that, I think there's really nothing that is going to be threatening him from just diving after heroes, getting kills. At some point in time, Bane is supposed to be a pretty good answer to Ember Spirit, right? Because Ember likes to go so deep that Fiend's Grip is a very appropriate answer to the hero.
I think Sleep can be a solid answer for Ember here because of what the Sleep sets up. It sets up calling from Muerta, and it sets up Grip from the Earth Spirit. You have 2 long duration silences that if you latch them, can chain into each other, chain into Roar. Therefore, all your disable comes together. So I think if you're Mallory in this game, you don't have to worry about Sleep setup. You're not an absolute untouchable god here, even in like that 10 to 15 minute mark. But if he gets some power runes and he has like a fast vessel, he gets tanky, he's going to be an issue. So you have to watch out for the silences. Other than that, you're kind of cruising in this game. You could go early BKB here. You could go early Lincolns. He does have some item options. Maybe Mage Slayer this game against Ember, but otherwise, I don't know if Mage Slayer's doing all. I guess it is pretty good against Morta from an efficiency standpoint, but I don't really think of, I need to rush Mage Slayer against Morta. Like, you're not really interacting that early in the game with it. It's more of just, I'm going to scale with the item, but you're not buying Mage Slayer to scale. We'll see what he opts for here. I think this strikes me as a Vessel game.
For sure. Right.
I think you just want the damage, because I just don't think you have enough damage with Clock Ringmaster behind you. Ringmaster got laning buffs, but I think his overall damage in the early game got reduced a little bit. These daggers don't do as much on the impact. If you can't connect the whip, you're a very low damage hero. So I think having the Vessel here for Falcons is really nice, especially if a lot of the onus is on him to make you.
And you've got some kind of beefcake heroes, right, between the Beastmaster and the Earth Spirits, so you're going to need that extra damage for sure.
Here's the big question, though.
Yes. What is the big question?
Can Falcons play ranged cores? Question mark? What?
Okay, but these are not really ranged cores, right? One is Necrophos, which I feel like is just kind of a hero that exists in the front line.
He's a strength hero in disguise.
Yeah, it's the strength hero in disguise, right? And then Weaver is a ranged hero, but it's a ranged hero that goes in and assassinates the back line and plays pretty aggressive, which is something that Skeeter likes to be able to do. So I feel like they're both kind of fake ranged heroes.
I could buy that a little bit. Yeah. They are very comfortable in them. These are heroes they play. I will say, if they can get Necrophos working for them in this event, I think it's actually huge. Because this should be a hero that is very good for their playstyle. He is that strength core frontliner that just absorbs the impact, can get mega farmed. Both their side laners can play it. It should suit them really well. I think Malrine will probably even play a mid if it comes to it. It's not a specialty for him, but like, let's be honest. Everybody can play Necrophos.
You could also flex into the safe lane as well, right?
Sure, Snaking will probably play it. They really got it. This should be a hero that can fit that kind of flex core that they take early, like the Dragon Knight. Like I don't know, what's something else they flex between Skeeter and ATF? That pool's a little smaller than the Malrine ATF flex. That's why I'm trying to think of that. But there had to be something else in there.
I can't think of it right now. All I can think about is the Amar Malrine switch ups.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to think of the Skeeter ATF switch ups. But maybe there aren't that many of them. I guess Bristleback would be in that category. Maybe Doom, if Skeeter's willing to play carry Doom.
Okay, yeah, I could see it. I do think that was one of the best looking Falcons, is when they had that flex of the Dragonite.
Yes, that's what I'm
saying. They were so good with,
because the triple flex is just, it's way too much to deal with when they already have so much other flex potential in their cores. It just makes drafting so easy for them. I think Necrophos can give you that. It's just the difference is Necro's not a hero you want to absolutely first pick against a lot of teams. It needs a specific setup for that to happen. You can first pick it because it does attract a lot of counter picks, but then you're playing it in a different style. So if this hero can work for them, I think it is a big hero for them over the course of the event, and I'd be curious to see how much they try and just jam it for that reason. Like, we recognize the value, even if it's not the best Necrophos game. Let's get this hero cooking for us. Let's put it into our threat bag and make some other teams deal with it.
I think it's important for one more reason on top of that.
He's an old man with a beard.
No, Amar hates that hero. Or at least he hates playing against that hero.
Yeah. Well,
if he's playing it, he's perfectly acceptable. No. I think Amar has a special hatred for that hero, because if you consider the kind of heroes that Amar plays, Necrophos is in many ways the antithesis of that.
He's a Huskar counter. Kind of soft blocks your Huskar.
Yeah. So I think they have to, a lot of times, they may be put in a position where they need to take it just as a block pick.
I agree. Maybe you're not taking it because of that, but you're taking it with that idea in mind of like, we get extra value out of this because now we don't have to play our melee dudes against it. Yeah, I like that idea. I think this hero, it's going to be a very interesting hero team combination over the event if they can make it work. I could also see them playing this Necro a couple times and then just, we never see it again.
Sure.
If it just does not feel right for them. So this game could mean a lot for this potential strategy. We already get some pies being thrown out too.
Of course.
Love to see the pies.
Talk about one of the BB team heroes here. What about this Earth Spirit? Do you think of GPK as an Earth Spirit player? Because Crit has already remarked on the fact in all chat, he was talking about it. It's a silver tier Earth Spirit player. Crit is not impressed.
Well, Crit is the Earth Spirit player of all time outside of Jerax, so he knows his Earth Spirit. He's probably hankering to play it. We might see him play it just because it's in the meta, even if it's not a good 4 right now. I think GPK can mechanically play it, but he's not an Earth Spirit. you don't see his face on this hero.
Sure.
Let's
I
be
mean,
honest.
and he's
It's not-
GPK, so he can probably mechanically
Yes.
play anything.
He is, one of the most gifted mechanical mids we've seen in the last 5 years. Maybe the, if you just look at that in an isolated vacuum. I have no doubt he will be comfortable on the hero, but it doesn't really suit his scale. I think the way the hero scales is not how I think of GPK scaling. And I think what he offers you in team fights is not really how GPK wants to play the team fight. That's why I don't really think of it as a hero for him. Like, I see him as a Storm Spirit player. He wants to isolate the targets that he knows he needs to jump first, take them out of the fight, set the fight up for the team, and then have a scaling presence. Just, you get to that 5 or 6 slot, you're a monster. Earth Spirit does get to be a monster later in the game with 5 or 6 slots, but he doesn't necessarily take one guy out first.
He also sets the plate for the rest of the team, and
He absorbs a lot of attention.
Yeah, exactly, right. And he because he goes in early, maybe he is going to be dying early, and that's not really GPK. In fact, do you want to know the EWC KDA leader of last year was GPK?
That does not surprise me.
No, it didn't surprise any of the players that we were doing this trivia. I asked all these players, and most of them got to GPK within 1 or 2 guesses, right? Because this guy is the KDA master. He has the highest KDA for many tournaments that he's in.
The impressive part of that is it's not because he plays ultra safe. He just dominates. And a lot of that also comes down to the laning phase. Very difficult to beat GPK out in terms of the early CS. That first, 5-6 minute CS before you get that power rune online. I feel like he's always ahead on that CS chart every matchup, and that is a huge deal when you're playing these games where you're thinking about rotating supports, or if your B team, they like to pick support duos like this. They aren't necessarily the best at playing around mid super early. You want to get stacks up, you want to kind of roam a little bit. If you're forced into contesting that 6 minute power rune against a team like Liquid that's going to bring like Jakiro Clock or something, it's going to be sad. If your mid laner's just winning mid every game.
Right.
Well, okay. You can always rotate. Oh, went for the kickback, but nice little slight dodge with the slide.
Well done. As far as our side lane matchups, we Clockwork Necrophos versus Muerta Bane. I can't say I've ever seen this exact matchup.
It's going to be rough for BB team. You have no lane shove, very little ways to fight the Clockwork for the pulls. I think Crit should have a decent time contesting these, and that means if you create a situation where Necrophos can get to level 3 quickly, if he does not die level 1, this hero kind of runs away with the lane. If he doesn't die before level 3 and he has full resources, there's almost no way to beat this hero on lane unless you have a complete cheese counter pick.
Right.
So I fully see Amar just free farming up here. And
Amar gets fat enough, then Kraid is able to make some roaming moves around the map.
Right? Or you bring the Weaver up here.
Right.
I think this can be an easy point of attack for Skeeter through the gate with the Weaver. Supernatural rotation and just dogpile on this lane. If you can kill Muerta early, it's a nice carry to kill early because her early jungle speed is pretty damn slow. She wants to sit on the lane, get to level 8 ideally. And then you go in that jungle. You get a fast farming item, whether it's Maelstrom or whatever it is. We've seen some Mask Madness. You're going to be pretty chilling. So if you can punish him early, you'll feel super nice in this game. And that's why the early side lanes matter a lot. Going pretty well for BB team, though.
Yeah, this axe spam is really mounting up in this bottom lane. Snake King is unable to contest the Lotus and takes another round of axes for his efforts.
This is looking rough for Falcons down here. You have permanent axe spam with the Chakra Magic. If you didn't kind of win the regen battle early, you're not going to win it over the long run. And this is the downside of rotating Necrophos out of this lane. You're giving Miro a lot more aggressive freedom down here.
Right. And they even have other options, right? Where the Coddle maybe at some point in time feels like his presence in lane isn't doing enough. He can just go back and stack. Snaking in some trouble.
Blast.
He has already had to use a healing salve in several tangos, and he will still give up the first blood to BB team.
That was a beautiful blinding light. Snaking just not expecting that blood grenade into the boars. Enough to bring him down for a first blood here on our main stage. And what did he get in return? He got Unicycle. Not the level 1 Carney Classic you were really hoping for off that death.
Definitely not. Definitely one of the potion is got to be the most valuable, especially early. And Kiritich is doing very well. 25-6, 14-7 for Amar's Necrophos. So he is definitely not running away with the lane, not in CS anyway.
I'm kind of surprised he's struggling this much. Net worth is a lot closer. He's not had to invest in as much regen as Kiritich had to go the early range drop, still has the Cherry Fires. But yeah, Kataomi getting more pulls up here than I would have thought as well. I feel like it should be not too difficult for Crit to contest these on the side and just force the lane equilibrium into decent spots for Necro. He's always going to shove it back in eventually, but then if you're full, you can potentially dive. You can bring the Weaver in.
Just a casual blood grenade. You can see how important these early Mad Stones are, as both supports are in combat with each other over being able to get that early neutral item.
Super
GPK
valuable.
getting a bit low in mid lane, being pushed back by the Ember Spirit spam.
He did really well early, though. That's what counts. He's already almost level 6. He is in a very solid spot. That's all you want. You just want the early levels. You don't have to get a lot of net worth on this hero.
Ooh, pushing it back and in some trouble. Kataomi, beautiful stuff there from Crit. Meanwhile, Maureen did try and go for the Bounty Rune steal, as he knew GPK, low on resources, was going to look to fill his bottle there. Didn't quite get there in time, but maybe they can still catch him on the way back. GPK rounds the corner right into them, right as he popped a healing salve too. The chain sets up the whip. Will the dagger be enough here? Rocket Flare, another dagger, and with no roll away, Maureen inevitably will chase him down, or maybe the daggers will just burn him out. They give the kill to Snake King.
He has no roll, so he's pretty easy to chase down in these situations.
Yeah. Skeeter in some trouble. Shikuchi's the other way. The axes, one of them lands, the other does not. And he will live as a result of that. Has Ranger up and double Fairy Fire still, so a little bit of resources to work through. Knows that this spam in lane, he's just going to have to ferry out as much regen as possible. Tower's going to be under assault, though. And this is going to be a bit rough if they lose an early safe lane tower like this.
There's a big problem lane for Falcons right now. They need to find some pressure elsewhere.
Heritage pushed back. Beautiful Cogs once again. Bounces the dead shot into Crit, but Amar is the problem. And Amar will get this kill on Kiritich. All right, well, he went from the lowest CS in lane to now getting 2 kills in lane. He's got to be one of the top net worth cores coming out of this.
This is what I expected over the long run. I think BB overperformed in this early laning stage, but this is not a lane that you can just combat the Necro in that level 3 to 5 stage. And now he's going to have a Reaper potential when you come back. So this is a scary lane for the Morta to come back into. If I see this TP as Falcons, I'm all in attacking it after this Wisdom try and contest.
Look at Maureen knowing he has the advantage over GPK. He's going to go for this contest on the Wisdom Shrine, and what does BB team do in response? It looks like Miro's just going to die here. Big magic wand, but it's not going to be enough. Even underneath the tier 2, a Nightmare back, but Skeeter, Shikuchi's back into the place, and will steal away the Shrine of Wisdom. The supports are going to be very experience-rich on Falcons.
Really nice presence for Maureen to rotate over here with that Power Rune. He knows GPK is not going to match him. Didn't have TP available on the Earth Spear because he had the TP back mid. Your Necro is going to create the pressure top, so you're not counter-contesting that other shrine. Huge wins across the map for Falcons here.
And go for Kiritich again.
Of course.
Pressure continues with the support not here. They just sandwich him underneath the tower.
Easy
and there's
Reaper.
nothing he can do about this. Beautiful hits from Cogs, by the way. Crit has been nailing these throughout the laning phase. I haven't seen him miss one yet.
Didn't even drop the Reaper.
Nightmare back in. The roll in into the silence. Will this be enough? Not quite. The silence wears thin, and Maureen is able to jump away to his remnant.
Too tanky, too early. Yeah, you have extra points in that geomagnetic grip, but not enough burst damage coming out from the low-level supports. And if you can't find kills here, how are you going to get the levels on these supports? It's going to have to be some crazy team fight off the back of a Magnetize where Falcons overextend.
And a Bootsa travels at 8 minutes. That's going to be pretty spooky.
Yeah, that's a nice little timing here for Amar. He is quite farm.
Nice ward placement. Almost catches Kataomi out, but fortunately he's able to get the Nightmare, dodge the attempted kill, and actually may get a kill themselves here. Crit going to make a run for it deeper and deeper into the dire jungle. Down the river he goes, and see if he can successfully TP away. He got it.
No dud shot coming through. These little kill moments slipping away for BB team, and now they're just going to fall behind an XP around the map. It's going to have to come from this Beastmaster. Miro, he had a much better start than I think the draft would have said. Looking at that Necrophos that he didn't have to play against, there's still stacks for him to clear. If he can get a fast Helm of the Overlord, it's not an item that Falcons deal with well. It is an item that could cause him a lot of problems if you get the Desecrate going through and some of this stuff.
It's not going to be easy to clear through that stack, though.
Well, you have combo.
Because, well, no, I'm saying they rocket flared the stack, so Falcons know about it. You have a Boots of Travel Necrophos who can move to this side of the map. You have an Ember Spirit who is currently controlling the map more than your mid. I'm a little bit surprised Falcons aren't making a move towards that camp now.
It's just so hard to contest stacks nowadays. You're going so deep. You're giving the easiest fight for an enemy mid laner to connect to and punish you, and Earth Spirit is really good at doing that.
You don't think it's worth it for like just an Ember Spirit, even just to collect some experience
I think
off of a stack like
could
that?
go in here, scout it, kind of see what's up, maybe poke him a little bit, but I think that's the most of what you're doing on that play. If anything, I think you would just want to make your own counterplay, like go kill this more at the top again.
Well, they didn't get anything out of it. Now, as the runes spawn, the camp is done, and the Ember Spirit is killed. VB team, that's quite a swing.
They used Spirit Form and Magnetize at the end, and the Primal Roar with the Beast TPing in, so they really wanted this Ember kill. Don't know if they needed all of it. I think Solarbind gives you a little extra damage. I think one of the Earth Spirit Beastmaster ults would have been nice to save here, but hey, no harm, no foul. You get some Urn charges. You still have that Shield Rune running on GPK. He was going to TP onto the Snake King Stack Scout. That's the issue. You go in here with anybody, it's way too easy for GPK to just counterplay, clean you up. Now you're bleeding some heroes here in an otherwise stable map. Again, I would have preferred if they just put those resources into either killing the Muerta again or making their own play onto mid. You can bring the Weaver into all of these engagements, even before the Deso. I think he doesn't do that much before the Deso, but some of these heroes aren't great at killing the bug early. Earth Spirit's pretty bad at it. This Coddle's pretty terrible at it.
2,000 net worth lead already for Falcons, taking that safe lane tower.
This Necro's huge. This is the issue with the hero. He just outfarms everybody. And then you get a Radiance, and then you continue to outfarm everybody. The weakness is he doesn't actually scale that well. This hero can have a lot of issues in the late game once you get more items that deal with his ult.
Hookshot lands, pushing back Katomi into the whip. Very nice combo from the two supports, and Maureen with the damage. Should get an easy cleanup. Katomi's making it a little bit more difficult for them. Meanwhile, Crit dies as GPK gets a successful connection in. Trade off a 1-for-1, but more Falcons here to take tower.
They're going to fight this. They have Magnetize it too. No way that GPK wants to let them just take a full HP tower mid. Especially when you have Solar Binds running as well. These Solar Binds with the Earth Spirit connection are pretty nasty. Then you Chakra Magic the Earth Spirit. You can have faster silence up. You can have another Boulder Smash. It's a disgusting combo. You get the Rolling Boulder up faster when it has more levels in it as well.
Oh, Haste Rune, he went to the wrong side there, and Skeeter has to take it.
Okay, at least you take it away from GBK. The important part here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Falco just waiting for ATF to come online. And that's what it's about right now. You get Deso on the Weaver, you get Radiance on the Necro. We're going to see this game pick up. You do already have your Vessel on Maureen, so he's doing pretty well here. In terms of his impact, though, it's a little poor.
BB team just trying to hold these areas. Do manage to get the kill on Skeeter. That has a massive pickup, and Snake King might be in some trouble as well. Does manage to kill the boar that was chasing him down. Meanwhile, Ember Spirit, deep Remnant in here, and does have the Magnetize on him. He's going to jump to his Remnant. Hit by the dead shot, though. Instantly killed as he jumps to that high ground. Maureen dove too deep.
Trying to set up some sort of counterplay on Kiritich. They're eyeing him from the hill. Not the easiest kill, though. Don't have enough damage to kind of bring him down for the Reaper unless you perfectly chain stun him. And this is the issue with the Falcons lineup. You can be in a solid position after the early game. You have some kill threat, but until you're willing to connect everybody, I think going deep on the BB side of the map is just asking for trouble. Earth Spirit punishes you way too quickly and way too easily. So I think you gotta chill here a little bit until Skeeter is ready to aggressively join some of these skirmishes.
I like this. Setting the trap. They're going to follow Kiritich, though. Seeing the way the Kiritich is played, wouldn't be surprised me if Falcons are reading this move entirely.
Mara backed off very early.
Yeah, Kiritich is not really pushed outside of his jungle area whatsoever, so him really just running down lane. It's probably quite the red flag. Amar still going to be hit, though, underneath this tower. Silenced up early, trying to burst him down. They got him.
That was a lot of damage.
A big pickup, 390 gold for save, and an extra 240 for the two cores. Meanwhile, mid, Katomi does die. His crit was already set up for that one. They got to get some sort of trade-off for losing their big fat off-laner. who had 7,200 net worth, is still top of the board, but that death swung a lot of net worth back to BB Team.
Just such a good Muerta game. The Coddle combination is also really nasty. You get Solar Bound, and this is buffing all of Muerta's right click into you during Pierce the Veil. It's annoying. You're taking a lot of magic damage in this game. There's not a lot of ways to itemize out of it if you're Necro, because you're a hero that's mainly designed to deal with physical. Really nice game set up there for BB. And they get that big punish before the Radiance is out for the Necrophos. So anytime you can hit that timing, you're going to feel really good about it. Just slow this whole progression down for Falcons. You can just feel the lethargy here as they're just trying to get to the 2 side laner items.
Yeah. And that does mean BB Team has more time to stack, more time to make moves like they've done.
They just haven't given up any bad deaths either.
Yeah.
That's what this team does. Very efficient, very few poor moves. And all of a sudden, like, this Beastmaster is basically tied with Necro, right? You have to feel really good about that, considering what you were looking at in the draft, which is like, oh man, you were looking at a Necro who's going to have a free lane and a Beast who might struggle, and all of a sudden your 2 offlaners are tied. In fact, this Beast is just ahead. The stacking efficiency out of control with this Keeper of the Light. That's why this hero's dangerous too. It's not just about the team fights. He's great at enabling an offlane hero.
Another roll in. Crit does manage to sidestep it, but still going to be in some trouble here. Still going to die, as there is nobody looking to help him right now. Side laners again, still finishing up those items. Nobody wants to risk anything. Somehow, though, that mid tower is still up. Amar, fortunately, did not lose anything on the courier. It's just a couple hundred gold away from completing that Radiance. Deso is done, though. But the damage is already done. BB Team are taking this off-lane tower. They're still holding on to their mid tower. Now it's their turn to try and take map control away from Falcons.
Way more out of the map right now.
Yeah.
Taking bigger objectives. And these timings for Falcons just getting delayed a little bit. It is going to be problematic for them. It's also been pretty much a perfect game in terms of showcasing the versatility of Coddle and playing behind different roles at different points in the game. You enable the Beast early, you play around the Earth Spirit as you transition into this mid-game, and he can boost up the Muerta as we go later.
Right.
Like, he just has such good synergy with his entire lineup.
There also is going to be a big difference between Miro and Amar when it comes to this next 10 minutes of impact, right? Because you already have your Helm of the Overlord, which is going to be giving you, certain auras and certain impact in team fights. Beastmaster in general is probably just a stronger hero in fights early on, but then also he's going to be completing a pipe, right? Big team fight on him, where Amar is, obviously building basically what is kind of carry items.
We'll see if he goes pipe. They have a lot of utility coming out from the Coddle. He might just go more scaling, try and go like Blink Nullifier or something. Maureen's going to poke this Roche attempt. It's a very fast Roche. They have to commit to it though.
Remnant inside the pit. They're already getting a lot of vision. And it does mean he's going to be jumping into Silence. Already jumps into his Remnant. They threw an early wheel out there. Caught GPK, but they cannot get inside to stop the Aegis. Meanwhile, Fiend's Grip on Maureen. Quickly killed, though, as Crit puts a stop to that one. GPK keeping the rest of Falcons back with the Magnetize. They got the Roshan. They got the Aegis. They want to make sure that they don't lose a team fight after a successful Roshan kill.
I agree with not committing there. That looked a little sus for BB if you go up that hill. Though, the amount of damage that Magnetize did just with one tick, like, Necrophos wanted none of that. You need an early Dispel item in this game if you're Amar. He's thinking about Manta?
Manta.
That's a very expensive build up here for the Necro, who doesn't really use the stats too well.
I think that's always the funny part about Necrophos when it comes to defensive items. It feels like you can't go it, right? You need Boots of Travels, you need Radiance, then you need your Shard. It's so much net worth that by the time you actually get to a defensive item, your game might already be ruined. Maureen still on the run here, thanks to the extra help, and the long kick almost nailed him. The final tick of Spirit Vessel will not do enough damage, below 10 HP. Maureen gets away.
I thought he was dead for sure. Just so annoying trying to escape from the Earth Spirit. He's getting all the mana boosts, and you're just running out of remnants. It's not fair, man. Spirit on Spirit battle is definitely being skewed here.
Nice fast play, though, from BB Team. They make that attempt. Doesn't go quite right, but The setup is still there. Immediately get a smoke, head to the other side of the map, go through the gate, try and secure this area of the map for the upcoming Tormentor that spawns. If they can get a pick off, it would be perfect. They've already got some deep vision to play around. We will have to concede their mid tower, it's looking like, as Katomi tries to catch something here. Will instead just be the victim of a 4-man gank. The rest of the team is coming in from behind, though. See if they find an opportunity to make an initiation. Blink forward, got the stun on the Ember Spirit. Half HP, a little bit more. The silence is good enough. They got him.
That's a huge kill.
Falcons on the run. They're going to give up a third kill on top of that one. Katomi successfully baits Falcons into a rough position. The smoke, they went all around the entire map, but it finally landed.
The fact you take this Ember off the field is such a big deal because it's not just you're winning a team fight. Now, the big lane shover, the aggressive map position from Falcons can't be maintained, which means you're just going to soak up so much farm right now. Falcons in trouble in this game. It does not look easy for them to take any sort of 5-on-5. As this ball lineup's starting to build, right? You have this tanky Earth Spirit, you have Coddle Heals, you have auras that the Beast can build if you feel like you need a little bit more, but you're going to have a decent amount of utility from this Keeper of the Light. It already has Locket, already pretty much has Glimmer Cape. He's mega fat. None of these cores are easy to take down. It's getting spooky out here. And like you said, Tormentor on the horizon here for BB Team as they use this Aegis to instantly propel into it. This Beast is getting way too much done right now.
Very easy for a BB Team to do it. Kiritich not even needing to pop his ultimate to do so. They've got more than enough damage.
And to me, this is also the kind of lineup you want against Clockwork. You want the Keeper of the Light Beastmaster type lineups that can just group up early, take objectives, and say, hey, yeah, you have a Clockwork. What's he going to do in a straight 5-on-5? His spells are not that great in a true 5-on-5.
Mar got to get picked off here. Nightmare pushing him up. Maureen is running to his Necrophos. See if he can get here in time. The Silence Fiend's grip, it's all too much. Especially since Ember Spirit can do nothing to stop a Fiend's grip like that.
They're just gating back and forth. There's no counterplay. Falcons have to find something here.
They got to at least get some sort of turnaround kills, and they will find one on the Bane.
That seems like a repeating trend here, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you find the Bane. Is Bane even doing anything in this game? I don't really think so. Need to find something juicier here.
Another 50 seconds left on the Aegis. BB Team maybe looking at one more objective before that extra life.
I have a wave up here. Next wave has been cut, but we'll see if this one dies. No, they're going to counterglyph it. Keeping it alive. You could potentially think about early high ground in this game.
Yeah. I mean, just taking this, right? The mid tier 2 and the top tier 2. You've got full control of the enemy triangle. Like, you're kind of guaranteed to outfarm Falcons at that point.
I really think it's underestimated how much map control taking this outpost early does. Just getting one tier 2, being able to take outpost, warding up that area. It's really hard to contest in these pro games where people are really good at hiding off the map. You don't know where the Bane is. You don't know where the Beastmaster is. They have blinks. They have stuns. Like, who's going to run up here and take this outpost, right? If you look at the vision right now, what do Falcons see? It's not that easy to say, hey, let's just go retake our triangle. Now, all of a sudden, you're losing that Ancient camp every minute. That's a big net worth swing.
Yeah. You can see both teams were putting significant effort into blocking the Ancients. We saw early on, Snaking was trying to do that, trying to stop the stacking that the Beastmaster was doing. And now we see BB Team. They take that outpost, but they also leave some sentries to block out those camps.
Their game has just been too fast. It's all early game fighting items from Falcons. Distiller on the Clockwork. You have this Ringmaster who wants to fight with Wheel. You have your Radiance Necro. You have a Dessa Weaver. Like, everything points to, we want to skirmish, we want to fight now. But then you look at this BB lineup. I feel like they're just ahead of the timeline. Like, they already have the BKBs online. Like, look at this guy. What are you doing?
2,600 HP with a BKB. Nobody is touching this guy.
Essence Ring BKB, amp damage in the bottle. Okay, there's a Reaper kill.
Yeah, I haven't seen one of those ever. So we finally got some extra regen for Amar, and he's going to need it because the Magnetize is building up. They keep it on him. GPK is not quite sure. Can we keep going? They opt against it.
I will say the move speed with this Manta build-up is pretty nice. Kind of reminds me of the extra move speed you get from a Raps.
Yeah.
Which I prefer the Consecrated Raps on this hero than the Manta, but needs a Dispel item in this game. You're super fast.
Wheel goes out. It does not latch onto GPK. Uses the BKB to roll away. And probably will be able to make the escape. Falcons still chasing, still hoping that they can get something out of this. As you said, they've got the items. They're ready to skirmish. The BB team is not giving them much of an opening, though.
So my concern for Falcons is that they can't find enough momentum in this portion of the mid-game with the early game investment. If they don't start building, if the Mage Slayer doesn't go to work, if they can't, continue to get the Vessel charges on the Ember and kind of snowball this a little bit into that next Roche, contesting that next Roshan looks really difficult here. Because their items are not, they're not scaling at the same pace here. Maybe the Necro's keeping up, but I think you get one more item on this Beastmaster. The Muerta's going to have BKB, and then this triple BKB just sitting on Roche. How do you go into that and fight Kiritich in that scenario with Coddle heals coming through? Someone's getting Glimmer Caped on the Reaper. That part of the game looks really tough if you can't find a little bit more here. So I want to see them be aggressive on the side lanes, try and get some deep vision out, look for a Reaper kill off cooldown, try and get Mallory involved somehow. It looks a little difficult, but maybe you can find some support kills. Keep killing Vayne, I guess. Oh, that's something.
It feels like even as the game slows down a bit, BB team does look like they're able to just spread out a little bit more efficiently, play the map.
It's the keeper of the light. And this hero's just so good at farming, pushing waves. He'll take everything the cores don't want.
Right.
And he'll pay it back with a really good utility here.
Meanwhile, the two supports of Falcons are pretty much relegated to sitting behind a core and making sure that they don't die if they get jumped somewhere.
Again, one of the weaknesses of Clockwork that you can abuse. Hero doesn't push waves, he doesn't farm jungle, he has to fight. And in these games where it slows down, no one's fighting, he will fall behind.
Rocket Flare. Spotting an Illusion Rune. Falcons moving to it, but already in the bottle for GPK. And that Roshan is going to spawn soon.
Big point of contention in this game. This second Roche means a lot. If Falcons can snag it, especially if they can get an Aegis on the Weaver, it gives Skeeter a lot more confidence to aggressively start fights, get in there early, go on a support. He's not going to be worried about getting rolled on, chain silenced, and just burst down. You have a lot more wiggle room. So,
and I think BB team, all they have to worry about is just not overcommitting in the Roshan pit. Because the last thing you want is to have like Ember Spirit somehow steal the Aegis from you, or you get a big wheel that connects while you're inside the pit or something like that. The bugs build up.
You just need to hold BKBs. You just do not want to pop your triple BKB core lineup too early on in the fight. You need to wait for the right moment. If you're Roche and the wheel gets thrown out and you want to pop BKB to secure Roche against wheel, I think that's fine. But then you probably don't want to chase into a bad fight.
Right, just like they did last time, right? Just secure the Roshan and then say, okay, we don't need to chase, we don't need to go for more of a fight.
Or you just take the fight, right? Just go straight to Falcons, drop the triple BKB hammer, take out some big core targets, go in Roche. You should be happy in that scenario as well.
And then in turn, what Falcons need to do is use their mobility to their advantage, right? BB team tries to take the fight to you, you've just got to kite them.
Abuse your disconnects and saves. Like Clock can create some space, the box from Ringmaster can disjoint something. You can wear through these BKBs through the mobility and saves, and then take the second half of that fight. That is, I think, what you're looking for here. Almost get the big Ice Shaman. Drops a little. You got Glimmer Cape the Ice Shaman.
Roll through, doesn't quite land, and thought about the roar, not quite. Whip goes out onto GPK. GPK holding on to his BKB.
That's exactly what we're talking about. You can't get too antsy there and be like, oh, am I going to get burst down and die? No, you have utility in this lineup. You need to hold these BKBs. Disciplined play from him. You missed the roll, not what you were looking for, but you don't overextend. That's the biggest thing here for BB team.
Hey, you're going to have plenty more opportunities. Falcons are going to take the fight to you when you poke at this Roshan.
Let's see how they take this. Do they try and just run Ember Necro and create some space?
They're trying to get to the back line, or at least Malrine is. Goes up to the high ground. Nothing there, though. Save. He's positioned to the far right side here, making sure he is way out of the way to get these heals in. Meanwhile, the initiation from GPK, beautiful stuff. Hits Amar and chases after him. Hits it with yet another roll in. The heals are coming through, and he's staying alive. Not so much for Malrine, though. Malrine getting caught by Kataomi. Now they picked up Snaking as well. The numbers advantage is there, and BB team say that's good enough. A 3 versus 5, that's fine for us to finish Roshan.
He only used the Earth Spirit BKB, too. He kept the other two. Man, the front line just collapsed so fast there for Falcons. The second that Necro got rolled on, he has to disjoint magnetize. He has to kite back a little bit, and that just gives you all the space and time to grip this Ember. He gets burst down in 2 seconds flat.
Yeah, what happened to the it's supposed to be the box save, right?
Both supports got completely zoned.
Yeah.
Snaking's just dying to the tick damage. The clock is getting zoned. They don't have defensive items against the Air Spirit going in.
Uh-oh. Katomi, fortunately, the Manta Illusion. And Amar just turns back around Reaper's Scythe, and he'll collect this kill eventually. Question is, does he get out for it? Goes for a TP away. Actually managed to hit the roll onto Skeeter. Amar cancels the TP, says this is an opportunity with the clock's hit. GPK actually dies. The one person to use his BKB in that last fight did not pick up the Aegis. Now has dropped the gem. This is a huge opening for Falcon. Save. He managed to help run down the kill on the Clockwork. Nero popping his BKB, turn around and trying to go for snaking here. A box to get him out. He might live. No. Save. Blast him down. Ember Spirit will jump away to his remnant. They can't keep playing this fight. It was still a decent opening, though. Getting this gem into their hands is massive.
Getting another big kill for Omar. He really outplayed Kataomi there with the pre-Manta. He can wake himself up, just go on and Reaper. You get a gem out of the exchange. He's level 20 now. Big talent for the Necro. You get that extra AoE. Man, what a swing there. You got some BKBs out of them as well. And you're slowing down this Aegis period. Slowing down the progression of the game, letting your core scale back into it here. Nice little outplay. A little scattered for BB2. Like, unsure if you're full committing the team. You're going in one by one. Your Earth Spirit dies without the BKB up. Very awkward situation for them.
Yeah, I feel like game plan-wise, Katomi's supposed to be running around setting these up, and if he runs into some heroes and dies, who cares, right? But it's the fact that GPK tries to connect to that, and he's the one who dies.
Yeah, you should recognize that's a botch play and just kind of bail on it.
Yeah.
This Bane has 8 deaths. He gets a 9th death or a 10th death, who cares? The fights are way more important. And also, this game is becoming a lot more about Kiritich. You know, we talked a lot about the other 2 cores here for BB Team. They did their work in this game, but this is ultimately a last pick Morta who should carry this game if you get banned.
Right.
Like,
there's a reason why they gave him the Aegis, right?
Yeah, no one is outscaling Kiritich here. So the longer this game goes, for both teams, it's going to be a lot more about this Morta. Can you isolate him, bring him down in the fight? Can you keep him alive and fight around him if you're BB team? You need to start thinking about how to itemize and deal with this Morta a little bit more here.
Aghanim Scepter should be done for the Beastmaster, right? We've got Aghanim Scepter being built by the Ember Spirits. What other core items do we have coming up?
I think Daedalus for Skeeter is the big one here for Falcons.
Sure.
This Weaver will scale really hard with some late game physical. If you get to
Jetpack,
the
blink
balance.
away, crit, using the vision here and a hook shot out. Expertly played to get an idea of what BB team were up to without giving them the kill, at least not yet.
He's going
GPK still going to roll after him. And he may have BKB. Oh, he instant Reaper Scythe, and what a kill! Amar makes the read that because Weaver is next to him, they can get the burst damage. All they need is that small little window. GPK getting overly aggressive again.
I mean, why even roll in there? What is the optimal scenario? You use a bunch more stones and you have to use BKB to get out to get a clock kill? That's just forcing the issue in a bad spot where your carry's not there, the enemy carry is. You got mega punished. Maybe he's not expecting that level of burst damage, but that is what you have to expect from this Weaver. He has Gunpowder Gauntlet. He has Daedalus done now. The burst damage is only going to pick up. I mean, there's a box save here too, right? This was just a bad call all around.
Yeah. The upside was very low and the downside was very high.
That's one of those plays where you're kind of just vibing. That's a vibes call, you know. Hey, what are they going to do to me? You know, we've been vibing. We've been owning this whole game. I'm pretty strong. You just want to roll in there, kind of see what happens. You're feeling it, and then you go, oh, yeah, logically, that was a terrible idea.
Well, we saw from the save, he's probably not too happy from that. He probably killed the vibes on the team now.
Well, you can always bring him back, you know. That's the thing about vibes. They come and go. Friendship is forever.
Drop the banner, and apparently they say we don't need GPK, at least not for the initial part of this.
Can TP Outpost and join the fight, but he might try and look bottom to kill a split pusher here.
Yeah. He's doing just that while Kiritich assaults the tier 3. They do make a successful read there from Falcons. You know that GPK was looking for that split push pickoff.
They see him on this other lane, so they might try and quickly go for some sort of jump or, you know, burn Aegis here. feel like they have the 5-on-4. See how confident Skeeter is. He's not coming back yet. It's all about the Weaver now for Falcons. He's the majority of your damage, has his level 20 talent, has the gunpowder, has the data list.
I mean, if he can get to level 25, that's a massive upgrade, but...
For sure. He will scale hard in this game.
It's still a ways away. 3 levels out.
And there's Aegis. So I think the net worth lead decreased for PB team over that Aegis.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Not what they were hoping for. Did get a tier 3.
As much as it felt like BB team has been winning this game, I don't think they've really had much larger lead than like 8K or something.
And credit to Falcons. I mean, they are very good at stabilizing tough positions. Very rare we see this team get run over. Still have scaling concerns, though. I just look at this BB team lineup and, like, you're going to have an Ags Bane. You're going to have this Earth Spirit with 4, 5, 6 slots. You're going to have a Beast who can itemize for anything you might need in that late game. If you want to go the Nullifier, if you want to go the Hex for the Weaver, if you want to go Refresher for Double Roar, like, he can choose what to build here. Wind Wakers are good, too. There's so much in the tank, and it's all built around this Muerta hyper carry.
They're going to have the double armor items soon, AC and Shivas. Lotus Orb for Amar.
It's going to be about itemizing against the 2 carries here. That's how I'm seeing it if I'm either team. If I'm BB, I want to make the Weaver's life harder. If I'm Falcons, I want to make the Muerta's life harder. Whatever gives you confidence to deal with those two is going to be nice here.
I mean, I feel like making Muerta's life harder is always... It's always kind of easy, right? You just make sure that you have saves and ways to be able to move heroes away from the Muerta when she pops that ult.
Nice connection. He has no Dispel. Okay, he gets Lotus.
Lotus from Amar to help him out. So Amar building Dispels for both himself and his allies.
Very good Lotus Orb game. This is a premier Lotus Orb game for Falcons. I would expect as many as they can get in here. BB trying to force the issue. They have the Nullifier on the Beastmaster. So if you get the Blink Roar connection on Amar, nothing you can do to bail him out other than just fling your heroes in on the backside of the fight and try and interrupt the damage.
Are Falcons all going for like late BKBs? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah. It's going to be triple BKB for them at a much later point in this game, probably 40-minute mark plus. Does negate a lot of the Earth Spirit's damage, a lot of the spell damage coming out from this Tricore. I don't mind it.
Timeless Conjurer's Catalyst for both the Beastmaster and the Earth Spirit. That was nasty.
Yeah, that's what you're hoping for here. That has to be the premier tier 4 item right now on the right heroes. If you don't get it, yeah, you can bobble. I mean, bobble's always something as you go a little later. But if you have a good Catalyst hero and you get that, it just hits. It hits the right spot.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, the way this is setting up, we are looking at another Roshan. BB team feeling like they can't quite crack open the high ground. They take the tier 3, but not the barracks. And even if they did, I'm pretty sure Falcons don't care about one lane of barracks. I mean, considering the fact they're going for their 45-minute triple BKB timing or whatever.
Like they got a range Rex.
Yeah, simply because nobody was defending.
The old Prowler gets the job done.
He does indeed. Though this Roshan, it has been delayed bit by bit, so we may actually see a Roshan that ends up on Radiant's side, which is definitely more to the favor of Falcons. They take their outpost back.
Kind of unfortunate spawn for BB.
Manta gets away from the roar, nice and quick. Meanwhile, deep dive goes after the Bane. Bane, not dead yet. Got off a bit of a brain sap, turns around, sleeps. Katomi's still not dead. It's the Ember Spirit who dies instead. They both go down. GPK with a successful hit, and Skeeter uses his BKB. He's got to use something out of this, but Miro just turns around, roars him up. Now the BKB has faded away. They hit him with the fear, and he's dead. Just an easy kill for the Muerta. This time it's Skeeter's turn to try and go far too deep. Now he has to wheel to save Amar's life. BKB from GPK, a late one from him. Amar needs some help behind the Ember, goes to the Remnant, gets behind, and with the Reaper sight, brings down Kiritich. So at least the Muerta goes down. It costs them a hefty buyback, but Falcons do manage to stop BB Team from rolling over them entirely.
His Necro is tanky. They do use a lot of the big priority spells on that Ember and Weaver in the first half of the fight. Just over chasing to that high ground wheel, perfect placement from Snaking, buy some extra time for these Necro spells to come up. And man, the real story of this fight is just how long this Bane lived. It just takes so long to bring him down. You have a big window to work with here if you're BB Team to turn around on the cores. A lot of dispels on this Necrophos to get through. Very hard for GPK. Even with a really great kickback, you have the Shard, you have the BKB, you have the Lotus, you have the Manta, and a really nice Reaper connection. Just enough to get that big Muerta kill. There was no save that came out. No Glimmer Cape, no sleep because the Bane's dead.
At some point, does somebody consider that item right there, Lincoln's for BB Team side?
Yeah, you're absolutely thinking about it. GPK is eyeing one, Miro's eyeing one. You're thinking about Wind Waker on the save Coddle. They are going to itemize to deal with the Reaper sight here.
I feel like that is too much for Falcons to handle. Like, late game, when somebody in the enemy team has a Wind Waker, Necrophos, it just feels like, what's the point? What am I doing here? Needs a save, and will get one. Crit. Saved by the box. Hook shot. No damage over time for the Magnetize. Will finish him off. GPK rolls in, though, to try and finish him off, and now he's in a bit too deep. Glimmer Cape to help save him. Push back from the Blinding Light of save as well. Gets grabbed by Roshan. Tossed into the team a little bit. Does have a roll away, though. Meanwhile, whoa, what is Amar doing here? He is deep behind enemy land. Okay, he just went after the Bane, got him with the Reaper Scythe, I guess, but...
No, he was getting gone on near that tier 2 for a long time. They used Roar, they used Nullifier, the Muerta's hitting him the whole time. He got desecrated by another Prowler. It took him a long time to bring this Necrophos down, but in a completely isolated situation. Falcon's just caught off guard, split up on the map.
But once again, oh, no. Ember Spirit almost got in there in time. Not quite good enough, though. Toss up in the air. They do have the wheel out. Double BKBs. Kiritich and Miro. The Ember Spirit silenced up and cannot get away. Snaking. He's able to cycle away. Can Skeeter with his BKB. Shukuchi. No, he gets roared up. He is controlled. A time lapse is up in a second, but even if he got it off, I think he's dead either way. BB Team. Now everything is going their way. They have full control of the game, and they are not giving up any of it.
Some nice attempts from Maureen with the buys, going for the Roche. Like you could see the idea if those plays work out, maybe you turn this game. You're still looking for that Aegis on the Weaver. Overwhelming firepower from BB Team, and ultimately, they're just in better formation in these late game fights. Falcons getting caught off guard in that sequence entirely. They never got a fight for that Roshan with Necro on the front line, baiting some spells, abusing all the dispels, buying some time for the Weaver to get some hits in. Like, we've never seen those two play well together in this game outside of that one kill on GPK they had in the top tier 3.
Right.
And that's been the biggest difference maker here. BB are playing way better around this hyper carry Muerta.
And Muerta did hit that level 25, so she is a threat even without the ultimate. And I feel like with this deep banner placement, they're going to get Megas. They may even stick around to hit some tier 4s.
Why not?
They still have 30 seconds.
You have the saves in, too. You have the Lincolns on the Beastmaster, Wind Waker on the Coddle.
An Aghanim Scepter for the Bane.
The late game items are here. Suddenly that lead is 20k out of nowhere.
Hook shot in. They got to do something here before the Megas is going to be claimed, but nothing comes out of that wheel. Sadly, just too hard to land these abilities, especially against the BKBs.
Okay, GPK
rolling in deep again.
Careful here.
Still has the cheese if he gets a bit low. Has his roll blocked, pops the cheese, and they're trying to get this Reaper sight, but you could see Amar's just dying to the Magnetize, man. It built up over time. He didn't get back to the fountain in time. Skeeter almost died as well. That's going to be Megas, and that is going to be a casual retreat from BB Team. Hookshot's going to land on the Muerta. They have to put a stop to this. They cannot let these teams get away. Fiend's Grip actually put on the Clockwork. That's a little awkward. Kiritich easily finished up that support. Bynak's going to be used. Amar stuck inside the cogs, will die. Kiritich is almost dead. More heals come out from save, and BB Team reset a little bit. They're perfectly fine. GG is going to be called. Falcons, as is their MO, will lose the first game of the tournament.
It's tradition at this point. I mean, can't feel too bad about that, but I felt like it was just a ticking time bomb we were watching. Like, we just saw this scale growing for BB Team. The lead wasn't growing, but it felt as if they're just getting the more impactful items. As the game goes later and later, the Muerta's going to become a big problem. I was impressed by how much ATF was able to do with the multiple Dispel build-up. He was surviving a long time in those fights. But I go back to this Weaver-Necro synergy. I think the heroes can work together, but I don't feel like Falcon's ever got a team fight in a situation where those two heroes combined well, and the Weaver used the time the Necrophos was buying to deal big damage. Like, we never really saw, oh, they're going on Necro, and all of a sudden the Weaver's killing people.
Sure.
And that has to happen at some point in this game. It just never clicked. I think there's just too many disables and too many disjoints and saves as this lineup gets later and later. Like, that last fight, we're watching them go on Earth Spirit. You can't commit the Reaper there because the Wind Waker's just sitting in the back the whole time.
Yep.
And
we saw him pump fake it a couple times. He knew he couldn't throw it out.
And we can't go in super deep with the Weaver because you're afraid of getting slept. You're afraid of getting Ag Screen. You're afraid of getting Solar Bound into something like Muerta first. There's a lot of counterplay available if you try and assassinate this backline. So I think the synergy between the Necro and the Weaver as we go later and later in this game, it's harder to execute against this BB lineup. And yeah, they were playing with some confidence, especially GPK. I mean, he had some bad roll-ins, but ultimately you got to just keep rolling in, and that's your job. He did it.
Yeah, silver tier Earth Spirit.
Whoa.
Maybe Crit is a little bit more impressed after that one.
Give him a little bit of a nod, you know. Sick Blinding Light in the last fight, too. I mean, he is a specialist on this hero, and this is a scary hero to give to this team because they use it so well, they draft around it so well. That Blinding Light into the cogs in the last team fight, that was the chef's kiss. So
yeah,
really nice game from Safe. Did he die this game? No, 6-0-17, a perfect save performance.
Beautiful performance from him and beautiful performance from BB Team as a whole in this game one. Let's head back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. There's a lot to break down with this game 1 of 2 in our opening game here in Paris. And I will say, Seb, it kind of, as a whole, almost played out the way we thought, but there's so much more nuance to it.
Yeah, I mean, there were good and bad sequences from both teams. I mean, for both teams. What I think should not have happened for Falcons, unfortunately for them, happened. I think the laning phase didn't go as well as they wanted to. It was mostly about the safe lane. They had an exceptionally good off lane, but it was not about that game. It was about the tempo that the Beastmaster and the Cuddle were going to be able to bring if they had a good lane, and they had an incredible lane. They got first blood. This Beastmaster was cruising. He was top on network the entire game. He basically he bought a lot of time from Muerta. And we said it during the draft, this was a free Muerta game in a way. Muerta was a clear win condition, especially against Necro. So, your most farmed hero on Falcons was going to get countered eventually in the game. So very worrisome. I do want to give them, props. I think they managed to pull some really cool moves. They got double wisdom. Malorine, even though he was counter-picked mid and didn't have the best laning phase, he was able to have a lot of impact. It just wasn't enough. You saw the power of what they can bring to a game. I don't think the draft set them up for accomplishing more than what they did this game.
Yeah, the last pick, Weaver, didn't really work out for them, unfortunately. I think Avery kind of nailed it there, saying with the synergy that they have between the two heroes, it just wasn't there. Even though the early game, it looked pretty good. They managed to kill Heritage 2 or 3 times in the first 10 minutes, allowing Necro to be on top of the network. You saw itemization coming out from him. Full defensive. We're joking in the green room about his itemization, like 2 is enough, 3 is one too many, and then 4 again, it's going to be good. But he never really got a chance to shine afterwards because you are playing against Muerta, you're playing against this early Spirit Vessel coming out from the Earth Spirit from the mid lane. One setup from Bane can easily set things up for another role for any kind of a spell that can come through. Itemization-wise, I think it's kind of needed in this game. It doesn't look maybe good. It doesn't look traditional on Necro nowadays because we did talk about in the pre-show about how you can't really deviate from itemization on Necro. He did. He tried to make it work. It didn't work out for him in the end. And I gotta say, Shiver, there has been a little bit of a pub beef, but not between the two players, but Amar, he picked Necro in the pub with Yatoro as well. He's like, can you pick an honest hero? And now BB Team, maybe they saw the little bit of drama and they're like, you know what? We're gonna counter him with Necro. It's a bit of a statement as well.
Definitely a bit of a statement. I want to also go back again to the lane stage because we said that potentially we were going to have a Skeeter rotate a lot with his Weaver through the gates because that's what he does very well. Because the lane didn't go so well, Seb, I feel like he didn't really get the chance to.
No, he was suffocating. Like this safe lane for Falcons didn't work at all the way they planned to. I mean, when you pick Weaver against Coddle on the lane, you want to kill him. You pick Weaver versus Beastmaster, you want to kill the Beastmaster. You want to chase him down, get your Geminate, like the Q on him and run him down. It didn't happen. They wanted to win this lane. They wanted to contest the stacks. What happens if Weaver dominates the lane is the hero will get to the enemy triangle. It will come maybe to the runes. It can gate. It can be everywhere. He was stuck under tower with 200 HP the entire laning phase, basically, and this is like the nightmare scenario for Falcons. As weird as it might sound, I think these kills on Muerta were actually bad for them. I think they should have played through the safe lane. The fact that they were able to kill the Muerta over and over again maybe baited crit into playing through the Necro, but in that game, I think they need to find a way to play through the Weaver instead, apply pressure on the Beast, eventually look to gate. But the way the early game played out, even though Muerta died many times, I was seeing this action on the top lane and what happened on the bottom lane. I think it's a bad trade. That's the thing with Dota. You don't always need to kill the carry. Eventually the carry is the problem, but sometimes it is better to shut down other heroes. In that game, you shut down the Beast. Muerta is not going to join fights anyway against heroes like Ember and Necro. And later on, you look at the Muerta.
Miro having another perfect Beastmaster game.
This was like easy Beast game for a Beast spammer. This is like his... No, I don't think he was smiling like that the entire game. I think this must have been like a very
one moment. Yeah, one.
This is 1 second out of 50 minutes for Skidder, or 40 minutes.
Yeah,
I think this one describes it.
It looked much more like that for Falcons. For sure.
It's been pretty common to ban out Beastmasters against Miero.
Yeah.
I think we were, Lacoste, reminder why.
Yeah, I mean, after seeing Coddle first pick, I did mention Beastmaster immediately. If I can see it coming, I think these teams can also see it coming as well. I think they might also need to put slightly more respect onto the hero as well, because this is not traditional Mars hero as well. We're not in meta where the hero can really be flexed. We're seeing it exclusively being played from the off lane, but maybe a ban should do it, but you also got to be aware of Miro's hero pool, because I talked about the TI qualifiers coming into this as well. Lycan was super popular. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that hero because it's a lot of tempo, a lot of supports that are currently in meta. They're not really good at dealing with these summons, and sometimes you pick that offlaner because of the trading in the lane as well. If it's a good game for it, especially a hero like a Bane who doesn't deal well with summons, you did mention Clockwork earlier, it gets pretty difficult. It sways matchup in your lane. I think Axe is another good example. He's not a Zoo hero, but he's a hero that also sways the matchup because of the battle hunger.
Yeah, it actually brings me back to during the draft. At some point, there was a very long period of time where Falcons was thinking about which hero to ban. They ended up banning the Largo, but it took a long time. They went for the Largo, but maybe the discussion that they were having was, will we let through the Largo or will we let through the Beastmaster?
I mean, yeah, as Lacoste said, they knew for sure Beast was coming, or it was a possibility, so they mindfully decided to counter it this way. This is more of a theory adjustment they need to make. It's like whatever we thought would work did not, because I don't think it was based on execution. There's the first blood on snaking, which maybe matters. Maybe it does. At the end of the day, they played the game, they will have the best conclusions, but I do think that from a theoretical perspective, it went so bad that it must mean the theory has to be kind of adjusted. But in that sense, we might see like a switch up. I think the Necro would have been a decent option against the Beast. So the draft was pretty solid until that point. They just made a choice that ended up not, being what they wanted. I do want to say, because we mentioned a lot the mid matchup right before the game started. I feel like GPK might have a little bit of a mental advantage on Malrine right now. I was looking at the first wave. He denied 3 creeps out of 4 right away. This is how the game started, and this is the wave that meets first, right? So, Malrine, he knows that against 90% of mid laners in the world, he knows he's better. He comes to the lane and they're shaking. They have to play him 1v1. He dominates every 1v1. Now he goes to GPK, he gets every creep denied. He dies.
Tough not to crack.
He gets tipped. You're like, well, who has the edge on who now, So this is a situation that Malrine is probably not used to be in. He's usually the predator and not the prey.
Now, we talk a lot about how the game kind of played out the way we thought in terms of BB Team being in the lead for the majority of time, and they were. But there were moments in this game where I'm like, there's still hope for Falcons. A few of those moments included GPK actually dying first, which I don't think was good, but maybe that was a little bit of that excitement that you mentioned.
I saw that. I was like, is Thompson in this tournament? I thought he's retired because this is your typical Thompson Earth Spirit. I've seen it so many times. I'm like, no, this is not a GPK. And it's very rare from GPK and BB team in general. I think they're a very disciplined team, I would say. Very strong with keeping formation and being very patient about finding their moment. But yeah, we had a good...
It was a good laugh, yeah, absolutely. Him rolling into Tier 3 tower. But just to point it out, I think Earth Spirit, after seeing it in the qualifiers for TI, I think this hero is going to be one of the more contested heroes. Not going to be like top 3, but this is a hero that can also be flexed to position 4 if necessary. But coming out from the mid lane, this hero is just a real menace to deal with. Like, we're seeing the almost perma silence when playing with Coddle. It's 13-second cooldown, 3.5 seconds silence with Chakra Magic -6 seconds. He also did go for Octarine, so 25% reduction on top of that, almost permanently silencing people and having ability to roll in, roll out. This hero is also super tanky. He gains like 4 strength per level.
Crazy.
Plus Kaya Sanj, like suddenly you're playing against a hero who does have 3,000 plus HP 15-20 minutes into the game.
And he scales like crazy in the late game. Like his level 20 talent is wild. 25 is even worse to play against, obviously. And I think a big change with this hero is his ability to farm now. It used to be not easy to farm with Earth Spirit. You had to commit your W also, your rolling boulder, which was part of how to get out and how to not die on the map. Now they just use the first and third spell on waves. They one-shot waves, so all of a sudden they actually scale into the late game. They don't need to keep fighting. We're used to Earth Spirits. We're used to these moves of Earth Spirits like, I need to get the fight, I need to get the kills, I need to take my ulti, or I'm just gonna descale, I'm just gonna be left on an island and be useless in the late game. It's not the case anymore. They're happy to just sit down, farm, scale, and take it to the late game. So I think the hero has a whole new dimension, and I agree, it looks incredibly powerful.
Yeah, there's also 2 people that also like to sit down and then just talk about the game. Those are our commentary duo. And we, before they sat down this morning to cast this first game and the upcoming game, of course, as well, we actually checked in what they were going to be expecting from this series.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better keep right, I'm champion.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
That's right, I'm Cap, and this is SVG, and we are going to be your casters for the opening series, which is going to be Falcons versus BB Team. Avery, this should be a close one, right?
Oh, yeah, this is going to be a very close matchup, and if you are these 2 teams, you want to get the 2-0, get off to a fast start. Maybe if you're Falcons, you're okay 1-1-ing, because they've historically been a little slow team.
Yeah, they pretty much always lose the first game of every single tournament. So,
but then they win half of them, so maybe they want to lose. Next level strategies.
That is true. That is true. We're going to be seeing more and more of these teams, but Falcons and BB Team especially, these are 2 teams that are projected to be going playoffs. Should be probably 1 or 2 of them in the grand finals, right?
This is a series that could be your second, third place in this tournament, even potentially winners. Especially for Falcons, they want to win this category because they want to get that first place going into the overall team competition here at EWC. So as an organization, this Dota means a lot, and they are one of the forerunners. Yeah, champions.
They were the champions last year, and, well, not the Dota champions, though. There they lost to Team Spirit. Pretty rough finals, so they're looking for some revenge, and it's going to start against BB Team.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
It is time to focus on our second game of the day. Falcons and BB team, they will go head-to-head here, game 2. And it's also time to address the elephant in the room. Overall, first pick, Keeper of the Light, 6-0-17. That's disgusting, Seb. That should not happen.
That's a ban right there, Shiver.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that's just a ban. That's all it is.
It's the ban.
It's a ban. Nothing else to add.
Insane hero. Like, so many good combinations with the hero that you can pull off. In the laning stage, he was playing with the Beastmaster, giving him mana, constant spam, so much harder to out-sustain the constant spam. And then in the mid game, you are playing with your mid laner pretty much every single time. And also positioning. His positioning was top tier, not dying a single time. Save has been known to play these type of heroes that can also like eventually build into Wind Waker. Remember his Coddle back in the days. He's playing against Enigma. He's building Abyssal Blade. So he's jumping on Enigma, stopping Black Hole from going off. This guy always has something up his sleeve. And in this one, again, like we praised him. I think I'm just going to throw it out there. He has been the most stable, the best position in the world for a really long time. And he has been kind of under the radar because he hasn't been winning big tournaments. They kind of started recently, but every single time you watch him play, there are literally no mistakes. You can never blame him.
Well, what people might not know about this guy is he's also like he's so skilled and talented that he's also a great core player. Mm-hmm. Like he's been top 10 ranked, leaderboard as a support forever. So often he has to go mid or safe lane and he goes up against the Malorines and the GPKs of the world, and he often wins his lane or he goes on par with them. So the amount of stuff like this guy is able to bring to a game is incredible. Props to him for playing Coddle over and over again, because especially when you're winning, what it sounds like playing Coddle is like, Coddle give me mana, Coddle heal me. You have like 4 people asking you for mana constantly. It is very intense, you kind of get you can get fed up of the hero. It's like I can only give mana to one of you guys at the time, but he's there to support and carry his team through easy and difficult games.
Yeah, and he's the saving support as well when you think about it. He is the healing support. When you think about some of the heroes that are kind of healers, you're like, oh, Chen, maybe like Enchantress, maybe not so much nowadays, but the Warlock and like these healing numbers are going to be very, very low. He did heal for 35,000 damage in the previous fight, which is an insane amount. Thinking like how many team fights, especially in these earlier team fights where you might be dealing 5 up to 10,000 damage, he's going to be out sustaining all of that with just a couple of blasts, his Holy Locket on top of that, Glimmer Cape, Force Staff, all of these smaller items that he's buying, they're benefiting so much more on the team, especially because he can keep the distance. He's always in the back lines with the insane amount of move speed and very difficult to catch. Even though they had gap closers, it still wasn't enough to find him even once.
Yeah, and you turn like I guess what we have to think of when we see more Coddles in this tournament is like the best Coddle teams are gonna make this hero become like a siege strategy, and I think Nigma is really GH is really the player that brought this style of Cuddle to the game back then at TI7, where they had kind of pushed strats with Cuddle, and you started realizing we actually just don't have enough damage to cut through this hero, and either we're able to get to the Cuddle or we just can't take the fight. And what happened last game at some point is there's this Muerta sitting in the front with Dragonlance and Daedalus, and you just can't get through past the Muerta because you're just literally dying to the right clicks. But also, if you don't get to the Cuddle, the Muerta isn't dying either. So now you have an equation that is impossible to solve. You call GG and you go next. So I think when you play versus Cuddle, you really have to think of slowing the hero down, first of all, slowing the mid hero also, because the pairing is with what's going to dictate the tempo, and then being able to get to the Cuddle in team fight. Because as Lacoste said, there's no such thing as winning a fight where he's just heating his entire team.
If he's free casting, like, it's pretty much GG.
There's no way. Cuddle has to get jumped. It has to die, which...
It has been banned.
It has been banned.
In this game, it has been banned.
No more Cuddle.
I know, we'll get the draft back up on your screen very soon. There it is.
First is banned.
But that means Save gets played, hopefully for me, and these fingers crossed. I know it's flexible, but one of his other favorites, Wind Ranger, coming out of the woodworks here.
Stole the Earth Spirit from GPK. It's like, I like your toy, I want your toy, it's my toy now, I shall play with it. No, never mind, sorry, it's GPK's second round of Earth Spirit. Falcons is going to play against Earth Spirit again. I thought they stole it from him. So they're like, you were not the problem, we can fix that. And we've seen, the other very popular mid laner that we're going to see is Snapfire. Not just mid, by the way, it's going to be played on support too.
Off lane as well.
This is an incredible hero at the moment.
Yeah, I love the pairing. I think when you have Snapfire, any kind of a hero that can set things up, especially something on lower cooldown like Clockwork, you always have the kill combo. And it also gives you insane amount of team fight when paired up with Treant Protector, 2-man, 3-man overgrowth that you're going to be, landing later on once you pick up a Blink Dagger. A lot of team fight, a lot of damage coming out, and a lot of spell damage coming out so far on side of Falcons. And we are seeing Wind Ranger as well, something that they have been utilizing from that position for most of the time, making sure that off lane's having a good time. We talked about Save, him being kind of the only one, him and maybe Saxa. Saxa's probably up there with the playstyle with this Wind Ranger position 4, but still potentially a position 1 if they feel like it's a good game for it.
I have to say that I don't think the matchup is great, Wind Ranger versus Treant, though. I'm a little bit worried about that, so we'll have to see what they pair it with. But Treant Protector is typically a very obnoxious hero to lane against, and you can't just ignore him. You need to have a way to deal with him, and unfortunately Wind Ranger kind of tickles Treant, so he'll be able to 1v2 the lane unless Mira already finds like a niche pick that fixes it. So slightly worried about a potential Wind Ranger 4 into Treant lane, but we'll see how it goes. The other thing I have to mention is Snap is a very dominant mid laner, but I think Earth Spirit is one of the best to play against Snap because it's very easy for him to stop the Snap ulti with the silence, to get to the backline. As soon as if he gets on top of the Snap, there's no team fight to be had. So a little bit of a double-edged sword here, in my opinion.
Yeah, it can go that way. I'm also a big fan, I gotta say, what Kataomi showed in the last couple of tournaments. He was the meta setter as well, playing Lich when nobody else wanted to play it. He's the one who's bringing out Wyvern, which has been banned in this game as well.
And his Bane as well.
And his Bane, yeah. So kind of his classic heroes back in the days when he was playing position 4 for Entity. There were a couple of games at TI where he was kind of carrying with the Rapier, Stolen Rapier as well. So this guy can definitely do it. And
he actually forced almost 3 bans.
Yeah,
it's pretty insane. Miro too.
It's Miro's hero, yeah.
But it can also be played on 5, so that is a lot of bans being used for the position 5. It's very uncommon.
This is a very good pick, this Largo.
Yeah.
We've seen it banned in the previous game. It would be also an awesome pick for them. But in this one, you can lick off a lot of things. It's very good against Treant, removing the armor, and very good in the lane as well, as you're saying. And also throughout the whole game, like you are going to be having free get out of the jail card with your carry.
And the combo with Earth Spirit, like Largo buffing up Earth Spirit, it's terrifying. This is like very heavy scaling. At some point, like we've seen what happened with Earth Spirit, now this is going to be an Earth Spirit ×2 if it gets there for them. So it's interesting. BB team, they have this approach where there is a lot of synergy with their heroes. Like they kind of buff each other's up, they're trying to get them to the point where it can't be stopped anymore. So I don't want to say that Falcons is on a timer yet again, but it's starting to feel this way like once more. And I don't think this is a team that really enjoys being on a timer, to be honest. I think they like to be able to play the game as slow as they wanted to. They're able to, put their foot on the gas pedal when they need to, but they're very known to dragging games forever and being fine with it.
Yeah, we said earlier how many bans there are against Kataomi, I think, on the side of BB.
Yeah, just remove Miero.
A lot of offlaners banned there.
What else does he play?
ATF as well. Sorry, this was for ATF. I'm looking at position 4 hero. For BB team, I would be okay with something like a Lion.
To be fair, with Largo being in against Treant on lane, I think you could put the Wind Ranger or the Tusk, and it's totally fine now. I do think the Miero hero is addressing Treant enough that they don't have to worry about it. So it could be a win plus 1 or a win plus 4. They could also be last picking Kiritech here. And actually, win plus 4 is pretty good against Klinks, in my opinion, on lane too. Like Largo win versus Klinks Treant is just going to be fine for BB. They could just pick a pairing with the Tusk, Kataomi Tusk on the safe lane and play through that instead. And I think a bunch of the range heroes are still in. Prophet is in, SF, Weaver, Necro. It's only the draw really that's been taken out.
SF has been first phase banned, so that is also removed. But yeah,
I like the Prophet personally. I don't know if it's a hero that Kiritech values right now, but I think it's both Klinks and Snap are very susceptible at getting TP down by Nature's Prophet early in the game. It's also a free lane versus Clock when you play with Treants. So Prophet's safe lane is just going to be,
Yeah, I saw a good amount of Nature's Prophet. It felt good in most of the games. People have been using it as a response to these ranged carries, Shadow Fiends and Draw Rangers, making sure that... Because you can't really trade against these heroes in the lane. You're kind of losing the lane if you're just trading, trying to CS, so you need to try to outnumber them and kill them.
Yeah.
Klinks is that range hero that also scales extremely well. They're measuring the skill level right now on save. It's through the roof. It's over 9,000 at the moment.
It has to come down. It's too much. Who gets the ultimate last pick? Let's see. First pick. Okay, so it's going to be last pick for BB. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, whenever in trouble as Falcons, there's always one go-to.
Who are you going to call?
Who are you going to call? You call Amar, and you
Timber.
Pick him Timber. And everything shall be fine. It is a great Timber game. They don't have enough damage for him at all right now. So the Prophet idea is out of the window, obviously, when Timber has been picked. I think they need the Muerta type of heroes that will be able to cut through anything that's presented to him. Because right now, I don't think these 4 heroes can deal with the Timber that gets his items, especially with living armor on top of it.
Maybe. You say Muerta type? Is Muerta herself not good enough?
Well, it could be okay.
Or they go Bowrider and put Wind Ranger carry?
It looks like it. It's a pretty good matchup versus Timber in the game. I don't think it's the best in the lane, though. Lane can go both ways, but probably with the Tusk it will be just fine. It scales really well against Timber in the game though.
I'm also like swaying that they have a little bit more extra damage because Tusk with the tag team, you just bring numbers with the focus fire, now Wind Ranger being the carry. A lot of the times you would see Timbersaw being a menace, not being able to get him killed. With these heroes,
he will die.
They can kill him. And it's also Earth Spirit with the Spirit Vessel on top of that. So they have good heroes to deal with him. Klinks for me is still a little bit of a... I know that hero is becoming more popular. We've seen him in the TI qualifiers as well. We saw him getting banned in the previous game. It's another like substitute turret hero that can work really well. The question is, like, I think this time around Falcons, they have a much overall better draft compared to the game number 1, where it's more cohesive. They have some saves, they have very good front line, and also better scaling, I'd say.
The only issue that I see, I mean, 100% with everything you said, and if they get there, it's going to get scary. The one weakness that I see is Timber, just like last game, basically. Like, Timber is farm heavy. Snap actually is kind of farm heavy outside of the ulti. You want to get to your travels, your blink, your shard, all of that. And on BB's side, they have very mobile heroes. Wind Ranger +1, Earth Spirit mid. They're going to be looking to make a lot of plays around the map, and I don't think Falcons is going to enjoy that.
Is it looking like as of a dominant start for BB team as previous game?
It's very similar to the first game, where if things start getting out of control for Falcons and if Largo, Earth Spirit are having too much of an explosive start, it's gonna be really hard to stop it. I don't think they have the tools until Omar get to his items, Same with Marine, and Skitter needs a stable laning phase so that he can also participate in the first 20 minutes of the game in a stable way. So I'm looking at a lot of gate plays, for instance, from BB team, because they're laning versus Timber Clock. There's not going to be zero pressure on their safe lane, so they're going to gate as much as they want. Again, I think the game might collapse on the Falcon safe lane. I don't think they have any room for mistakes this time around. They need to play a perfect laning phase so that the game remains stable and they get their farm on their 3 cores.
Yeah, just to be clear, I also do favor BB's draft because it checks a lot of the boxes as well, and I want to see if Falcons are going to be able to play slightly better compared to game number 1.
Okay, let's see if they can make this into a 1-1, or if BB team will take the lead with the 2-0 as we're heading over to Cap and SVG.
Back-to-back draft wins. Will it be back-to-back game wins? Because I do agree with the panel. I think Falcons lost this draft. My reason is a lot simpler than theirs. It's because Falcons drafted Clinks.
Yeah, Clinks has not had a lot of success in recent metas. You're a big Clinks fan, though. I'm surprised you're rooting against him here.
Well, I know how bad the hero is because I'm playing it all the time.
That'll do it. Yeah, nothing teaches you how bad a hero is than if you spam it.
Oh, yeah.
I have a little more faith. I don't dislike this Falcons lineup. Now, I, again, am very suspicious of Falcons with double-ranged cores. Yeah, I know Snapfire is effectively a melee hero, but the more I look at this meta, is this a Falcons meta? The whole carry pool is so bad for Skeeter. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of ranged turret heroes. This is not what Falcons want to put on their one position. It's the exact opposite. So I think it makes a lot of their lineups end up being pretty awkward. They don't have a lot of their flex heroes. ATF, he is...
If they give up an early first blood, that is going to make things even worse. Save. Last big Bat Rider, he is the one to collect that extra bounty.
Great pickup for him. Do's the bounty runes, though.
Yes.
So it's a little more even across the board, but the Bat Rider will have a very fast boots, potentially, which super inball on this hero. And I think he is the real wild card this game. If the Bat Rider gets going, they have terrible heroes against Bat. It is a really nice last pick Bat. This is a hero we see a lot of teams just first pick for a reason. It can really disrupt this Falcons lineup because your supports don't do anything to stop this. Blink, lasso, drag one of these cores back, annihilate him with the Wind Ranger Tusk, single target damage. What stops that play at any point in this game? Pretty much nothing. Like, there is no counterplay outside of late game itemization. So, all eyes on save to bring this lineup together as the game progresses more and more. But I can't bet against Amar Timbersaw. What are y'all doing? Are you sleeping on this or what? This is a great Timber game outside of a couple interactions.
A couple? I mean, they can still kill him with just straight physical damage off of Tusk Tag Team early on. You've got Focus Fire when he gets the Javelin or even the Maelstrom completed. There's still plenty of magic damage from some of these other heroes like the Bat Rider and the Earth Spirit. Shut down. There goes crit.
Look, I agree against any other player's Timbersaw, but this is ATF Timber.
You think he's the best Timbersaw in the world?
Yes. Why? That's the dumbest question you've asked all day. How is that? How is he not the best Timber in the world? Who even competes against him for that title?
Might be some players out there. Not that any come to mind right now.
There's some in history, you know. But
Ice.
Yeah,
Timbersaw,
Ice is the one that comes to mind. But outside of that, no. Like, he has the title. He is the Timber player. He can just do things on this hero that make you question why you don't just first pick it every game. I think if he can get items, he can bypass some of these threats. I think it's a really good Lotus Orb game. If you get some armor, you can survive some of the physical burst. It's a pretty good Ags game outside of some of the Dispel on the BB side. Maybe he will not go that, actually. It might be like BKB Lotus type build-up. Something of this nature, and just get some extra armor somewhere in there.
Nice timing on the snowball, stopping the Timber Chain away. Amar, he will survive here. He's got another Timber Chain if necessary, but good punish, good punish.
I'll also say this is a pretty nice Snapfire game if Maureen can get going. Again, not a hero we see him play a lot, but you kind of have to be able to play this hero in the current meta. He can do
this hero is broken.
Oh,
right?
yeah. It's super strong. There are two pathways in the late game that are super imba if you get to them, which always makes a hero pretty terrifying to play against because, okay, he can go late game physical, he can go late game magical. I think 75% of the time on this hero for mid, we're going to see the magical build-up now. I think that's just become a lot more comfortable for a lot of these players with the double cookie charges, with the shard. It's so much chain stun, so much damage. You don't really need to go the physical to be a late game threat.
Yeah, that level 20 cookie talent is busted.
Yes. But if you do want to go into that physical build, I do think it's viable with some Hurricane Pike, Daedalus, late game Divine Rapier. Not a lot stands up to the late game Divine Rapier Shredder shots. So you have a lot of interesting item choices you can go on this hero, and he's strong. He can just win games outright.
Oh, almost got the kill there on GPK. Has to TP back, and he does not have rolls, so it's going to be a long walk back to the mid lane.
He's struggling. This is a Snapfire favor matchup against almost any melee hero. Malrine having a free go at it, almost a level ahead. Real rough time for this Earthspear right now.
Do you think that Amar could be a Snapfire player? Because we talked a lot about the flex potential of Falcon's drafts and how they usually look best when they do have that flex. If Malrine proves that he is, a great Snapfire, is there possible?
I don't see it.
I don't think so either.
He doesn't play this type of spellcaster Uber, Crit will play it though, and of course Snake King plays everything. So
sure. So you could flex it as support. I see.
But it's not as scary as it is on some teams.
No, I haven't seen any support Snapfires in a while. Maybe I've missed it, but. Man, Malrine with the punishment here. These scatter blasts are they do so much damage with that close range. Skeeter fighting for his life against Save. He will not win that fight. And now Snake King is going to take a lot of damage on the way out as well. In fact, they're even going to get his kill. So there is nobody to collect the golden experience in this safe lane. I mean, you heard Seb talk about it. As Falcons have to play a perfect safe lane. Well, that has already gone to shit.
Last pick, Batrider, what can you do? Blame the draft. It's a really tough pick for the tree to interact with.
Yeah.
You have nothing against bad as tree. You block a little bit of the damage, you have a little bit of heal, but you're just a clunky dude walking around. The Napalm has always ruined your hero. It's a rough matchup up there. Maybe you could have all-inned him if you won level 2 early or something, but Save had first blood. So it's even more difficult. You just got to stem the bleeding up there. It's going to be a fat frog.
It's going to be a fat frog, and the Wind Ranger is going to go uncontested in this bottom lane. Maybe Timbersaw over time will be able to get more and more out of the lane, hit level 6, start Chakram threatening the Wind Ranger a little bit, but you're expecting Kiritich to be free farming. And not the case for GPK. Gets blocked up by Malrine and might be killed here. Save. He's going to TP in as a Batrider, but it will not do much to save nor stop Malrine. And in fact, he's going to turn around with the kisses, lands a couple of them, now has to fight close range into the scatter blast where Malrine picks up the double.
It's such a good Snapfire game. If you get this melee matchup and you can abuse it and you get that early level 6, it's basically a guaranteed kill into the power rune and you can just snowball. It feels so good. And you're just going to have a fast boots of travel here. You're going to be able to affect the side lanes as well. Malrine, he could put this game on his back. He could do a lot here. It's an annoying matchup for Wind Ranger, too, honestly. If you can gap close the snap, yeah, you can focus fire him down, but the kisses are an annoying spell for you. Cookie's an annoying spell. He's a tanky boy. You can see Malrine just pop off here. And that's why I have more faith in this Falcon draft than I think you did. I just feel like they have a lot of nuke damage. They have a lot of easy kill setup. If Amar and Malrine get rolling, I don't think the Klink's pick matters too much. I think those two can carry the game, even with a Skelly boy anchoring them down. So I have some faith here.
It's still your carry. You're still going to have to rely on him at some point.
But it's Falcons. Is Skeeter really the carry on this team?
That's true. He's more of the two.
He's just there. He's vibing, He's there for the aura. Klinks brings aura. You can't deny that.
Okay. I'm not sure how he brings aura, but okay. I can't really say he doesn't bring aura.
I think he brings the same aura Anti-Mage does. It's when you see...
No. Not even close.
No, let me finish my statement.
Anti-Mage is iconic.
Yes, but when you see an enemy carry pick Klinks or Anti-Mage, you're thinking the same thing. By God, he picked a trash hero.
Yeah.
He must know something I don't, That's the aura I'm talking about.
Well, I don't know if you have that aura when you lost game 1, If you knew something the other people don't, then you probably should be winning this series.
Well, they always lose game 1, so it's okay.
Level 8 Snapfire. 2-level advantage over here. What a shackle shot. How long was that? Snowball through to stop the Timber chain away from Amar. Missed power shot, not that it matters. And bring down the Timber. So Maureen is currently the only one having a tremendous game.
That was before Javelin or anything. Just Tread's Windranger getting it done with some of the tag team damage, save making the rotation with his extra early net worth. Huge kill to kill his Timber before he has the Chakram and can maybe get aggressive on your enemy, on your carry. And they get the power rune, amp damage for GPK. He's happy to see that one. Big boost for this magnetized threat on the map. Boots of Travel, done for Maureen though. As you said, level 8 snap with the Boots of Travel. He's a big boy. Let's see where Maureen wants to go with this next Mortimer's Kisses. All lanes are options for him.
Oh, back-to-back kills on Amar. Roll in, doesn't land it, but hits the silence. Now the focus fire plus the snowball tag team. It's going to be more than enough damage. Tried to get the kill on Kiritich, doesn't quite land. So Amar is now going to have to walk out to the lane somewhere. Falcons are trying to bring their strongest hero to the fore here. And Maureen's going to show himself to get the kill on Katomi, but this is simply not the trade-off that BB team, or Falcons rather, is going to be happy with.
Especially just watching Save gobble up some free waves mid. If you make these moves with the Snapfire, expect someone from BB team to go here and get some free XP, which means you need to find a good core target to make this move really worth it. Maybe you can get some tower damage though. They're going to bring the Clinks down here.
Yeah, I like this.
Tier 1.
The Clinks, who, despite that early double kill that they gave in lane, it's very good CS, is close to top net worth there, shared with Maureen. And this early rotation is going to get him a safe lane tower. Doesn't seem like BB team feel like they can contest, especially with the Train Protector behind the tower like he is, so...
Their heroes are not the greatest at...
They trying to seal away some stacks here. Cookie gets the stun, gets the kill.
You're not messing around with these heroes early on in the random jungle areas. So much nuke power. It's because this is going to be a very different game than Game 1 because Falcons have so much more just easy connection capability in the early game.
Well, it might be a similar game for GPK because
smooth.
He is rocking it so far in the rotations. Very low on net worth because kills aren't really worth that much, but...
It's the thing. Finding supports in the early game is kind of whatever nowadays if everybody's just farming efficiently and stacking and getting big in the jungle.
Especially if you don't get the last hit, which...
True.
Looking at Kiritich having 3 kills, I assume GPK is not getting the last hit on these.
He's not too happy about it. Surf Spirit's pretty poor, however, again, Earth Spirit, he had the rough lane matchup. He can function from a low net worth position, so it's not that big a deal here for BB team.
Doesn't seem like much of BB team's game plan for the off lane. Stacks. Made sense with the Beastmaster. They're still trying to operate off of stacks with a hero that is much worse at it in Largo.
A little slower. His lane was a little better. It kind of evens out here. But I expect to see ATF climb that chart rapidly if he's given free reign. The other thing is this matchup's pretty much just one way. There's nothing you can really do against Timber as Largo.
Oh, yeah.
None of your pathways to scale really do anything to him. Like, you can't go this Encore, Lotus, Lincoln style. Single targets are relevant against the Timbersaw.
Yep.
Your armors are relevant against him, so you can't just be like, I'm going to take up and make everybody immune to physical damage and heal him. Yep. It doesn't really matter. The concept of taking a long fight against Timber doesn't usually work out. So you kind of ask yourself, what am I doing in this matchup as the Frog? Right? I'm just running into the bandsaw. Frogs don't like bandsaws, so you got to figure out a way to have impact in this game if you're Miro as we go later and later against the other cores, or just completely play through Kiritich.
Nice ward placement. Hits the hook shot. Kiritich in some trouble. Body block. Kiritich trying to get away from these last couple of kisses. A blood grenade attempted. None of it lands. Goes for a teleport away, but Raid is able to close the distance. Kiritich,
I think
he was out.
Yeah, I think he just runs and he lives.
He thought the teleport was the better play there. The roll in for the punish. They'll get the kill on crit in return here. But what a big pickup. Kiritich, because he got 3 of these last hits on these kills, actually had a killing spree.
Maybe he assumed there was no battery assault skilled. Sometimes people don't take that, but it's kind of a good value point. See if Skeeter can clean this one up. Gets sharded off, but enough burst damage from the snap, and that's going to push him close to this Tesla. This Clinks is honestly having a really good game. Like, the early lane was rough, but then they just left him alone. And Largo is not going to pressure this hero on his own. The Batrider made moves elsewhere around the map. He's almost got 100 CS. He's cooking.
I feel like this early timing is so key. Get the Deso and then get a shard as fast as possible. Like, everything snowballs off of you being able to have those 2 items nice and early.
I think Falcons are pretty happy with their game state right now. Snapfire's cooking. The Clinks is honestly having a really good early game. It's going to be a fast Deso. Your Timber got slowed down a little, but you don't care because he can just go back to the jungle and he's going to outfarm these other 2 melee cores on the side of BB team. So you're vibing right now. Even got some nice levels on the supports.
Boom.
In fact, Crit most farm support here. He's got 1,800 gold in the bank.
How?
Yule.
What?
I don't know. He's just big. I thought Bat would be highest net worth support for sure. With the first blood, he's a Bat rider.
He did stacks. Maybe he didn't take the last hit on the stacks, but he still gets some residual gold off of that.
It's your boy Clockwork. Farming. I guess the kill on Curative probably gave him a decent amount of gold.
Yeah, he got the last hit on that.
He got the last hit on the Miro kill for 300, and he got the last hit on the Curative kill who had a killing spree, so that was 400. So that'll do it. I mean, Crit knows how to play his 4 positions. You know, you got to KS those last hits.
Yeah, especially on a hero like Clockwork.
Yeah. You make sure you pump fake that cog hit like 5 times until you get the KS on the carry. That's how you do it.
But now the rough part is if you catch somebody with a hook shot and they stay inside the cogs, how are you supposed to get the KS?
Just pump fake the right click.
Well, yeah, I guess.
You go
Your 50 damage right click.
That's how you go armlet. You get that armlet toggle into the right click. Pays for itself every time.
Right. That needing chainmails.
Does anybody actually eat the chainmails in pro games ever?
I
don't even think about it.
Somebody did it at some point in time.
Pretty low value, right?
It is very low value, but pretty late into the game.
Yeah, it's there. I mean, it's like it's a poor man's bauble, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, missed hook shot there from Crit. Sage's gonna come in, though not where you want to be there, son.
The old Cookie Clinks combo.
Oh, that's that Maelstrom put into play here on the Timber Saw. The Focus Fire doing a lot of work. Can Amar get away from this Wind Ranger? In fact, the Wind Ranger is going to be the one to die here as the kisses from across the screen come through. Amar still dies thanks to Miro and GPK coming in a bit late. But now GPK burned out of all of his mana, and Skeeter's looking for more Deso charges.
Nice tanky.
Not going to find it here.
That's the issue with Timber this game. Yeah, you can kill him. It takes a long time, especially once he has some armor items up. He has the living armor on top. I think Treant changes this matchup a lot.
Sure.
These offlaners going in the Wind Ranger. You don't do that much burst damage early as Wind Ranger, even with the tag team, even with the dagger roll. Like, it's just not enough. So you have to be careful overextending on these big cores. And now all of a sudden, Falcons, they have the top 3 net worth. They're looking at some objectives. They're looking at some map control. Snapfire controlling this game right now. And you have to wait for the Largo train to build up some steam here. And I think this is the odd hero out in this lineup. I don't really like the Largo synergy with their heroes too much. It's solid, but it's not like, oh man, this lineup's going to cook with Largo later.
I like it with Earth Spirit. I don't like it with Wind
that's
Ranger.
okay.
Right.
Yeah. I also just think it's rough against what Falcons have.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
It's not, again, the pathways are not great for Miro to scale here. So it's going to change the dynamic in this game too a lot, whether he can find impact or not.
How's Sage's progression in farm? Because I feel like he's the next player who can kind of change the state of the game, get this clear initiation off of the Blink Lasso.
He's almost there. About 300 off the Blink. He is level 9, so once he gets that, he will be able to have some high impact around the map.
Feel like that's your best chance to get cleaner kills on this Timber Saw and Snapfire. We'll see if they're able to ever hunt down the Clinks, who has had a very free game so far.
That's who you'd really like to lasso in this game, is either the Clinks or the Snap. I think Snap is number 1 priority. If you can drag Mullering in, that would feel real good.
Nice use of the shards there for Kanteomi, though has very few places to run with the kisses raining down on him.
That's Falcons running the map right now. Very easy and reliable setup with Clockwork, and very solid follow-up between either the Clinks or the Snapfire coming through.
Yeah, I feel like that's the problem right now, because if it's BB team starting the fight, it's much harder to get a good kisses, get it clean, right? you're either not in position to use the kisses or you're too close and GBK can hit the silence on you or a stun.
The other issue is they have to bring a lot of heroes into these plays. We're seeing this smoke. It's just designed to kick or find the Timber out in this bottom half of the map. Amar, he TP'd out of there very quickly. This move got called. But even if you find Amar down there, it's taking so much time and so many of your heroes to target one person on the map.
Right.
You're usually just losing somewhere else. They're still looking for something with save on this blink reveal. He really wants a big core target. Falcon's just not giving them any sort of opening here.
Got a stack here in this mid lane. Katomi. We saw last game where he baited into a long smoke and the BB team came through and cleaned up. This is the exact opposite case. BB team have spread out along the side lanes and have opted to just farm after a failed smoke game.
Sneaking about to overgrowth here to his base. Like, that's a message being sent right there. Not enough threat on these side lanes. Who is actually pushing side lanes in aggressively enough to make Falcon show on the opposite side of the map? And they have the boots of travel Snap who can kind of just clean it up and join the team anyway. Like, are you going to lasso Snapfire here? Are you killing the Snapfire with just Largo bat? You're
not with Largo.
Exactly. So you have to bring even more heroes up here, which means they're not farming, they're not pushing the waves. The kill threat on the map right now is just not good enough.
Right, it's why teams often develop these like 2 or 3 man kill teams in their draft in the first place, right? Because the less heroes that you need to be able to get pickoffs, then the sneakier you can make these moves around the map. When you have to bring 3 or 4 heroes to every single kill, then it's pretty obvious to Falcons what's happening, right?
Yeah, it just doesn't work. Unless those heroes can push waves incredibly fast. Like, I think Invoker kind of bypasses a lot of these questions.
Sure,
that hero is just, well, he's just broken in some senses. I'm going to try on ATF.
All in on the Timber Saw, and they will have that kill. It finally lands.
Didn't get the Lotus off, so he's dead there for sure. You just operate the chain stuns well.
Blink Cox got him inside. Largo pulls him out. The kisses are not going to do enough damage to finish him off, and GPK did roll in. Stops the kisses this time around, and with a good power shot, GPK, I think, can get this. Hits the roll. Finished up the magnetize, and he got it. Now with the rest of BKB, will he get out? Skeeter's actually getting a little low here to the frog. Kick back. Oh, GPK almost got a 2-for-1 special there with the kick into Skeeter, who still has the dust on him. Save commits for the kill, but Skeeter still had the death pack. The power shot is off the mark, and Skeeter will teleport away just in case. A roll in was off the mark, and he got it. No way.
But is it good?
The last half second, Skeeter still had some heals to him, though. Miro has to finish him off, but damage over time. Okay, got him on the catchy leg. Finally, they get the kill on the carry. Miro's going to throw himself into the enemy base.
The song of my people. I shall go as deep as possible before I expire. I mean, who even wins that fight? Is either team happy with this fight? I guess GPK is kind of happy because he found his mark onto that Snapfire.
Yes.
And that streak went to somebody. I'll look it up here.
That's had to go to GPK. He was the only one doing damage. Yeah,
so he got the 650. So that's kind of the biggest deal there. Like, this behind Earth Spirit found the biggest target. But man, BB not respecting his Clinks damage. Even on the low HP, Skeeter able to clean up a lot of targets. He got a lot of Deso charges out of that fight.
Yeah, beautiful bait by him. Was holding on to that death pack the entire time. And then this overgrowth into just a bit of heals from the tree.
He almost gets out here too. Would have been the cherry on top. If you don't have the mana for the lick there, he probably kills Miro. Showing you the power of the Skelly Boy with a little bit of extra sustain from the tree. It's a nice combination. A little more XP for him as well. Going straight into the Ags. See if he opts to try and deal with the Wind Ranger. The Wind Ranger is, I think, the one matchup for Skeeter he doesn't want to interact with too well. If the rest of the team can debilitate Kiritage, nuke him down, trap him in some cogs or overgrowth, that is going to help the Clinks man up in the fight. Otherwise, yeah, you can throw out the Burning Barrage against the Wind Run, but
oh, what a read.
Kind of it.
Crit. Already has the Rocket Flare inside the Roshan pit. They took the Tormentor. Now they got to contest the Roshan. BB team are all set up to block the hook shot, though. No, they're not. Crit
Crit somehow makes a squeeze on through. The Aegis on the ground. Oh my god, it got grabbed by Kiritich in just the nick of time as he grabs it right before he dies to the kisses. And now BB team, they are just going to turn around and kill the Clinks.
Okay.
Amar is right in the middle of these heroes. Got some big damage in. Looks like GPK should finish off the Train Protector no problem. And Amar did not feel strong enough to make the commitment there.
How did Skeeter end up so deep around the pit? Like, what was he looking for? Kind of surprised he went in that far. You're giving really good counter initiation to this Earth Spirit and the Batrider. You just get lassoed and get bursted down. The whole team isn't really in position either. Like, you're throwing kisses, but the Roche dies. Kisses kill your Aegis. Yeah, that's nice. And then you're just kind of caught in no man's land. And this is the type of fight that BB want. They want to focus down the big damage dealers first. You can ignore the Timbersaw. And then you get to throw your Mjolnir charge plus your Croak of Genius on the GPK Earth Spirit. That's some nice synergy in this lineup. That's a slow-mo facepalm right there. Look at that.
I can't believe he snuck through with that hook shot.
They didn't even try and block it, honestly. They were just begging that Clockwork to get in there and steal that Aegis. If he gets the Aegis steal, that's a big problem. That's a
somebody's
shot right there. I didn't know we could show that.
17-17, 5,000 net worth lead for Falcons. And currently, Snaking is about to ruin a smoke potentially. Didn't quite break it, and he gets spotted. Runs into a sentry. They're going to turn back around for the kill. And also, they got crit at the same time. So the smoke lands on both support.
Not bad, honestly. I'll give you a decent amount of time to build some map control here. And they're getting the ball rolling. They have the BKB on the Earth Spirit and the Largo. Your Wind Ranger's happy to join any sort of fight that's set up well for him. You're online. And that's where the Earth Spirit Largo can synergize to kind of take this mid game over. If you can get Croak of Genius on GPK, you can get in there and get a full team fight with that buff. It is a nasty amount of damage over the long run.
Yeah.
If you don't have Dispels. That's always the big thing about this Earth Spirit. You want Dispels, you want Sustain. You have Lotus Orb and BKB so far, so Falcons have a little bit to play with here. As we see Amar getting a little aggressive on his own.
Yeah, toying with him. Chases in a bit too deep. Now has to use BKB defensively. Once again, the Blink Dagger cogs into the kisses, but Kiritich is able to break through those cogs pretty quickly and get on out of there.
Maybe we're seeing one issue with this Falcons lineup is the lockdown is from the supports. You don't have a core with a stun here.
Sure. And so if the supports can't get to BB team in the first place or getting picked off, then you've got no way to take a fight.
Exactly. You just kill the two supports here, or if one of them goes down early, you might be able to kite the rest of the fight out and just engage on your terms. Whereas the Batrider's initiation and stun in this game is guaranteed. Like, you can't really kite it here. That's the strength of this hero. You can lick someone out of cogs. You can't do anything about the lasso here if you're Falcons. It's a lot more reliable. And you have 3 cores who all have the stun if you're BB. So, a lot less potential to kite the fight here. They're just pushing it straight up.
BB team on the offensive, looking to take the tier 2 with this focus fire.
This is very aggressive. The focus fire at
Timber Chain into the cookie, lands onto the frog here. Silenced up, Lotus Orb. Not going to defend him here. Nice overgrowth there from Snaking, holding a lot of these heroes in place. Malrine with his BKB just making a run for it, though. GPK dies in that overgrowth, while Amar will not tick out to the Magnetize. Good focus there, killing GPK. They could not allow that Earth Spirit to stay alive and keep that Magnetize ticking.
I was surprised Falcons got out of there with everybody. Shows some of the sustain in their lineup. They almost ticked out on both the Timber and the Malrine Snapfire there. Beautiful lasso from Save. And a great counter overgrowth. Yeah, you already have this blink on trees. Kind of fat, to be honest. It's an issue. Good overgrowth game. Against all these early BKBs. You can get in there at the right time as Snaking. You can really just set that entire fight up for the Clinks. Maybe that is where you can get some later Encore working, like Encore Lotus against the Overgrowth could be nice here.
Sure.
Particularly for the Wind Ranger, because I don't think Kiritich wants to go extra Dispel in this game early. He went Hurricane Pike, so it's not going to be a Manta buildup or anything like that. You're going to have your BKB. You might get the Satanic way later on, but you're going to need at least one more Dispel here probably to avoid the debilitating tree ulti. Roche potentially up 3 minutes here. So you have a decent amount of time to get some big items. And if you're Falcons, you're definitely eyeing this Roche on a little more than I think BB Team wanted.
You've got the damage to do it. You've also got great team fight to take around that. Now that you've got the Burning Army plus the Overgrowth, that is a scary combo.
It's obnoxious. It's really obnoxious. And that's why I just kind of like the Falcons' synergy a little more in this straight 5-on-5. I think all their heroes work pretty nicely together. It's a bunch of BV targets. You're going to be able to buy time in the fight to either wear through BKBs or something and then land a big Overgrowth. You have Rocket Flare for some vision. You have a lot cooking for you if you can just set up a formation around an objective and take it on your terms. Like, you're going to have to get creative here if you're BB.
What do you think about Skeeter eyeing up Nullifier over an MKB? Like, is it a matchup you just never want to take that straight one-on-one against the Wind Ranger? Are you always dodging that?
This doesn't strike me as that necessary of a Nullifier game. I'd kind of be surprised if he commits for it here. It's okay, but it's not amazing here. I would rather see the MKB also just, I think, having higher physical damage output is nice if your other two cores are mainly going to be spellcasters in this game.
Sure.
But, you know, Nullifier still some solid DPS on these heroes with some bonus attack speed mechanic, which he effectively has. So,
where would you rate, Avery, crit on the pantheon of Clockwork players right now?
Clock players?
Yeah. Do you think he's a good Clockwork? Do you think he knows what he's doing on this hero?
Well, yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Okay.
He knows what he's doing on every hero.
Okay. I would like to point out that he values the Shard quite highly on this hero.
That is a fatal mistake.
Every single time he uses it, it looks great. This combination of mobility and vision that he gets from the jetpack.
Yeah, it's valuable in pro games, but I still think it's a very overrated shard.
Yeah.
And I'll stick that till the end of time.
SVG has called it the worst shard of all time.
No, I did not say that. That is a...
You absolutely called it like one of the worst.
I think it's a bottom 10. And I know everybody will disagree with that, but I'm going to stick to it, man. I'll stick to it. I will say I don't think Crit particularly likes playing Clock. I don't see his face on this hero, you know.
Sure.
I think he has... That said, Crit is one of those players, he has so many signature heroes.
Yeah.
Like, even if his Clock is quote-unquote bad compared to his pool, it's still in the top, you know, whatever percentage of players of all time. So does it really matter?
I would also almost say that this version of Clockwork, the how you no longer play with Battery Assault and you just play with Cogs, I almost feel like this is like a different hero than the Clockwork that, you know, Crit has known since
for sure
he first started in, at least in professional Dota.
Some would say this
like
is
2014.
a low skill version of the hero.
I would agree with that, actually. We've also talked about this item a fair amount, the Chasm Stone that Earth Spirit has. New addition to the game that I feel like some of the heroes that are meta right now are a little bit meta because of this, right? You often talk about how items are the things that lead the meta, and Shiva's is a very popular item, has been for quite some time, but this version of Shiva's with the Chasm Stone buildup has been very popular, and I feel like Earth Spirit is an interesting hero for that because you know you're going to go the Shivas. Hook shot going to be off the mark there as Kiritich does not have to use his BKB. His Falcons are looking for a pick that leads to Roche.
They're looking real hard for it. There's an Ags for the Bat Riders. They've actually got there before this Roche fight. That's huge. Because their lineup is so much about this lasso landing and finding big targets. That's a massive deal. We did see Hart come out on ATF. That's going to be his tank item of choice. So can you burst through the regen on this Timber Saw? You have no real anti-healing. Big items arriving for BB Team. I feel like they hit their mark here. They're behind in net worth, but they have a lot of it on the field right now.
I do think BB Team, this itemization from Amar, all it takes is BB Team. They have very mobile heroes. They just get around this Timber Saw.
I agree. He's not that big of a damage threat right now. It's all survivability. So what happens when you
this
ignore?
smoke is working out perfect for them. If you run into Malrine, it would be absolutely perfect. Instead, they run into Skeeter. That's just as good. A hook shot comes through, stops Kiritich a little bit. He gets off the BKB. The rest of the focus fire comes through, and down goes the Clinks. Now the roll-in from GPK going after Malrine. Stops the kisses, pops his BKB, runs, heads out. They say a 1-for-1 is fine for us. We got their carry. But Amar doesn't want to let them leave, not so easily. Miro's going to be spotted, has to use his BKB to teleport away. Overgrowth is going to put a stop to that one. Can Miro make it out?
He might be able to. He's kind of fast.
He is quite fast, but Crit is here to stop him with the cookie landing. Miro is going to die.
Not able to create enough of a gap, and Falcons end up winning this fight. Okay.
I mean, great reactions there from Falcon. Still crazy that BB team do not walk away the victors of that. Running into almost Snapfire and Clinks at the very start.
Part of the issue is the Clinks is solo, so you don't get any Ags value out of this lasso.
Yeah.
And then it takes so much to bring him down, you're just burning on everybody. To some of the Skellies, the kisses, you have to disengage. And at the point where you have to disengage with a Largo lineup, you lose a lot of the momentum in the fight.
Sure.
The ball gets split up. You're not fighting as a team. And that is, again, my issue with this Windranger-Largo synergy is Windranger needs to go and kill somebody and kind of reset. Largo doesn't want to reset. He wants to just keep the song going, keep running at you.
Ooh, nice use of the Drunken Buddies there. Two different things to pull heroes out of cogs. GPK goes in deep. He's going to be met by the Burning Armor. They do have the lasso, but GPK's already dead. The physical damage just melted him and save. I mean, they were set up for a beautiful magnetize if you could stay alive, but nobody can stay alive against Skeeter's Clinks now.
You need the armor. You need Largo for the armor, for the Grooven,
right.
The Lotus Orb. Yeah. He's your survivability against the Clinks. You take a fight without him going straight into Skeeter? No shot you're doing anything against the Skelly Boy damage here. A big misread for BB team as Falcons happily collect some more kills, and now they are rolling in this game, pushing towards some nice late game talents as well for the Timbersaw and the Snapfire if they can get to it. Even the Clinks talents are kind of solid now.
Well, now this is real scary for BB team, because who do you go on? Clinks has got the extra life, and they've already gone on Clinks, and it's not worked for them. Like, he was tanky enough to get off the Burning Army, and that was a problem.
Well, I will say a base defense fight looks a lot different. I think in that scenario, you can lasso Skeeter and drag him in super deep to your base.
Okay,
that will end up better for you. Outside of that scenario, though, I think you have to find the snap if you can. I think he's doing too much overall sustained damage in the fight.
But then do they kill that Snapfire fast enough? Because she is a very tanky hero.
I don't know. It's not very clear. It kind of requires your Windranger to be there to kill anybody.
Yeah.
How many heroes can Kiritich kill in a fight? Like, you have to wait for Focus Fire to come back up? That's just not a sustainable idea here. I think you're playing for base defense right now if you're a BB team. Way too hard to aggressively look for anything, and that is the position Falcons want to put you in as a team. They're going to choke the map. They're going to get the lanes in. They're going to take the remaining outer towers, potentially look for high ground with this Aegis. You have a lot of time to set something up, and you have counterplay with the Blink supports here.
Their damn damage. For Malrine in this upcoming fight, that is going to be scary.
Aeon Disc as well. That's huge for him. Great Aeon Disc game. If he can just survive, especially against either a lasso committal or some Windranger Focus Fire committal, just buy time for the other cores to clean people up, it's going to be miserable. There's the army.
Yeah, if you're not ready and set up and ready to go for that Blink Lasso pullback, these buildings are going to drop fast. And while Save is here, the rest of his team isn't really ready for this play.
How can you even go into that? What, are you going to lasso Clinks and die to the army?
Yeah, pretty much immediately.
They're just going to let it go. Watch and do nothing as little Skelly Boy doing some work in this game.
Now Falcon setting up
just to take these lanes one by one. BB team is hoping for some sort of slip up in Falcon's formation. They sit up on their high ground. Not going to find anything, though. Falcons are focused on objectives. They will get a shard for snaking.
I just think the scale still favors Falcons here for the foreseeable future. Like until ultra late, where Wind Ranger can kind of focus fire through multiple targets, this Snapfire is going to continue to power up, especially level 25 talent. You can get Refresher. That's when it just becomes way too much to deal with. Like 4 cookies, double kisses with the talent. There's nothing you can do about that. Timber has his 25, just finished Octarine, so he has, 3-second Timber Chain that's clearing the whole screen. It's really obnoxious to deal with.
Safe goes for it with the Lotus already preemptively on him. They're going to focus fire down the Clinks the one time. Can they get away from this? It's not looking good for Katomi. He's already dead. Safe is also going to fall, so it costs them 2 supports to take away the Aegis and almost cost GPK his life as well. He's going to go back in and see if he can finish Crit off, but it's not looking good. Great Shackle shot. That's going to stall off the Timbersaw. Can't kill him, that's for certain. And there goes Small Reed. In deep, kills Miro, focuses some damage onto GPK. GPK can't roll away. He BKBs and runs up to the high ground, but Amar's just going to stay in front of him every step of the way. Timber Chain after Timber Chain. Crit gets in there. Blink forward. Pushes back Kiritich. Kiritich with his BKB might be able to survive and get to the fountain. But look at Falcons diving straight past these tier 4s, not giving a damn about anything else, and Kiritich not even safe inside of his fountain.
He's not enough of a threat. He can only focus fire on one hero, and the rest of the lineup is just running at you. ATF just playing with his food at this point.
Well, you've got a minute to be able to take the rest of the buildings here if you're Falcons. BB team likely going to be playing against Megas. There's just no way to stall Falcons at this point.
Oh, this lineup really came together. A very clean game from Malrine, too. He just did so much in that early and mid game. You didn't have a chance to snowball, and then these other 2 cores are just outscaling you here. Wind Ranger cannot. I feel like Wind Ranger really suffers in this style of game where you have 2 cores that need you to do most of the damage. It's not that kind of hyper carry. It's not the same turret hero.
Another lasso initiation immediately countered by the Overgrowth. And that just leads to Save's death. Skeeter is pretty much untouched. Nullifier placed down to Kiritich, slowed down to a crawl here. Timbersaw just sticking onto him with the flamethrower and the chakram to finish him off. GG is called, and this series will end in a tie. No surprise that Falcons lose game 1, but they do bounce back and take game 2.
Kind of expected this series to go 1-1. And I think these 2 teams, we're going to see them again, probably deep in this event, because they are both very strong. They have good ideas. They execute them well. We saw the game 1 with the save coddle. They executed that strategy almost to perfection. This game 2, I think the draft was more favorable for Falcons. We saw what Malrine could do when he has a favorable lane. He ends this game, 12, 1, and 18. That is a ridiculous 30-1 KDA.
Yeah, very sick.
Nobody was touching the Snapfire. Yeah, they have heroes that can gap close them, but again, you're going through the meat grinder. You're going through the Clinks, you're going through the Timbersaw, and then you have 2 supports that can interrupt that play. It's way too hard to keep the formation here if you're the Boom Boys, as they're going by in game. Interesting series. It'll be interesting to see how these 2 teams develop their own meta over the course of this event. Like, are Falcons going to lean more into these ranged 1 positions that Skeeter isn't necessarily known for, but he's kind of busting out some of those signatures, the Clinks, the Weaver, his version of the turret hero.
Yeah.
And if you're BB team, I don't mind them later picking a save hero, but I think if you're last picking a 4 position in that situation, it really has to just consistently do work over the entire game. And it's not like your 4 is not going to stop ATF Timber. He knows how to itemize. He knows how to play against the bad matchups. It's too difficult.
When it least comes to this tournament as a whole, it's important to establish some threats in the draft. And I do think both teams did this in the series tie, right? You now have to worry about, okay, Malrine, is he a Snapfire player? Yes. Yeah, he absolutely is. He looked sick in this game. You've got the GPK Earth Spirit, even if it lost in this game too, looked fantastic in game 1. And that Save Coddle, which you already know those threats exist, but it's good to establish, at the start of the tournament, hey, this is what you're going to be having to worry about for this meta.
It only takes that 1 call game and he'll never get it again. And And then that kind of helps your drafting away. You're like, all right, we'll just assume we won't get it. We'll pick some other stuff and work on our other threats. I think the Clinks look pretty good here, though. I think the Clinks look better than the Weaver. Not just because it won.
Yes.
But like I legit think it just looked like a more stable hero and it's a tankier hero. I think Falcons are going to play better around a tricore that is tankier.
Yes, I would agree with that.
It's just
More
how
better
they play.
team fight, right? With the Burning Army.
Yeah, that too.
also helps.
Like they just want cores to go in and can absorb an impact because their tricore is so strong in scaling together. It's the three-headed Hydra, right? Like even if you kill one of the carries, the two other carries are killing you. That's when this team looks the best. That's when their supports can just create space and find those little openings. So cool game from them.
All right, well, Falcons will get the tie, bouncing back in this game too, and we go to the stage with Slacks, who's got Skeeter.
Absolutely. Yep, we are here with Mr. Skeet from Falcons. Good to see you, Skeeter. You seem very, for once, stoic. You're super focused. We got you right after a game, and you were just locked in. How are you feeling after that series?
It's a casual Falcons losing first game of the tournament, so yeah, I'm used to this.
Absolutely. I mean, I always get worried. I see that first game. No offense to you, but it's like, gee, are they okay? Like, that is not good. And then you guys just instantly bounce back. What is up with that? Is that a fatigue thing? They clap and they're very excited. Is that a fatigue thing? Is that just let's just get it out of the way? What is up with the first game every tournament loss?
I have no idea. If we knew, we would have solved it by now.
That's not a great answer, but I'll take it. Thank you very much. Well, I am always down to see a nice Wind Ranger stomping. Well done. Congratulations there. I did want to talk to you about Clinks, though. Dota Capitalist was extremely angry about this Clinks. He thinks Clinks sucks. He was just S-talking the whole time. You guys seem very confident in it. How do you feel about Clinks? Do you like it when you get picked at?
I think the hero is decent. I mean, we kind of were forced to pick him because they banned most of the range carries with Trent. So he's decent. I wouldn't say he's like too powerful or anything like that.
Oh, of course. We wouldn't tell the other teams that he's good, right? We would just say he's decent, right? That's the smart thing to do. All right, let's talk a little bit about that match with ATF, getting that Timber Saw. I always see that. I'm like, all right, they're probably going to win. Malrine gets Primal Beat. They're probably going to win. Is that how you guys on the team feel? Is that just like, okay, we secured ATF Timber Saw, the game is over? Or do you guys feel like, maybe there's a chance we lose?
I mean, at some point in the game, Amar and Malrine just made a call to farm a little bit more, and then the game is going to be easy, and, you know, we kind of knew it was in the back afterwards.
So is there any pressure at all, or are you guys just in relaxed city? Do you feel like a lot of that pressure is taken off of you? Because some say that, especially with Malrine, like in the mid with the Snapfire, you're not actually the carry. It's like he's the carry. You're just kind of vibing. Would you agree with this?
Yeah, I mean, I was clean to the tank.
I mean, that's a good position for you. Do you ever get mad? I mean, they should respect you, for God's sake. You're the carry. You should be making the calls. Do you like letting them kind of take control of these games, or did you wish you could do a little bit more of the murdering?
Maybe if I was younger, it would bother me, but not anymore.
What are you talking? How old are you, bro?
27.
What are you talking about? This guy isn't even Unkstat. You know, the average Dota player these days is like 35 to 38. They just did a study a few weeks ago.
I mean, what about carry role, though?
Yeah, that's true. They do retire by then. All right. Well, thank you so much, Skeeter. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much. It was an incredible series to watch. And we're going to see more from Falcons. But for right now, let's head back to our panel. Thank you.
Ooh, thank you very much, Slacks and Skeeter, of course, as well. My doubts with that stat, but you know, we'll not get into that. We will get into that second game, though, and break it down a little bit more here with Lacoste and Seb. This game, Seb, what do you make of it?
ATF Timber, you know, in case of trouble, in case of need, when you're Falcons, there's always a plan B, and I think we saw that plan B unfold, you know,
Break
right
the glass.
before our eyes. Yes.
Click that emergency button.
Exactly.
It worked for them.
Yeah, you pull you pull it down, and you get the ATF Timber, and next thing you know, the enemy throne is falling.
Yeah, it wasn't that black and white, though, Lacoste, was it?
Yeah, it wasn't. I think the biggest difference came out from the mid lane because he got completely stumped. This is Snapfire. Like, we talked about Earthspirit, it looked godly in the first game. In the second game, it really didn't look as powerful because he was off to a really bad start. He was, like, using his ulti. They were stacking constantly for him, trying to get him back into the game because he was pushed out of the lane relatively early on. You're playing against Snapfire, against any melee heroes, like up to 35% extra damage once you're on top of somebody. With one cookie, with one Scatter Blast, you're losing half HP, sometimes even more, and it gets very, very difficult for you to play the game.
I mean, the big difference in the draft was Earthspirit was a counter pick in a way. He saw the Ember and he decided to play Earthspirit. He also had a Coddle to play with, whereas this time around it was just blindly picked. And I think this already is going to start shaping the meta for when you're able to pick Earth Spirit and what you need to see before you pick it. I also think the support matchup, I mean, he was playing versus two of the strongest supports of the patch, probably the top, literally number 1, number 2, which is Treant and Clock. So even though, I mean, he was playing from behind, and he also had like worse supports by definition. So the trio running around, going for objectives, going for runes, it didn't work for them. So he never really got to pick up some steam in the early game.
I was told that Batrider, together with Largo, was going to do just fine against Klink's Treant, and they were going to be able to get a lead out of that lane.
I believe they did. They did look pretty good in the lane.
They do anything with that?
I mean, they killed them twice, but then the game was locked, right? Like, there was nothing else to play for.
Yeah, nobody can make the move because your Earth Spirit, he's not making the moves. He is trying to get himself back into the game, farming in the triangle. And the supports that they have, they don't really make plays that easily. Tusk can, but he also doesn't have a hero that he can play with. And I also think one of the issues that they did have is you have Largo, you have mid laner who got shut down, who's supposed to be a playmaker. Your Wind Ranger, yeah, she could make a move with the Tusk, with the tag team, get a kill, but it wasn't a move that, like, post 10 minutes, you're expecting to make this kind of a move where you need to be killing multiple heroes. It just never really clicked. And one thing I like about BB Team is this is when Largo was like first introduced to the game, when we added him to captain's mode. They were playing very aggressively with him. 6 minutes in, 8 minutes in, he comes to the rune, he uses 2 spells, making sure that they're getting something out of the lane. This time around, he was pretty static. They were kind of focused more on their own lane, and it really didn't work out. You could definitely feel at the later stages of the game, you have pretty much Wind Ranger to deal the damage, and that's about it. And she can deal that much damage to these 3 tanky cores.
With that, overall last pick, Batrider.
It looked pretty okay.
Yes, but it's overall last pick. You want more than just okay.
You want more value, probably. No, I think you're right on that. It did what it had to do, which is win the lane. At the end of the day, this Snap hero, there is a reason why it was picked that early. There is a reason why we mentioned that we're going to see it a lot. The ultimate is incredibly, the numbers are not okay. It's, I don't know, maybe 1.5k damage that he's throwing, away from your screen. If you're not able to cancel the Mortimer Kisses, there is no fight to be had in the early game. And that was Earth Spirit's job in this game. But a shutdown Earth Spirit, also Snap is a very dominant mid laner, so running a melee hero against Snap is usually a pretty tough option to go for. So, the story of the game, the mid lane matchup.
If you roll in this time, you're rolling into Klinks, who has an insane amount of burst damage, something that they were lacking in game number 1. Their damage was more damage over time. With the Ember Spirit, they were also playing from behind, so you didn't really feel the impact of the heroes that they did have. In this one, they had explosive damage, and they had a combo with the Klinks, with the Treant Protector, using ulti, keeping them in place so he can deal the damage, or with the Snapfire.
Yeah, and then there's all that, but we haven't even talked that much anyway about the Timbersaw, because he also was very dominant, and especially if you're mentioning all this chip away damage, Timbersaw, he doesn't care.
No, he doesn't.
He's just gonna do Timbersaw things.
And their lineup really came together in the mid game. You have this Clock and this Treant to find openings, to lock heroes down for the 3 heavy damage dealers that are Klinks, Timber, and Snap. These 3 heroes just want people stunned and kept in position, and then they will deal all the damage you need at every stage of the game. They have pure magic and physical damage. There's no items that's gonna stop you from dying to these heroes if you're getting stunned by a Clockwork or a Treant Protector. So I really like, for instance, Crit's build on Clock to go Blink Dagger first. He was just Blink cogging the first hero he could see, and he knows that hero's dead, just moving on. So it was a hard game to play for BB Team. They needed to get to the BKBs earlier. They needed early tempo, and I think this is when the Earth Spirit first pick limitation showed. Is sure, Earth Spirit is a great hero, but you just can't. You have to set him up a little bit for some sort of success, or it's just gonna backfire.
Yeah, and the person that was set up for success with that Earth Spirit in the mid lane is our MVP, Malrine, on his Snapfire. You heard a commentary duo say it already. The question was, can Malrine play Snapfire to that high level? Yes, he can, and he will show that, and that is interesting information, obviously, for the rest of the tournament. And I think something that's probably going to get addressed a little bit more. A little bit more respected.
Absolutely, you got to be aware of it, especially coming into the later series, because like it started really well for him with the clockwork rotation. 6 minutes in, he's getting the double kill with the first ulti usage. This is where it kind of opens up. She's getting even more levels. The damage output from this hero is kind of insane to think about, like how much damage she can deal. We did nerf the aspect of her laning stage, so it doesn't work on denies anymore. It doesn't work on towers, but it's still a very strong hero when it comes down to how much damage she can deal in the fights.
And in this fight, we see Skitter getting killed as Klinks, but he just managed to get the Ags off, and that's all you need to deal the shot of the damage. Honestly, this Klinks, I don't know if it was an answer to Earth Spirit, but it actually felt really hard for Earth Spirit to play the game against Klinks, because there's just too much damage in place, and again, an Earth Spirit that's not allowed to go in the fight and keep himself there, which is why you see these items like an early BKB that he went for, Blade Mail. Like, Earth Spirit wants to get tanky, he wants to be able to stand his ground, and when he's not able to do so, the hero becomes a little bit, you know, underwhelming, I guess.
And been very impressed by this Aghanim Scepter pickup on Klink, seen a couple of times in the last few weeks. It does work really well. One of the hardest things in Dota is pushing the high ground, and with having those 6 extra skeletons, getting out of your ulti, then getting even more skeletons, it does feel like sieging the high ground makes it super easy.
It was so smooth.
Yes.
It's like you plant that and nobody can come close, so you got all the space. And that's one of the things that has been really difficult in Dota for the last couple of months. So definitely something that I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of. We're going to see a lot more Dota today altogether, as we have 4 series coming your way on this very stream. 3 streams total live today. This is Stream A, and we've just had our first series of the day with Falcons and BB Team. It is a tie for them at the start of Group A. They tie the series 1-1. All series in the groups are 2-game series, so this is where the series ends for them. They might be able to sort that tie out later down the line, but not right now, not in this group stages, unless they have to play tiebreakers, of course. We are gonna have Liquid PlayTime, Spirit, MOUZ, and Yandex OG to close the day out. And overall, I think this was our Sony story of the day. So we had Falcons and BB as our highlighted match for good reason, and it showed as well. But now there's 3 left. Seb, are you a little biased to which one you want to go as a second?
I mean, obviously I have to pick OG, even though going up against Yandex is I'm excited, and at the same time I'm not, because they're a very strong opponent, and I'm not exactly sure what's gonna happen in that series. Let's put it this way. No, I think all the games are very exciting. I'm actually particularly excited, non-biased, for the second series, for Team Liquid versus PlayTime, because I think these 2 teams have extremely explosive and aggressive playstyle, and that's my kind of Dota. This is what I like in the game. I'm not so much into the, you know,
5th Roshan, the 5th banner.
5th Rosh. No. Like, there's no waiting for me. I'm going. Smoke me, let's go. And that's Team Liquid. Obviously, they do this way smarter. It's very tactical, but it's a treat to watch. So I know these 2 teams are not going to back off from any fight. So we're going to get to see like some crazy action-packed games.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's going to be a banger. It's going to be a lot of early skirmishes, and nobody's going to back down. We've seen PlayTime as a team, like during last Wallachia, during the qualifiers, they are keeping the same play style. They kind of found the groove, and this is why they respect them so much. I also don't think, I think we were talking about it earlier, that we can't really even call them dark horse, because they looked very stable. They're kind of like a top tier team as well, and I think a lot of other teams, they should be looking out to them and be like, oh, what are these guys playing? They're onto something.
Yeah, top 6, and I believe their last 2 tournaments that they've been in. I'm going to thank you guys for your insight. Of course, we'll talk a lot more about PlayTime versus Liquid with them in a little bit, but we're first going to check in with some of our other members of our broadcast team.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
So whilst you guys are having fun over at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, I'm actually here at the Lenovo booth here at EWC, and they've got some new tech on the go. Genuinely was mind blown by this. I'm not here just product placement. They actually have this new screen. So I honestly, everyone, I don't know if they give me one of these. But what on earth? How on earth did it? It actually did blow all of our minds. Everybody in the camera crew was like, "Okay, is this a prototype? Is this new? Yeah, it's a prototype. You can't get a hold of it yet." But how insane is that? So shout out to Lenovo. Of course, we are over here, and it's not just that we're doing. We are actually going to find out how old I am here. So we've got a bit of a reaction test. I've got one of my friends here to help me out, and we're going to find out how much of a boomer I actually am. So I'm going to hand you this. This is your job now. I'm going to try and do this. So hold this up to my face whilst I try and make an absolute embarrassment of myself. All right, okay. All right, I'm already really scared. Okay. Time to embarrass myself. Part 1 of EWC. Oh, I'm not even close enough. Hold on. Oh, no, they're all moving. I can't even see them. How am I supposed to even get this? I haven't caught one of them. He's got one. There we go. Can he do it with the other hand? Are they even going to keep going? I can't even see them. Who has eyes wide enough for this? That's one. I still missed it. It's the last one. Yeah, okay. Oh, no, that's the last one. So that was just a good prediction. Look at me. I'm a gamer. There we go. Right. That was mildly embarrassing. If anybody can do better, you could all do better than that. Just come and give it a go. That was not very good at all. There's not just all the gaming stuff that's going on here at EWC. Of course, we've got everything up and running with Dota. But if you have a little bit of spare time in the venue, you should come down to the Quest booth here at EWC. There is a lot going on with prizes to be won, and my man Hugo here is going to tell me exactly how you can get it done. Mate, this is a really good incentive for people to come along to the event.
Yeah. Basically, what you have to do, you just come to me, you create your account, your Quest account, and then what you have to do, you go to all the different booths in the area. There are challenges that you can complete. Once you complete the challenge, you scan a QR code, you win some XP. By the end of the week, we take a look at the scoreboard of different players. The top players will win amazing rewards. Can come from PS5, PC gamers, mouses, keyboards, everything.
And have you won anything? Do you reckon I will be able to win anything? I'm probably not allowed to sign up, but have you had a go?
You have to try. You have to try at least. I'm not going to say about my personal performance, but you have to try it. Yep.
So this is going on every single week here at EWC. So 7 opportunities to win some really big prizes. So some of those prizes coming in PCs, PS5s, that kind of thing as well. There's other things going on here as well. We've got the spin the wheel, the vault. There's loads of different little activations you can do. But what are some of the challenges that some of the guys have to complete if they do want to win some of them top prizes?
Yeah, it can go from like playing one of the games that is available and there are competitions about. You just have to win a game of those games. You can also do like sports activities. There is like a crossbar challenge, a basketball field, everything. Lots of activities to do, lots of different stuff, and all around the fun, the idea of fun, you know.
Okay, sounds fun. Sounds like I'd be terrible at it all, though. But Ugo, thank you very much, my man. If you want to come down to the Quest booth here at EWC, you win yourself some prizes. Get yourself down.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw.
sing half and blow the house down.
It's Cap and SVG again. Next up is going to be Liquid versus P-Time. An interesting matchup. I think most people going into this would be, oh, Liquids have to be the clear favorites, but P-Time have been doing very well for themselves lately, and Liquid has been looking a bit rough.
I think these two teams are pretty evenly matched, actually. If we look at past results in the last month or so, you'd say P-Time's on the rise. Their trajectory's been up. Other than losing that TI qualification, that's going to be a morale blow. So maybe they're not going to be in top form at the start of this event, but they're a scary team. And I think Liquid, they still have a lot to play for here. They have those qualifications under the belt. You know, they're looking to gear up into TI form, potentially win EWC here. They need a big win. Like, they haven't had one in a long time. So some hungry teams in this matchup.
Yeah, the last tournament they won was one of those smaller ones.
I can't even remember.
It was like a PGL Wallachia or a
8 years ago or something. I don't even know.
Who really cares? Is EWC. This is the big business.
Exactly.
And P-Time, I think there's two ways to look at it, right? They failed to be able to make TI. Are they tilted off of that? Are they ready to disband? Or are they viewing this as, this is our shot to actually make the year a success?
I agree. It's all in the mentality here. You either disband or you make your opponents disband. There's no in between.
Okay. Well, apparently this series is going to be a disbander. So whoever loses, well, good luck to you.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
You're watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and we are live from Paris, getting ready for our second series of the day, Team Liquid and P-Time. Now, you already heard Cap and SVG talk about this. I'm not sure about the whole disband thing that they had going on there, but I do think that mentality in this one, Lacoste, is going to be a very big deal.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, P-Time, even though they lost the qualifiers, which is going to hurt, I feel like coming into EWC, they still have a lot to prove. And also, you know, you're playing against Liquid. You're playing against a team that has been winning multiple tournaments. Right now for them, they kind of like to be where they are, like under the radar. They don't want to draw too much attention, I would say, but they kind of did also because of the way that they played. I gotta say, maybe the previous season with the P-Vision, I would say back when the DM was playing for the team, I would say that he was the most improved player of the year. I would say for this one, 2026, I would say Frank definitely like caught my eye because he's been very stable. Before that, it's just, you know, Frank the tank, he puts the money in the bank, all that kind of stuff. But in the last 6 months or so, he looked amazing.
Yeah, very impressed with him also. And he's been around for a while, actually, this guy. And him being able to find some sort of shape and, you know, and kind of putting through all the, you know, the hard times he must have been through, because there's a lot of tournaments he didn't make it to. It's very impressive, that type of resilience, and he gathered a lot of experience, so I'm sure he's very valuable to the team, because they have also some, you know, young blood like Wits. I think he's incredible as a carry pool, but you know, he's getting figured out a little bit, because I think when he broke through, people didn't really know. Now you kind of know what to expect, as in you know, if he gets his hand on Monkey, on SF, there are hero combinations with this guy where you know you're going to get in trouble. So I think that's also part of what PlayTime has to deal with. It's like they came as underdogs. People didn't really study them as much as they should have. And now that, you know, they had the results that they had, everybody is looking at them very seriously. So they're getting to step 2 on, can you reinvent some of the stuff that brought you there in the first place? But, you know, Liquid versus PlayTime, I'm just going to put it out there. This is Schofield versus Boxy Dota.
Oh, yeah.
So you can't predict what's going to happen. It's going to be a lot of creativity, you know.
What do you want to see from those two? Like, why would you consider it
I just
being
want to
Boxy
see them
versus Schofield?
play their Dota, both of them. There's going to be, I don't know, Boxy doing some stuff I've never seen before. Schofield running behind tier 2, minute 8, having 3 heroes chasing down, and he gets out. Like, I'm ready to see it. It's like, I don't really know what to expect. I'm just going to sit down, watch, and enjoy, you know? Like, these two are some of the most creative minds in the game right now, and they're incredibly entertaining to watch. And I think they have a big say in their teams. They're very respected and enabled by their fellow teammates, so I'm just looking forward to see what they're going to bring to them.
I think Schofield has to be one of the weirdest, if not the weirdest player that we've had in a really long time. His playstyle, I don't think you can even call it a playstyle. He just does whatever he wants on the map, just being super annoying. You will see his clockwork, like that you mentioned. He's like level 2, 8 minutes in, 9 minutes 30 seconds in. He's like level 6.5. There's just like so many things that this guy does. There's this like one explosive effect that he does have. A lot of the times it is a lot of hidden impact. It's not that he's roaming around the map doing absolutely nothing. You might feel it because, you know, the camera, it's covering some other areas of the map as well, and you're like, where is this guy? Like, he's not even laning. It's kind of like 9 class what he has been doing, but he has been doing this prior to 9 class as well, and doing it even weirdly.
Let's focus our attention first on Team Liquid. Dive a little bit deeper into this squad because they've not done too well in the last portion of this season. Yes, they came first, one of the earlier lands in 2026, and that is obviously very good because there's not a lot of teams that can say that. But the last couple of tournaments, coming top 6 at their most recent event,
it's not a position where they want to be in.
It's not bad, but you expect a little better from Team Liquid.
Honestly, I think this team it has everything. I think they have an incredible amount of experience. They've been to so many finals, won so many tournaments, all of them, these players. They've been playing with the best in the world in different teams also. They have gathered, you know, thoughts and concepts from all the top teams in the history of the game. And they are incredibly talented. I think it's more about, they know that every season they enter, they're here to win TI, they're here to win EWC, for sure. The 5 of them, I think it's more of where do they stand in their season form. So, and I think they also got smarter at managing their effort throughout the season and making sure that they peak at the right time. And this is the right time. It has started. You know, it's like 60, 90 days of intense Dota for the teams that are going to come. It has started now. It started with the bootcamp that they probably had in preparation to EWC. And they're here to win it, for sure. Nothing else. And they have all the resources in terms of skill, game understanding, and experience of great tournaments to win it. So, you know, that question is going to get answered very soon. What form is Liquid in? If they're peaking, there's very few teams in the world that can stop them.
Potentially, PlayTime just might. This is a team that, yes, people have looked at them because they did do very well in their most recent tournaments, coming top 6 in 2 of them. And of course, they did not make it to TI via qualifiers, but this is still a team that people respect and that people now actually know, which they didn't really before. So this is probably going to be something, as already mentioned earlier, it's going to be a really true test for them, Lacoste.
Yeah, definitely. This is, I mean, another thing that they have to prove. I think this is a team that is very proud coming out from South America, and we are seeing the region like even growing bigger with the teams that they are having on the international scene as well. Some of the players that they do have been playing for a relatively long time. We talked about Frank. Dark Mago kind of fits into the same category because this guy, he's been there, but he hasn't been winning tournaments, and he is also improving quite a lot. We saw, I think, pretty similar story with Analog back when he was playing in Heroic. previous season. And this time around, I think Dark Mago is also kind of becoming the shining star of a team. The playmaker has a very interesting hero pool as well. When you think about him, he might sneak in some mid-tiny still. It's relatively popular, seen in the TI qualifiers with the Aghanim Scepter build, his Konka as well. Nobody else wants to touch this hero, but he does.
He does, and a player that people might not be as familiar with is their position 5 with El Misho. And that's why Purge found him before the end.
Hey there, this is Purge. I'm here with PTime's El Misho. How are you feeling confidence-wise right now?
¿Cómo te sientes ahora? ¿Cómo está tu confianza, verdad?
Creo que está al máximo porque hemos entrenado antes de llegar aquí en París. Tuvimos una bootcamp y estamos como que encontrándonos así. Mi confianza está al tope.
We are fully confident right now. We had a bootcamp in Paris. We've been training a lot, and right now we are top confident.
That's great. Happy to hear that. You guys clutched your invite to EWC with your great performance at Dream League. You got 5th, 6th. How did that win feel for you guys?
¿Cómo se sintió clasificar a este evento? Clasificaron como 5º, 6º con una muy buena performance. ¿Cómo se sintió eso?
Nosotros. Creo que fue un trabajo muy duro durante 1 mes a 2 meses y medio en Europa. Torneos corridos. Y eso ayudó que tengamos como que varias estrategias que usamos en la Dream League y para poder clasificar directo, ¿no? Y eso se sintió muy como que... ¿Cómo se dice cuando no? Se sintió muy... ¿Cómo decir la palabra? Estaba muy feliz, básicamente. Es como que aliviado. Estaba muy aliviado porque ya no teníamos que jugar clases, ¿no? Es como que invitación directa. Es más mérito, se podría decir, a mi punto de vista.
We were very relieved because we were playing after the qualifications. It was really tough couple of months because we were playing a lot of international tournaments in Europe. So we were constantly practicing and we had a lot of strategies that we could follow to if needed. So it was a really huge relief when we qualified.
That's great. I was really happy for you guys. In terms of this tournament, there's a lot of really good teams here. Do you feel like an underdog? And if so, does it feel like pressure or is it relief that there's less pressure on you?
Hay muchos equipos muy grandes en este torneo. ¿Sientes que son uno de los equipos de abajo que tienen más que demostrar o cómo te sientes al respecto?
Creo que somos capaces de jugarle el tú a cualquiera. Eso.
I think we're able to play on equal footing with every team.
Okay, great. Well, happy to hear that. Good luck in your match.
Buena suerte en tu partida.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Very much looking forward to seeing PTime play here on the stage. As we mentioned at the very start of the day, playing on a stage and playing on an international stage, very different from playing inter-regional qualifiers. So everybody's very excited to see this 2-game series come to life. I have a little bit of a loaded question for you, Seb. And don't take this the wrong way, you know?
I never get offended. People know.
Offlaner on the side of Team Liquid, Ace, one of the oldest players here. We got at 32. We got.
That makes me very old, but it's okay.
We
old
got
at 32.
One of the
That's young. That's very young.
He's gonna lane against one of the youngest players of the tournament in Wits with 18.
Not impressed.
Do you think that? I mean, does that get to your head as the old man?
He's younger. He's faster. No, I don't believe that. I won my first TI at 28. And
That's true.
I think I was much better back then than when I was 18. So
okay.
I'm one of the believers that age don't matter. It's like, I mean, at some point it will matter.
Lacoste, there's still time.
Still time.
Yes.
Yeah, I can go back.
Get to the ground. Like, we're just gonna have a talk. We'll sit down at the PC later in practice, but you might see us tomorrow, who knows. But anyways, no, I do think that it's more about how you manage your time and how you manage your career, how you manage your motivation, your mindset, your mental, how much you practice. Obviously, you know, the older you get, life kind of drags you places it didn't when you were younger. I think it's mostly about that. But if you set your priorities right and you know, if you have your life in order for the older players, and they're really well supported now also by their teams and their organizations. They have people that support them, you know, kind of manage everything they have to manage. There's no reason. I mean, you know, in other fields in sports where the body limitations are there, you see players dominating their fields at almost 40. So Ace has at least 8 years in front of him of domination.
Whoa.
Remix. DJ Sam in the house.
Perfect time.
Wait, maybe that's a good one. Maybe I have a career in DJing. That was good, right?
That was good, yeah.
It was perfect timing. Just have echo the domination. We're gonna find out, of course, if Ace can dominate this game. Previous series, we focused a lot on the mid lane. For obvious reasons. Is that a lane this time as well, Lacoste, that we want to focus on, Nisha versus Dark Mago?
Yeah, there's going to be a question whether Nisha has been playing pubs or no, whether he's been grinding, because the other guys, they have been grinding. I just had to double check the amount of games that they played in the last 3 months, because during the last couple of tournaments, it was still pretty high, because they were playing 2 tournaments at the time, playing the tournament, playing some other qualifiers, playing some online event as well. Frank, for example, he played 135 games professional in the last 3 months.
That's insane.
Yeah,
it's an insane amount of games. I mean, the whole squad probably played the same amount. Maybe someone was missing here and there. But compared to Team Liquid, who has been known to, maybe sometimes take a little bit of a break, a little bit of a prolonged break, if you want to call it. So we'll have to see. When Nisha is in his prime, nobody can touch this guy. So I want to see how this one's going to go, because Dark Mago, he's been very impressive. He looked like a very solid laner, and winning even some of the matchups that he should not be winning.
On the Kunkka.
On the Kunkka especially, yes.
He has a really strong 1 versus 1, but I'm just stuck on what's going to happen on the Ace versus Wits lane. I want the old guy to show the kid how it's done.
I made you biased.
yes, I'm so biased now. I hope Ace, please win your lane, Ace. Please win your lane.
Yeah, we'll see if Ace will win his lane. How important are lanes when it comes to Team Liquid? Because...
Very important.
Very important?
Yeah, I think on a more serious note, for both teams actually. They both have a very snowbally, not that they can play anyway, but they really enjoy being in the driving seat and putting the pressure on their opponent. So they're both going to look to get an early advantage in the laning phase, 100%.
Yeah, if we look at back how Team Liquid played, a bit of a different squad, but same mentality. I think they're playing kind of the same style of Dota, adapted to modern version of Dota with all the changes. They were one of the fastest teams, and you have also Gaming Gladiators players that have been also extremely strong when it comes down closing out the games in like 20 or 30 minutes.
Well, we're going to find out how this series is going to play itself out. But of course, to get this series underway, we need some players. And for that, we are heading to the stage.
Yes, that is the theory of it all. But first, a second here between us, Slacks.
Yo.
Game 1, Falcons dropping the first map in the series. That never happens before.
Yeah, it happens every single time. I thought for once they would show up. I mean, this is the home tournament, the club champions, and they still dog the first one, I hope they figure it out one day. I have no idea what the heck is wrong with them.
It is a tradition, no matter how you do it. But
okay,
we have our second game on our hands. Let's introduce our teams. First up, it's Team Liquid! Second place at the EWC 2025 Club Championship. Top 8 at the Dota 2 stage. They're back on the grind of first place where they left it off in 2024. Only half of them won that one, but they want to make it whole this time around. And Slacks, that's why they're the ones taking it home this time.
Okay, very confident, my friend. Yeah, they did absorb the last squad Gaming Gladiators. That one just so they can win this event. So very excited there. But hey, you know what? Team Liquid's a good team. Don't get me wrong. I would never talk smack to them standing 4 feet in front of them. But I have to say, you cannot underestimate their opponents. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring them out. It's time for P-Time! Ladies and gentlemen, P-Time. Now, let me tell you about this team. They have been holding it in, baby. All right, this team used to be the South American Rejects. Rejects no more. They have come to take some names, because you can hold it as much as you want, but when you gotta go, baby, and it is go time. P-Time is here to show the world that they are more dominant than any Liquid ever before. I am excited to see it.
Very excited. I can tell you're jumping for joy, Slash.
Absolutely. It's like I can't stand still whenever P-Time is here.
Can't hold it together. Anyways, gentlemen, captains, please place your keys in their space. I'll let you go and take your positions. Go ahead. This is our second matchup of the day, and I want to say, as much as Team Liquid are great, I'm always here to root for an underdog.
What, you just switched sides so quick? Fantastic. Well, then I'm on Liquid side then. Liquid is going to flush these kids. They're going down, baby. I believe in it, and I cannot wait to get to this series. Are you ready, sir?
I'm ready to go.
I hope you guys are ready at home as well. Let's head into our second series of the day.
How many puns can we fit into one opening segment? Loving it. Of course, we're ready for Team Liquid versus PTime. Very iconic match already at this point, Seb.
It's only slacks, you know. I had none of these thoughts before, but I will never think of this match ever again the same. So I thank Slack for that.
Lacoste, are you proud?
Very proud of Slack. That was very good. He made me laugh. And I see PTime players immediately getting hydrated. Like they are like, look at Wits, immediately half the bottle down. We saw a bit of a liquid buff as well, or a water buff in TI qualifiers, something that the Davai Lama did pull off. And very important to stay hydrated.
Yep, it is particularly warm in Paris in general. Actually, indoor, the temperature is perfect for Dota, so
yeah,
they're not going to have to struggle with any of that.
They're not. It is very close to having the draft on our screens, and I know it's going to be a brawl. That's kind of implied here with these two teams. Are there a couple of heroes that are extra good at that?
I mean, I guess, I have to think of Clockwork as, it's been
Schofield.
heavily contested in the first series, and I think both these teams are going to be looking at it. Boxy, Schofield, it fits their playstyle perfectly. The Clockworks, the Treants, like these heroes are going to be part of the draft early on. I think we're going to see Snapfire also, of course.
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be big meta changes between what we've seen in the first series and these guys. It's mostly playstyle oriented, where it's going to be quite different.
Yeah, I agree. I think we might be seeing, a bit of a splash, a bit of a touch maybe from South America, but nothing too crazy, even though they can be very creative, but they've also played so many games that they already shown most of their stuff, because like you said, like 100+ games in the last 3 months. So most of the times you are also playing, like you're playing very important matches, you're playing qualifiers for TI, so you're going to be showing your hand. Like you can't really keep hiding your strategies. So I want to see if PTime maybe still has something new to show. I don't think there's going to be too much. I think you played so much Dota that you kind of figured out what's good, what's not, and just stick to the guns that you have been winning with.
Yeah.
No, I think the player that should be targeted the most is probably going to be Wits, because I think he's been the one with the most, the most impressive performances. And I think with the maybe, I don't want to say limited, but he did restrict his hero pool on purpose or not. I'm not able to say. But you think of Wits, you think of SF, Monkey King, Wind Ranger, Necro, Doom, and I don't want to say that's kind of it. He's not getting these heroes in good games for them. That's 100%. So he's gonna have to come up with different things. And we mentioned Frank. I think one thing that's been very impressive with him is his versatility. I've seen him on so many different heroes. I can't even count. So hopefully he can also help with the draft and maybe leave a little bit more space for Wits to pick the hero he wants.
There's one hero that I always love to see Frank on. That's his Enigma, because if they show the safe lane, if they show a hero that can't really be flexed relatively early in the draft, I think this could potentially be exploitable, seeing what this fella on the screen, Schofield, has been playing, and they have some of the nasty combos as well, because this team will play position 4 Tusk if necessary. He will be playing that Clockwork you talked about. They will be flexing like different things. He plays Nyx Assassin, so these even like more melee oriented position 4, something that has been known to do so compared to some other position 4s who are in this meta. You did mention Save in the previous series that he doesn't want to play those, but different mindsets, different type of a player. He is, I would say, slightly more creative, definitely more on the chaotic side as well. So I want to see what he is going to be bringing to the table as well.
Yeah. An early Beast ban, actually. That's already interesting. I mean, Treant and Clock are out. I think 2 pretty wise bans against PTime and their playstyle. So that's not surprising. I'm a little bit more surprised with the Beast ban. I think this one is maybe... I mean, one thing to keep in mind is these teams... It is likely that they've played each other's in scrims in preparation to the tournament, because, and in that case, there could be some sort of insider information of games that have been played already and things they don't want to face anymore.
Look at that respect. The Enigma out to make sure that Frank doesn't get his hands in it, and they'll get their Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, first pick SF, draw ban. I mean, draw is just very strong this meta, so draw ban is never wrong, but actually one of the good matchups and one of the worst matchups, I would say, for SF in this meta, in this patch. So it is sort of protected. I don't think SF is flexed for P-Time. I don't think I've seen Darth Mago play it a lot. So
Not that I remember.
This is almost 100%, position 1 SF.
You are picking Shadow Fiend against Team Liquid. They will Nature's Prophet. This is the NP team, the original NP team. This is how they won TI. And I've been seeing quite a lot of Darkseer as a response as well as... Because you're making that strong illusion out of Shadow. I mean, one of the best illusions you can make. You also have presence of the aura, presence of the Dark Lord. So extra bit of a minus armor. Shadow Fiend dies even quicker. So very good response. And I think, okay, they're just going to ban out Tusk. I was about to say both of the teams could be looking into that hero.
I mean, one thing to mention in this matchup, like SF versus Darkseer, what really important is what happens on the lane. Because SF has an alternative build that I think has been popularized by Pure, which is the Kaya Yasha build into Blink, into BKB.
Yes.
And now you're playing versus a Magic SF, and they transition later into the right click. And actually, that SF is, I would even call it a counter to Darkseer. It feels really bad playing Darkseer against this early Blink BKB Requiem, because all of a sudden your Illus, they just insta-die. It's mostly magic damage. So if SF dominates the Darkseer lane, I think it is a matchup that can go SF's way. So this is why you see the Tusk and the Marcy bans, because Darkseer, in order to beat SF on the lane, he needs to be able to gap close and get on top of him with Ion Shells. Tuskar, Marcy, melee heroes, pairings.
Makes Assassin still available.
Yeah, I think it's less aggressive. It's less aggressive, less efficient versus an SF. Like P-Time definitely banned the top 2.
Yes.
And I mean, you could name Clock, it's also out. So they're running out of options on... Okay, this might be a boxy Earth Spirit. I was going to say, like, they're looking for a melee hero that will play the lane with Darkseer and try to kill SF over and over again, because this is how Darkseer is actually going to beat SF. If he loses the lane to him, I think it's just going to look bad the entire game.
I like this a lot. This Earth Spirit out of the phase, showing that, because you have one of the best throughout Dota history laning partners. So you have Darkseer, so you can make the moves, TP rotate, gate rotate nowadays. And it's also a flex pick, so you can put this Earth Spirit in the mid lane, and P-Time using something that Team Liquid has been abusing throughout their whole careers. Picking this Oracle as a response in some of these more difficult matchups, completely stopping and nullifying what Darkseer and Earth Spirit want to do.
Yeah, that's a very high value pick. It's going to be very good in the lane, very good in the game, even though Earth Spirit, if he wants to get more levels in silence, can turn out to be okay against Oracle, but Oracle favored for sure. I think the scale condition is probably now on P-Time's side so far with what we see. It's going to be interesting to see how Liquid tweaks the draft in order to get the upper hand again.
Also, what you can do with these heroes, something that we have seen more recently, is creep skip. Killing that range creep straight away before lane even meets. So that's one way to do it. People have been doing it before with potentially, Venomancer back when you could, with the fastest, where you could put it on top of your head. And there's the next assassin for P-Time. It's a scouting tool. Schofield's one of the best, if not the best hero, because this is the hero that he can be the most annoying with.
Quick question, are there any other ways to play Darkseer on lane if you don't go for Ion Shell?
No, I don't think so.
So you're kind of just...
Yeah, you have to.
You have to.
I mean, this Darkseer will have to... I don't think he can... I mean, unless they massively outplay them, I think if P-Time plays on par with Liquid with this laning matchup, it will be a farming Darkseer. We're going to look at cutting waves, pulling creeps, stacking camps, and collapsing on the SF when they feel strong enough to do so. So perhaps when Nisha is ready, we don't know what Mike is going to be playing, but perhaps, him having a gate open and being able to collapse. We're not going to see them try to force the issue too much 2 versus 2. I don't think they have the tools to do so. So it's going to be a game of outnumbering and gating and having Nisha rotate.
Something that I've seen, that was pretty much the first time. 33, he does his Darkseer things in the jungle during Chinese qualifiers. Bach and Jin Q, he was playing Mirana position 4, and Darkseer was like jungling from the start up until a point where he got to level 3. So potentially same thing could happen unless they want to be creep skipping. And you can't really punish the creep skip because you have Shadowfiend, which is not a hero that can rotate, doesn't provide you with any kind of slow or stun. And then you have Oracle, who might be trying to like maybe punish it, and then he could be the one getting punished.
I think that's a Frank Viper, right? This is most likely a Viper Nyx lane going up against the Witch Doctor and the Kez.
Yeah, you don't want to be playing melee hero into Witch Doctor, knowing that Frank the tank, you know, any of his hero pool, like any of his heroes could be extremely countered by this Witch Doctor. So most likely just an offlane.
No such thing as tanking versus Maledict, but I think like PTime, they have kind of conceded the team fight scaling. This is a really good Darkseer game for the team fight. I think the Kez matchup versus SF and Viper is also good, but what they have going is heavy laning presence. They have basically better matchups on each lane, in my opinion, and if they execute properly, they can basically stomp both side lanes. So it's going to be important for them to execute this properly if they want their draft to come together.
Yeah. I also am a little worried. Side lanes look strong, but if things go badly for them, nobody can make plays. Maybe Nyx Assassin can, but these are very sluggish heroes. Like Shadowfiend, he doesn't gank. Viper, impossible to gank with. And then you have Oracle. So it's just like very slowish type of a draft, unless this last pick for Dark Mago is going to be something that can make the moves.
Yeah, but yet again, he's going to get counterpicked, right? Because they don't have last pick. Like ultimate last pick is going to be Liquid, so he's kind of restricted in what he can blindly pick, in my opinion, because Nisha is just going to counter. So we'll have to see what he wants. He is a very active mid laner, as you mentioned. He has heroes that are... And he's a hero specialist. And usually hero specialists, they don't really mind having their heroes picked. They've played every matchup like a billion times. So you can pick a Steiny or Kunkka, and he knows he's going to be fine. He knows the way to get out any matchup. So we'll have to see what he goes for. He definitely needs something active.
Yeah, I could be okay with some kind of a Storm pick that could come out for them. They don't really have that much control. There is a bit of a silence. Good duration silence from Earth Spirit, but I could also see potentially Slaughter if they want to amp things up with the Shadowfiend.
I wonder what the Invoker and Sniper bans are for, because these are decent heroes versus Viper, funny enough. So could this be a Viper mid and they pick a new offlaner? Or maybe they're thinking of something else that also is, you know, not happy playing versus Invoker.
Because they have a melee position 4 with Viper, I would just straight up say, and there's a Witch Doctor on the other side, I would just say this is Frank's hero.
Yeah, it for sure. It feels like that. I'm just curious to these bans. Okay, it's a Slaughter. It could be, maybe they're flexing all the way and they're waiting to see Nisha's pick.
Yeah.
And it's either Viper mid or Slaughter mid and vice versa with the offlane.
And they have to keep in mind that Earth Spirit can still go mid as well, so
Correct.
they have to keep their options open.
Well, Earth Spirit, I think, is unhappy versus both
of them, yeah. There was one game where like Viper just completely dominated Earth Spirit. It's almost impossible to play. Like you have literally 30 seconds to do something, and then it gets pretty difficult for you. But really glad that they picked up this Slaughter. I think they needed a Blink Initiator, something that can actually play the game. You also don't care too much about their heroes. You can kind of run away because of the sprint. They have relatively good chase. It's also not an illusion that you're making out of something that you're going to be afraid of. And
there's a
DSF. Okay.
This is the Nature's Prophet. Okay, so most likely... Honestly, it could also be Nisha and Miki could switch things around. It could be a Kez mid Prophet safe lane or vice versa. They've done both. I'm trying to think, what are we going to get? I'm trying to think what's better for them. I think I actually like the Prophet mid a little bit more this game, but I'm not sure if that's what we're going to see.
We are going to... I mean, Miki already picked up the Kez, so I would
it's Prophet
imagine...
mid.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's really cool.
We're going to see the offlane Viper as well.
Offlane Viper, yeah. I like the Prophet mid a lot. I think he will cause a lot of trouble to both Viper and SF on the safe lane. And as we've said, this Darkseer and Earth Spirit, they need help to break this lane. It's going to be on the edge of breaking, and this Darkseer will not get a game until it does. So I love this adaptation from Liquid.
So we kind of feel that PTime has a little bit of an advantage coming out of this draft than Lacoste.
Yeah, I do like the scaling laning stage that they do have, like lane setup. Problem is, Nature's Prophet, he breaks the lanes. Like, this is the hero, especially from the mid lane, because he gets to his level 6 relatively fast, and then anything can happen. And Team Liquid, being the Nature's Prophet team, playing with the Earth Spirit, playing with Darkseer, it could be a little bit tricky for Shadowfiend. We did say it immediately after seeing SF, you know, your Nature's Prophet, he could come in, because winning the CS against Shadowfiend in the lane, not gonna happen.
We're gonna find out. Game 1. Team Liquid versus PTime coming your way with Cap and SVG.
PTime are going to be very dependent on lanes, I think, in this game, Avery, because they're looking at a Nature's Prophet, a Nisha Nature's Prophet mid. Their matchup against Mickey Kez. Meanwhile, they're rocking some very lane dominant heroes. They've got the Viper off lane. I mean, let's just start there. What do you think about that?
Viper off lane?
Yeah, is it that kind of meta? Are we fine to be doing that?
For this team, hell yeah.
Well,
They got Viper players.
If they're going to be doing that, does that mean we're going to see other teams doing it that also run Viper off lane, such as maybe Falcons? Like, if Viper off lane is a thing, then why isn't Amar playing it? You know?
Go ask him. I don't know. I don't know why we don't see him play it more. Genuinely, I think he should be playing it more. I think it's quite viable. It does kind of enable a very specific 4-position hero pool that you want to take advantage of. And I don't know if maybe that's a reason Falcons are staying away from it. Whereas for Schofield, it's like his prime territory. Give me the days. Give me the clock. Give me those melee 4s that are really annoying. And then Viper just enables them super hard, so you get that out of the offlane Viper in those situations. And I think that's a big component of it. You also need the flex potential. That's another reason we might not see it as much. I don't know if, like, for a team like Falcons, they want to flex this Viper around as much as P-Time do, where they'll play it on all their cores and be super happy with it. It's a really scary hero in their hands. We saw in the SATI quals that LGD gave it to them and beat it.
Yes.
It did run into a couple difficulties there, but I still go back to that and say that was a scary draft to give away. It's one thing if you can beat it, like puppy style, I'm going to give you your best hero and beat it. Sure, that's a lot of confidence. You can just construct a draft that makes its life miserable. That game, it was a bunch of summons. It was like Brood, Lyke, and Furion Tricore, I think.
Yeah.
I remember, like, okay, yeah, your Viper's going to have a bad time, right? But you're all in. And that opens up weaknesses in itself. So it's a double-edged sword giving this Viper to a team like this. See what Liquid can deal with it. They did get the Furion against it. Kez can be a hero that dices him up. That said, I almost feel there's more pressure on Liquid to get more done in the lane stage here.
100%.
P-Time. I think P-Time are pretty comfortable going that 40, 50 minute mark with the Nyx getting levels, the SF hitting amped up heroes. If Viper gets to scale, scary lineup to team fight with a lot of farming items on their side. So if I'm Liquid, I want to get the ball rolling. You don't have to crush this laning phase, but I think you want to get that early momentum. Like Furion TPing around with Nature's Prophet ultis, the Darkseers diving people, Ion Shelled Earth Spirits TPing around, going on stuff. You have Witch Doctor to give you some extra damage on top with the Maledict. Kez can play really aggressive on the lane. Like, this is a draft to me that signals kind of that classic Liquid style of quick connections all around the map with map mobility, outnumbering your opponent, just collapsing on people. Don't give them a chance to play a solidified map state. If they can pull that off, then this game could snowball really quickly. You could end up in a game where Liquid are up 10 or 15k at that 20-minute mark.
Okay,
and the game's just over.
So that's where, like, I'm agreeing with everything, but I feel like I'm coming to a different conclusion here. I feel like winning the lanes is more important for P-Time because of the fact that you know Liquid is going to be... You're going to have a numbers advantage because you're Nature's Prophet. You're going to be making those early rotations. And I also think that P-Time supports are not particularly strong early on. They're not very independent
they're not.
supports, right? They aren't going to make anything happen. So I feel like your cores then, in turn, on P-Time, need to win their lanes. They need to be strong off of the laning phase to represent a threat. Otherwise, Liquid's just going to run them over.
I guess that's just the opposite way of looking at the same problem, which is if you fall behind in this game as P-Time, who's doing anything?
Yeah.
Like you have a bunch of static cores that need to farm. You have supports that have no playmaking potential if they're behind on levels. So, yeah, I think we're looking at it from two different perspectives, but the same problem, which is you do not want to let Liquid snowball this game. If they have a 4 or 5k lead at 10 minutes, I feel like they have a 90% chance to win.
For sure.
There's not going to be nowhere to go on the map. That said, P-Time are pretty good at kind of squeaking out of those weird scenarios. Like these players that enjoy playing Nyx Assassin, man, they're dirty. They're not fair players. They're disgusting. They're freaks.
Schofield is...
he's a freak. Well, let's say, like, he enjoys this type of Dota. So, never count him out.
Well, it's going to be a bit of an awkward start. Fortunately, a very good Fortune's End holds back some of those Liquid players there.
You just go to base here? I think you have to just go to base and spend the TP to heal, but he will get there in time for the CS.
They almost got First Blood and 3 bounty runes. Liquid to walk away with just the 3 bounties. Wits has managed to survive and will get a quick heal.
They do kill the range creep bottom, though, uncontested, because the SF had to go to base. I don't know if he's contesting that anyway, but this will open up Equilibrium victory for Liquid in their off lane. For this Darkseer early, that is always nice. It means you can kind of save your mana a little bit more for later. Oh, man, he's just going to get triple raised, though. Is he dead?
Yeah, that's going to be rough with the Fountain regen early on. Wits claims first blood. Ooh. The young gun shows up and immediately pushes back against Liquid's aggression.
I hate Shadow Fiend, and I think every offlane player hates playing against Shadow Fiend. You know, what other hero just 100s to 0 you level 1 because you misstepped by 50 units?
Yep.
That's a reasonable punish. No, it's not a reasonable punish, but Valve thinks it is. You know, take it up with Gabe Newell at valvesoftware.com. You can email him about Shadow Fiend's raises level 1. Until then, you have to play against it. Darkseer is a great answer in the game. They took this counter pick for a reason, and I do like this matchup. But man, you got to be real careful against this hero. He punishes you so hard and so fast. And just like that, he's got 12 Necromastery. Congratulations. You have won the lane, Wits.
And if you can't play close up in the creep wave against an SF, then you're reliant on Ion Shells spamming the wave, but then you're matched up against an Oracle who's going to kill some of those Ion Shells with a Fortune's End. Frank going to be in some trouble here. Turn around, get the kill on Tofu before he goes down. Schofield collects the kill there. Mickey will have some damage done to him here. In fact, Schofield with his boots first.
He's doing a decent amount.
Yeah, he's going to get some damage done. Ace almost dies again.
Struggle in the early portion of this laning phase for Liquid, as we talked about how they want to win the lanes. The question is, can they? Because these 2 side lanes are difficult to win against, right?
No, I think they're guaranteed to lose until the Furion comes into play.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Also, Witch Doctor is a very controversial support.
Yeah.
He generally thrives when he gets to play against a melee offlaner, and that is to me the biggest deal for this hero. If you get to play against a melee offlaner, you're cruising. If you're playing against a range offlaner, your entire game feels different because you just cannot chain kill this guy on lane. You can't abuse his fattiness. Viper is not a fun matchup for the Doctor. He's slow, so you do get to cast your spells on him. Maledict can be decent against this hero in the mid game, but it's way different, and that was that flexibility that PTime had in swapping the Slardar on the Viper. They got to choose which hero went mid here. They opted for this setup. I think the Slardar will suffer for it, but the Viper will do better up here than the Slardar would have. So your 2 side lanes here for PTime, quite formidable until the Furion gets to rotate through, which he's doing quite well mid. 14-7 start for Nisha, taking it to Dark Mago.
He's going to have to. He's going to need to get that faster level 6 and help out his side lanes, which are going to be struggling over time. 18-11 right now for the SF, topping out the CS chart, doing very well for himself. The lowest core, well, that's currently poor Ace. Look at him, 3 CS and a second death on the table. There it goes.
He has nothing. Absolutely decimated. I'm not sure why they didn't just pull waves instantly.
Yeah, why did they try and lane it straight up?
Yeah. I think they felt they were going to get Equilibrium because of the early range creep kill, but because they got all in level 1, it just botched that whole idea. Like, that single misplay really set this whole lane back, and now the issues are compounding. This lane could have gone a lot better for Liquid here. This is one of those replays you watch, and if you're Ace, you're sitting there like, what am I doing? You know,
sure.
I know how to play this lane better. So it's recovery mode for him. 5 CS, and he'll take up to 6.
Tofu will die again. Can Mickey get this kill? It's going to require the Furion to come in, and this is what we were talking about. The Furion rotations making the difference. Some of these heroes, the Viper and the SF, they're comfortable in these 2v2 matchups, but when the extra numbers get brought in, it's trouble.
If Schofield can save the wave up here, which he's doing.
That is beautiful.
He's not going to get pressured. This is fine for P-Time. You're forcing Furion TP up here, but the Viper's not going to miss any CS. It's just an off-lane Viper. He doesn't need some crazy start.
Yeah, that's a move that Liquid has to make, and P-Time are kind of chilling with it, right?
They're okay. It still sucks to give the Furion momentum. That's the worst part of it. So you have to be a little wary of how much Nisha is going to find in this game, because he can bring this lineup together. And of course, the Darkseer, he's just jungling. So this Darkseer will recover in this game. It's one of the faster jungle heroes. He's fine. He will go Helm. That'll help him recover even faster as well.
Another roll in, tempting to catch Schofield. So an abandoned off lane for Liquid. Just all in to try and win. I mean, if you're losing both your side lanes, kind of makes sense.
yeah.
Especially in this day and age where it's like offlaners are going to jungle earlier and earlier.
The issue is an ultimate free farm Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
A hero that can push wave, farm it fast, and do extra camps on top of it incredibly efficiently, uses the levels super well, and is generally a pretty scary hero to give away in the first place. We'll see if this pays off for Liquid in the long run. A scary start to give young Wits here.
Do you think it's the strongest of the turret heroes right now? Ooh, Mickey. He's going to die here. He's going to get as much damage as possible, but the Oracle is obviously free to make rotations because, well, nobody's in the off lane.
Look at this.
The Darkseer showing up for tower defense. Roll in onto Dark Mago. Wits pops out from behind the tree to try and kill Boxy. Boxy is going to be struck by the crush, but Wits got blocked in a little bit. Does manage to move around the treants. Boxy doesn't actually die. The Fortune's End comes in, and Wits comes back into play to claim the kill.
I like that move. We've seen a couple carry players make this SF rotation. The Yatoro one, I think, is the most iconic version of it.
Yep.
At the TI Grand Final. But when this is the power of SF. You give him an absolute free lane, he can just push it in, farm a camp, go for that 6-minute power rune. I feel like this move almost works every time. People just don't think of it. It's not in your mind. And Wits gets a little cleanup there. Does give a little recovery space for Ace down here on the bottom lane. Get some more XP out of this situation. But you lost Mickey top. Could die again up here. That's a level 6 Viper.
Level 6, yeah, that's crazy. He's got that much experience. Mickey doesn't actually die for it, but it pushes Liquid back enough that you secured your Wisdom Shrine. There's no chance of a Furion rotation catching you out there.
They're farming well. I don't know if they're finding all the momentum in this early game they wanted. Still some work to be done there, but they recovered the Darkseer, found a little bit of early action with this Furion. Good enough right now.
Another hero we didn't talk about too much, the Earth Spirit support. Is that another hero that falls into the category of, like, why aren't we seeing more of this?
No, I think he falls in the category of why aren't we seeing less of this? Because this hero's very difficult to execute.
Okay.
I think Boxy is the only person I trust with this right now. Maybe Crit, if he wants to bust it out.
Tofu baiting the Viper Strike, outrolls Boxy, and they will get one kill off of the Nature's Wrath, and Tofu actually survives.
Oh, yeah. Not bad. Not bad at all. Early Legion shield for him, keeping him alive here.
Yeah, literally every little bit. Earn the heal that he had.
I mean, in fact, look at the board. We have 5 neutral items already online for Liquid, 0 for P-Time. This is a huge deal. And that's something that Furion gives you. As he clears through the jungle so fast, he's just kind of farming Madstone for everyone.
Sure, yeah.
It is a big advantage on the map right now.
Never thought about that before.
Oh yeah, Wrath of Nature. That is a great neutral item farming tool. So 5-0 in that early game is a big difference here. It's going to help Liquid try and snowball this a little bit more. Big question will be, do you continue to try and fight into this Viper lane? Do you try and make a move on the SF? They're going to fight into the Viper lane.
I mean, I can't believe that P-Time is just letting them do this. They do bring the Oracle this time around. Maybe that'll be enough. But here comes the Furion, and still, the numbers advantage going the way of Liquid. A 4 versus 3 in this top lane. I feel like P-Time, they got to help this Viper out. He's so strong. You can't let Liquid outnumber you.
It either has to be one of these other 2 cores going there.
That's a good move from Wits. That helps out a lot. They get a small little kill on the Witch Doctor and heal.
The thing is, it's good for his game. It's not really helping the Viper. You're giving, again, empty lane to Darkseer.
Sure.
Kind of surprised Dark Mago didn't want to counterplay one of these moves top, but just a TPN sprint, but he was behind on the lane, behind on levels. It does fall to the Shadow Fiend. Scariest hero on the map right now, for sure. Got to be careful up here if you're P-Time. This is the lane Liquid will attack every time. Boxy doesn't really have anywhere else to go on the map. And you can always bring that Furion connection in, especially if Wrath of Nature is available. A lot of bonus damage. That said, Dark Mago, he's getting some decent tower damage mid with that illusion rune.
Yeah.
Kind of surprising how much he got done there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, certainly not a hero or a setup that you would normally think of, but Dark Mago taking advantage of what he can with Furion being away so often, and the opportune illusion rune, now an amp damage for himself.
And that was, again, SF TPing mid to kind of guard that power rune or look for a counterplay. Those are big investments for Wits. I think he would be probably 500 net worth higher here if he had just sat in that bottom lane. So you're giving a little of your free farm advantage away for the carry to enable the Slardar mid a little bit more, protect him, go into this off lane. That buys time for Viper to farm the safe lane a little bit. Tower's still getting pressured though. That's a catapult wave. Somebody should come and defend this.
Feels like you put too many eggs in this top lane to be able to do that, though.
This is a late TP on the Nyx. Yeah, I think PTime are just reading this map wrong right now. And they're paying some big prices in terms of what this Darkseer is extracting. The Furion's not dying. It's not as if you're running an Isha with Slardar and the side lanes are losing out. Like, you're just kind of losing out on side lanes right now with no pressure going on the map.
Nisha trying to fight the Slardar, but Slardar, I mean, he's baiting it out, but Dark Mago makes the read. He makes a sprint away, but it perhaps is a little bit too late. Boxy's already got some damage. No, he turns around and kills Nisha. And now with the save from the Oracle, he's going to kill Boxy as well. Perfectly played by Dark Mago. And now the Kez is caught out in the bottom lane. P-Time have just changed this entirely as they're going to get very crucial kills around the map, killing the carry and killing the mid. Beautiful stuff.
What a power rune for Dark Mago. That sequence does not even remotely go his way without an amp damage there, putting all that physical into the Furion. That's the matchup too. And that is the one downside of this Furion pick. He does not match up well against the SF Slardar just pounding into him here.
Sure.
I like that mana from Dark Mago. If you're Nisha here, like, you have the teleport support coming in, but you also have to expect something from P-Time to come out here to help him. And that teleport at the end of the silence duration, another crush comes out. That is a very tough fight to take, pay a big price. Especially losing Mickey at the same time. That's just, again, you want to be the one combining your heroes, finding a numbers advantage in this game. Instead, you're getting split up in these separate skirmishes, not where you're going to thrive. It's very hard for Liquid to separately skirmish these P-Time cores. You're not really winning any of those vacuum scenarios.
Trying to set up for this bottom lane. Schofield gets away with the Vendetta. Frank, though, not so lucky.
He got doctored.
He really did.
Solo killed by the Witch Doctor. A lot of people at home watching right now being like, see, I told you, this hero's busted, man.
I mean,
solo killed Viper.
He's making it look good, not just from the damage aspect, but the Buddha Restoration. That's a number of times that they have survived against the damage over time of the Viper because the heal over the time.
I think the team fighting for the Witch Doctor is fine. The lane, I think, can be very good for the Viper, but if you get levels, you can just go in the fight. Your Death Ward's very good against him with the pure damage. Your heal's pretty good against him. You have some nice tools. Back to some stacking here for Liquid. Not the explosive game I would have expected from them with this lineup if they were playing in peak form, but they're doing all right.
Yeah, that's where I feel like I favor P-Time a little bit, just because, okay, they haven't been run over by Liquid so far. They've now got their supports to their level 6s, which is very crucial. Now the game gets, I think, a little bit harder for Liquid to make moves when you've got Schofield Nyx Assassin setting things up. Mickey, a little bit of disjoint there, gets away. How did the Fortune's End just not touch him?
You got Raven's Veil off as it landed, I guess?
Oh, okay, and just instant dispel. Yeah, that makes sense.
Not the easiest gank to connect on here. Do get another power rune for the Slardar, though. That's a nice one. And maybe just attack mid-tower right here, as the Treants will do the job on their own. No deny.
Where's the deny?
Yeah. A little missed opportunity. That's what we like to see.
A farming Earth Spirit with Ion Shell?
Oh, yeah, that's efficient right there. Look at him go.
That is. And he could use it right now because he made some good moves to that top lane, but he has not benefited from it at all. Lowest net worth in the game.
Pretty much what we've seen from most of the Box Hero Spirit games. He does almost nothing in the first 50 minutes, and then...
Look at Tofu trying to make some solo moves all over the map. Now, this one is certainly not going to work with Illusion Ring on Wits, but...
That was ambitious.
What even is the call there? Like,
I think he was potentially expecting a Wrath of Nature or a TP from Nisha, and Nisha looked at it and just went, they're behind that guy. I'm not committing anything. That said, I think it was still probably a rough call.
Tower is under attack.
That's the Witch Doctor, though. The Witch Doctor baits you into plays like that because you think you're a monster.
I'm a support that can kill cores. Not the case here. I mean, he has Manta. He also has Requiem.
I was going to say, maybe
options.
underestimating how big this SF really is. He is a true swagger fiend right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
About to break that 10K marker for net worth. 11-5, 1,000 net worth lead for PTime overall. And things have slowed down for Liquid quite a bit. Feels like they can't really make the same moves. The laning phase collapsed. There's no longer heroes isolated around the map.
And the Schofield gem already on board.
Yep. They love this. This has got to be one of the
game.
earliest ones. I mean, usually you will see it around 20 minutes. This one, 16 minutes, already has it.
I think it's one of the more interesting trends we've seen in the last 6 months that has not really been talked about too much. Like, is this something that other teams should emulate? From a theory standpoint, should you just be buying gem every game at 15 minutes? Because that is what this team is doing.
Yeah.
And it seems to be working out more often than not, which just makes you question, is this the best 900 gold investment for a support this early in the game? When you're playing Dota, it doesn't feel like it is. But then when you watch these games, I feel more often than not, it ends up paying off. Teams just don't have vision. They can't make moves on you. You can farm more aggressively. You can farm more securely. You can split up a little bit more. It's going to pay that net worth back, right? A lot of times they also put it on a Schofield hero that is not that easy to kill.
Yeah. Ace will be caught in the impale. Pulled away by Boxy, kicked out a little bit further, and he'll be good.
He's tanky. He's got a lot of armor with the helm armor, plus early plate mail, plus medallion going into him. Definitely will be able to survive in the middle of these team fights, potentially try and get that SF illusion, put it to work.
That's the value of this supporter spirit. Pretty much needs no net worth to be able to make saves like that, just levels.
Grip will get the job done. That's why we see Boxy go early blink a lot of the times too. You can blink, kick somebody, roll out, and still have a geomagnetic grip. A lot of outplay potential.
It's going to be a while before we see that blink, Mickey.
For sure.
They just saw all those heroes on the other side of the map, so he's probably feeling safe to do this. But sitting on the low ground, he's going to be free money for PTime, who pop out, hit him with the Impale Requiem. Don't tell me he gets away. He does not.
Gem also pretty good against this Kez for some extra gank value, I guess.
That's true.
Not really buying it for that, but hey, take the free value. These supports for PTime. Having a great game, honestly. 0 deaths on Misho, he's level 10. Only the 1 death on the Nyx, also almost level 10. They have all the levels they need.
And now the turret Shadow Fiend will just mow down objectives. Because how does Liquid fight into him?
I don't know.
And they've got that false promise spot.
It's really tough.
Big damage out from the Witch Doctor and
Nice
Earth
find.
Spirit support duo to kill Dark Mago Slardar, so they do get something. That was pretty greedy of Dark Mago to be on that side of the river when they're taking the tier 2 top.
Had an invis rune. Maybe he's thinking it's going to bail him out.
Sure.
Not from the Docta damage. Too much, too fast, too powerful. What a hero. Look at it go.
And Frank is just Viper striking Helmadom creeps off cooldown.
I don't think he's left this bottom lane since he TP'd down here.
Yeah, it
10 minutes ago.
It feels like a pretty weird Viper game at this point. Like, this hero's usually so impactful in the first 20 minutes, and it almost feels like he's been a non-factor, and it's the SF show.
Again, I think PTime has this idea that they're going to scale well here. I don't think they're too worried about scaling. You're a little concerned about the Darks here against the SF if he can get to, Ag's wall territory later, just jump on you, create illusions. This SF illusions hurt. Other than that, though, I think this SF Slaughter are fighting the Kez Furion here for a long time.
Sure. They've got some nice minus armor synergy.
A true classic. The SF will basically come online faster here if nothing happens, so you will have a window to win this game. Your P-time. There's another Dom creep slain in its prime. And the Shard working against it.
Yeah, exactly. The Shard setting up for a spike carapace here, and Ace can only hope that the wall slows down the enemy enough that he can get away. That is not the case.
Oof.
And they are set up, getting a pick off right next to the Tormentor like this. This is going to be very efficient set of moves for P-time.
Early Shard purchase not giving you the result you wanted there. Get an Oracle Shard. All right. Reign of Destiny. Now this has to be like a bottom 10 shard in the game, right?
Yeah, I will. I
mean, what? How has this ever changed the situation? Like the heal amp can be nice if you're playing some sort of super sustained push lineup. I don't know, you have like Huskar or something. But even then, like, does it actually change the situation because you just have Oracle Huskar? It's I ult the dude, right?
Yeah.
Who really cares?
Like we're talking about it. Like normally these situations, it's a win more situation. This is a heal more situation. Like the hero was already going to live. You're just going to heal him a little bit more.
I guess maybe reducing the healing amp on enemies could be good against some lineups. It's a weird shard. I feel like it's... Yeah, whatever. You throw it out every fight, and it's going to do like 100 damage. Congrats. Fast kill into Roshan, though. Liquid, not even close to contesting this.
Nope.
Again, I think this game is going to speed up too fast for them. You're giving this SF the exact type of game he wants.
They keep getting pick off, and that is the gem. So every single time P-time makes one of these objectives moves, somehow Liquid is getting a little something for it.
That's
not to make it favorable for Liquid, but it's something.
Getting gem against Nyx. That is a nice little goodie bag there. Maybe the downside of Schofield going in on this hero in particular.
And it slows down the game a little bit, because I think you're right. This game was snowballing too quickly for them.
Might get Dark Mago bottom, too. Pretty fast smoke play that should connect here.
You've got a Blink Dagger on the Witch Doctor to set this up. The cask, it bounces back to Dark Mago, gets off the BKB, but the damage is done. Blink first, Witch Doctor. Avery, is this the sign of the times? Is this the end?
It might be.
Slax's build is correct.
Well, this build existed before he was doing it.
Sure. I'm just saying.
It is a good item on the hero. Though usually you want cask points. You want 144. Makes the blink a little less value. Still, in those situations, easy kill setup.
Liquid just continuing their pickoff game into playing a bit of rat.
You always have this Furion just to clean out the map. So you can make moves like this.
Yeah, between that and Darkseer, Ion Shell, and Helmadom pushing waves, like they very rarely have to show on creep waves.
For sure. Nice for the Blink Witch Doctor. He's off the map. It's scary.
It's true.
Nisha showdown here.
Yeah, Nisha making a run for it. Force staff up to the high ground, and away he goes. He is fine.
Gotta be careful with where this Nyx is. Linger around these side lanes too long, you get picked off. The map can collapse pretty fast here. Don't think P-time can really force anything with this Aegis, though. You have 3 minutes. I mean, you can just sit there and hit some tier 2s.
Yeah, I mean, Witz was doing some frustrated circling around the mid lane, so I think he was saying consolidate on mid. Let's take this mid tier 2, like, instead of trying to chase these heroes around the map.
I wouldn't mind them smoking Slardar to try and find somebody as the SF hits a tier 2. I think that is the one play you can make here. They're not even going to try for that.
Yeah, is it worth it for P-time to clump up this much?
Not really.
Like,
You're not gaining any advantage.
Tier 2s represent, like, taking a mid-tier 2, is that actually a valuable objective at this point?
It's something. It's a bit more space for your Invis heroes to threaten cores around the map.
Sure.
It'll send the lane in deeper, means Liquid have to respond closer to their base, makes those side lanes a little scarier to push. It adds up a little bit.
They did control it well enough that bottom lane did not get ratted or pushed in, so
you can't hit high ground.
Get back-to-back tier 2s, and yeah, maybe an early high ground to force Liquid into a fight into this Aegis. It's still 1:45.
It's a tanky SF with an Oracle behind him.
Yeah, you said
like 3 minutes on Aegis, you're not sure how much they're going to get out of this, and all of a sudden, P-Time.
They got a decent amount.
Got 2 tier 2s and still some wiggle room.
You just have to always understand that Furion and Darkseer are going to take so much net worth off the map. You're not going to see this net worth grow.
Sure.
It's just impossible. Unless you team wipe them, which that's up to Liquid if they want to take that fight.
And Liquid did move all their heroes back to base.
They
really thought that P-Time was going to commit on that push. More than they did, at least.
See if Wits can just get to a Satanic for free here. If he dies in this game, it'll be very influential in terms of these heroes trying to scale into each other. If he can get to Satanic untouched, he's a beast. I don't know how you kill him, because he's going to have a false promise on top of him.
Yeah, he'll just be able to kind of like stand and deliver against the Kez.
That's a lot of time to sit there and just wail on people.
Yeah.
With a guaranteed second full HP pool of Satanic on top of his false promise. So that is a scary timing for Liquid. You kind of want to strike now. Aegis expiring in 20 seconds. They're on the high ground. That's just not the guy you want to jump with it expiring so close. You do have your Kezags. The old Kez head build.
Move to the other side of the high ground here. Dark Mago does get rolled on. He's going to activate his BKB. Liquid probably knew they were not going to get that. Okay, they still managed to get it. Dark Mago not respecting the Kez bash.
Did you just forget about it or what?
I think maybe he thought he was far enough away.
No, just wait. He thought that. Well, maybe he thought that, but he was wrong.
Is under attack.
And the SF nowhere close to that fight. He was not even TPing to go to that. So P-Time.
Yeah, off of that.
I don't know. Like, they really haven't looked for much in this game. It's been pretty passive, given aggressive potential from the Knicks to set something up, or the SF to look for extra kills with the Silver Edge.
Do you think they should have committed to that high ground push just to force Liquid to fight into them with that Aegis?
I would have looked for it more.
It was low risk, right? Because you have an Oracle behind the SF.
The kickback is annoying.
That's true. Yeah.
Kick into vacuum wall.
Yeah.
I don't know if your Oracle's bailing you out.
That wall is going to be such a big problem for the SF. As time goes on, Frank, who has farmed a decent amount in this game, and yet still lowest net worth core in the game. Kick comes through. Wits activates a Requiem. That's going to put back some of these heroes, but nice vacuum. Hits onto 3. No follow-up to it. Not really much. Mickey's going to commit, though. Commits and gets both the supports. They're down and out. Frank is on the run. TP away, and SF gets caught.
This could be that death.
That is going to be the death that delays out the BKB.
They caught him.
As he opted away from the Satanic.
The gem.
And it's not even done yet. I mean, Dark Mago is hitting away in this little corner here. He's good, but now Liquid, as soon as they win a fight like that, I think it's difficult for Liquid to win team fights, but when they do, they are going to extract so much out of the map.
Oh yeah, it's going to flip this lead entirely. So much time off the map for this SF, who he only needs 1 or 2 deaths in this game to lose it. Great cask. Great dodge on this Requiem. The vacuum was on point. Yeah, you're buying a little time here for supports, but what is it achieving? You're not taking a full team fight here. The starter's not even in this engagement. And there's no ability to turn this around if you don't have the Satanic or the BKB there.
How did they get so deep on the map without Slardar?
Just getting greedy. Again, they're not looking for anything. This game has felt really weird for P-Time. I think they've had a lot more strength than they've shown and been unable to find opportunities. Some of that could be the wave action that's been a nuisance. You have Fury on Darkseer with it. Helm Creep that's been ion shelled. It's a lot of go shove. It's kind of hard to find good targets. Someone has to push these waves out, and you have Viper, Slardar trying to push waves out. Pretty miserable for them. I think that's been a huge factor here.
Oh my, Dark Mago. Well, now he doesn't have a TP. He's going to have to sprint out of here with his BKB. And he gets stuck in this route. Oh no, he's just dead. He's going to make a run for it, but the damage is already done. He's dead for 65 seconds again. Liquid immediately going to smoke up, and they're going to get so much off of the map from this. You cannot afford these kind of pickoffs if you're P-Time. I feel like Liquid you know, they could afford a core pick-off like that every once in a while, but I feel like PTime, that there's no room for error with this kind of lineup.
It's way more debilitating. Also with this Roche potentially spawning, this is not the time to be giving up big core pickoffs.
Boxy finds the Oracle, activates Magnetize, and the Kez is on his way. Furion has already completed the teleport. That's another pickoff. One leads to another. And as you said, Roshan potential spawn time. It's also going to be a window where Liquid can finish their BKBs. Got him on the spike carapace into the Viper Strike, into the Requiem. Beautiful stuff. Mickey not respecting the trio of playtime.
Really not respecting where these heroes were on the map. Maybe just assuming they're not going to all be sitting in base, not farming, right? Well, they were, and they got your ass. So some momentum being shifted away from this Liquid sequence that was doing a lot for them. And again, the Roche spawn. Like, this is all during potential Roche spawn. Dangerous time to be bleeding big core kills around the map. Will buy time for PTime to regroup here. Was BKB for Wits instead of that Satanic? I think that's also a fine choice here. Again, you can kind of go for anything if you have this Oracle behind you that's protected. No Butterfly, though.
I mean, it still kind of means this wall of replicas a problem.
Yes.
Radiant are scanning.
See what Ace can do. We're still working towards the Ags. That'll be next on the menu here.
Extra initiation. The Earth Spirit has the Blink Dagger, and we were getting BKBs on Liquid. Who has completed their BKB? I saw the Darkseer got it. Does Kez have his?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Triple BKB available for Liquid. They're going to smoke with it. They can absolutely just man up in a fight, particularly if they get on top of the SF early, get that illusion.
He's have the Slardar, but the Slardar, he's going to be the one jumped on. Forced to use an early BKB, not able to stand and fight. That is a little bit rough. Now Frank is going to be kicked back. Now Force Staff back up to the high ground. Another Force Staff trying to keep him away. Boxy rolls in after him, gets the roll in onto the next assassin of Silence. Onto the SF, which tries to stop him, but now he's been put into the wall. They have BKB from Ace, and he resets a little bit. Lets the SF illusion go to work. Wits pops the Requiem, tries to go for a TP away, and they have to save the false promise. He will heal up in the fountain. But you could see once that wall catches the SF, PTime, there's just not a great way for them to take that fight.
That was a very concerning sequence for them. They had no answer to Mickey just charging through the team fight. Getting so much value out of this Ags damage leader by a decent margin there. And now you're going to take some buildings.
Oh, nice kickback, Wits. Force that forward. Mickey chases after him. Mickey taking a lot of damage. Mickey underestimates the damage to the SF. And the SF now fighting Nisha, but unfortunately there's too many threats for him to handle it alone, and alone he was.
That's where you wish you had that Satanic over the BKB, or both. You don't have that Oracle behind you. You can't fight both these carries on your own. Full AC done for Nisha. He is a beast in this right-click battle.
And this is where, like, especially during the triple BKB pickup, you needed your Slardar to be a threat.
Yes.
Right? You needed your Slardar to be able to, okay, they pop BKB, but I can still kill that hero anyway because I'm Slardar. But he hasn't been a threat at all. He's been jumped most of the time in these fights, either being picked off or chased away. And then the SF is left with very little support as a result.
Really reminds me of the games that LGD played against PTime in that SA qualifier. Like,
yep.
There's these go shove rat action heroes slowing the game down, pushing the lanes in against these kind of clunky cores that PTime can't connect, can't find pickoffs with because the map's just never in a good state. The game gets stalled out. They miss that mid-game timing where they're super strong. They never get a fight during that Aegis window. And Liquid can scale. And they're getting more off the map. Every time they find a kill, that lead is growing. Whereas every time PTime finds a kill, they can't do anything with it.
Schofield trying to vendetta away, but there are too many heroes surrounding the area.
You lost 2 gems at this point. The map is not easy to play for this Nyx Assassin.
That's also a pretty massive net worth exchange.
Yes.
Liquid up 13K with the Tormentor to be done. Give it to Tofu. Nice little shard for him. And the Slardar continues to have issues in this matchup. He seemingly can't have a Quelling Blade in his inventory. Feels like his other items are too important, so every Sprout is just debilitating.
We'll have to go Harpoon or something.
Yeah, he really needs a way out of this.
Liquid on the hunt, find Frank.
These pickoffs are just mounting up. It's one after the other. The Earth Spirit and Nature's Prophet are moving faster and faster around the map. And they've got the damage follow through with the Kez Mickey.
Catch is just so long range for them. That's what Earth Spirit always gives you from the support roll. Roll plus blink and you just stun somebody, kick them back. It's going to work every time. Lead up to 15k now. Satanic is done for the Shadow Fiend, so you might have to worry about his sustain in the fight. If some of these amps can land, he can do some big DPS still. But otherwise, you're...
I mean, it's got to be coordinated with the Slardar at this point.
Yes.
There's too much armor on Nisha. They got to make this kill faster. And he, of course, has the Aegis and is threatening P-Time, saying, you have to go on me. Otherwise, I'm going to take all the buildings.
Trying to wait for the Viper here. Maybe start on somebody under this ward. They see the Darkseer.
Trying to chase after Ace here. Got off the wall, so no fast kill there. Furion jumps to the other side, kills the Nyx Assassin. Now the Nature's Wrath is going out. Now the pickoffs are coming in faster and faster. The damage is ramping up from Liquid. They're able to focus down the Slardar rather easily, while it's becoming harder and harder for P-Time to get any kills in these fights.
Yeah, the SF's scary, but nobody else in this lineup is really doing anything to contest the ball right now. Don't have enough burst damage on that Nyx stun. You split your targets between the Darkseer and the Kez there. P-Time not even sure who's the bigger threat. Do you want to take the Darkseer out so the fight's open for the SF, or do you have to take this Kez out because he's just man-fighting everybody? Not to mention this Furion's the most out of control.
Yeah.
Sick timing here from Liquid. Split the map, didn't give any bad pickups up, and all of a sudden feel uncontestable in the team fight. A nice abuse against these static cores that P-Time really enjoy playing, really enjoy sitting on the lanes and farming with, but you're just fighting ghosts, you're fighting treants, you're fighting ion shells, you're fighting a Kez who can pick his moments to join in this game.
Mega creeps, P-Time. I mean, it's going to need one hell of a Hail Mary to come back from a Mega creeps by 38 minutes.
Very difficult with this lineup, too. You just don't have the wave shot. That was a problem all game against Vegas. That's even worse. Still a minute on the clock here for Nisha's Aegis. Would be surprised if Liquid don't try and just force it in here.
Make the jump, get a BKB from the Slardar, reset a little bit. And then catch him inside the Sprout, and all he can do is BKB teleport away again. Gets caught the vacuum, a 4-man vacuum into the wall. Beautiful stuff. They have the SF illusion. Wits is barely winning that fight and will lose it once the rest of the team of Liquid comes into 4.
Game is just over. Too much sustain, too much damage in the tank. Liquid just go straight for the throne. Man, what a mid-game timing this lineup hit. Kind of came out of nowhere. Felt like P-Time had moments, or at least a window in that game to take more of the map than they did, but they couldn't find anybody. This is another one of those games I go back to this gem purchase on the Nyx. Like, is this the type of game you needed? What did it really do? Liquid are just dodging you. Maybe you kill a few wards, but if you have an early Blink Dagger, or if you can play more aggressive with the Nyx because you're not worried about losing gem if you get caught, I think this is a game where you should have been hyper-aggressive, been deadening down side lanes, trying to fight anybody. The Slardar should be threatening heroes around the map, running at people, using the river move speed, trying to find this Furion, trying to find the Kez, abusing the fact your SF can push lane solo, no one's going to contest him, you have this early Aegis. We didn't really see that aggression level from P-Time that I'm used to seeing in a game with these kind of heroes, and you're just getting ratted. You're getting outscaled. The Darkseer Ags will eventually arrive, and then your SF cannot win the late game team fight. So what are you really playing for down the stretch here if you're not finding good core pickoffs? It just felt like a sleepy game to me.
No, I think you were exactly on the money in comparing it to that Game 2 from the SA qualifiers. It just, time and time again, P-Time, they've shown they are a team that wants to be able to, they want to scrap. They want to fight early on. And these lineups that dodge the fights in that 15 to 25 minute marker, they always just seem to have an issue with that. They can't seem to...
I agree.
Go from taking these objectives to being in a position to force the enemy team to fight you. And I think I just go back to that high ground push, right? Maybe it's not necessarily, maybe you shouldn't go for the high ground push, but there's got to be some other way that you can get Liquid to fight you when you're strong.
I guess my question is, if you're not going high ground at that point in the game, not that you have to, but if you're not confident enough to do it and kind of see what happens, this game's going to get rough for you, I think. Because I think stylistically, this type of lineup is supposed to be able to do that against Liquids. Like, you don't want to go to their base and then say, all right, let's back off their base and go back into try and catch the rats mode.
Sure.
Why do you want to go back into that mode, right? You want to bring Liquid to you and 5v5 them. So I feel like that was a missed opportunity, and maybe you have to look back on this game and just full send it.
And P-Time going to have to correct these mistakes that keep cropping up. As we head into game 2, let's go back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SPG, and we're gonna break that game down because a lot of things happened. First things first, though. Point got proven.
I mean, I
Ace
think so. I don't know.
successful.
Whose throne got taken down here?
Exactly. Point proven. He's fine.
Nice.
He's good.
Great career ahead for Ace. You'd love to see it.
No, it was a close one still. I mean, we saw, of course, the start of the game. P-Time did really well, couldn't keep up that momentum, and then Liquid, I think a lot of Liquid fans are relieved right now because sometimes they continue that way the start went, and sometimes they do reach that moment that we saw happening here, Lacoste.
Yeah, we kind of knew it was going to be very skirmishy at the start, that they're going to be trying to get that little bit of advantage early on, knowing that none of the teams are going to back down, and at the early stages of the game, P-Time, they played extremely well, and there were a couple of moves that I wanted to highlight, showing that potentially, you know, they can be winning some of these earlier fights because of they outnumbered the opponents, or we are going to be able to, you know, see the clip, I believe, shortly, but
we'll see when the technology
we'll see when
helps us out.
technology is ready, but let's just go back real quick. And they are making a move. They're already killing Mickey in the mid lane, and what impresses me the most is this rotation coming out from Shadowfiend. Like 6 minutes in, he's hiding in the fog, making sure that he's checking the rune for his mid laner, knowing how important it is, knowing that there's going to be a rotation coming out from Boxy, and he wanted to leave him the last hit on Wits, and he didn't have enough. He got afraid of Treants, and then very good rotation coming out from El Micho, making sure that they are getting a kill. And there's going to be another clip as well. This is the double kill. Dark Mago being the one who's squaring up, pops that amplified damage, and El Misha or El Micho. In this one, it's going to be him getting on the top because, of course, another rotation coming up from him, gets that ulti, and they are making moves on two different sides of the map like twice, which I really respect, because this time around it was Mickey who tried to backstab while something else is happening on the map. So this shows that P-Time, they have a very good understanding on the map, what's going to happen. A lot of the times you see in these like very close engagements that you get a kill, you get a very important kill, and on the other side, they are going to punish that immediately. This time around, in the early stages of the game, they were very ahead of Team Liquid.
They were, but then they weren't.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, that's what happens in Dota. I think one thing that was mentioned by the casters, which I very much agree with, is Liquid have a lot of what we call ghost push in Dota. What that is having the ability to push waves without committing like heroes, basically, without being at threat of getting killed by a slaughter jump or Nyx chasing you down. So you want to think of Nature's Prophet ulti being spammed on cooldown. We saw Ace buying Helm of the Dom, putting an Ion Shell on that creep and having the creep deal with waves while he's farming in a safer place. So from P-Time's perspective, like, they have waves going into them constantly, like being shoved into them by the Earth Spirit, even the Kez is really good at doing so. Like, he's just gonna click Q spell on the wave and then get away. He has an ulti, he clicks Manta, for instance, and has his Manta illusions deal with the wave. So they're always dealing with waves. They never get to really push out the waves and get to the Liquid side of the map and set up a good fight for themselves. So Liquid is able to just delay the game for as much as they want. I think it's up to P-Time to kind of learn from what happened, maybe itemize a little bit differently, maybe play the map a little bit, or maybe choose heroes also differently, because Liquid is too experienced to fall for this heavily, skirmishy playstyle. It's like they will fight you when they know that they can. You're not going to force them to fight you if they don't want to, unless you have the tools to do so. And this is where I feel it lacked a little bit in the draft. It was a little bit too one-dimensional from PTime, where they're expecting Liquid to play their game, but they don't really have the tools to force them to. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it was kind of Slardar who needed to find the kill, or Nyx Assassin. A lot of the times, like at the later portions of the game, 25-minute plus, you would see Team Liquid understanding what needs to be done. Instead of taking these fights that they don't want to be taking, they are the ones ganking Slardar and then getting extra bit of a farm, knowing that they can't really take the fight because they're very limited in terms of lockdown, how they can start a fight. There was a big fight 27-28 minutes in the Team Liquid's triangle where they were kind of not keeping the tight formation on side of PTime, and after that it seemed that they kind of lost it. Maybe Ace struggled the first couple of levels, but later on all he has to do get some 2-3 man vacuum walls that he did manage to pull off a couple of times, make illusion out of Shadowfin, and from that it's kind of easy peasy.
When you're 32, the body takes a little bit longer to kind of so getting his hands warmed up, like at the beginning it's really hard to keep the mouse in his hands and get the last hits, but eventually took him a good 20 minutes and then he could play the game.
He was counterpicked as well, so it makes sense that he needs a little bit longer.
No, but I mean, one thing also to mention is the Oracle. I think Oracle pick was great, but you are picking Oracle versus the Oracle team. They know exactly how to counter it, and all of a sudden you're playing versus a Kez, which actually I didn't think of it when I was, looking at the draft, but Kez is amazing at fighting Oracle. Just click ulti, all of a sudden you get vision of him. You're very mobile as a carry to get on top of him. Same with Prophet Shards. They had so many ways to get on top of the Oracle and know his position and force him into bad ultis, basically. So I really like Liquid's approach to dealing with the hero.
I also think we saw not that much of Kez until he was online, and then he was just Kezing it up the whole time. I feel like we saw PTime address the safe lane, like their safe lane and the mid lane, but the top lane,
off lane, like in theory it's kind of okay-ish, because if you're getting initiation, they killed him 2-3 times early on. Really like the build from Mickey, where he was not going for Deso, understanding that he has an H prop, he doesn't necessarily need to scale Mage Lair into second item Manta style, just so that he can dodge the Viper Strike instead of going for super expensive Lincoln Sphere, which is kind of guaranteed, but you can also, throw any spell. So holding that Manta style just to dodge the Viper Strike, which can be very annoying for him. And then later on, he has a pretty smooth cruising, getting that Aghanim Scepter afterwards. So completely skipping Deso, which I think was a correct choice, understanding that he just needs to be more survivable rather than being the damage dealer. Like we've seen with Amar in that game number 1 that he played, he basically had 4 defensive items. Even though they lost that game, it still looked pretty okay-ish.
I think when you're Mickey, Manta is also guaranteed to dodge Viper Strike.
Yeah.
It doesn't apply to every one of us, but it applies to him, thankfully.
So PTime did a pretty good job in the first 10-15 minutes. Obviously, that's nice, but that's not what they want. They want to have the full game under their wing. Like, how are they gonna try to make Liquid fall for their skirmishy style? Because we just saw that didn't work. So where are they gonna go from here?
I mean, they can, but they also need to factor in. They need to learn from that game, and I think they maybe don't have also as much experience versus like the top teams. And what I mean by the top teams is, we've talked about it. Like Liquid, they have an insane amount of experience. They've met teams like PTimes many times. They've lost to them. They've learned from these losses, and they now know how to deal with them. And now it's PTimes' time to learn and maybe make a little bit of adjustments in the draft. It could be, you have heroes, for instance, like I'm gonna say Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker is a hero. He will fix lanes. He doesn't need. He will globally connect to your skirmishes on their side of the map while fixing the waves that are pushing into you. That is a way, for instance, to force Liquid into fights. And there are tools in Dota. I think they just need to balance it out a little bit more. With Slardar, Viper, SF, it doesn't cut it. To me, the Viper was. It was a good pick. It did its job, but in the bigger picture of how the game was going to develop and did indeed develop, it was a burden more than anything else.
Yeah, this was the first time for PTime to go up against Team Liquid, so they might also themselves have learned a lot of lessons from that game. A lot of time to talk about it as well, to be able to recover, because it's a 2-game series. We're going to have Game 2, of course, coming your way soon, but first, we are going to check in with Purge and Ace, and then afterwards also check in with Chris.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play.
Do you think they'll make a football stadium like that, floating about?
Hey there, I'm here with Team Liquid's Ace. Ace, how you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, great. You guys have been a little bit up and down over the last couple of months, which isn't like super different than normal Team Liquid, but you've had some great results in the past too. What's your confidence level for this tournament?
I think our bootcamp has been going pretty great. I think we have some pretty good stuff going, and like the vibe is good. So like I'm pretty confident. Like we can do good.
Sorry, what was that?
I said, yeah, we can do good.
So in terms of patches, obviously, yes, the winning strats are going to get nerfed. But what about just teams taking your strategies? Do you feel like the game's moving faster than it ever has because teams are just better at learning from each other?
Yeah, like if you come up with something like that is really good, it's gonna get stolen like after one game. You know it's coming for you. But like you still have the edge of like you came up with it, you really understand it. So if people want to use your strats, you're still like ahead of them in a way.
All right, cool. Well, thanks for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
Thank you, man.
I managed to find somebody else who's actually doing some work around here, apparently so at least. Anyway, I'm here with Glitter. We are watching Apex currently right now. We are very much at the Qiddiya City grid. It's very loud over here, Lauren, to be honest with you, but you're only a few games in. What's going on with your game right now in Apex?
Yeah, I mean, we've just barely started, but already we've gotten a Wolves win in match number 1, then a Falcons win in match number 2, a team favorite, I think, and then match number 3 was a Gaming Gladiators win, but that sounds less cool than it actually is because Gaming Gladiators have gotten their win, but they were also 4th place in match number 1, 2nd place in match number 2, and then got the win. So right now they are the top of the leaderboard.
So not too much of a surprise to see Falcons already with a pretty strong start overall. Didn't necessarily go the same way for them in Dota, but they're the ones who are probably going to be favorites of the Club Championship again.
Yeah, and we were talking about them a lot today too because everybody is pulling for them in Apex. They are a very popular team in this game. So no surprise that not only they're doing well, but that it's already happening in the group stage because we still have a lot of Apex left to play.
Lots left to play. There's a lot. We've got 7 more weeks at this point, but we only have our first week here of Apex. Only a few more days to go. Thank you very much, Lauren. We'll check back in with you probably plenty more times. I'll text you. Yeah, well, guys, that's it. That's everything that's going on over here. We'll go back and see how Dota is going.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
We are getting back into it with Team Liquid versus PTime. Game number 2 coming your way shortly as the players are already ready to go. Adjustments. That's what we're going to be talking about here. We already talked a little bit about what we want to see coming out of PlayTime. I want to also talk about Team Liquid and how they might want to adjust, because those first 10-15 minutes for them, sure, they won the game and they were fine, but can't have been fun, Seb.
Hand warmers, maybe. Like,
you think so?
Probably a good adjustment. Like, I think they started a little bit slow. It looked like a slow start. I think it looked like a slow start. I don't think it was supposed to look as grim as it did. Even though maybe it didn't look that grim, but I'm mostly thinking actually of the off lane. I think Darcia had a really rough start. I don't think it's supposed to be that rough. It was a losing lane, 100%. But there are ways to play that lane where you kind of damage control a little bit more. It could have just been, kind of getting in the groove of no matter how many tournaments you play, you come to a new stage, you get started with the tournament. It takes a little bit of adjustment also. Like, I think it's normal. I don't want to call it a warm-up, but it kind of was.
Maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little bit. I think it's okay. Like, these tournaments are like marathons. You're going to have to play a lot of games against a lot of different teams. It's okay to start a little bit slower as long as you peak when you're supposed to. So I don't think there's much to change for Liquid, to be honest. I think they just need to keep on kind of riding the wave that they just have set for themselves.
Yeah, we were talking about the idea of potentially pulling the second wave with the Earth Spirit or just starting jungle with the Darkseer and then coming back to a lane. You did mention like damage control. Maybe it could have been a bit more disastrous. I mean, a lot of the times you have this one lane and then the problem from that lane starts to bleed into other lanes. It did kind of happen, but not completely. They did manage to salvage some of the issues as well inside of Team Liquid, understanding and dodging some of the fights. I also feel like PlayTime, they didn't really want to pick Viper in this situation. They got kind of forced into it or baited, whatever you want to call it, because they picked Kez and Witch Doctor on 16 and 17, and then they had the last pick on 18, and they're like, yeah, we don't want to be laning. Like, I don't want to be playing any kind of like Centaur, anything that is supposed to be tanky, but against the stacking damage from Maledict and from Kez, it's just going to be way too much. You throw in Blood Grenade, you're going to die pretty much from 100 to 0. They opted to go for something that is more like lane winning. It did work well, but also in the mid game, this is a type of a hero that you can't be making mistakes. It's very high risk, high reward type of a hero.
Yeah, we're going to see the adjustments proper because we have a very similar situation. Of course, the sides and the pick order are the same. The biggest difference, Nature's Prophet, now respected and banned. Instantly Draw Ranger that then gets let through, picked up by Team Liquid, who has banned out the same heroes so far. And we also already have some second phase bans coming out with the Darkseer and the Undying, where previous game it was Tusk and Marcy.
Right. I mean, the reason for Tusk and Marcy previous game was because the Darkseer has been picked up already, and as we've mentioned, these were the only two heroes that could salvage a Darkseer versus SF lane. I think now on PlayTime, their kind of dilemma was, do we get preemptively rid of the Tusk and the Marcy, and then if they pick, then the Darkseer is not pickable, but it's just better to ban the Darkseer. Now you're killing their strategy at the cost of one ban instead of two bans. So I think it's an obvious and smart choice on their side. Draw versus SF, good matchup for Draw. I think a little bit worrisome for the SF because you're never going to scale into a Draw Ranger. She will have the scaling on her side, and it's not that easy to kind of mess with each other's in the early game. SF is not a great gate hero unless he's absolutely dominating. Yeah, so that is a good answer also to the SF. Something we've seen a lot. Axe, for obvious reasons, you claw, with Blink Blade Mill and an Axe called, you kill SF throughout the entire game.
Yeah,
let's see if PlayTime has a way
answer,
to. Yeah.
I think Tusk. I think you want to be having save once Axe jumps in. So Snowball save, very good against closing the gap against the Draw Ranger. She can kind of suffer in the lane if you are having a bit of a stronger laner with the shards block, if you can get on top of her, depending which kind of a position 5 Team Liquid is going to be picking. But big fan of Axe in this patch, previous patches as well. The hero just does the thing. Doesn't matter if it's a bad game for him, he's going to find farm no matter what.
I like the Tusk suggestion. I think it's a great pick against both these heroes. Great pairing with SF also. Definitely something they could be looking at. And I'm trying to think what they would want for the safe lane. I mean, they could also run the Tusk on the safe lane, but it's also good against Draw.
Yeah.
You definitely need to give SF a little bit more protection against an Axe +1 lane. It can get really scary for SF to go there. Yeah, there is the Tusk. Great pick, great pairing. So far, so good for PlayTime.
Important question. Do we think that Axe will have the automaton skin?
Very important, yeah.
Hopefully he has it.
Yeah.
I think it's the main reason for why you'd want Axe, honestly. I think there's nothing else players play for They're only here for skins and cosmetics, come on, let's be honest. So we're going to see Axe. What else was there? Morphling, probably. There's going to be a Morphling out there.
A Morphling, a Legion Commander.
Bristleback set looks cool.
Oh, we already saw the Oracle, but it wasn't. He didn't have the Oracle.
He didn't have it, but that's probably why he lost. Like, no motivation, bored.
Tough luck.
Bored to play. The Bristleback, the first time I saw it, I couldn't even tell which hero it was. I had to go back to the treasure and be like, what hero am I playing?
Yeah, there are a couple of those that are very difficult to understand. Whoa, okay, Wind Ranger.
Yeah, that's a boxy specialty. I think he's very comfortable on the hero. It is very good against Tusk. You're never going to get threatened as Wind Ranger. You can play very aggressive on the lane. Essentially, you can right-click the SF as much as you want because you're not going to care about tag team or Ice Shard. You're way too fast for that. So good pairing with the Axe also. Brings a lot of damage on the Axe call. Secures the Axe to get his ulti off. Really good stacker. Also something people kind of forget, but it's easy to stack with Wind Ranger without actually being there, like from a long distance. So yeah, great combo, Wind Ranger Axe. It's a classic.
Also, Wind Ranger just being that very annoying position 4 plus Axe on top of that with the battle hunger, it makes it almost impossible for position 5 to trade in the lane against it. Whether that's going to be Tusk, whether that's going to be Hoodwink, they can't, like, Schofield plays both of these heroes, so he can flex it depending what the other lanes are going to be looking like. Most of the time you want to have Tusk in the lane because of the snowball save potential and also like the block, the slow. It just is that melee body that a lot of the times he does need.
What's interesting with the Axe pick is that it also acts as a deny pick for P-Time, because they could have wanted the Axe against the draw. Because I'm trying to think what's good for Frank against draw. You're thinking Centaur, it's out. You're thinking Beast, it's out. Axe has been picked. Darkseer's banned too. The options are kind of running low.
Omni Knight thoughts?
Played it twice during last Blast Slam. Didn't win a single game.
Okay.
Another melee body. I think this also could have been Marcy instead, because you can throw people off the shards, but maybe they think we need extra bit of protection against Shadowfiend. With the Guardian Angel, it does feel pretty nice, great against Tusk as well.
I kind of like Omni. I think I don't know if we'll see. I might be proven wrong, but maybe the stat doesn't really reflect. I can't remember which teams played it and how these games went, but I think the hero has some potential. It's a really strong laner. It's kind of hard to kick him out of the lane, and he acts as a body for the carry, and getting through the Omni already takes a lot of resources from the offlaners. But I mainly like Omni if he can play well with his mid laner. So, Nisha is going to have the last pick here. So hopefully he can pick something impactful that will use the Omni spells, basically, like the heal, the repel. You want to keep your third spell at level 1, obviously, with Omni when you play on support. And Nisha's going to have also the luxury of seeing his matchup. It could be like something like a Slaughter mid that runs around with Omni repel and heals. It's going to be terrifying to play against for P-Time. Slaughter, Amber, you name it. But I'm hoping for something that will use the Omni spells.
Yeah, I think this is fine, because Omni as a position 5 doesn't really make any kind of play. He just needs to be in the right place at the right time. Wind Ranger also doesn't make that many plays. Draw Ranger wants to sit and farm until she gets the items. So having Axe on the team fixes a lot of these issues, knowing that you have a guy who can blink initiate, something that goes through debuff immunity later on, something that can actually make easier way for you to play Dota. That's why I'm a big fan of Axe, and banning out the Void Spirit. I don't think I've seen a single Void Spirit from the game that I've been covering in the Chinese and European qualifiers. This hero just doesn't seem that good.
Yeah, and I don't think it would have been the best, to be honest, for Liquid. I think they're looking for something a little bit more explosive with more damage.
Yes.
Again, that will have Omni to back him up, so it is a hero that will be extra buffed. Slaughter, Storm Spirit, these kind of heroes that are gonna, if you don't stop them, you have a big problem, basically. And this is when the Omni and the Wind Ranger will shine, because what they bring is like extra support.
Yeah, and prior to this game, you talked about potentially Dawnbreaker coming through, easier way to play Dota. It would fit in very nicely after seeing Axe. It's one of the heroes that he really hates to play into, because a lot of the times you want to have that extra bit of just damage that you need to dunk she negates all of that damage, and she's into that fight. The pre-BKB comes in with the ulti, stuns you. You know that the teams are going to be grouping around your call, so very good ban from Liquid.
There's very little options for Frank. I think maybe Underlord is the only one I can think of, but I don't think it's great. I think scaling against draw and being able to frontline against draw is not really a thing. I wonder what he's going to be looking at. They lack a little bit of gap close, in my opinion, because...
Yeah, Centaur maybe?
Centaur has been banned.
He's been banned, never mind then.
A lot of options are kind of out of the tape. There is Lycan, actually, that we've mentioned. Very good against draw. It's still in the pool. Okay, he's going to go for Primal Beast. All right, it's a pretty good pick, to be honest. I kind of wonder how the lane is going to go. I think doesn't really stop Primal Beast. Right?
No, I think you need an earlier point in Gust just to make sure that you can push him back, because it's all about Primal's stand. Like, he needs to be on top of you. A lot of the times when you see Primal on 23-24, it seems like a good game for it. Not the best against Wind Ranger. And Nisha, he's just going to keep things simple. Pick up Storm Spirit in this matchup. You got to be aware of this long duration silence from Earth Spirit. 3.5 seconds when it's maxed out. We were seeing them maxing out the silence 4-1-4 build, keeping 1 point in roll only, and you can definitely die.
He does have Omni to help him out, so perhaps that will change it, but definitely needs to not lower his guard too much. It's easy to die. They have so much lockdown on P-Time. It's not a free Storm game by any means, but he has a good lane. I do think that he has the upper hand in the early game thanks to the Omni. So, yeah, and I mean, eventually there is the draw aura that's going to benefit the Storm. It does right-click a lot at the end of the day. I think the scaling is, I would say, very much on Liquid side with Storm and draw. These are two heroes that will take over the late game. But P-Time, again, they have their trademark. It's a very explosive draft. They can bring the heat on every corner of the map this game.
Do we feel that, because I know Schofield is of course more comfortable on the Tusk and Amisha more comfortable on the Hoodwink. They're fine swapping lanes, right? Because you'd still want the Shadow Fiend to lane with the Tusk, surely.
I mean, you could think like that, but at the same time, I think they're also happy with having the Hoodwink, because the matchup for Tusk versus Wind Ranger is not as good as it is for Hoodwink. I think Hoodwink can trade very easily with Wind Ranger. The Hoodwink spells also ignore the win round, so I'm actually kind of happy to see Hoodwink SF safe lane.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to be like this as well, because we talked about Tusk being very good against Drow Ranger, block her off. This lane is a bit of a question mark for me, whether they're going to be able to get the most out of it, because Primal Beast, this hero from the off lane, he needs to have a perfect setup. A lot of the times he does have a bit of a slower start, so I want to see how much he's going to be able to get out of the lane, because if he gets right-clicked by Drow Ranger, Omni Knight, it's a lot of damage that he's taking early on, and he can't really punch back. He doesn't have any spells, like his Onslaught or Trample level 1 isn't really a spell that you're going to be using to try to get the trade-off. Also, not too much synergy with the attack speed that he does have with the tag team, because his base attack time is pretty abysmal. It's like tiny we're talking about.
What's the lane that P-Time wants to get their main advantage of to play through, considering we do know that they want to set that high tempo?
It's the same as the SF lane again. Like, keep the axe shut down as much as you can. Make sure the blade mill and the blink come as late as possible so that your SF can do what he did in the first game. If he has if he accelerates, he's able to connect to gate, he can bring a lot of issues. The off lane, the Tusk Primal, they're going to look to cut waves, get their levels, and eventually hit their timings. And again, the mid lane. Whenever you see spirits, mid lane is a big question mark. Anything can happen. Who gets the runes? Who gets sticks first?
Let's find out how game number 2 plays itself out with Cap and SPG.
P-Time looking to come back in this series and force a draw against Liquid. Liquid, though, coming into this lineup in Game 2 with a very, very potent hero pick. They got the Drow Ranger, Avery. Should any team be giving up this hero right now?
That will be a good question for the tournament as we go farther in. I think there are some worlds you can give this hero up. You have to have a very good idea of what you trade in that first phase for it, and you have to have a very good idea of how you're going to scale against this hero or tempo the hero out of the game. I think those are your two routes to victory because, man, this hero gets 5 or 6 slots. It's almost unbeatable. Even the counter picks don't really beat 5 or 6 slot Drow. It's just not a thing.
Okay, so I'm going to guess that P-Time, they chose to tempo, not outscale.
I would agree with that, yes. You have to have a strong mid game here because these 3 cores are not beating Drow late game here, especially with Omni backup. the Storm's going to scale as well besides her. I just don't see it. So you're going to have to get something done in that 20 to 40 minute mid-game, particularly with Roshan's potentially going high ground in that period, force Liquid to team fight you. You do have some tanky boys in Surge Spirit Primal. If they can get to some high HP totals during that period, you might not have the damage to punch through them, and that's where you can go high ground. But you don't have any sustain. You don't have any real tower siege, so...
Oh, Tofu caught trying to go through the gate here, and will have to repel TP.
That's costly,
or to get to the Drow Ranger lane. That is going to free up the Primal Beast a lot.
It's a lot of HP down. He won't have TP if he dies, so he can't play aggressive. Big opening for P-Time up on this top lane. We'll see if they can extract more from the laning phase than they did in that game one. It looked okay at the start with the SF First Blood, but it didn't really build into anything, and that Furion just gained top a bunch and shut down the Viper aggressive potential. Here, no global mobility for Liquid. They'll have to play the lane straight up on even footing, so it'll just come down to execution.
Yeah, I do think that P-Time or Frank, I'm not sure which, looked kind of uncomfortable with the off-lane Viper. Like, outside of the laning phase, I don't really feel like it accomplished much here. This is way more Frank Sally, right? Playing an off-lane initiator, stun type hero.
For sure.
A playmaker. I feel like that's where Frank's comfortable.
A lot more options to initiate the fights this game for P-Time, as El Micho is getting some bounces up here. That is debilitating for Mickey. They're out of regen. This has been a rough lane since the Omni had a bunch of tangos earlier with that TP top. A lot of offense potential for P-Time to abuse this. They're going to die past the tower. Mickey has 1 CS.
Yeah, that's right. It's pretty much guaranteed. They've already won this top lane. It's just a question of how much can they extract from it. Can they get these kills? And they get first blood for Frank against the Drow Ranger. What a difference it's already making. El Micho, beautiful bushwhack. That's going to be another kill with the blood grenade slowing down Tofu. He does hit level 2 for the purification, self-purification, but I mean, even if he lives there, it's still going to be terrible. El Micho wants to die, and Mickey will oblige. Unfortunately, he couldn't kill himself fast enough. Drow Ranger still managed to show up in time in order to get the experience.
Something for Mickey, because he got nothing on those first 2 waves. Gets a little mad still, though. That's nice. All Frank up here. This Primal is going to be strong. See what he can do with it. Get a couple more kills. You may very well snowball this game out of control. As Ace already doing some creep cutting down here, pulling to the camps, very efficient. If he gets that courier, it's mega juicy. Had boots on it, but a wise micro decision from Wits.
Yeah, I feel like this is them learning from game 1. You know, similar situation. You're matched up against the SF. You have a hero that can backlane.
Just dodge it.
Yeah, just dodge the matchup.
I agree with this, especially with Axe. He is the fastest farming hero in Dota when you can do this in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And you have a great matchup against SF if you can get to your items.
Yeah, look how fast he got a neutral item out of this.
Pretty good one, too.
Incredible.
Extra regen. I actually think the vital regen here is pretty value when you get it so early on.
Sure, yeah.
And especially on the tier 1 neutral item. I've actually been taking this more. I think it just feels pretty nice on some of these heroes that are jungling early anyway.
And here comes the pressure. Trying to dive behind the tower with a level 4 axe. This is such a high level axe that he's a pretty beefy boy even into this SF. The raises, he's able to shrug them off, keep the pressure on, pop the glyph, keep chasing after them here.
Very
Boxy's
aggressive.
out of mana though, and he takes a bunch of tower shots out of nowhere. Whoa, Boxy! That cannot be allowed to happen like that. And now with El Micho making the rotation, Ace might die as well.
Yeah,
beautiful bushwhack. Got the tag team to slow him down. What a blunder from Liquid. That was terrible.
They were looking so strong down here with their early Legion shield. You have a nice support for giving you a little extra damage with Power Shot, but Schofield dodges it. Suddenly you're under the tower, you tank hits. SF's just wailing on you. A tough hero to dive if you're not going on the SF himself.
Yep.
I hate these situations where you go in these lanes with a hyper damage early carry and you're going on the support. Like, that trade's just never going to work for you.
Yeah. And they can't really pressure the Primal Beast that much. Drow Ranger's good at harassing these heroes, but unfortunately the Omni Knight, not the greatest. So Frank is able to get some experience and still be kind of fine. dive. Whoa. We brought him inside of the snowball to get the close range raise. And that helps gets the kill. Beautiful shackle there from Boxy. Might just get it. His wits was still underneath the tower. Not quite enough for the kill. Has a range drop as well. So I don't even think the power shot would finish him off here, even if it did land. Doesn't land on Schofield. They both are going to get away with no HP.
Got to go to base here.
Yeah.
Worth it, though. That Axe is going to have to walk out from Fountain. That was the dieback on the TP, so influential kill.
Acorn shot doing some serious damage there. Got the bushwhack onto the Omni Knight, trying to finish him off. And El Micho will collect that kill. Now Mickey is left alone in a 1v2. El Micho, let's see if he can kite this out long enough for Frank to close that gap. Coming for the kill. The Guts push him back, but the physical damage is enough between the two of them. And perfect. El Micho, he dies, but he dies after the Ground Ranger is gone. No worry about the experience.
Solo time for Frank up here. He's going to push him towards a fast level 6. Phase Boot's already online. He is a beast. Side lane's going well for P-Time. Been the name of the game this series. Mid is a bit more of a wash, but it's Storm at the bottom of the net worth chart. His CS is fine. He had to invest in a lot of regen, though. We'll find a regen rune. And a super nice rune for Nisha.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be amazing. He bushwhacks it, but a jump over it. Nisha is able to dodge that attempted stun, gets the kill, and with the regen will be full resources. I also kind of expect between that power rune and that little play right there, but also in general, right, I feel like Storm Spirit is a bigger threat to the side lanes. Would you agree with that?
In most situations, at least lower cooldown threat.
Yeah.
You can play around Magnetize a little bit on some counter rotations to the tower, but that's kind of it. Your moves as Earth Spirit are super telegraphed. Not really that great of a jungler. Will be a slower game for Dark Mago here. Does have Magnetize. I don't know if you can really run in and use it this early, though.
Well, if they see this, so how did that shackle land? Here comes the Roland. Lands onto Boxy. So Dark Mago is going to get some damage done onto the Storm Sphere. Beautiful bushwhacks for some extra damage. Guaranteed kill on Boxy, but that was in exchange for the Wisdom Shrine. Like, they actually did not play to stop Tofu. He stuck around behind the tower.
I think that's fine. Killing Drow. Again, I think these Wisdom Shrines, you can trade big core kills for the Shrine. I think it's okay if your supports are involved. Like, you're not behind on XP in this game. The Drow is getting shut down even more. You open up more play opportunity, they're going to kill him again.
Get back-to-back kills. Mickey, he teleported into this, and Witz is still hanging around. He was already looping behind the tower. What a beautiful move. Witz is just impressing me more and more as I watch him.
Almost have damage for that. He's been really mobile with this SF. That's why they first pick it. They're very comfortable playing with this hero. They know what it can do in the early game. Great rotations, great double kill in this drought top. He's going to have to walk out from base now. Nisha trying to get a little cleanup here. But they're already on the Axe bottom. This SF just doing more and more work.
Incredible.
Unstoppable 6-0 start for Wits on this SF. He is 1,000 ahead of the Storm. Highest net worth hero for Liquid here. So off to the races.
He's just heading into the triangle, see if are there any stacks here. There's a little double stack. I'll take that. I mean, he's just so fast.
Very
everything
fluid.
He does.
Very fluid with his movement. I feel like every raise has hit its mark and been incredibly efficient. Like, he's either killing heroes with the raises or farming stacks with the raises.
Yeah.
That's what you want to see. Still have a big camp stack as well for him to lay into and having himself a game. Scary hero to give this kind of start to. Last game we saw him explode with it, but they didn't translate it into a victory here. Could be a very different case.
Tofu trying to hold this safe lane tower for as long as he can. Get some experience, but Witch shows up for the last hit, and the tower, his net worth has just skyrocketed in the last minute.
I mean, is that the third or fourth gate rotation? Now he's going to TP bottom. This SF is just, he's just playing both side lanes.
He says going through the gate is too slow. This move has got to happen now, and he's perfect timing for it. Schofield sets it up, and Ace, he's knocked down. Monster kill streak.
God
8-0-1 SF in 9.5 minutes.
That's disgusting. 8-0-1. That's an end game KD8.
Yeah.
We haven't even hit the 10-minute mark. I feel like he's just straight won both side lanes. I think they could have had an off-lane jungler. He might have won both side lanes this game. That's maybe a
Damage
little
on Nisha. Oh, how did that miss? He tries to roll in front of Dark Mago. Now he has to use a bunch of mana to try and chase him down and has to run away. Is he going to make it out?
I mean, Wits is here. He's everywhere.
That's right. And Nisha's just got to head through the river, utilizing that extra movement speed, get the distance, TP out.
Perfect gate gameplay from PlayTime. Really negating this advantage that the Storm had on mid. Like, yeah, okay, you can kind of win mid lane, but mid lane's a wash. We're going to decimate the two side lanes here with the power of the Shadow Fiend early on. And look at who they're eyeing again.
Is gonna die again. Sets it up. Boxy, what an interception.
Is that good, though?
The roll, but it doesn't even do enough. The Magnetize is already going out there. Both going to try and teleport away. The damage over time. No way he got out. I mean, Boxy, that was enough.
Okay.
Getting in front of the rolling boulder, it makes the difference.
It looked incredibly sus, but they make it work.
They did.
You're still getting forced off the waves here. I don't think PlayTime are too sad about what's happening on the map, though.
Oh, yeah.
Storm might pick up another Galvanized stack.
I mean, at this rate, it's going to be Nisha having to carry the game for Liquid this next 10 to 15 minutes.
And it's a tough Storm game to carry. Yeah, you can repel him, he can go in, but there's a lot of stuns. There's a lot of just damage to throw into him while he's sitting there. Okay, Storm jumps you, but he can't sit there and win the man fight against these cores. So you need to have the backup there of the team. This is not a 1v5 Storm game. More stacks for the Shadow Fiend. Add to his repertoire here. Just completely out of control.
We're seeing a lot of mid-heroes in this meta that are not traditional mid-heroes. We just saw the Sapphire earlier. We're seeing a lot of Earth Spirits. And as a result, we are seeing a bit of versatility from these mid-laners who maybe haven't played these heroes very often because it's just not really been meta. But Dark Mago is actually an Earth Spirit player. Now, this is one of the few times that he will have ever played Earth Spirit against a Tier 1 team. Most of his matchups have been against other South American teams. So he has a very high win rate on the hero.
A little regional farming.
Yeah.
Everyone's been there. You know, There's no shame in it.
What's your win rate on Elder Titan again?
Not great, actually, because I almost always played against international teams.
Oh, you saved the big guy for the big dogs. I see. 13-5, 2,000 net worth lead, largely off the back of this young Wits carry, who is at a 7,000 net worth lead, has just claimed yet another objective. He's 8-0-1, has taken 2 towers.
Effectively 3, to be honest. He pretty much took this top tier one with the rotations going in there. I think he got the last hit on it, too. Right? Yeah, I mean, this tier 1 bottom is basically dead. That's kind of what I'm counting. So.
Yeah. So all that's left is this bottom tower, which PlayTime is going to make a move for. Now, we still saw in Game 1, PlayTime did manage to do something similar. Maybe not quite to this extent, but they did take an early lead. And then things just kind of went awry, largely off of the split push. Liquid don't really have ways to abuse that in this game, right?
Very different game for them. They have heroes that need to win fights to continue to scale in this game, especially the Axe. Axe is not a hero that can just rat a game and be happy about it.
Storm's here trying to stop him, but the damage is already done. Tofu is dead. What a beautiful shackle, though. Lands onto Schofield. Schofield managed to get the snowball, pick up on the Primal Beast, and now with the Earth Spirit here with Magnetize, if they want to commit and turn around and kill Frank, it'll give Dark Mago more time to get these Magnetize going. With another boulder dropped, got him on the Bushwhack. That's going to be the Drow Ranger in some trouble. One raise, pushback of the Gust, keeps them at a distance. They turn around and kill Ace instead.
Only getting the Axe there, that's kind of a minor victory for Liquid. That fight looked rough with the Magnetized proc on everybody. That's a Haze-strewn Earth Spirit. Ran out of Vessel charges. Kind of ran out of stones. Not enough to punch through some of the Omni Knight sustain. And a great shackle from Boxy. That's pretty much the most you can do there as a Wind Ranger. Buys a lot of time in that fight. It's all about the Storm. You have to keep the Storm Spirit alive. You have to keep Nisha finding some galvanized stacks, snowballing in this game. He can continue to be a threat on the map, at least until the SF shows up. Not the worst fight for Liquid. It's very tough to win these skirmishes right now. Your Axe is just offering nothing. It's going to be Blade Mail Rush for Ace, but I think we've all been there on this hero. It's not the ideal.
Yeah.
He's just so poor. 0-5, man.
Frank, ooh, that was a rough time to use the onslaught there.
No possible escape right as he gets smoke ganked.
Storm continues to snowball here, 5-0 for him. So your Axe suffering, the Storm Spirit thriving. Not necessarily unrelated here as the pressure has gone into very specific targets for P-Time.
Ace is so poor.
Yeah, he's... It looks like a struggle. He's stacking for himself, just trying to find anything in this game.
0-5-0. That is a crazy scoreline.
Maybe I'll get some tower gold here. It's like, please, Nisha. Get me something. And he will. He'll do the dirty work here. Right-clicking a tower down with Storm Spirit.
That is funny. Nisha is an exact reflection of him. 5-0. Ace 0-5. Now all we need is one of the supports to be 0-0-5. Frank with his Blink Dagger, but he hasn't been trying to make too many moves here. BKB will ensure that he could do a lot more. Pretty much, once he has BKB, he can blink in, grab anybody. The only thing to stop him is call, and that's really awkward with the mini stuns that come out of the Pulverize. Hard to get close enough, hard to get that call off in the first place. Fight for the power rune here. Liquid smoked up around this mid lane, looking for an opening, but it's not easy to get the initiation with no Blink Dagger on Axe. They're entirely reliant on either a sneaky shackle shot or the Storm Spirit initiation. We'll see the Storm jump on El Misho here. Don't have to clear his damage, turn around, bushwhack, Requiem goes out, and it's Tofu who dies instead. Meanwhile, Boxy was chasing after Schofield, runs headlong into Frank, and gets pulverized.
Here's the issue Nisha's going to face all game. He's really strong, but he cannot just sit there and trade with these heroes. You have to be able to find isolated targets, or at least burst your target initially, reset the fight.
And how does he burst him down when the supports don't offer anything? It's just a power shot.
Well, power shots, it's enough for right now, but it will not continue to scale.
Sure.
So yeah, as utility comes out, utility items for P-Time are going to go a long way in this game. We saw there, even just the Pavus on El Misho is enough for Storm to be like, I don't know if I want to commit my entire mana pool to go through all this and then die at the end of it. He was very close to getting Requiem there.
Yeah, that is the problem. Nisha, I feel like if he overextends for one of these kills and he dies once,
it's bad. Yeah. It's real bad. He's the only thing keeping this game alive right now. He's buying space and time for Mickey to recover. Dags is done on the Drow Ranger. His farming rate will pick up here. Drow can scale into this game. He does have a good matchup against the SF. So even if this SF is ahead, it's not the end all be all. If he ends up in a situation where he has to fight the Drow, and Drow can create that gap, you outrange him.
What do you make of the what do you make of Ags on Drow Ranger? Is that, in your mind, is it a must get where you have to get it in order to be able to farm faster?
No.
Because we see plenty of carries don't go this item out.
No, you don't have to go Ags on Zero. It's not as strong as it used to be. There are other farming routes you can go. You can continue to scale. We see a lot of times you get it third, I want to say.
Yep. And so in your opinion, why do you get the Ags in this situation, especially rushed as your first item?
Maybe he felt like he just needs a bit more of a recovery arc. Like he's not going to be able to get some early Dragonlance and join fights type deal. He needs to stay in the jungle longer. If he gets Ags now, the payoff will come sooner. It's kind of like Midas. Like you get the Midas earlier, payoffs earlier.
Meanwhile, if he thought to himself, if I'm going to be joining any fights, then you would want the earlier Hurricane Pike to disengage from Primal Beast and Earth Spirit, right?
This item will farm the jungle faster than a Hurricane Pike for the gold cost. So if you're saying I'm only going to join fights once I have my second or third item, then this build will pay off once you get there.
And you can see Mickey is playing almost entirely off map.
It
doesn't
also does
show
help
any waves, only spams multi-shot from trees.
If you're going to play that kind of go shove, the Ags is also a lot nicer for that style.
Yep.
And he's probably afraid to show on waves against early Primal Blink, Earth Spirit gap close, Tusk gap close. Even the Hoodwink can bushwhack you from the tree line. So you have to be a little wary of how deep you farm on the map. That's another reason Liquid really need this Storm to be alive. I don't even think they need Nisha to necessarily find anything. If he's just alive, he's going to position aggressively. He's going to be scouting heroes, tanking some smoking, getting away, abusing power runes. This all creates space and time for the Drow to come back in this game. They don't need to necessarily find big kills right now. They just need Nisha on the map. And he's on the map right now. He's chilling, taking some aggressive farm away. This is a barrier that P-Time have to get through to even contest the Drow Rangers farm right now. We're seeing this game slow down. Very similar to game 1. A quick start for P-Time, not translating it into the same sort of momentum that we see a lot of. I mean, I want to say other top tier teams. I think they are a top tier team, but I think their consistency isn't there yet compared to the big dogs.
And Liquid have made a complete recovery for Ace's Axe. He now has Blade Mail, Blink Dagger, so he is online. He's finally ready to kind of play the game. And we'll see what Liquid can get done with that presence. Right now, they're already set up in a good position to get Tormentor.
So this is what this is what I was saying.
P-Time is going to take Roach.
I think it's okay, but if you're P-Time, I view it as both these objectives are mine. I don't want to give you either of these 20-minute objectives, given how strong my Shadow Fiend is. I don't think they should be completely happy with this trade. I think it is a okay trade to make. The Aegis on the SF is going to be mega strong here. You can definitely take a lot of the map with it, but I don't think you necessarily had to give Liquid Tormentor in order to get this Aegis, because there's no way Liquid can do the reverse of this.
Yeah.
So I think it's a little missed opportunity there. They do have Blade Mail on the Earth Spirit. They are actually finished BKB on the Primal, so they are ready to fight with all three of their cores. These next few team fights are going to be a challenge for Liquid if they decide to take them. However, will they take them? You can also see something like game 1 where they just kind of dodge on the map, wait through this Aegis period, dare P-Time to force an early high ground, and if they don't, then are you getting out farmed? You probably are.
Yeah, I do kind of anticipate that to be the game plan for Liquid, especially since it succeeded so well in game 1. See if P-Time can have a better time closing out the map and closing out the game in general. Smoke is going to break. Wits, for some reason, he was leading the charge there. Maybe his supports thought there were heroes deeper on the map on
they were
their
looking
side.
Bottom, yeah, just different angle on that smoke attempt. Otherwise, it connects. Can't miss too many of those opportunities.
We'll get the power rune away from the Storm Spirit, though. So it's not like they gave Nisha that fighting opportunity.
Might find Boxy up here.
Well, he's away.
Man, they're going to find nothing. Smoke across the map, gate back across the map. All you find is a courier. This really starting to look like game 1. You have this Aegis SF. He's super strong. You just can't get the fight. You're not strong enough to force high ground because you don't have any sustain in your lineup. You would get poked down a little bit. That's a tough fight. So you're kind of just relegated to farming here. And again, I go back to, okay, if they're going to dodge you, you have to recognize this. Just plop the SF top, let them hit it tier 2. Make a smoke to enemy triangle or like bottom of the map. Show some heroes aggressively on waves. You have to be a little more aggressive with the smoke opportunities you're trying to make here. Get a little greedier if Liquid are just in permanent dodge mode.
I feel like that is something that the truly best teams, they will take that risk, right? Of making that kind of move where they just plop the Aegis hero somewhere and then actually try and make a move with the other four to the other side of the map. But P-Time, they very much like playing together.
I just never see them make a play like that.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It could be some team philosophy. It could be they buy this early gem and they feel they have a vision advantage and therefore they should be able to connect these moves a bit more reliably. But these really good teams, they have a map feel, even if they don't have the vision. Like, Liquid don't have the vision right now, but they still have a pretty good idea of where they can farm safely, who's going to show where, what type of move they should expect. It's not as easy to connect even with a gem advantage here. Seeing them group a little bit.
Even right now, it's kind of weird that P-Time have 2 heroes in their base.
Not just regrouping some items. Not really looking for anything, though. Yeah.
I mean, Earth Spirit's out there farming the far left camps, the safest camps in the entire game.
They're just chilling. Again, it's an early Aegis that is used to catapult this SF higher.
But that just feels like, in that case, why go Blade Mail and Earth Spirit? right? I thought that blade mail was a sick timing pickup because at that point, any fight that you roll into, like, what does Liquid do? You roll in, you pop blade mail. They can't really turn around and do much to you, right? But if you don't actually fight with the item, is it worth picking up at all?
Not really. Pretty mediocre item for jungling. Can be okay on some heroes. Minute left. You're going to find something here. Now is the time to do it. I think BKB is done for the Storm, yeah. So you kind of let Nisha get this territory where he doesn't need to rely on the Omni Knight as much, which means this Omni Knight can help the Drow Ranger, who already has Hurricane Pike done. This Ags has paid off. Scores are to their mid-game fighting items. They have a lot more survivability. Weird series for P-Time. I'll say that. This is not the usual trajectory we've seen from this team when they're hitting their stride.
I mean, if I'm Schofield, you've just spent like literally 3 or 4 minutes shadowing the SF with your Blink Dagger, just waiting for some point where Team Liquid smoke and they try and go in the SF and you're ready to go with the Blink save, right? Like, he's going to answer the Axe Call initiation with his own Blink Snowball save. But none of that has happened, so he's just been following him around, watching him farm for 4 minutes. Initiation onto the Hoodwink.
He's tanky.
Schofield, yeah, he is very tanky, and Schofield may still, he doesn't even need to save. Now the counter initiation. Frank gets the jump in onto the Storm Spirit, but the repel stops the follow-up Requiem and an amp damage. That is beautiful, and the Shards blocks in this Drow Ranger. Boxy dies behind from the Primal Beast, and this Storm Spirit with the amp damage. If P-Time dive in a bit too much, Blade Mail activates from Ace. They have the Purification to try and keep him up. They go for the dive past the Tier 3s even. Glyph is going to be activated. Now they go after the Tofu, past the Tier 4s even. Nisha picks off one with the amp damage. Can he get anything else? He's going to get a second one on the Earth Spirit. He'll die to that amp damage. Double kill for Nisha. So Nisha still does get some cleanup off of this, but damn, P-Time just rolled over the rest of Liquid.
And it all starts jumping Hoodwink. This is not the hero you want to jump in this game. I wonder what prompted Liquid to do that. Maybe they just think they're so strong with the BKB timing on the Storm that any fight is good, but I don't think that's true. Because I think a lot of your damage is single target. You have to bring some sort of high damage hero down early so you can open up the long-term fight. If Nisha gets this, it's a godsend.
Yeah, with Stealth and at BKB, Hurricane Pike did push him far enough away. Nisha did not have the mana to chase.
This Squirrel is just so tanky. I think they underestimated Solar Crest plus Glimmer plus Raindrop. You're just not killing this guy. And then all of a sudden the counterplay is wide open for P-Time. The moment they've been looking for this whole game gets given to them. If Nisha doesn't find any amp damage in the river there, I'm not sure the cleanup is even that easy for him in the end.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Still, he finds a couple kills. He's maintained his galvanized stacks. Not the worst outcome from Liquid considering you lose your Drow and get dove to your Tier 4. At least your Storm is continuing to find a little bit in this game.
Oh yeah, did they lose that gem?
No, they recovered it.
Really? Okay.
Nisha did not pick it up off of killing the Tusk, and they got recovered here, so. Schofield gets to keep his item.
Power Rune top and Arcane Rune. Ooh, El Misho gets the deny on it. That would have been a massive pickup for the Storm Spirit.
P-Time gets some big items off that team fight. I mean, of course, this SF's out of control, but the Ags on the Primal created another damage threat in this game. It's not all on the SF shoulders. I think this is the correct build-up for Frank. You want to become that true 5-6 slot terror that the Primal Beast can become, because you are a big problem for their lineup as this game goes later.
It is going to be, ooh, nice jump. Caught the Omni Knight. Great hero to catch at the start of the fight, especially since the Liquid cores are going to be having BKBs pretty soon here. Storm Spirit already has his, but they're looking at a triple BKB timing in the next couple of minutes.
You can get GA off and just run in with BKBs. You're probably pretty strong. Not a lot that P-Time can do about it.
Yeah, very little.
However, will you be able to contest Roshan with that will be the big question. Should have the Drow BKB for it. Axe 1 is done, so you might have it in time. It's going to be a long Roche spawn.
Can't afford a pick off right now. Nisha pops BKB at the threat of the Requiem. Meanwhile, Primal Beast in some trouble, trying to pull him out with the drinking buddies. And nice 4 staffs, and no BKB left on the Storm Spirit. They got it.
managed to get the grab on him with the pulverize, the follow-up snowball, and now the Storm Spirit dead. I mean, we saw this before. The Storm Spirit was the only threat that Liquid had, and now, without him, you could see PlayTime feel like they could just trample over Liquid. They are absolutely right about that one. Get on top of the Drow Ranger with a Requiem going out. Plenty of damage being done. They do manage to get the kill on Frank with a roll in on the Drow Ranger. Will ensure the demise of the carrier Liquid. All that's left now is Boxy for the ultimate team wipe. Not quite enough with the Glimmer Cape and win run on out. A 1-for-4 exchange to the favor of PlayTime.
And if you look at the damage, it's pretty even across all 3 cores, which is, in a way, even more concerning for Liquid. It's not just SF 1v5ing you. All these cores are getting some work done. They're all tanky. They're all big damage threats on the back line. They all have gap close in a sense. Nisha just did not exit this fight. He has the mana to leave. He's trying to wait on the BKB, but just gets grabbed at the last minute. And boy, do they have the burst damage to bring a single target down if they can just lay into him. We do see the power of GA here. Like, GA is a great spell in this game, but there's a lot of magic damage coming out from these cores too. And of course, if you've already lost your Storm, no one's standing their ground here. Like, this is not the position GA is going to shine. Yeah. But it is a strong spell if you can somehow maintain your formation, latch onto some big targets. I don't think we've really seen an Axe Call do anything in this game.
No. No.
It's a big missing component. I don't feel like Liquid have been an offlaner in this game. He's 1-7, 2 assists. Yeah, he has the net worth here. If you can't find a big call, though, every fight is just 2 cores playing against 3 cores. It's not fair. That said, there's also Snowball saved in this game. It's not a free Axe jump by any means. You can still go Satanic on this SF. I mean, really want to deal with that matchup in particular, but I don't even feel like he's pressured to do that.
Even then, just forcing that reaction sets up the Drow Ranger for success, right? It sets up a potential shackle shot. Like, you're supposed to be able to shackle shot or multi-shot off of that snowball.
I mean, somebody has to go in, too.
Yeah.
Now, you just can't play Drow without other heroes going in for you. Somebody has to go in and make something happen. And that is either going to be a repelled Storm with BKB backup, or this Axe just YOLO in and then BKB disengage, draw a bunch of attention, and you rely on your other damage sources.
I mean, this is one of those things that we go to sometimes. Yes, Ace is he can play these heroes, but it is not his forte.
No.
Right? And him being on Liquid, you do need to play this style of offlaner from time to time.
I will say he's looked better on this style this year than previous years.
Yeah.
They had a lot of moments in this season where it worked for them, and this Axe has worked for them. This game,
I can recall like a Centaur game that Ace looked pretty good on.
Yeah, for sure.
But
he had some good Mars games too, which is a very unconventional hero for him.
That is true.
So he stepped up here in this year. This game is just... It's been a rough one from that late stage. She got bodied by Shadow Beam. We've all been there.
Smoke's going to be broken. Got the initiation on the Storm Spirit, and he saves. They do manage to get the Repel and the BKB, none of which is enough, though. He still dies, and the Guardian Angel comes out late. He just gets bulldozed by this Primal Beast. Frank the Tank is right in the middle of all of Liquid and dicing him up. Ace is going to hit the call way too late. He gets jumped on by Schofield. I mean, Liquid picked apart by the clean initiation of PlayTime.
Underestimating the single target DPS that's going to come out there. I think they all felt he's going to survive after the repel went off, but the physical DPS is overwhelming. There was no GA there. There was no Axe counter call to interrupt that sequence. Brutal stuff here. There's a full data list for the Shadow Beam. He didn't even have it for that fight. Too many sources of initiation, too many angles to worry about, and no one is challenging this SF if the Drow can't sit in the back of the fight and just lay into some of these heroes. Your front line collapses too quickly here if you're Liquid. Side lane presence really doing some work here for PlayTime. What is going on with that time?
Spooky, man.
Why is he walking like that? What happened?
I think he glitched himself out with the stone throw. He was stopped spamming it.
Great shards. That's what's interrupted that Axe call. I think he got clipped by it. And Schofield, always a nuisance in these team fights. But you pretty much have to just go in there with the Axe or land the GA and commit with everybody. An aggressive smoke from Liquid. This is a very difficult fight to make work. I think they're in desperation territory now.
I mean, you've been waltzed in so many fights.
At some point, it's like, let's just get the initiation. But Playtime, they're ready for it. Look at Witz. He already hits the Requiem, forcing BKBs nice and early. Guardian Angel is going to get used. Mickey is on the run here. Gets got by the Pulverize. The Primal Beast nabs him once again, and that's all that's needed. Jeez. 1 or 2 seconds of disable. The fall through will be there from the rest of the team. And a bushwhack to secure the final kill. GG is called. Liquid, that was the Hail Mary, and it choked. It choked real bad. Liquid get absolutely ruined in game 2.
I don't think there's any world in which that smoke works, to be honest, unless it's just SF sitting there alone. I think the game is already really hard by that point, and I think this is the difference draft-wise between game 1 and game 2 is Liquid didn't really have rat and split push options to just stall this mid-game out. I talked about the 20 to 40 minute period. This is where this SF lineup has to strike. Man, it struck a lot harder in this game too, because you don't have Furion and Darkseer split pushing waves with no one getting caught. People are getting caught in this game. This Axe is not getting the same farm rate as we saw Ace be able to get in that game 1 on Darkseer. The game slows down for Liquid. They have to fight. They feel they have to find some sort of smoke connection or game potential to slow this game down. And if you're going to fight these South American squads, that is where they shine. Yes, please, come fight me, right? That's their bread and butter. So I think we got to see a lot more of the the P-Time lineup in their element. But I'm still a little concerned for them in these mid-game scenarios against some of the top European teams. Just getting outmaneuvered on the map. I think we still saw some of that here, right? It wasn't 100% clean. They had an 8-0 SF start.
Yeah,
you're not going to have that every game either. Like, Witz played out of his mind. Kudos to him. He's MVP of this game for sure. Probably of the series. Like, he had a tremendous 2 games on this hero. Might not get this hero again. He did so much work in this early game that you have a buffer. You can miss some plays in this mid game and still just be dominating team fights. That might not be the case every game. So I still want to see more from P-Time in terms of a cleaner transition. I think it's the biggest thing for this team. Their laning stage is fine. Like, they can win some lanes. They have some cheesy picks. Witz is a monster. Dark Mago's going to play his heroes. Whatever, right? It's pretty consistent. But what happens between that early game and mid game? How do you transition that? It's been really awkward for them, even from the SATI quals. And we saw it in this, even in this win. It's like,
there is a period of time.
It felt weird.
Right?
Yeah, it just felt weird. And if they clean that up, they're going to be a top team at this event.
Yeah, you're playing against Tundra, you're playing against Falcons, right? Liquid at some point in time was like, okay, we hit our items, let's go fight them, right? Let's go ahead and try and make those moves. But you play against some of these other teams, they're just never going to fight you, right?
For sure.
In P-Time, that's the biggest question for them. But they do look quite good when they are in their element. And I would say one of the reasons for that both of these South American teams, both LGD and P-Time, that they have looked so good in many of these international events is Witz and Tai Lung. Right?
100%.
You've got a young player that you can rally around that is making crazy moves, and we see it here. Witz, I mean, the potential is off the charts.
Yeah, he's 17-0.
That's crazy. At 17-0-9. What a game 2 from P-Time, bouncing back after a rough game 1 loss. We'll go to Milos on the stage.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's a huge story. Yes, it's a tie, but P-Time have defeated Team Liquid in Game 2. I'm here with Witz to talk shop for just a moment here. Take it in. You beat Liquid in Game 2. The first one, though, was super close. How do you feel about all of that?
Yeah, I'm really happy about the result.
You think you could have beaten them 2-0 even, or what do you feel?
I think it could be 2-0, but the first game we did little mistakes. For the second, we just fixed it. I think Schofield did a good communication work because he tell us all the whole game about the play sides. So I think that helped us a lot.
Did it take your nerves away going into Game 2?
Yeah.
Very good. Now, a technical bit. Now, you're playing the Shadow Fiend. You had him in Game 1. Didn't work out. Worked out in Game 2, though. What was the strategy kind of change from 1 to 2, specifically around the Shadow Fiend?
I think I'm very comfortable with the hero. We almost don't pick Shadow Fiend in the second game, but at the end, I decided picking Shadow Fiend.
It's a confidence pick at that point. Very good. Thank you very much, Witz. Congratulations on the W. It's a 1-1 still between P-Time and Team Liquid. Back to the panel.
They almost did not pick Shadow Fiend. I'm so happy they did here because this was a crazy Shadow Fiend performance.
I don't think you can ask for anything better than this. I mean, this guy's just all over the place. Twin gate rotations. We see him try to do something similar in game number 1. It was successful. 6-minute rotation, twin gate rotation, 9 minutes in. It's a bit of a different hero when he plays it, and they kind of gave them away, all of their best heroes. You gave Schofield Tusk, you gave this guy his Shadow Fiend, and I think it needs to be addressed because it looked like a real problem in this first game as well.
It's just impressive. The guy just first picks his hero. They know it's coming. I mean, let's say game 1 they get surprised by it. Game 2 they know it's coming. It's first pick, and he's just stomping the game. And Liquid's calm is like, oh, SF's killing me bottom. No, he's killing me mid. No, he just killed me top. Like SF is everywhere. He's taking the runes. He's gating. He's clearing your stacks. He's in your face. Honestly, this is like some of the most impressive performance I've seen. And it's against Team Liquid, like he kind of makes you forget who they're playing against. Like it looks like he's just like cruising through an easy game. Impressive. And technically he's countered. They had 5 heroes to come up with to try to stop him, and they just couldn't. He's 17-0. He just stomped the whole game.
Something magical about South American carries, once they come into the scene, they look like the hottest thing ever, pretty much. When we talk about like once Parker joined the scene, this is what Parker was like kind of supposed to be as well. And he was winning some of the tournaments as well, one of the Walachias. Now Witz comes in with like this young kid, and he's stomping everybody. He's doing interviews on the stage. He looks very confident. I think this is like overall very, very good for Dota.
Yeah, it's impressive. And actually, he was a replacement to Parker, I think, right? And people are like, these are big shoes to fill because the guy just made really a lot of big statements. So are you going to be up to the task? Well, I mean, that's the answer.
It's working out very well for them. And one of the things that maybe we feel, or that I feel, Team Liquid was missing in this game too in particular, we talked about it after game number 1, we talked about the silent push. There was no such thing in game number 2, and that meant that there was so much fight potential.
Oh yeah, I think it's one of the reasons why Ace didn't really have that good of a game, because he never came online. He had pretty good like level 3, I would say, and then this dive under the tower kind of killed his own game. And then afterwards, like Shadowfiend and Tusk, they had his number throughout the whole game. Plus also he needs to be there unless you're playing on your stacks. If you want to be pushing out the waves, it's just not happening compared to Mage's Prophet in the first game, who could have used Treants, used ulti, Darkseer with the helm. This time around they kind of needed to be there, and they had all the tools to potentially punish them. With the Blink Dagger Rush from Primal Beast, they were definitely not lacking the damage in any department.
I do want to point out Nisha's performance. I think he had a really strong showing on Storm. It was a really hard game to navigate because, everything was kind of falling apart around him, but he still managed to get a lot of good moves. Actually looked like a threat at some point. At some point you started looking at the game, you're like, the Storm might become a problem. And I think it's impressive given that he really had almost nothing to play with. The supports were super underleveled. They struggled to pick up any runes. He got a couple of runes. He got a little bit lucky, a little bit of RNG with it. But either way, I think it's still a good sign for Liquid because they often refer to him as the best player in the world because he's given that team so much over the years in terms of performances. So knowing that Nisha is locked in and he's in high shape for this tournament, like in a good shape, I think it's a good sign for Liquid. Nevertheless, PlayTime, we talked about them as, don't label them as underdogs. They're not underdogs
They're not
anymore.
an underdog.
We're past
Definitely
that point, and I think this scoreboard just tells the story better than we ever could.
Yeah, I knew that Witz went 17-09, but
I'm looking at Schofield.
Me too. 0-1-29 on the Tusk that goes in. Traditionally it's a hero that goes in, does a bunch of stuff, but then dies, and
Yeah, he was snowballing Witz under the tower. That's how confident they were feeling in this game. And again, this is one of his, if not the best hero, El Misho as well, on his Hoodwink. Really a lot of itemization coming out from him, picking up Solar Crest. You kind of want to have it when you have these ranged turrets. And also picking up Glimmer Cape, making sure that he is tanky. There were a couple of engagements where he gets initiated on, and it's not enough. Like, they don't have enough damage to kill him.
It is so annoying trying to kill a Hoodwink. It's the worst feeling. It's unkillable. And you get, I don't know, the hero model kind of baits you into thinking it's going to die. Like, it's just so small and so squishy, but it should be a tank. This hero should actually just look like a tank.
Well, of course, El Misho played well on the Hoodwink, and, Schofield played well on the Tusk. But there's only one MVP, and it has to be Wits on his Shadow Fiend. I don't think there's any doubt about that. We didn't even talk about Dark Mago on the Earth Spirit, who also did a great job. But overall, it is the Shadow Fiend that's telling the story. First overall pick, 2 games in a row, and the confidence to pick it that second time. The confidence is... It shows why that confidence is there.
The amount of clips we see Ace dying to the final right click, we're getting raised to death. He's gonna have nightmares, SF nightmares tonight. Like, it's gonna be a tough night for him. He's gonna think of, getting Requiem, then raised over again. It's a hero to respect. I mean, we talked about Wits SF before the series started, and I mean, look at, he's just everywhere. Like,
I think every offlaner has nightmares about laning against Shadowfin and Drow Ranger in this patch.
But it's kind of rare to see an SF that is that active to me. It's like it's crazy. He's level 6, running around with treads and Sage Mask basically, and he's everywhere, like on the map. Every engagement, he's there. He's just, you can feel, the love he has for the hero and the understanding he has of it. He's like, I can deal 1,000 magic damage, 6 minutes into the game. So I'm just gonna use it over and over again on every hero I can, I can get my hands on. So very impressive, and I think being so versatile throughout the game, being able to dominate your lane, the early game rotate, scale, that's an godlike SF player.
Because I thought Lacoste that Drow Ranger was supposed to be a little bit of a counter towards Shadow Fiend, but is she just too slow?
She never came online. I think Shadow Fiend within this 25 to 35, 40 minute mark, he feels the strongest, and this is where you want to be potentially ending the game with the second Aegis. This is exactly what they did. They felt way too comfortable, way too much of a gold lead, way too much advantage that they could have capitalized on. And Drow Ranger, again, even with Omni Knight behind her, she didn't feel that great. I feel like this hero, once we get into 5th, 6th slot territory, this hero is probably one of the strongest, if not top 3 strongest heroes in the patch when it comes down to sieging. Like, you're sieging the high ground, you're gonna die to Drow Ranger. One bad fight, it's gonna turn the whole fight around, whole game around. Never happened in this one because she got initiated on every single time. And Frank on Primal Beast, he took care of that.
Do we think this changes the heroes, where we rank the hero in terms of the meta? Because this has been a hero that's been first phase banned. Obviously in game 1 it was, and led through in game 2. Is Drow Ranger, is pushed down a little bit?
No, I wouldn't say so. I think I would still keep the Drow Ranger really high, and I think we're going to see a lot of it. Maybe the Omni Knight, you kind of, I think you said it was like 0-2 in the last. Well, that's 0-3, so not a great stat so far. It didn't look good, the Omni Knight. I think it kind of failed to do its job. Maybe the Primal was a really good answer. I was also surprised with the Omni Knight build, to be honest. I think he went 2-1-0. He had no points in the third spell, which usually is what gives him laning presence. So maybe an adjustment to be made. I'm not sure. I think the draw was not the issue. I think when you're Drow Ranger and everything is falling apart 5 minutes into the game, there's not much you can do as a draw player to fix it. It has to come from your team.
Maybe we are gonna learn what the issue for Team Liquid was from Tofu.
Hey there, I'm here with Tofu of Team Liquid. You just played your series against PlayTime. How are you feeling after that? You guys drew, you went 1-1, won the first game, lost the second.
Yeah, pretty mixed bag. Like in both games, we had a pretty rough start. I think coming from the first game, very good recovery. We managed to slow the game down and play for our timings and come back. And I don't know, after a rough early game, played it out really well in the later half. Same story, different draft in the second game though, where we just have really bad momentum from the start of the games. They played their lanes really well and honestly have really good rotations, and we just didn't really get a grasp into the game.
How much of that was Shadow Fiend being there? Because I feel like I was watching, obviously from top down, you could see net worths. Shadow Fiend's net worth was gigantic, both games basically. And he had his tier 1 towers alive in the mid lane. It felt like he's kind of protected. Is he a big problem hero generally in the patch?
I mean, generally a very strong hero, definitely. I think with how the meta shifted, it's still the same patch. There's been answers, and I know heroes eventually rotate or it goes back in circles. But we thought we have good answers. Obviously, after the first game went so bad, we talked about it and were reassured to some degree that something messed up, we can do better. So we weren't really banning it. But with the second game going rough as well, he definitely had too much impact, and Arnaud just made it really hard, like after securing his lane, gating, coming to towers, and we just can't defend our objectives.
Yeah, it seems hard. What about the Omni Knight there? I've tried him as support as well. I feel like it's like slightly viable. Repel is good. The cast range is nice at the 10 talent. How do you feel about the hero right now as the support?
Was a bit of a situational pick, but especially paired with Drow, makes up for like a very strong lane and pairing. And then just Drow, obviously a strong hero, is also a very good answer to Shadow Fiend. We just didn't really get to hold our ground and shoot. So yeah, I don't know. It didn't look too good on our side.
That's okay, because you had a really good Witch Doctor performance game one. I assume you picked it because you wanted the average players to be fans of Team Liquid, right? It's a very popular hero with the average player, you know? Not so good in the pros, typically.
I mean, I understand why it's high for the average player, because it's really fun to play, and I'm also on that end.
Good
so I think, like, seriously, like, good hero. I just like playing it, but it also, like, fitted the way we play. I wouldn't say I, like, jam only like the same hero, like I like a bit of a niche pick / going situational here and there. But yeah, I don't know, right now there's many heroes viable. Well, I'm sure we'll see a very wide hero pool in this tournament overall. It just depends what teams are comfortable with right now.
Well, it's fun to see the new stuff, so I'm glad you're playing it, but I hope you guys have more success in your next upcoming games.
I hope so too. Thank you.
Now, I know we're only, day one, series 2 just over, but we already heard Tofu say that he probably expects a very wide hero pool set for this event. Do you echo his sentiment?
Yeah, I think so. I think the game is in a great state right now. Everything is viable. Anything can work, as a wise man once said. So whenever the heroes are, the hero kind of pool is wide, I think Dota is fun to watch, because then every team really gets to play like their play style, their identity, connect with how they believe the game should be played, and it's just a lot of fun to watch. So I'm just excited to see as many heroes as possible. But there's a couple of them I'm happy not seeing.
There's always like 5, maybe 10, depending on the meta. Very imba heroes. We tune them down in the later patches, but overall, very good state. I think I got to agree with Tofu. We're going to be seeing a lot, because even in the previous tournaments, people have been theory crafting some new stuff, and that's just how Dota is. You're like, oh, how come we didn't think of that? Because some guy in unranked started spamming a certain hero, it got picked up by a pro, and suddenly this seems like the most imba hero in the meta right now.
Now, I only want to have one word still left from you before I'm going to let you both go. Which hero do you feel is not yet seen, but we will definitely see as one of those unusual hero picks that might come out?
I'll give you the realistic answer and the wishful thinking.
Okay.
Realistic answer is Spectre.
Yeah.
And wishful thinking is Wisp, core Wisp.
Ooh.
Mid-Wisp.
Mid-Wisp, mid-IO. Okay, Lacoste.
I'm going to go with Tinker. I think this hero is going to pop up with certain teams, though. It's going to look imbalanced. It's going to look imbalanced in the right hands.
I hope we don't see Tinker. I hope you're wrong. I hope you're wrong.
I think a lot of people are hoping that Tinker, if he does show up, might have a bad showing, because that would also be okay. But we are, of course, going to move forward. There's more Dota on the horizon, but we're first going to hear some more voices, starting off with our commentary duo.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Welcome everybody, Suns fan here with Kazu. We'll be casting the final 2 series from Stream A. Why don't you introduce
to the people
who are casting?
We've got Spirit versus MOUZ. Spirit, they're on the up. It's EWC time, it's TI time. They also got Poshka back. He likes money, so he takes the whole year off, then comes back when it matters. And MOUZ, they kind of stink. They've been pretty bad the entire year. In the start, like a top 8 here, a top 8 there, and then TI qualifier. But now, maybe they'll be back, Shannon.
But they can win tournaments.
They can. They have done so before.
But they lose a lot of them, unfortunately. But they are fun to watch, and they're a bit of a wild card, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, they have mid one. This guy can pop off if he's in form. Lately, hasn't been the case, but I know what he can do if he's feeling it, so we'll just have to wait and see.
All right, well, Kez is a huge Spirit fanboy, so we'll see what happens.
That's right.
Some people do like to think that I don't actually do anything when I'm at these events and doing this job. And they partially be right, as I am here at the bar at the Vitality, or the Team Vitality booth, I should say. Just confirming it is all non-alcoholic drinks, but yep, this is going to be up and running for Team Vitality very, very shortly, and find me hanging out here quite a lot, I would like to imagine, and plenty of other Team Vitality fans. Of course, Team Vitality not involved in Dota so much, but at this moment in time, they've got their stream area just about ready to go. We've got fans starting to stream in here. It is very much day one of EWC, but we've got all sorts going on here. We'll have a little look at the merch booth as well, but you can see different activations all going on. We've got our mate here. We were just having a little chat with him, selling all the merch. This is the kind of thing you can come to expect when we are here at EWC, of course, to have an opportunity to come and buy your team's favourite gear. Not just that, though. They've actually got an activation where we've got every single game that is going on this week available to come and play for you guys. So if you're here for Dota, as many of you are, you have an opportunity to potentially come and play Valorant, Fatal Fury, mobile games up here as well. Of course, Apex is going on the BR stage. So that is something you can come take part in here directly at the Team Vitality booth. I was going to have a little go at that, but as you can see, people seem to be involved and getting themselves... I'm not sure, am I going to be able to squeeze in? They've stolen my opportunity to have a go at that. But irrelevant of that, you can come down, have yourself a good time at the Team Vitality booth. There's a lot of fun going on down here.
Nice. He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This year, the EWC Dota 2 format is more cutthroat than ever. This is how it's going to go down. The tournament starts with the group stage. The teams will be split into 4 groups of 6, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The top teams of each group qualify straight to the playoffs, and the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining teams move on to the survival stage, which is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, the team's final chance of survival. The first round of the gauntlet bracket starts with the 3rd and 4th placing teams from the group stage. The winner will meet the 2nd place team from group stage in round 2. Only 4 teams will move on from the survival stage to the playoffs. The playoffs are a best-of-3 single elimination bracket, where a single mistake can be the difference between moving on and being eliminated from the tournament. A 3rd-place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that have fought their way through each stage of the tournament. Only one of them will remain undefeated and claim the EWC 2026 Dota 2 trophy.
We reached the halfway point here, Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup live from Paris. And that means it's time to see our defending champions in action. We got Team Spirit and MOUZ taking the stage very soon. And to talk all about it, we changed things up here. On my left, I'm joined by BSJ and Effie. BSJ, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing great. Ready to start another marathon that is EWC. It's always fun to see where the teams start and obviously when they end up.
Yeah, how about you, Effie? Excited for today?
Really excited. I mean, it's easy to say I'm excited when there's so much good Dota that's happened already, but this really is the time of year where everybody brings their A game. So nothing but bangers, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't seen much Earth Spirit at all coming into this tournament, so I think it's funny to see how much the meta is already showing itself on day one, and I think that evolution that inevitably happens, the stocks of heroes go up or go down based on their win rate. I'm curious to see like the adjustments that happen over the coming days, just based on what we've already seen in the first 2 series.
Yeah, we have got Team Spirit and MOUZ, and we are going to focus on them as we are focusing on Team Spirit first. Effie, this is a team, they are the defending champions. They're doing generally very well around this time. You mentioned this time of year is when you want to see team peak. Spirit does that time and time again.
Yeah, it's kind of a meme when it comes to Team Spirit. We say, the bigger the prize pool, the bigger the motivation that they have. But generally, it has been true. EWC has historically been a very good tournament to them. They've won twice. They've been runner-up 1 time. And there was one where they didn't do so well, but that's a pretty good track record, you know? But this time around, they've had a big change coming into this with Naposhka as their coach. And I'm excited to see how that's played out for them.
Yeah, so far, I mean, we don't really have anything to go off of. It seems like it should be good. Miposhka back cannot be a bad thing, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, he's left big shoes to fill throughout the entire course of the year, and I also think that it wasn't just his gameplay that was an essential part of this team. I think the fact that his leadership, and I'm imagining in-game and outside of game, was a pivotal role that he played. So I think as a coach, he's bringing like half the package back just doing that.
Yeah, let's find out how Team Spirit is coming into this match in particular, as Purge was able to catch Collapse.
Hey guys, I'm here with Collapse from Team Spirit. How are you feeling today?
I feel great.
Wonderful, good to hear. In the last tournament at Blast, you guys did pretty good in your group. Then you guys got eliminated by Yandex, who won the tournament. How far were you guys going to go if you didn't run into Yandex?
On Blast? I don't know. I don't remember. Well, like what shape we had, like what form. I don't know.
Do you not think about that? Like, I feel like as a viewer, I see a team get eliminated by the person that wins the whole tournament. I'm like, how far was that team going to go? Do you just not think about it when you're playing a tournament?
I think no. It's like we could just lose to someone else. It's some random stuff, you know. If we met like the winner of the tournament in like early stage. I mean, same happened like on TI with Falcons. We lost to them, then they won the tournament. I'm not sure we could won the TI, like same as Blast.
Well, that's good. I think it's probably a healthy way to look at it. You're focused on your play, right?
Yeah, just I'm focused more like on our form, and probably if I don't remember what happened on the tournament, I thought it's like we didn't have a good form for us. We just were not that good.
Okay, how are you guys feeling in your new roster? It feels like you guys are clicking from my perspective, but maybe you haven't gotten the tournament wins yet that you wanted.
Great, I would say. I just want to say great. Yeah.
Okay, that's.
I'm not sure what's gonna happen because it's like the first game, but I think it's okay for us right now.
How are you feeling about your play right now? You've been a fantastic player since your breakout, obviously winning TI. Do you have like ebbs and flows about how good you're feeling about your play?
I noticed like I have some buff on Riyadh, like on EWC tournaments, like from the first one maybe.
Do you feel it, or do you just feel the results?
I feel by the results, and also it's like I feel just like in the air, you know. Just I feel some buff, so I can win. I'm playing better. Sometimes I can like solo, just win games by solo, and just something like this.
Okay, well, we'll see that happening.
Some strange feeling, I don't know.
Well, I'm happy. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck in your matches.
Thank you.
The Team Spirit buff at EWC is real. Team Spirit admitted, Collapse admitted the buff. He feels it. It's just something in the air, Effie.
Yeah, he said, sometimes I feel like I can even win games solo by myself, and that really has seemed to be the case with Team Spirit. There are so many games that I can just remember, and it's been years, where Yatoro on Void dragged it out to 80 minutes and won it by himself, Collapse on his Magnus or his Primal, just turning something that looks unturnable, and I'm excited for them to deliver that same magic. They haven't had the best year this year, but all of the changes that they've made recently with the addition of Not Me as their 4 and Miposhka coming back as a coach is really promising, Brian.
Yeah, I think we got a glimpse of the way Team Spirit thinks during that interview with the Collapse's instant answer to Purge's question about the other teams. It's like when you're in a game, I think it's very common for any Dota 2 player to kind of like gauge how hard is this game? Like how far behind are we? What are our chances to win? And I think with Team Spirit, the reason why they always make these comebacks is because they're not thinking about any of that. They're thinking about like their next timing. They're thinking about how they're playing. They're playing purely from their perspective. I feel like they're almost living in this little bubble, like mentally, but I think that's something that's been established over time by Miposhka and the rest of the Team Spirit culture, and it's always a treat to watch.
Yeah, and it seems to work out. And maybe because they won EWC in the past, they kind of feel like, you know, we already did this. You know, the pressure is off, so I did it before, I can do it again.
But you can have the opposite, right? Where you feel like the pressure is on you because you've already done it and your expectations are so high. So I think it speaks a lot to their mentality that you can completely go the other 180 of that direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the cool things about this team is that they've always had this culture within how they play Dota that we've also seen in their academy team in Yellow Submarine, that when they play a game and they're behind, they never think about what's the likelihood that we lose. Rather, it's what's the play that we can make to win the game, not what do we avoid so we don't lose. That's never been the way that they think. And that's why they're the team that we see most in the scenarios where they're down 15K, 20K net worth, and they find their way back in.
Yeah, we have Team Spirit. Of course, we have a lot of data on them. They played a lot of tournaments, and we can refer to them, the tournament they just played in Blast. That's fine. Their opponents haven't played in a little while. At least they have played, of course, in qualifiers, but not on LAN tournaments. We're talking about MOUZ. Those will be the opponents for Team Spirit for this one. And I do want to narrow in on them as there has been some question marks. This is the tournament that they qualified for. They did not qualify for TI, Brian. Does that mean there's extra pressure, you think, on them to perform right here and maybe even extra for Panto, who's up against his former squad?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's really hard to read where the mentality of this team would be because, we've seen teams like Team Yandex we're going to see later that gets first in half their tournaments and last in the other half. MOUZ, on the other hand, they just get between 8th to 12th in every single tournament they play in. So they're displaying that they can take games off the best teams and they can consistently make it out of like group stages or like early stages of playoffs. But then they're also losing in qualifiers. So this is their last tournament of the year, as you mentioned. I don't think that puts more pressure on them for this, but I think they're one of the hardest teams to gauge what their own expectations of this event are. My expectations are like 9 through 12.
Okay. I think for MOUZ, they're interesting for sure, like Brian said, for those reasons, but they also do quite well during group stages. Like, there have been a lot of Dream Leagues and the ESL in Birmingham where they crushed their group and they were topping it and everyone was like, whoa, they figured something out that no one else has. And then after group stage, they just fizzle out and they lose their magic. So they're a team that flip-flops, and I think that when teams aren't expecting their play, it really works. Hence the results in group stages. But once they get studied a little bit, it seems to crumble for them.
I was going to say they're the type of team that gets like a formula going. It's working for them early on in the tournament. It's almost like EG of old, but instead of fizzling out in 3rd place, they're fizzling out around like 8th place. But I think they are really good at what they're doing. But the question then is the longevity of the tournament, their ability to adjust when teams have adjusted to them. So I'm expecting something similar. I do agree that a good group stage performance, but from there we'll have to see.
Because the first start of this season, MOUZ was doing fantastic, as this timer is, that was very short, and I don't believe that is correct. Sorry, debate there, guys. But MOUZ did very well at the start of the season. They took one of the first spots at the first Wallachia of the season, which there's not a lot of teams that have those titles. I mean, the most of them were taken by Tundra and Yandex, and the rest of us kind of like scattered about. Surely, Effie, I feel like they can grab that momentum again and maybe bring it back on the moment where it matters most, here on the stage in Paris.
Potentially. I mean, with the players on this team, you can never count them out. And I really do believe it's going to be that surprise factor. Because they did just bring in Panto as their 5. And oftentimes when new players get injected into teams later on into the season, something just comes, something's in the air, fresh ideas, fresh play, and it seems to work for a while. We've also seen that with OG bringing in Raven and suddenly looking really good. It's going to be something similar here with Panto, because I do think that he is more suited for a team like MOUZ that tends to play on tempo versus what he looked like on Team Spirit.
Now, we talk about both teams, obviously, in very positive light, and we are having high hopes for both of these teams, both Spirit and MOUZ. But I have to mention, Brian, is this a little bit David versus Goliath? Because I feel like we are kind of comparing a team that has hopes of being in the top versus a team that probably will be in the top.
Well, I think Mira said it accurately that MOUZ looks like a top-tier team oftentimes in the first group stage or the first few days of a tournament. So, and also Team Spirit tends to be one of the teams that tends to ramp up throughout the course of the tournament. So I think on paper, yes, David versus Goliath, but also results this year aren't too convincing for Spirit, as we've said. And I think the way these teams are structured, I wouldn't be shocked if MOUZ 2-0 them. I don't think it's going to happen, but I wouldn't be writing a newspaper article about it, basically.
And Panto's got to be extra motivated to be like, well, you thought I couldn't hang with you. Let me show you what I'm about to do. I can imagine him playing like a Zoo here or something super high tempo, maybe an Enchantress, and just running to that mid lane.
Yeah, and keep in mind the time when MOUZ did do well at the start of the season, part of the reason was that they played in every single qualifier under the sun, in every single tournament, online, offline. They played everywhere. They played so many games, and they talked about it themselves that is what made them click and what made it work. They've done so again. They played a lot of qualifiers recently, whereas Team Spirit, they got invites to everything. They took the easy route, obviously.
Except TI.
They did play the qualifiers. Oh. that's true, actually. You're right. But it's still, I mean, MOUZ has played a lot recently. So we're going to find out if that amount of practice that they've had this time around, if that is going to be enough. We cannot start Team Spirit versus MOUZ, though, without proper tools. Like, for example, getting the players on stage. Let's go.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shiver. That is right. You got 2 proper tools right here to get us into this series indeed. That was a crazy last series, my friend. Oh my God. The underdogs came out and they got a game off one of the best teams at the tournament.
Absolutely. P-Time, the way that they played was incredible. Team Liquid were trying their best. They were smooth in game 1. Even then, it was only in the second half of it. But Wits was saying we could have beat them 2-0 if we were just focused up.
Oh,
I love it.
I don't know about that, but I do believe
he said it.
Hey, he said it. He said it. All right. Well, speaking of underdogs coming up and beating some very, very good established teams, let us go ahead and get this one ready. Who we bringing out first, my friend?
We're bringing out the big guns. First up, it's Team Spirit! The EWC 2025 champions have hit the stage once again. You saw them this morning with all 23 challenger teams facing them on this stage. And now with Miposhka leading them to the top, it's not going to be easy to handle the Spirit Bomb on this stage.
Heck yeah. As soon as Spirit got to the stage, I could hear Effie screaming at the top of her lungs from across. Oh, she's still doing it. Goodness gracious. We are ready to see Spirit do what they do best, show up at EWC and win this bad boy. However, they have their first opponent coming up, my friends. Ladies and gentlemen, a team that has been waiting so long to get into this arena and show their stuff. Let's bring out MOUZ! Now, MOUZ has been a team that we have seen come out of nowhere and win giant tournaments. This is not a team that is afraid of playing in front of a crowd and afraid of playing for big money. And if you have some immortal faith in this team, as I do, faith that is never shaking, I think they can do it. Especially our boy Pantho, who is out for, some would say, the revenge. Now, he is on loan, but loaned revenge. Today, he's cashing in potentially. But we have these two teams. Gentlemen, I assume you're all ready to go?
Go ahead, place your keys, take your seats. We got a game. Revenge is the name of the game for this one. Loan Venge. Want to coin the term for this one? But still, MOUZ versus the big cheese on the other side. Team Spirit v MOUZ. Let's get it started.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Team Spirit versus MOUZ about to kick off, and it's time to get into it. We have got a lot of information on these two teams as they both played in TIA qualifiers. Team Spirit had a little bit of a more direct route. MOUZ, I guess they also had somewhat of a direct route to just the wrong way. That sounds really mean. I am so sorry. But that does mean we have some information on them. And that means we can talk about the Dota that these two teams are going to play. Brian, how would you describe what we're about to watch?
I mean, we were talking about with MOUZ that they are the tempo team that tends to do what they do well, and so I think we're going to see like a clear timing displayed in their draft, and then we're going to see the classic Team Spirit. How do we stall this game out a little bit, draw it out so your timing is missed, and then take the late game? I think that's the script we'll see for this series, but maybe they'll mix it up on game 1 of the tournament because this is when the surprises can definitely work.
Yeah, that is typically the script that we see of Spirit versus tempo teams, but I think they have historically done well versus MOUZ throughout the year, and I believe that a lot of it just comes down to these early game rotations and Spirit's ability to read them. Because when we see Spirit play versus Liquid, for example, I do feel that Liquid actually successfully hit those rotations more than a team like MOUZ has done historically. So I wonder what kind of preparation has gone into that. We're going to gate at this time, we're going to focus on this lane at this time, and have Spirit prepared for that in return.
So we're seeing a lot of the melee heroes in the mid lane, like the Earth Spirit and the Ember Spirit, and I'm wondering, because mid 1 and the rest of MOUZ, they've been picking a lot of meta heroes for the last few months, and I feel like they kind of lost a bit of their identity, like they're just doing what everyone else is doing. I'm wondering if we're going to see like the mid 1 Leshrac, these like signatures, the classics from the beginning of the year when they were really successful, these like going to take your early mid tower, going to bully these melee heroes out. I'm just wondering if teams are going to start, maybe they've already tried this in scrims and it isn't working, but this experimenting with these like ranged tower pressuring like Death Prophets Leshrax type archetype that is meant to remove heroes like Earth Spirit from the game. So instead of counter-rotating them, you just make it so that they don't really ever want to leave their lane.
Yeah, and Leshrac has been such a good hero for MOUZ in the tournaments that they did do well with, and a lot of it is just taking that tier 1 top tower very early on. The issue is Leshrac as a hero just does not feel as good right now. I think he's still very pickable, but within Larl's hero pool, he's been playing a lot of Zeus, which can just lane versus Leshrac very easily, and Vipers, which they have solutions for.
We don't know for sure yet, but just based on the drafts from the other teams, I wouldn't be shocked if Laurel just gets thrown into a first pick Earth Spirit. Like, that's why I was thinking, like, I would hope if they get a mid 1 Lesh type hero that they're going to get it as like a response counter they see what they're laning against. But I definitely wouldn't blind pick something like this. I think we're at the stage of the meta where we're very quickly learning what teams are prioritizing the highest. But what I think we're going to learn either by the end of today or maybe in the coming days is what's good against what teams are whipping out now. So that's why I was theory crafting with like, okay, we've already seen Earth Spirit this many times. There has to be something that makes it not worth playing.
Now, for the side of Team Spirit, I am very interested in how Not Me will continue, because the first impression he gave on that squad was he was absolute fire.
That Rubik game, if anybody saw that,
I'll
never forget like wondering how's this guy going to do in late game scenarios, and then he's Rubik. He steals Ravage. He steals Wyvern Curse, curses 4 people, then Blink dodges Ravage and steals it, and then ravages them after the curse. I was like, man, this guy's nuts. First Rubik game.
He had a fantastic debut at Dream League, and it was sad to see him fizzle out a little at Blast. It felt like he didn't bring that same special sauce, but now the question of you bring in a new coach, it's a whole new tournament, you know your team kicks ass at EWC. Maybe he's extra motivated because I do want to see him in that same energy that he brought at that Dream League.
And playing on stage as well, a little bit different as well with the squad as we are in the draft for game number 1. We're going to have MOUZ on the Radiant side, Team Spirit on the Dire side, and they are the ones with first pick. We already see the Huskar, Nature's Prophet, and Keeper of the Light removed from the pool. On the other side, it is Tree and Protector, Lone Druid, Drow, and Snapfire out.
SF still in the pool.
SF still in the pool. Clockwork instant pickup.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the kind of story of the meta right now. I liked Seb's term of chicken and the egg. It's like obvious outside of Dota, but I never really thought about like what is the chicken and the egg version of the meta right now. And I was saying I think the range carries might be defining the meta, but he's like maybe Clockwork Tree were so meta defining that you then wanted to pick carries that lane with those heroes. So then that's how we ended up with Drow and SF meta as well, and then Nature's Prophet to boot. But Bane is another lane dominator that I think was getting picked up a bit more in the recent tournaments. I've been seeing him more and more in my pubs. His early Brain Sap got buffed so that it's 15 less mana, which is basically what Bane uses in order to win his lanes. And then he got the vector targeting Nightmare by default when they removed the facets patch. So a lot of these heroes that we're seeing, they kind of got the good straw from the facets patch. Like, did they either keep both of their facets, in the case of Bane getting his left on his spells, and Drow is the same story?
Yeah, he's also just an anti-carry hero in the sense that you're going to have a BKB piercing disable, and it means for that really solid lockdown versus these carries that you talked about that are so popular. Another thing about Bane is he's very disruptive for the Spirit heroes as well, with his Enfeeble being such a nuisance early game. And if you're an Earth Spirit rolling into a Bane early on, he's just going to grip you.
Yeah, and I also think Bane was one of the biggest beneficiaries of the greedy enchantment being guaranteed on every hero in the game, because a lot of times the way to deal with Bane is to have a reliable Fiend's Grip cancel. So if you're a Bane, sometimes you'll end up with the Ether Lenses and the Glimmer Capes, but you can also manage to actually get to an Ags if you need it to be able to function in the game because of that greedy enchantment.
Yeah, also just the Nightmare setup is so nice to have in that mid game where you're in a state where it's hard to make a play. You can just send your Bane to a side lane, have a hero that connects quickly, and just capitalize off of that Nightmare. It does give you more of a clear vision at that stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're at that point where, talking about like the vision of the game here, all of the premier right clickers, the range right clickers are gone right now. I mean, I guess Wind Ranger's still left in the pool. We did see Falcons experiment with Clinks earlier. I'm mentioning it because it's clearly the meta right now, and both of these supports want to play with these type of heroes.
Yeah, I can see that. I can also see Terrorblade come out versus Bane. He's one of the better heroes against Fiend's Grip.
Illusions and summons, yep.
Just beat him up when he does it. Other heroes that are historically quite good against Fiend's Grip are heroes like Leshrac that pre-cast their spells, and heroes like Death Prophet that just run in with their Exo.
Yeah, they're doing damage by existing. I'm curious if we're going to see... I know it's not exactly Collapse's like forte, but I've seen him whip out like the summons heroes in the past, the Beastmasters, the Lycans. I wonder if we'll see that those are also a lot of times the answer to a hero like Bane. And there's the Earth Spirit for... Oh, I was going to say for Laurel, but wrong side. I'm not surprised. I mean, I guess I was hoping mid one would be the one countering the meta. I don't know why. I just feel like that's the type of player he is to me, but I'm also fine if you just want to slam it. I'm wondering if Laurel is going to have some form of punishment. Obviously, Huskar getting banned out in the first round.
Yeah, Mage could play it
Snapfire
too,
banned.
no?
Have we seen an Earth Spirit support
I think Boxy
yet?
played it.
Boxy played it.
Boxy played it, okay.
It didn't work that time. But he did do it.
Yeah, he did. And he's usually quite good at it, but I do think Earth Spirit is stronger as a mid laner than as a support. But if you have the ability to flex, that just is an asset for your team.
I think one of the things that Bane does better than any of the other fives right now is that most of these lanes that they present you with, you don't want to lane against them, you just want to creep cut, and Bane can prevent that with Nightmare. So we see Rubik Doom.
We have a chance of seeing the repeat from Not Me's Rubik.
Yes, absolutely. We just need them to pick Tidehunter Wyvern now.
Yeah. That's one of the... that's one of, for Rubik at least. I mean, you might not get Tidehunter and Wyvern. It's very unlikely, of course. But stealing Fiend's Grip is super easy.
But Earth Spirit spells kind of suck though, right?
No, actually, it's kind of fun. Have you ever seen a Rubik rolling around? It's not the best, but it's still kind of funny. They aren't the greatest.
He gets the extra cast range on it, I guess, by default, so he doesn't really need the Remnant.
Yeah, a little bit of extra mobility for the Rubik, but really the big one here is the Vayne. But when you pick Doom and Rubik together like this, you're also covering for the enemy Rubik, which is a classic counter to Doom.
It's kind of like Rubik Underlord, the classic, like, pick a lane duo that covers each other's counters. I really like this Monkey King pick, first off, because it's Crystallis. It's one of his signatures. Part of, like, what I came in today, I was like, what happened to all, like, the Bloodseekers and the Razors and the Monkey Kings that Crystallis rose to prominence with, but now we see it. I do like, because, like, they banned the Kez. What I think about with Kez, with Bane, like, Bane either wants range right-clickers or melee guys that can catch up to the Nightmare, like close the gap in some meaningful way, and Monkey King is one of those. And then now we see the Viper.
Keeping it flex, I would imagine it's off lane for Boom for now.
And it could be make it so it's Earth Spirit 4, because you generally want a ranged offlaner or something maybe like Darkseer that enables a melee 4. But yeah, that would make sense. I think they are leaving it wide open.
No, this is the best lane partner, actually, for an Earth Spirit 4 if you do play it, because he just covers for all of Viper's weaknesses, and Viper is such a strong lane hero that he accounts for Earth Spirit's laning weaknesses in that sense, too. And you always make sure that you have that stun to stop the TPs out from Viper. So I would like to see this lane, but if it goes mid, I don't mind either. It's just not exactly the mid one specialty in the sense that that's what he wins off of.
You mentioned it earlier. I think we're going to see the Yatoro Terrorblade. Like, I think it's a really good pick against that off lane, and it's good against Bane. It's fine against Monkey King. Like, I actually think they might have drafted themselves in a corner if we get, like, I'm thinking PL or Terrorblade. I haven't seen PL really rise at all in professional. Maybe he's a bit too slow. I think Terrorblade would give Clockwork like a better lane. So I'd rather see that. But then they might also just go for Laurel's hero. They're ready to punish right now. That's what I'm thinking. But maybe since you see Earth Spirit likely getting flexed, I would choose to punish the offlane myself.
Yeah, this is the point where Team Spirit, because they are first pick, this is where you pick your most important hero, I would imagine, that you draft around, as you have no chance to overall last pick, because that is for MOUZ in this game.
So while we wait for this 18th pick, I'm looking at this Doom, and how do you feel like his game looks like right now, Ryan? Because when you have heroes that are running at you non-stop early game, like Earth Spirit and Monkey King, and you're a Doom who needs to sit back and farm and play off of that one big cooldown, it gets pretty suffocating.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is when I'm the Doom, I don't really have too many options in the early game. I don't want to move. I can't really jungle all that fast. It's like okay with Scorched Earth on those two camps on the side, but what I'm thinking is you're going to have mid-game damage problems. Looking at the first three heroes like Clock, Rubik are... I mean, I guess Cogs can technically do infinite damage. I've seen people get hit by like 5 of them, but I like the Darkseer ban. I was going to say, I still think they're eyeing an Illusion hero. I think the reason they might have picked Puck here instead is because they think they have like 2 or 3 options. I think specifically 3 options, because otherwise they can ban you out. But with Doom, I think they're in for a tempo problem. I think they have damage issues against Monkey King plus Viper. And I also think that there's really no one to like alleviate this pressure right now by creating their own. They don't have like a mid laner who's going to force rotations. I mean, I think they definitely need to pick a really strong safe lane, and Wind Ranger would have done it. I still think Terrorblade's their best pick, but I'm curious if MOUZ bans it out.
Yeah, I do think Laurel's in a position, though, with this Puck to play into Doom's lane and try to correct a lot of the pressure that Collapse is going to be receiving, because Puck is the mid-hero of this patch, I'd say. He's often banned out. He's let through. It's not the easiest game because Geogrip is an instant silence, and you can follow up with the Bane Fiend's Grip, but you can still get away with that early game on Puck.
Yeah, as the game goes on, it's going to be very hard to kill Puck. Like these catch sequences will work in the early game, but once he gets like 1 or 2 defensive items, I don't think it's really happening anymore. Sometimes we even just see the Pucks go like Octarine Core, Eon Disc, and then they're just never a target. Heroes like Bane heavily rely on the vision that they provide, so having a hero that can effectively get that information about the Bane and not die to it is essential.
Is there not still a hero in the pool that would be able to solve that issue? As we do have the Night Stalker that potentially would be able to do that, removed from the pool. Also, Darkseer is out.
I love how I said like Puck nullifies the vision component of Bane, which gives them that advantage, and I wouldn't have even thought, oh, then you should ban Night Stalker, because that would like trump Puck's vision, because Night Stalker just jumps you right away with the AoE silence. They do ban the Terrorblade. I'm a bit surprised they didn't pick it on Team Spirit, just because I didn't think they were going to get it. They must have some alternative that made the Puck worth it.
I mean, what other illusion carry has a strong lane versus this Viper is the issue? Because I think if you're picking PL here, you're going to suffer a little bit.
The lane is, like, the thing is, the lane would go okay, but you're not going to punish it, and you're not really making use of the clockwork. Like, you're not making use of this lane dominator.
One of the heroes that Seb is expecting to make an appearance this EWC, and don't know if that's in this game, but is the Spectre as a carry that he mentioned?
Okay. Yeah, I think that Spectre is specifically going to be seen against the early Drows and SFs. Like, it's going to be counter to the enemy team picking a ranged hero. So we saw Falcons do Clinks earlier. I really think teams, like, the meta's been all the way it is long enough, where it started with Drow, then it went to SF, then it went to Nature's Prophet, and it's like, let's just keep going down the list of single target right clickers. And I think Clinks is now like, he's like 6th in line. And when you're later on in the draft, you needed to make use of the clockwork. And I think Clinks will have a decent lane here, but he is susceptible to getting clicked down, like unlike Wind Ranger or like an Illusion hero. The Viper poison attack would not really work very well, but I think Clinks could get punished with like a Bane rotating through the gate and nightmaring him in. So I think that early levels, like the first 3 or 4 levels for the Doom lane, is actually going to say a lot about how Yataro's lane goes, because his Bane can be freed up to rotate.
Yeah, I'd argue that the same thing could happen to the Viper as well. If Rubik comes through the gates, then he's in a bad position, because Clinks will lane very well into Viper. CSing shouldn't be an issue. They can trade versus each other. It's just a matter of which support set up on the enemy turret first.
Yeah, whichever of the 5 and the 4 on the bottom lane gets freed up first, I think is going to significantly change the pace of this game.
Well, one more pick coming from MOUZ. It is offlaners that Team Spirit removed, so they are expecting this Viper to go mid, or Spirit to go, well, the Viper to go mid and Spirit to go 4. But there's still definitely some flex about this. We'll see how MOUZ reveals where everybody's gonna go. By the way, are we worried about the Doom at all in this game? I feel like he's gonna have a pretty decent time farming and getting big this game, even if the rest will be addressed, as we do have the Yamage Tusk coming out.
Okay, so they're moving Earth Spirit to mid, it looks like, and then it's offlane. Okay, yeah, so it is offlane Viper. I don't mind Tusk here. It's a bit of a save versus the coil, and it stalls a bit of the Doom duration. It allows you to burst the Clinks, but they have a lot of single target on the side of MOUZ. I don't think there's too much to punish it. Like, Tusk is pretty bad against Puck as well. They didn't really solve that problem, so I think they're heavily relying on I was going to say the Viper to lane dominate the Puck, but it's not Viper mid. How does Earth Spirit match up against Puck mid, Mira? Do you have familiarity with that matchup?
I mean, Earth Spirit's pretty tanky, and he's got damage now with his innate. So you're just CSing pretty comfortably. Like, yeah, Puck's going to click you, and you're going to need to sustain a lot, but your only threat is just getting coiled, then you can't roll around and whatnot. Like, you're going to slightly lose in CS, but if you're picking mid Earth Spirit, it's because you're running to side lanes. You're not sitting on that mid lane. And as the game progresses later on, that Geo Grip is a nuisance for Puck. It's a silence that you don't see coming.
Yeah, I guess just for me, I agree with all those points. I just feel like all of MOUZ's catch is like conditional. It's like a short duration Monkey King stun. You have to land the snowball, you have to land the Geomagnetic Grip. I think early game that's reliable, but if we get to that point where Laurel's allowed to split push, Yataro's constantly playing off map, you're like on Crystallis just waiting for the moment that Collapse is going to AoE doom you with an Ags. Like, I just think that we are in the situation where MOUZ has to have significant map control for the majority of the game, or this is going to get ugly quick. But I think that Collapse could struggle, and I think that Ponto could go through the gate. I don't know. We'll just have to see if he's able to punish his former team.
Yeah, I can see that scenario happening, but I also think that they have a really strong offlane in this Viper plus Tusk.
Very scary, yeah.
Quite dominant, and they have the issue of the high cooldown on Doom. And if Earth Spirit and Tusk are just running at you nonstop in that early game, you can't really play into that. So there could be a period of the game where MOUZ just take over and do their thing.
Yeah, I definitely see that happening. They're much lower cooldown and much higher tempo and damage. I think the early to mid game damage is heavily in favor of MOUZ.
So they need to gain a big lead in that early game and then build off of that and don't let the game go too long. It's basically, before we even saw the draft, we said there's a template to this game, a kind of a script. And what you're both saying is the draft fits the script as well.
I think if Yamich manages to get an early blink, then like he will catch the Clinks, he will catch the Doom. Like, I think that this recovery farm that they're going to look for, an ability to like play off map and split, is not going to happen if Yamich gets that start. So that's like, I think he's kind of the catalyst. Yes, mid one's a part of it, but I think he needs someone else to set up for him, and pretty much the only person to do that right now is the Tusk.
Yeah, I think it's not as dire as it seems in that sense.
For the Radiant.
Yeah, because I do think MOUZ have drafted themselves a very strong early game. It's just going to be a matter of not fumbling after they get their lead. Because as that game progresses as well, if you have a mid Earth Spirit and a 4 Tusk, like, you have repositioning tools for carries like Clinks, which make it very difficult. And we can't forget about the threat of the Bane. Sure, there's a Clockwork to deal with him, but we've seen the strength of this hero as games progress, and it's just going to be a matter of execution here for MOUZ. I would say I favor them if they hadn't fumbled before.
Do you have a collection of spells, Brian, that you feel like if not me can get this sequence, he is the goated Rubik player?
They did originally pick it to counter, like to block counter pick the Doom. I don't think they gave him much. Like Viper's, I guess Viper ult is like okay. I don't think this is like a Rubik Ags game. I think you're more playing around the shard. You're more of like a utility save. I don't think this is going to be a super flashy Rubik Steel kind of game. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes more along the lines of like Shard, Aetherlands, like Glimmers and stuff like this. If he goes Ags, I would be a bit surprised.
Stealing grip, though, that could be annoying.
That is always annoying. I guess I'm hoping as an experienced Bane player, Ponto will make it work. But obviously there's not much you can do when you're AFK. You get an Ags, and then you insta-cancel your main guy, and then you brain sap the guy, Shiver.
That requires a lot of farm, but you did talk about the greedy enchantment, so...
He'll get there. Maybe like 40 minutes in, but he'll get there.
It's more so about Earth Spirit and Tusk covering him by going on that Rubik. Like, when the fight starts, we're jumping on that backline, we're controlling him, just press your grip.
Yeah, we are, of course, having a slight pause, as you guys might have noticed that the game is not on your screen.
You should start the game, Shiver.
Oh, yeah, that's on me. This is true. I am so sorry. My sincere apologies. I will soon start the game, but I don't want to yet because I enjoy talking to you guys. And that's okay, too. In the previous game, we saw Klings as a carry. Klings didn't really... His main contribution was basically being a turret, but then for allowing the team to go high ground. What does a Klings do that is wanting to be more active? Is that even possible on the hero now?
No, I think he always likes to play the map all the way through Deso Shard and then the next item.
I'm hiding in the map, basically.
He starts by playing off map to look for kills with Deso. Then he gets a Shard and clears waves. He becomes a bit of a split pusher hybrid. Then he gets one survivability item, utility item on top of that. Like we saw Skeeter go for a pretty early Ags on Clinks. And so one thing I wanted to mention about the Clinks is that against Monkey King, you're always considering who wins the territory battle. Sometimes we'll see people counterpick it with Undying Tombstone or something else a Warlock Golem that you plop on the ground. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a somewhat early Ags from Yatoro, and their whole idea is to just make it so even though the Monkey King ring is there, you retreat a little bit out of it, and then they don't want to continue chasing. And I think if MOUZ is not allowed to pursue you with the Earth Spirit, the Tusk, the Monkey King, all these heroes that just want to jump you on low cooldown, if they can't do that, if they're scared to do that, I think that heavily plays into Team Spirit's favor.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, we didn't really talk too much about the opening pick and the guy who's going to be playing that opening pick on the side of Team Spirit. Rue on the position 5. I mean, it's logical that we see Clock as a first pick, so we don't really generally touch upon it as much as, for example, we did on Bane, Effie. But can you recap why this guy is going to be a scary one?
This guy is in Clock or this guy is in Rue?
Both.
Both. Well, Rue switched from 4 to 5. So heroes like Clock are right up his alley. That used to be 4 heroes before he became the bowler TM and just started throwing cogs at people, and then you throw him into that safe lane. So it's a very comfortable hero for him. But if he gets a good start after playing with a ranged carry, he just goes to lanes and becomes the biggest nuisance of all time. Sure, the cogs got nerfed, but they're draining mana from these cores really early on, and they're hard to play into. So if there's a player who can comfortably play the 5 Clock without much practice, it's absolutely Rue.
Yeah, I think Clock is one of those heroes that he needs a carry that enables his style of laning. Like if you just pick like a Jug or like a Lifestealer that just wants to hit creeps like a Faceless Void-esque carry, then Clockwork it feels pretty lackluster and useless in the laning phase. But if you have a carry that anytime you bowl into them 3 times and can contribute a significant amount of damage, like we're just going to be looking, he's going to be constantly posturing and making sure that the Tusk is in vision, cannot go on Yatoro. I wouldn't be surprised if he has like a couple deaths in lane because against Viper Tusk, somebody has to kind of tank it. And I think if Yatoro's getting the CS while that's happening, then we're good. Especially if they're like trading half of Yamich's health or something like this. I think Rue's going to kind of have to ruin his own game in order to get Yatoro out of this early one.
Now, we did say that Klinks was 6th down the line on Vol the ranged carry. Surely that sounds exploitable.
True. I mean, Klinks offers all the aggression that Clockwork wants. My one concern that I mentioned earlier is that he is susceptible to Tusk Viper at any point. Like, if you get caught by shards, you're going to get stacked up on by the poison attacks, and you might just die full to 0. So that's why I think it's actually heavily on Rue. I don't think there's anything Yatoro can do, really, to position around this. The pull camps are going to be essential. The lane equilibrium manipulation. If it's, like, ever in front of Viper's tower with, like, the small camp blocked by Tusk, like, the lane is literally over. So I think it's absolutely quintessential that they keep it right in front of their tower, and that's pretty much all on Rue.
For sure. And just on the thing that you mentioned about Klinks, it's that he doesn't really have a safe support, right? And when you're playing against mid Earth Spirit, like the big play that you do early on is you just kick someone back into your team when you rotate. And Klinks as a hero is, if he's getting repositioned and he doesn't have a safe hero, you need a ton of items. You need to be able to stand your ground, press your BKB, press your Satanic.
Let's see if all that is going to come to light in our first game between Spirit and MOUZ with Sunspan and Kezu.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Wow, we are paused again.
The lights are too strong, Shannon. Everyone has been learning from 33, of course, who's very bothered by the lights.
We talk about this a lot, and we joke about it, of course, that 33 hates the lights every time. There's truth to it. He's literally started this trend. What is that all about? Why are players so picky these days?
People like playing in their dark room, Shannon. Then you get to the stage and it's like, what is this? These are real lights.
It's too powerful for our eyes. But yeah, we have MOUZ versus Team Spirit in this game 1 of this 2-game series. You picked in the pregame Spirit to win this.
I technically didn't pick them, but I spoke very highly of them.
I mean, we don't need to repeat what you said. People can go back into the VOD and decipher that.
Yep.
I believe the word stink was in there somewhere.
for one of the teams. You go figure. No, but Spirit are, of course, they did qualify to TI. They had a very good TI qualifier run. They are very strong. And not only that, they have Miposhka, who is one of the GOATs, back as, in their coaching staff. So you can see it in like a lot of their drafting, and I think also just like the overall confidence. And if you look at MOUZ, their TI qualifier run, it didn't look very inspiring. I think they lost in the second round of the lower bracket. And I think also, you lose the TI quals, you go here, and it's like after this, there's a big break. So it depends also a lot. Are you still motivated? What are you playing for? Obviously, you are here, so you will give it your best. But I don't think that they're the favorites here.
So as we're still in this pause, of course, we're eventually going to get the camera back on you, Toro. I do have a question for you.
The haircut?
What is his natural hair color? Do you even know?
I would have... Is it light brown or something?
Light brown. So this is more blonde at the moment, right? We're going to eventually get to
We'll get there.
That's Boom, of course. His classic hairdo. One of the best in Dota, I will say.
A very nice, like, natural, good hairdo.
Yeah, I like the half-rows, as we call them. Not afro, it's an H in front, just so you know.
Today I learned.
That's right.
We're in pause number 7, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, it actually unpaused like 3 or 4 different times while Shiva and company were talking.
They did a good job. I was listening.
That was
all the way
good,
through.
Phil. Yeah, absolutely. And you thought it was being on pause, but we're back again.
We will eventually get to Yatoro's phase, which is, of course, the important part.
Eventually. It's 1 out of 10. You'd think it would be a higher % chance for that to happen, but so far, no good.
But it does seem like it's mid one at the moment. Because he has, like...
He doesn't have his headphones on or anything.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to it eventually, but, mid one, what a story for him, though. This last year, coming back from... I feel like I don't even remember what he was doing the last 5 years, because he was... I think he came out of like semi-retirement at one point. He was on some teams that didn't do particularly well, and then they win a tournament.
I mean, he definitely took like a very prolonged break, and I think then he played in like SMG, and that didn't work too well. Like, he may have even played with no one, I think, in like a TI qualifier if they were both in SMG at the same time.
There's Yatoro, by the way.
There he is. I mean, that's not his natural.
No, I don't think it is.
Ain't no way. I mean, bro he's got a different type of hairstyle every year. Whether it's
awesome.
Blonde, it's bald.
Yeah.
He'll have a wig next year.
I think I interviewed him not too long ago asking what his favorite hairdo was.
What was it? The blue one?
I don't remember, which is why there's no point at this story.
Why are you saying it?
It was relevant. Mo, plus, when you get old, you start to tell a story, and then you realize midway, no pun intended with mid one here on the screen, that you don't remember, and you think it'll come. Because when you're younger, it just comes to you if you forget something. Like, you talk about it, it eventually comes, but not
That's
when
why
you're
you
old.
tell great stories.
Thank you.
You start them
The
off
story
with
has now ended, just so you know, in case you were wondering.
Just like this potential technical pause should come to an end soon.
I'm not convinced of that, actually.
I'm convinced.
What do you think Laurel is clicking there when the game is... Oh, it's not paused anymore.
Spoilers.
Sorry about that. As we get into the game officially, this is the longest portion of the game so far without a pause, so we'll just assume that they're good to go. And Cogs from Root going to block off any attempt to go to the high ground there. Looks like it'll just be mostly trades of bounties. Yep. So looking at these lineups, what stands out to you? The panel talked about Klinks being the 6th in line in this range carry meta that we're seeing right now. What do you think of that hero right now?
The hero's quite good. I think also when you look at, you want tempo very often, I think especially from the safe lane. And also when you have clock 5, you want these range carries that they also mentioned. So I do like Klinks quite a lot. I think first of all, physical damage is amazing, especially against Viper. Also like having the death pack later to give yourself some HP to like further sustain into this is very good. But I do like that MOUZ, they have a ton of tempo in this game. Like mid, Earth Spirit, safe lane, Monkey King. These are heroes that want to rotate, that want to play quickly. Because if you look at Spirit, like offlane Doom is very greedy. This hero needs time.
Yeah. We see Collapse playing the Doom here. One of the best Dooms in the world, I would say. No doubt about it.
I mean, it's like him and 33 and Amar, I think, would be like the best Dooms in line.
I feel like Amar has started this trend of just the greedy offlane Doom, where you just go Radiance no matter what. Like, your game can be atrocious, and he still goes Radiance, and it somehow works out a good portion of the time. Chrysalis, of course, playing his signature Monkey King. How often do we see this hero these days?
Not that often, because you do need to be a specialist. The hero has received quite a few nerfs over the time. I'm also interested to see which item build he will go for. Like a while ago, the Mage Slayer into the Desolator, like the early items that allow you to keep going, which is naturally how the hero wants to play. I would assume is still what you want to do. But Crystallis, he's the GOAT of this hero. Whatever build he goes for, that's what you should be doing.
But when I think of Crystallis, I think of Razor still, after all these years.
I mean, it's like Razor, Monkey, Bloodseeker. I think those are like...
I forgot about Bloodseeker, yeah.
And because the hero's pretty dead.
Yeah.
They gotta do something for that guy.
One day. When they bring back Facets.
Oh yeah, that will definitely happen. Well, up top.
Yeah, we got the Cogs place. Nice bounce back onto Yamich. Yatoro looking to get the first blood of the game, and he will on the Clinks. Definitely a good start for Team Spirit. That's exactly the hero you want to see the first blood gold go to.
Yeah, that is definitely a big one. Because in this top lane, like Viper Tusk can do quite well. It's a very skill-heavy matchup. I would give a slight favor to the Clinks and the Clock overall. I just think they have easier 2v1 capability. But if the lane stays even, it just makes it easier for your Earth Spirit and for Monkey King to rotate later, which they talked about before on the panel, and it is very important for this early game.
Top CS in the game, though, right now is on mid 1, which we haven't really talked about him in that mid lane, which we'll get to in just a moment with that Earth Spirit play. Love to see
some
that
bowling
hero
action.
back. And it's bottom lane. A little bit of back and forth with the right clicks, but not too much to write home about. But yeah, 18-3 right now for mid 1. How good is the Earth Spirit these days?
I think he's quite good. The hero also received like a lot of like small buffs patch after patch. Basically all his level 1 skills are better. He gained like 1 base strength I think in the last patch. Then in this patch they buffed his innate where you get more percentage damage from your stones. So I think overall Earth Spirit is first of all a very fun hero to watch, and second of all he's just very good right now.
It feels like it's been years since we've seen this. As Not Me getting extremely low as Collapse under the cover of the tier 1 tower will survive. Crystallis has the Jingu stacks up, but no Boundless Strike for 10. So we'll put the aggression to an end here. The Spirit do have to be a bit careful.
I mean, it's very, very good for MOUZ. You want to like get all these resources out of the Spirit heroes. Like even now if the 4-minute rune comes, I think Not Me can't really like go over there that easily. Even here, like you have Crystallis who's giving the Lotus to Panto. I think it's nice when you do this in the early game because your support can also TP like elsewhere. Maybe there's a play mid, he can TP, like fill up mid one with the Lotus. So all these small things, I like them from MOUZ here.
And Bane definitely a good hero for the TPing in terms of assisting early on with Nightmares.
And it's also like with the buffs they gave Earth Spirit, I like that people have gone, it's a different build nowadays. You don't really get the roll early on. I often see even Magnetize being skipped level 6. You just get high levels in the kick, high levels in the silence. They just deal a lot of damage early on.
Now top lane, Yatoro, despite getting that first blood, gets dove under the tier 1 by Yamich. Will claim that kill. The Cogs, not quite enough. Bowling, one more. Gonna sidestep it, pops the Lotus just in case as well.
Oh, what a hero. I love Clockwork. What a freaking hero.
Nice blood grenade onto 2 heroes in the bot lane. Not Me. Jingu stacks will come to fruition with the Boundless Strike to finish the job for Crystallis. Relatively good start from both carries, despite Yatoro dying. Net worth not too shabby at the moment.
Yeah, the top lane is, like you're saying, even with the kill, like now they don't have lane control in this lane. Both other lanes are going very well for MOUZ. I would not be surprised if, within this first nighttime, maybe you help mid one on the 6-minute rune and then you can start talking about, okay, you go to this Clinks lane and you do overwhelm mid. Because MOUZ, they've got the perfect draft in this early game to make that happen.
Haven't talked about Boom yet on the Viper. Does this just feel like we have to hold that thought. Yatoro under the tier 1 TP from Not Me to try to assist. Yatoro's kind of standing his ground. Cogs, though, nice placement with the bowling to continue. Now Boom and company on the run of the high ground. They get some reinforcements in the form of Crystallis, though, on that Monkey King. Jingu stacks onto Yatoro with the Boundless Strike. That's the second death for Clinks in this game already. And Not Me gonna follow suit. So great rotation from MOUZ as they claim 2.
Oh, that is good stuff. That's exactly what they should be doing. Like you do well on your safe lane, and you want to use your small advantages for something. Suddenly there's 4 heroes in the top lane, minute 540, and this is amazing. Clinks does not want this early game.
Yeah, Ruin in a lot of trouble now. Not gonna be able to get the Lotus, and unfortunately for him, will just be dropping to the deck as Boom gets credit for that one. Mid 1. Gonna apply a little bit of pressure in the mid lane, but Laurel will be fine. So despite getting the first blood from Spirit, it's been all MOUZ in terms of hero kills so far, resulting in this 1k lead.
And it's very, very good. I also like there's a small thing here where Yatoro did not TP to the safe lane tower. I think if he did, it is so easy for MOUZ to just double gate because you know that he's stuck there. He's currently just jungling and like slowly making his way over to the safe lane, and this is all from the small things that MOUZ are doing here in this early game.
Would you like to retract what you said in pre-game?
Not yet. People can obviously play very well, and they are, but Spirit, they need time. I mean, they're heroes, they're greedy. They're supposed to kind of get their asses kicked a little bit here, Shannon.
Yeah.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
That's part of the plan then, is to get your ass kicked just a little bit during the early stage.
Yeah, it's very normal. They enjoy it.
Rue will be able to claim the Wisdom Shrine. Nightmare. Some reinforcements here. Nice telekinesis onto 2 other heroes. A great 3-man stun essentially. He's collapsed though with that tag team, getting slowed to a crawl. Cogs come out as well. Crystallis, he gets rolled on. Will drop as mid-1 kills off Collapse. They're going to get the Rubik as well. Crystallis somehow staying alive throughout all of this. And Rue likely to be the 3rd death if they want to continue on here. Mid-1 pretty damn tanky. He gets the double kill, and that's 3 more kills for MOUZ. And they don't even lose the Monkey King. Mr. Crystallis survives throughout all of it.
And they're just currently outplaying them. I think even with the very nice lift from not me to like try and slow down this play overall, they're just bringing reinforcements. Like they even had a purge creep on Collapse to like take off the Jingu, but he just got a secondary one, kept fighting. Now 8-minute rune.
Laurel already waning rip. They actually delete Panto right off the bat. The telekinesis, a nice break onto the coil with the cogs to follow. Mid-1 is so tanky though. Starting to run out of mana. Illusory Orb will get some vision. Rolls onto the low ground. Will be able to get away as a result. Meanwhile, Collapse killing off Crystallis off camera. Looks like Doom was expended for this.
Oh, that's a
huge kill.
He must have got the 6 like on the wave and then surprised him, because there's no way you just die straight up seeing that he got his level 6 available.
Yeah.
But even going back to the mid play, like Laurel is so good on Puck. If he gets slept there by Bane, which is very likely for it to happen, it's nighttime, Bane sees you first, but he was just ready with the silence and the phase shift, and they just turn it around.
Spirit.
Top tower is under attack.
Big kill, bringing them back into the game, if you want to call it that.
No, absolutely.
How much this early game shenanigans from these teams, how much has it changed in the last few months in terms of... I feel like there was a point of time where winning early game, you win game.
It still matters so much, just because the overall...
Do you think it's overtuned still in that regard?
I don't know, because it favors like good gameplay. Like I think good Dota gameplay, like whether you have a late or early lineup, you can make these moves through the gate, and I think it just comes from playing well. So I don't know if it's necessarily overtuned. I think it's just a good way of using an advantage. So I'm a big fan of it. I like this a lot. Even this, like they push out the bottom lane, they go for a 2-man smoke with their Monkey King and Panto, because they know that Yatoro, he's not laning.
Yep, that is true. Applying some pressure here, Boundless Strike with the snowball. Does clip him, nice shards as well. Attempted TP, but the grip from the low ground keeps him in place. Completely out of mana now as well. And Yatoro will be claimed by Crystallis again. Meanwhile, mid lane, Coil onto the Earth Spirit, mid-1, in a bit of trouble, but the Viper Strike coming out from Boom. That's a very nice placement there. Able to roll out just in time. There's a 2k lead, and it's going to get worse now for Spirit as they lose a second hero. And guess who's still pursuing? It's Crystallis. With the Jingu stacks up, they're going to have to focus on Rue, it looks like, although a little bit speedy. Mid-1 with the roll, almost connecting, not quite the range. And he will be found eventually. It takes some time, but a 3rd kill going the way of MOUZ. This has been a very back-and-forth game, as the neutral's not going to assist Spirit in this case.
No, MOUZ came to play, and I love it. They're like literally everywhere. They kill people in the safe lane, they go smoke, then afterwards they show in the mid lane, and they have very good wards too. Like they're doing a great job at shutting down Yatoro. It's not very often you see Yatoro have this poorly of an early game. Like he's bottom net of the course by honestly quite a bit.
Yeah, and that's after first blood too. That's pretty insane.
I'll check after the game how many times you will say first blood.
First blood. Remember that first blood he got and then they just lost?
Yeah,
crazy. Crazy how that happened.
Quite a bit. He's quite low level though on Crystallis. I'm not gonna lie. He had a very good early game, and I love all his moves, but He is only level 6. Of course, that one kill earlier from Collapse did matter quite a lot.
Some pressure on the tier 1 now. With that siege, should be able to claim this for the MOUZ side. As Boom will be working towards his Hurricane Pike. And Chrysalis, like you said, not the greatest in the level department, is going for the Battle Fury. Do you like the Battle Fury here?
I mean, it's interesting. I would have expected him to maybe play a bit more on like the overall tempo with like either a Mage Slayer or a Deso. But maybe it's like some anti-Doom thing. I mean, you can beat Doom either by tempoing or also by playing for like a later stage game where you get yourselves like the Aegises. And I think they don't currently have the best Aegis like holders in their draft. So I think maybe turning yourself into a hyper carry and hoping that you will get, you know, the Roche kills later with a Fury and then Aghanims. I can see it. And again, like I said, this guy is the GOAT of Monkey King. You don't question his itemization. You don't.
Okay, all right. I hear you. Laurel will secure the haste rune here. 3k lead now for MOUZ.
God, the Rue is level 4. This
yeah, the supports are
good.
struggling quite a bit. Especially not having that hook shot. Kind of a big deal in terms of not just initiation, but even just canceling a Bane grip or something to that effect from afar.
Yeah, because for now, MOUZ are doing a good job at like holding the area kind of nicely. I mean, Boom has 1500 HP and 1500 HP and he has high levels and like corrosive. It's not that easy for him to die. But it looks like Spirit, they do kind of want to fight back here. But I'm pretty sure Collapse just showed on this wave.
Yep, smoke from Spirit. Boom might be the recipient. In the tree line, Yamich is spotted first, so they do get the coil onto the Viper. And now the Doom comes out, and they're going to be able to clean up 2 heroes here relatively easy. I say that, but actually Collapse is going to die throughout this. So not a freebie after all. The Viper Strike doing quite a bit.
It's still overall a good play from Spirit. You can't really allow MOUZ to hold the map like this. And the other thing that matters too when you play Rubik like this, because he did get Viper Strike, but currently Chrysalis is on him.
Yeah, first Wukong's command of the game. Secured for the Rubik. Telekinesis though? Is that enough? Not me. Actually will be able to get out.
Even without killing him, this was a big deal. Like, Not Me actually had Viper Strike stolen from Boom. Like, making sure that he had to trade that away is actually, that's a win in itself.
14-minute wisdom about to pop, so Chrysalis, I would assume, is going to try for this, especially with the Bane nearby.
Yeah, they should be holding this, especially also with mid one, like, leaning over. It does mean that they're giving up the active rune, which does make some of these moves a bit easier.
Rocket Flare does give vision, but of course not level 6, so don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, like they have no coil, they have no doom, you don't even have your ult on your clock. It's not that easy for them to fight back right now. Let's hold
Tier 1 from MOUZ. TP. Laurel gets off a coil onto 2. Ori at half HP is collapsed. He gets punched in the air. Silenced as well. He's just dead before the fight even begins. They get Panto, so it's a trade, but not the one you're looking for if you're Spirit. And the question is, can MOUZ get out intact as mid one with the Magnetize? Going to try to 1v3 this as the rest of his team attempts to get out. So they do find mid one on the outskirts of this fight. And the hook shot finally from Rue, level 6. Couldn't come at a better time.
No, that's one of the small things. Like, because you're leaning so many heroes on this bottom side, Lars just gets a free rune. If he doesn't pick up an amplify rune there is no way he's gonna make that read and the call of, yo, let's defend this tower. Because it looks weird how Collapse went in at first, but it just works out for Laurel.
And they're gonna use this pressure to force out the fortification, but with TPs now, MOUZ should be able to defend this for a little bit. As we see a replay with that damage rune from Laurel, but Collapse just couldn't get anything off.
It did look very sus how he initially ran in. Maybe he could have backed off a bit earlier, but honestly, without him using his body like this, you don't really have, like, you know, Laurel wouldn't be able to continue fighting, and Rue also just gets level 6 in the middle of the fight because Laurel is killing, like, everyone.
I love the slow motion there. To the support kill. Good stuff.
That's very good right clicks, you know, they got him.
Yeah, we did have a brief pause, but
and we saw the side view of Yotoro's new haircut. Of course,
it looks good.
It does.
I think this is my favorite in terms of haircut. Goes for him.
How about hair color?
Haircut. I mean, I like the crazy stuff for him.
Me too.
Like teal.
The teal was good. Didn't he also have silver at some point? I feel like
that sounds right. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's gone through.
If there's anyone who's done it, it's him.
The entire rainbow is at his disposal. So, although have we seen black? I'm not sure.
I don't think so. Well, he'll get there. Like next TI, next EWC.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so mid tier 1 is what they're aiming for again, and they've got so many heroes here, so maybe also contesting the active rune here will be an arcane rune for Mr. Mid 1.
Root trapped in a bit, but gets off the cogs.
Nice
Hook shots to his teammate to survive. And Boom now with that Hurricane Pike having a ridiculous range on the auto attacks for this tier 1. Panto wrapping around. Oh, nice roll. He actually ran into that one. Not me deleted, and tier 1 will follow suit.
It's a good read, and I like that they're not using 5 heroes here. Like, you know, Crystallis with his Fury, he's still farming, as Panto is trying to run after people a little bit. He currently has a Crimson Guard queued up on the Bane. That's very much a super not normal item for Bane to go for. You know, potentially reading into, okay, we're having a very good early game. The only way we die later is by, like, right-clicks from the puck and also the clings. So I can see it. But I'm a bit surprised that he's already committing. Like, usually sometimes you will have like people waiting, you queue it up, you see how the next few minutes go, but he's confident that their next minutes are going to look really good.
Yeah, I would assume Aether Lens is almost a go-to for every game on Bane, but we'll be going for that if the queue is correct in his inventory. We're going for that after the Crimson.
I mean, it will help his team tremendously. Like, if you look at heroes like Earth Spirit and Viper, the only way they struggle in fights is if they cannot stand their ground and if they cannot stay within the fight. So Crimson is amazing to offset that.
Smoke from MOUZ. Do not want to go for Not Me if they can help it. But they might be forced to claim a support. Either him or Rue. But no, they just back away, get some wards down.
MOUZ should know that there's a ward left behind, otherwise there was no way for Not Me to steal a spell there. So I'd be surprised if they don't kill that ward later on. I'm telling you.
The silence, but the Boundless Strike gets the silence off. But they're going to be able to silence him in turn, and Crystallis gets the kill onto Laura. That's a 3x kill streak ended, so more gold for him. That's more than the first blood that was on Yatoro earlier.
At the start of the game. Very important, of course.
Have to bring that one up.
Yeah. It won't be the last time, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. I think for this game, the meme is Yatoro First Blood and
Collapse.
the lights.
For me, it's also Collapse killing Monkey King. I will mention that multiple times.
Okay. We never got to see it, though, so.
We'll see it later, in post.
Blink Dagger now for Collapse.
Yeah, he's got the Vanguard completed. Now Greedy Enchantment, of course, as well on Panto, so that will help him with getting the Crimson later.
Yeah, you love these greedies.
I've talked about this like 2 EWCs ago, 1 EWC ago, and I'll talk about it this one as well.
And you still want it deleted.
Or nerfed. I think it's too good. Like, there's no drawback. I think it does change the fact a lot. Because gold on supports, I think it does more. Like, 1k gold on a support is way more impactful than 1,000 gold on, like, a core. Like, even if you look at Tusk in this game, like, Yamage is going to have very good timings on his items. Even when a Tusk is on the losing side, he can always play for an Aghanim's later and kick people back. That is a win condition in itself.
So what if it doesn't just lower your attack damage, but your spell damage?
I like that.
You like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because supports don't kill creeps with right clicks anyway. Like, they just run around, they have good positioning. You know, you nuke some creeps here or there. So, yeah. If they're listening, that would be a cool change.
I feel like it's been long enough that they're just going to be stubborn about it. As Mid One kills off Ruby, he's going to be greeted by Doom himself. Getting right-clicked, he's going to tick down. It's going to be pretty close here.
Not enough, I think. Absolutely not.
And Snowball just to mitigate a little bit more of that damage. But yeah, no kill for Collapse. Instead, he'll find Crystallis, who gets a couple right-clicks in, but not going to commit any further. Yatoro has his shard, so he'll be farming away. About to finish. I believe the Death Soul is actually on the way. So this is now potentially the time to fight for Team Spirit.
Not me. Doing some rolling around.
Yeah, they find themselves a little Rubik action.
You can definitely tell with how Spirit are playing that they don't want to fight at all. Like, it's not normal that you go Shard before Desolator on Clings, but they want to just play the map, delay it out, even Collapse. He's one of the few Dooms that goes the Shard very early on. You eat the Ancient Black Dragon, you get the Splash, you get the Fireball, and you just keep scaling that way. So I think Spirit are making the best out of a really bad situation.
Playing on the defensive, as some would say. So at what point will they be ready to fight? So Yatoro, like, what item? He's going for Hurricane Pike next.
I think for them, it's more about finding an enclosed space. I think what you want to do here, if you're Spirit, is you want to try and split up MOUZ a little bit with like this annoying map play. Puck goes to one side lane, Klinks goes to one side lane. So I would say it's more about finding like a 2v3 or a 5v4 where MOUZ aren't quite together and just continuing to scale. I don't see a specific item timing currently. I think they're happy just like dragging out the game.
I mean, Spirit late game is something to... I mean, it's not the same team, of course, but...
Same aura.
Yeah, they have that vibe about them for sure. And Collapse will be spotted here momentarily by Crystallis, but does have some distance. Boundless Strike hits. Wukong's command to follow. Hookshot going to try to mitigate a little bit here. He gets stuck inside the Ice Shard, but Collapse is going to be fine. And now on the run is MOUZ, potentially. Get coiled onto the snap as Crystallis turns into a soldier temporarily. Able to get the stun, though, onto the Clockwork, rather. So support for support. Nothing too much to write home about. A Boundless Strike onto 2. That was not exactly the plan for Collapse.
That was nearly... I think he was very close to like Blink dooming him there, but does jump into the Boundless. But just a 1-for-1 for now. I think MOUZ should be aiming for like a Roach kill soon, even though you don't have like a Desolator or you don't have the best right-click damage. Since you have Tusk in your lineup, it is very easy to kill Roach.
Crystallis with the BKB, going to be going for Scotty next.
Yeah, his build, like overall, he's not the strongest yet. Like when you go Fury on BKB, it's not a very impactful build. It's more about then like your third item and your fourth item where the damage really comes out. Like even with the Scotty next, it makes him more tanky and it gives them more like survivability in the fight and like slowing people down. But his real strength will be on like his fourth item.
Right.
Maybe some Daedalus afterwards.
Oh, Roche is being attempted by MOUZ as Spirit. Can they contest? No. Boom will get the first Aegis of the game. As Laurel, they want to get at least something out of this. They'll coil the Bane. We'll get the kill as a result as Collapse continuing to chase here. Yamich going to connect with Crystallis. Crystallis like, no, get me the fuck out of here. Not interested in that, bro.
It did look sus for like a moment, but at least he did get out pretty quickly. Okay, so they do lose Roche, but they do get a kill, and what's important is that the way that Spirit get to play right now, they get to push back the map a little bit. They got one deep ward into the triangle, they're pushing in mid and top a little bit, and most importantly, Yatoro is getting to push bottom.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The lead's not exactly growing, so I think Spirit are going to be relatively comfortable here as long as Yatoro doesn't die. Because he got that first blood goal. Don't want to give that away at this point in the game.
Of course. It will be very detrimental to them.
Boom. Has the Aegis. Wukong's command stolen from a while ago on Not Me. They doom him. So that's going to be life number 1. The question is, are reinforcements coming?
They are slowly. Monkey King above.
And Collapse. Oh, he's going to be greeted by Monkey King. Tusk Snowball as well. That is going to be an easy trade. So Aegis for Doom as Klink's in a lot of trouble. Yatoro has to stand his ground. Laurel tries to help him out, but it's not going to happen. Yatoro bites the dust to Boom. Crystallis showing off that BKB. They're going to find Rue as well. So in the end of this, it's a 3-for-1. You want to count the Aegis on top of that. Looks like a fourth will bite the dust for the Spirit side as well. So double kill for mid 1. And now Boom, you can see he has that shard, so can start mowing down these buildings.
I do love that pickup. Like Viper Shard overall, it's been good for years, but it's only as of like, I would say half a year ago where people really start abusing it. It's so good to take down these towers, and
Boom is really focused there.
Oh yeah, he's laser focused. You have to question also that Spirit went for that go on Boom there in the mid lane. Like, sure, you know that Klinks isn't there, but all, like, you know, Earth Spirit is far down.
Oh, the cancel. Silence to follow. Magnetize as well. Yamich on the way.
He's dead.
Laurel dead to mid 1. What? It is a trade. Crystallis.
Collapse does it again. Kills Monkey King off the screen.
Well, it's pretty consistent, have to say.
Well, still, overall, the MOUZ are doing a very good job. Like, they're taking over the map. They did kill the mid tier 2. Sure, you did lose Crystallis again in the top side, but his net worth is still, you know, on the top of the charts. They get a very nice kill on Lar with mid 1. So I do like what MOUZ are doing.
I mean, the benefit of not going the Deso or like this early game build for Crystallis, the snowball build, as it were, is these deaths don't mean as much because you're going to have that ability to farm when you're back more so than you would have before.
And they're having all this tempo anyway, like even without the Deso. So you can see why he went for the Fury build. And it's also now you're having this Crimson Guard very soon on Panto. Like he's going to finish it within like the next 1 minute. And it's going to make it very hard for Spirit to fight. I think it's going to make it even more evident to them that they don't want to fight into MOUZ head on.
Now there's a damage rune top. I believe MOUZ will eventually claim this. Mid-one will spot it in just a moment. Although, not me, denies it. Nicely done for him. It's going to cost him his life, but probably worth it. I mean, debatable.
Debatable to me. I feel like this Amplify rune, it's good, but on Earth Spirit, I don't know. It's more about like the follow-up of this game, because now when you like losing a hero in this position, it really allows MOUZ to go like one step deeper on the map. Like you kill the top tier 2, you end up taking the enemy outpost, which they could do already anyway, but I think it's more natural. You kill the top tier 2, you move over, and honestly, they can poke high ground pretty soon if they want to. Like with Viper Shard and, you know, Pyke available, it's not the biggest committal.
Yep, they have 2 out of the 3 tier 2s down as another potential death for Laurel. Gets punched in the air. The hook shot from Rue to try to save him. BKB pop from mid-one. The illusory orb away. Rue is going to be the sacrifice, it seems, but at the very least for Spirit, they don't lose the puck again.
Mid-one's owning. Rue did get off a very nice save without the Solar Crest. I honestly think Laurel would have gone down there. But yeah, I mean, mid-one, he's 10, 1, and 8. I think all of their players have had very good movement so far. Right place, right time type of deal.
And Laurel is going to respond with an Eon disc now. He does not get picked off in a couple cases that we've seen. Yatoro.
Any dust? Not quite. Still good to kick these rats out of the map. You don't want Yatoro to just continuously sit down here and keep pushing in the waves.
Only 2 stacks on that Deso so far.
Well, Not Me has 3 dance. Very enjoyable Ruby gameplay. You just hip hop around and kill some waves.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff.
Because honestly, it's the same story for Spirit. You don't want to fight 5-on-5. You're down AK gold. There's a Crimson Guard on the Bane.
Nightmare.
Panto, nice catch.
He's got grip. I think it's just a kill.
He's got the A on disc, so he should.
Oh, that's true.
Should have still forced it, I think.
Yeah, I would think so. The Doom, though, onto the Earth Spear. He's taking a lot of right-click damage from Yatoro. Pop the BKB onto Collapse. Gonna get telekinesed, but the right-clicks will suffice as Boom takes him out. Meanwhile, you can see eventually mid-one ticks out to Collapse. So 1-for-1 is Laurel on the run with the phase shift, being surrounded. Getting to the high ground. Viper Strike's gonna be disjointed as Laurel gonna disjoint yet another mechanic here. Gets punched into the air, but the right clicks and the damage too much from MOUZ. But this leaves Chrysalis all alone. It feels like he's dying alone very often this game. This time it is not to Collapse, but to Yatoro instead.
Okay, maybe the one death earlier was excusable, but this one, not as much. Spirit are still hunting.
Yeah, Yatoro sees Boom, not interested in that one.
It's still a 5k lead for MOUZ, but you can tell that it's just not that easy for them to kill these heroes. They did get Laurel, even though he had an A on this, which is nice, but, you know, Yatoro is, you know, climbing back slowly into this game. I mean, that was a good snowball save here by Yama to also make a bit more time. But other than that, I just think Yatoro got a really good entry, like, later on into this play. Like, I'm just checking, you have Chrysalis who's running back into the triangle here, so he's definitely got to be careful. Like, now he's racked up 3 deaths, and like I was saying before, like, with the itemization he's going for, even when the Skadi comes out, I don't think he's that scary.
No, not yet. But you can't question his item build. You said it earlier. Yes.
It's true. But the problem is, it's linked to his gameplay. Like, when you die like this, then suddenly your items, they can look like
Right. That's how you described MOUZ earlier.
I did.
In general.
Let's see how this game continues.
Well, they have a 4K lead, so the lead has been cut into pretty greatly from Spirit. And Yatoro's starting to get online. He's going to run into Chrysalis if this is another kill. Doesn't have the reinforcements, though, so just going for the wave cuts, so still not ready to really all-out fight. As he is about 1,000 from the Aghanim Scepter, it seems, with the Burning Army.
He will be very strong later. Like Ags and like a Crystallis on him or Daedalus, like full build-up. He'll be very strong then. I did like that MOUZ picked up a gem. I think they're holding it currently on mid one, who's like trying to scout out Yotoro a little bit because you want to amp up the pressure.
Oh my.
He's dead.
Yes, that was the only telekinesis. All right, he's very ambitious play there.
Check him PC on Yamage because that was a nasty snowball, my man.
Panto has the Crimson, by the way. I think we saw that earlier. And still not going for Ace of Wands. Interesting. So opting for the Blink eventually, but very far away from that.
That is one item that while it feels very good, you can definitely question it because I think even without the Crimson, Spirit didn't really want to fight you. So you're building something that I think Spirit are already looking to avoid, whereas like Spirit are looking to play the map, so maybe just going for, you know, the normal trajectory of items would have helped you more. Of course, it's easy to say now, but I think just...
Good news is he can farm now with Brain Sap.
True. Because his team has taken 2 Tormentors very easily. Mid one with the Shivas. We'll see a little bit up to the high ground. I mean, this is something that Spirit are very, very good at.
They're going to have double Scotty. Huh.
Yeah,
Interesting.
It does make them very tanky, which is overall good against Spirit. And, you know, double Scotty isn't, like, that bad, but it also means that you don't have the craziest damage output on your heroes.
I thought we'd be seeing more Hearts with Behemoth's Blood.
Heart is a very good item. I think it was Amar who bought it earlier also on Timber. But it's just like that item is ultra defensive. At least for Scotty, you can make a case that you're doing some type of aggression. You have to be careful. Spirit are like the best team at abusing these areas. Well, they have rocket
They
flare.
are. Laurel, Eon, this is going to proc. You have to use the coil onto the support. Now the Shiva's initiation from mid one. Maybe we'll clean up this Clockwork pretty easily as Boom's still in the pit. And yeah, as long as Collapse is alive, you have to be very wary of the Aegis steals. They're going to jump in with the BKB, going for the Aegis steal. He gets on the outskirts, actually pushes him out, and guess what? Collapse takes the Aegis again. And now he's going to use the first life. Will he be able to stay alive inside this Wukong's? Likely not, but still well worth it for Collapse.
When will people stop, dude? Okay, they're still killing them, so that's pretty good, but...
All right, 3 dead. But still, style points to Collapse as... Well, I mean, we called it. It sounds like it's really smart play. He does it every game. Every game.
He's the biggest thief in, like, the entire world. It's like his Aegis steal rate is off the charts. You just stop hitting it and kill him or find him or do something.
Yeah.
It was still very good for MOUZ, of course, overall to get these kills. They, you know, the lead went from, I think, 4K over 7.
Boy.
That's a good one.
Yep, Yotoro, he is dead. Sentry in the right place, right time.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to be spotted as well. He's like, all right, take me with my carry, please. I will join him in the fountain.
Oh!
Hook shot misses. Spirit Vessel applied. The roll's not going to connect as the puck's going to find the Tusk instead, so Laurel gets something out of this. And mid one just gives up.
Can't believe Rue lived. Like, Laurel even griefed him by not letting him hook onto him. He still gets out. But it was a very good pickoff there earlier onto Yotoro. That's also, when you play against these pesky heroes, you need ops and sentries. Panto is deado.
Yes, he is.
Yep.
Chrysalis, he wants to fight. It's a 1v3 at the moment, though. Make it a 1v4. Pops the BKB. Not much backup yet, though. Chrysalis. Pop the Essence Distiller on him. Wukong's command to follow. A zoning one, it seems.
Yeah, I don't think anything's
Not to worry about
here.
the Doom, though. As Rue will be Viper struck and dead. So finally, the Clockwork dies.
Boom is still kind of, he's holding it together. He's 10, 1, and 9, doing very, very well on this Viper. So he's got a BKB queued up, and I think his one item after that will also allow him to really start shredding through people there as well. I mean, he's just ready. And it's also against Clock. I still think they had Rocket Flare Vision.
Did he Hurricane Pike himself out?
I think he did. Because when I looked at it, I was like, oh, maybe Collapse has like a Psychic Headband and he pushed him out. But that's not what happened.
No.
That was definitely very early by Boom. So you got to question that a little bit. Just maybe thought they were more...
Collapse in the pit, I'd be scared shitless.
Oh, me too. I'll shit my pants.
Well, there's other reasons for that, too.
Oh, yeah. You would know.
Yep, that's right. 7K lead for MOUZ now. Very back and forth game.
It is. You've just got a lot of aggression coming out from both sides. But there's a lot of big items that are coming out for MOUZ. I think that even though the lead didn't grow like all that much for them, They're getting a double BKB on both Tusk and Viper. You're getting an Aghanim Scepter on Crystallis, which is like, he's starting to ramp up. And the Axe completed with a Crystallis on him, I think that's when he's really starting to become an actual hero in this game.
People are really loving this Congregations of the Deep.
It's so good.
Is it the best stun for Doom?
It's just so good. I think first of all, the AoE is massive.
Yeah.
Second of all, when you have Shard, it makes your AoE of the stolen spells even bigger.
Oh, hook shot, mid one, in a lot of trouble. Congregations of the Deep on him with the Doom to follow. Pops the BKB, but he is super dead. Snowball not in time. They're going to block off two, going to the high ground. They reinitiate here. Looks like the coil's expended. A lot of trouble as Wukong's command comes out. A lot of damage on the Ruru. Looks like he's going to drop to the deck. As Crystal is taking some right clicks from afar. As the Wukong's command finally ends. So 2 for 1 at the moment in favor of Spirit. Now another Congregations of the Deep onto Chrysalis. Nightmare. Boundless strikes out with that Shard, but the right clicks are enough from Yatoro. Take out the Monkey King, and now Boom, left to his own devices, will be brought down as well. As Team Spirit have come back fully now, officially. Another Congregations from Collapse. It's a full team wipe for Spirit.
Oh boy, mid one cannot die first like that. That's the best target for Spirit with this Doom. And then also found like a Penta wave in the top lane. Like with how this fights, like even the Kling Skeletons, you cannot walk into this area.
Yeah.
And on top of all of this, Lara has an Arcane Rune. Like you cannot ask for a better fight here if you're Spirit. And even they're just kiting. Like Viper and Monkey, even though they're so tanky, their itemization doesn't really give them all that much damage.
Yeah. MOUZ reinitiate after losing mid one to start. Then the Wukong's command gets kited, and then Spirit reinitiate afterwards. They still had plenty of their spells up.
Yeah, I mean, the grip never really got used. Obviously, Magnetize didn't get used either. He just died in the initial Doom. And understandably so for Yamich that he feels
like the way they were playing, it felt like there was a buyback for mid one.
Yeah, but even so, right? You didn't have any tier 1, so
yeah, you couldn't be able to get back that fast.
I guess Yamich was semi-committed because you tried to save him with like the drinking buddies into a snowball. It was very close, but even at that point, you gotta call it quits.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Because they were in a really good position on MOUZ, but now like the lead on Spirit, and at this point with the 2 drafts you're looking at, you do not want to be behind if you're MOUZ. You need to be like slightly ahead for the game to technically be even.
So let's see what kind of itemization we're going to see here in the near future for Spirit. So Deso with 12 charges now. We've seen the Ags already onto the Clinks. Has a Crystallis now, and very close to actually finishing the full Daedalus. As Laurel finished off the Parasma, now has an Octarine Core, and Collapse has also an Octarine Core to go along with a Yule's. Interesting.
Oh boy, they are so strong. Like, he's gonna have a Wind Waker as well. He can like save everyone, and even later, like if there's other stuff coming out, like Collapse can just go in, get the Doom off, get out himself again. You are starting to deal with some problems here as MOUZ. They also lost their gem in their last fight, which was quite kind of a big deal, especially when you're playing against this Yatoro Klinks who's just ratting you the entire game.
By the way, not gonna question his itemization because this is Crystal's Monkey.
Yeah.
We're talking about that 4th item. It's an Aghanim, so still not really right click.
No, it's very slow. I think for this build to have looked the way that he would have liked, he wasn't allowed to have more than 1 death. Which he received quite early on, of course, off screen against Collapse in the lane.
That's right. But so did Yatoro in that first blood situation.
That's true.
He got that.
But look at his impact.
That's right.
This is interesting. This definitely... they're feeling the pressure.
Oh my god, they bring him into their base. Doom comes off as well. Coil expended. Now the silence onto the puck. In a lot of trouble, actually. But the Eon Disc does proc, and now the Illusory Orb should be good to go. Wukong's command completely wasted now as a result, so MOUZ now have to run. Doom is out.
I mean, Spirit are not done. They're looking for a wraparound.
Oh, absolutely.
Jetpack.
Collapse, looking for the Congregations of the Deep. Hook shot misses. Mid one in the tree line. He gets congregated. He gets gone on. He gets right click to death by Yatoro. And now Panto looks to be next on the list. As Chrysalis in the tree line. The Tusk does TP out. No way. He does TP out successfully as well. So only 2 kills for the Spirit side, but it's definitely in their favor now. The momentum, the gold,
They need to be able to get a play on like the third Roche that's coming up soon. MOUZ need to be able to strike back. Like look for, maybe you can even get Crystallis as level 25 for a bigger ring and just like, you know, really take over the area. Because the problem is with them going high ground like that, it shows they're pressured. Like they didn't do it 10 minutes ago when they were ahead.
Yeah.
Instead, they decide to do it after a bad play when they're behind. And Spirit made great use of that. An aggressive 4-step into a lift back into then the congregations in their own tier 3. That was very nicely played by Spirit.
And Spirit now on the high ground. No tower to defend any longer. So this will be a, I suppose it's going to be a full lane.
They're not posing any defense here. If you're Crystallis, you're definitely talking about your 25 talent and maybe even your Daedalus, I think, at this point.
I would hope he get. I mean, maybe he goes another utility item at this rate.
Well, yeah, then I will question it. But then it's time.
What do you think? 4 staff next?
I think Glimmer. Glimmer, very good.
Okay. The jump in onto the Viper. A lot of trouble, and that's another death to Boom right off the bat. Has to buy back. So this is a big fight for MOUZ. They need to defend here. Right clicks on the collapse, being slowed to a crawl. Yatoro, he's completely surrounded right now. Telekinesis to try to save him. Yatoro, he's going to be brought down eventually. 90 seconds on the deck as the Magnetize starting to tick up in favor of MOUZ. Did cost them a buyback. Can they get more? Laurel, able to dodge a little bit here. Has the orb up, able to Waning Rift as well, but a hook shot to try to save him. Congregations onto the Viper. It's going to be a dieback for him. He's not careful. The Doom already applied as well, but there's the big stun onto the puck. Able to get out just in time, but that's 3 dead for Spirit. That's Collapse now trying to go to the high ground to attempt to run away. He's actually doing a pretty damn good job. Has TP as well, so maybe the Blink TP in vision. Looking for a courier kill in the tree line. The courier's going to be able to spot him relatively shortly. He is
an asshole.
Let's blink up in 3 seconds with this Octarine core, so he's fine.
That was a big deal, because actually, if they just get a clean kill, or they can straight up go to Roche after, I think that would have been so big for MOUZ. But maybe with all of this, I don't know if they have enough time for it.
I mean, you can't take Roche with Collapse still alive.
That's the problem.
We've learned that.
Because it looked very good initially here with, like, you know, the touch here onto Boom, and they do kill him, of course, but he does get to buyback as mid one. He made a very good judgment call here to just continue going. But again, like if after this, if they can just convert this nicely instead of it turning into like a clown fiesta, because here it's 2 guys are dead, it's 90 seconds on Yatoro. I mean, even Rue gets to like kind of just dance around, hook back and forth. Freaking Collapse. This guy must be so annoying to play against.
At the very least, Boom does not die back there.
Yeah, that would have been trouble.
As Boom will secure Aegis for MOUZ, so Collapse not able to steal a second Aegis in the game. I wonder what the record is in a game. Probably held by him, I would assume.
Absolutely by him.
I mean, he definitely has the most Aegis steals total.
Yeah.
There's no,
There's no doubt about it.
I wonder if that's even a stat.
It should be. Snatched Aegises? Yeah, it absolutely should be.
Yeah, Spirit Smoke, despite not getting this Aegis. They're going to jump in. There's the AoE Doom from Collapse.
With MOUZ.
Yep. Gets off the Yules as well. They're trying to save mid one, but he is going to be going down here just very shortly inside that snowball. Stays alive just a little bit longer, attempting to run away, but finally ticks out. But Yatoro, he's the one in trouble now.
He's actually dying.
Viper Strike going to be blocked by the Lincolns. Right click as well, but he ticks out eventually. Does have buyback here, but the puck in a lot of trouble. There's a Boundless Strike going to delete him as well. So 4 dead for Spirit. As Rue now hook shots to Ancients to try to get away. It's not happening. A full team wipe for MOUZ.
All right, 3-2. That was kind of
very
crazy.
Back and forth.
Spirit just walk into this triangle. That was a very cool initial play. Like Collapse was super slow by the Viper ult, but he decided to Wind Waker himself because it's actually higher move speed to still keep the Doom going on to mid one. But Yamage was very clutch in that fight. Get the drinking buddies with the snowball save to just keep mid one alive. And here you have it. You know, with all the items complete and them actually getting to hit, they've got some power in them.
And buyback for Laurel. Now the big Wukong's command from Crystallis. Is this going to be enough for him to get a full lane as well? So
I mean, they can keep going. You have Viper Shard as well. And like he has Refresher to pop another Monkey ult if you want. Let's see what they decide to do here.
Another buyback. Oh man, Spirit crumbling after having such an amazing comeback. So full lane now for MOUZ. They're not going to stop, like you said. That shard on Boom doing a lot of work. He's going to have a butterfly here too. That's going to be 2 lanes in all likelihood. No Collapse for 20 seconds. So these buybacks, if they don't take a fight, are kind of wasted entirely.
Yeah, I don't think they're getting anything from this. They're looking on Boom. Even if they go on him, he's got an Aegis.
Yeah. So a lot of gold ends up just going into the toilet for Spirit.
Well, I guess so. What the buybacks did give you is that, well, the game didn't end, because I'm pretty sure they could have gone for Throne. But even so, like, now you're down 13k, you lost 2 sets of racks, and they still have an Aegis on Boom.
No, first game of the day for us is a real doozy, it seems.
This is some good stuff. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Also, Yamich, he's got enough gold available to buy himself an Aghanim Scepter, and that is a big deal. Like, Tusk Ags is so strong.
So Geomagnetic Grip now gets an upgrade thanks to the Shard for mid 1. So everybody on MOUZ now has their Shard. They've killed 3 Tormentors, all of them. Not bad.
You also have Panto. He does have an Aghanim Scepter finally on the Bane as well, which is also incredibly strong. Makes it a lot harder for not me to actually, you know, play around and potentially get the grip, as you can just cancel it yourself on the Bane and we'll still keep going.
Does AoE Doom, would that be in range? Is that big enough to cancel all the all the Fiend's grips?
Probably within half a second, yeah. Like if you're quick, because the distance isn't that big. You won't cancel it immediately, but I'm sure you...
Maybe if you get Shivas, it would be big enough?
I think even then you need to walk a little bit after. Right. But it won't take very long for you to cancel it. And yeah, the third lane of racks, you have 1 minute left on the Aegis. They're also controlling the triangle, which means if they have buybacks available, that's also something MOUZ can play for.
Oh, Balance Strike onto 2. The coil as well coming out. Can they actually defend this is the question. There's the AoE Doom, but the right clicks onto Laura. A lot of trouble. Chrysalis is going to fall, though, to collapse. He does have buyback as Yatoro trying to run away to the fountain. He's already extremely low as Boom is just slowing him to a crawl. That's a dead Clinks. 2 minutes out of the game for Yatoro. And Boom gonna go back to the bot side to try to clean up these racks to get the mega creeps. Buyback now coming out from Chrysalis. They know. Aegis used. They can connect now. Should be able to get these megas, and that's when Spirit are going to be in real trouble to try to defend.
I mean, it's 100 seconds without Yatoro. I'm not sure how they can. I think you kind of have to give up these megas. They need to do a really good job in like slowing Boom down here. They are trying to for now.
Yeah. You have a couple sieges. Chrysalis with a BKB, a very early one, using the Wukong just to secure the the mega creeps rather. And they'll get it. Now he won't have that BKB for this fight if they're... Maybe they thought that the Clinks had a buyback potentially.
I think they're just gonna chill. They're so happy to just have the megas, maybe just fall back overall. You get the Aghanims completed as well on Yamich. You can at least wait for Boom to have his own buyback within the next 1 minute just to like...
So you're really waiting out 60 seconds for Clinks to come back?
I don't think they're not in a hurry to go end. You took megas, you're chilling.
Yeah, true.
You could go if you're psychos.
But it is Spirit.
Yeah, but...
They're the best team against megas. Hook shot, Rue. Panto looks to be dead.
He's fine.
I got the stun.
He's fine.
I think he died about 5 times there.
Yeah. He would have died 7 times over. I mean, you've got the bauble on Puck, so you've got the infinite scale. The only problem is it's not that great with Mystical, so scrap that. That's like a Suns fan story right there. Starting off strong and then don't have a point.
Yeah, good point.
Yep. Keep it up.
Can you tell us how many greedies are in the game still at this point in the game?
Let's see. I mean, whoever hasn't taken the next one, so that's 1 on Bane, 2, because there's 1 on Clock, so only 2. But 2 at 50, come on, man.
Yeah.
You should be taking those enchantments that like make you stronger, spell damage, like save someone, you know, bam, bam. Instead it's like, I get gold.
Well, neutrals aren't that interesting anymore, though. They've nerfed all of them over the course of time.
Most of them. I think there's some cool ones. I like that the Psychic Headband, you can like not only use it aggressively, but also on your teammates. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
so I like that one.
Sure. Is that
A Tumblr's toy is cool, you know, little hoppity hop hop. I like that. I mean, Catalyst is
that's
ultra
an early
OP.
game one, though.
Catalyst is giga broke.
I'm just salty about tier 5s being absolute garbage now.
They could implement a few more that are better. I will definitely agree with that, because I think the overall consensus is
Where's my Giants ring? Huh?
You just want big beefy bros or what?
Yeah, Terrain Walk. So good.
I do like that. I feel you. I do like Divine Regalia is cool. And Stygian. Those are like some of the best ones.
I mean, Stygian is the best.
Yeah. Audacious Stygian.
Regalia, I have been very disappointed with, actually. Because it feels like they just die and then they're just useless.
They could buff it again, I think, just to make it like even stronger with like the damage numbers overall. Because I agree, it's like a go big or go home item, and then you die and it's like, oh shite.
Yeah.
Until you get to re-roll it, and then sure, maybe it's fine again. I mean, but let's see. How is Spirit gearing up for this? You want to get a Mjolnir on Laurel, absolutely the correct choice to go for. But if you're MOUZ, you can just play for the next Roche, and then a potential kickback also with Yamich, who's level 25, so he's pretty happy having a good game. It is one of his absolute best heroes, so not the biggest surprise.
How does this magnetize himself feel to you? The strength level.
I honestly think it's very strong. Like, first of all, he has the 20 talent that makes it like stronger and longer as well, which is nice. And then the 25 where it's on you, it just means that if you use it on people, if they dispel it, it doesn't matter, right? Because if you just stay around with it, they just take damage.
Right. Well, there's a good bait from the Tusk there on the illusion, forcing out a hook shot at the very least. Coil only onto one, and it is just a support. As Collapse jumping in, has to use the Wind Waker on himself. Yamich with the BKB. Defensive spells used, but not a whole lot of damage to follow suit. Laurel in very deep, another hook shot, this time connecting onto an enemy. Monkey King will be able to skitter away. And yeah, you can see the bottom lane already getting pushed in by these mega creeps. Panto killed off, so something going the way of Spirit, but they had to do a lot more than this.
I'm surprised MOUZ aren't like looking to poke a little bit, you know, like look at bottom and top like you're saying. There's Megas already in the base.
Yeah, not me. It's the telekinesis away. Boom already with a BKB. Is Spirit able to take off Yamich as well. So 2 dead for MOUZ. They do buy back onto the Bane though. Mega creeps are going to town on your buildings though, so Spirit do have to fall back eventually. Laurel getting chased now by mid 1. Collapse jumping in, gets the AoE Doom as well. Congregations of the Deep to follow, the Force Staff as well. That's a lot of damage, and that is the death of the Earth Spirit. Will tick out eventually, as Yatoro Company do indeed have to go back to base.
How are they the ones that lowered the gold lead by 7k? They fought in the mid lane.
Does the gold lead even matter anymore?
Not as much, but still. Like, just the fact that you're up against Megas and you can stay so aggressive in this mid lane for like 40 plus seconds, it's quite impressive.
Oh, wow. That's a Dagon 5 out of nowhere. And Collapse, he feels it in his gut that Roche is being gone on, but a little bit too late. The hook shot comes in, boom. Takes the Aegis in time. Fiend's Grip to follow. And that's the death of the Clockwork. And he's dead for 100. No buyback.
He got the cheese, but yeah, dead for 100 is a big, big deal.
And their support's absolutely horrific at pushing the creeps. Well, I guess you do have Nether Toxin.
I mean, not me has Ags, but it's... They talked about it before too, there aren't like the craziest spells overall to steal. I think like Viper Strike is nice, Nether Toxin now to like D-push is cool. He's got the Nightmare as well, but even then, obviously it's a great spell to like try and save, but it's not the, you know, Black Hole Ravage, Winter's Curse type game.
Yeah.
And I like that Laurel did go for the Dagon 5 here. Like, it is a better item than not that long ago. Like, just having a bit more cast range coming in, I think that was a nice addition to the item.
Forcing out the BKB, so Coil already used, and now the Wind Waker for Collapse. Viper Strike. Oh, boy, gets forced up to the other side. Telekinesis to the other side. Being bounced left and right. Will be okay for the time being. Gets the AoE Doom onto the Monkey King, but he's going to be just fine. Chrysalis will be able to withstand this very easily as Laurel does assassinate Yamich. He does not have buyback, so that's 2 minutes out, down and out for him. As the Monkey King still sticking around, he's going to get right. Look at the damage onto...
Okay, they don't have buyback, but there's Megas in your
base. 2 heroes now.
There's Megas in your base.
There are Megas in your base as the Viper getting taken out, but that's just the Aegis. Double kill for Laurel. As the Clinks has to TP back. The Ancient getting low thanks to just the creeps here. Yatoro trying to turn his sights onto this Viper. Eventually will be claiming Boom. Surely Viper Strike going to be blocked by the Lincolns. Lots of damage coming up, but Yatoro, he's going to fall regardless, so has to buy back instantly. They do take out the Viper. 2 minutes down and out for him, but does have buyback.
What a crazy fight, actually.
This is a crazy game. And Spirit, I mean, they just have to go all in now, surely. I mean, they don't know about the buyback. No, maybe they do. It's 40 seconds timer.
They have to kind of go like aggressive, but you cannot go aggressive enough where either Yatoro is not allowed to go in a position where he can die, because then the game, it ends on the spot. So you can push, but the only ones that can go really aggressive are the ones that actually have buyback.
I haven't seen a mega creep comeback, I think, in over a year at least.
Really? I feel like I've seen some not even that long ago.
Okay, that's good. Thanks for bringing that up.
You're welcome. Easy shutdown. I mean, they are hyped though. Like, it builds such a like insane game. Like even from here, if MOUZ would want to go for like in some all-in play, it's not even possible because there's still glyph available for Spirit.
Right. All right, Yatoro looking for the second lane going the way of Spirit, trying to force out buybacks that do not exist. This is 2 lanes for sure.
Are we gonna? Yeah, we're gonna.
Is this gonna be Mega versus Mega? I think we might.
That now I have not seen in a while. Have you?
No.
Okay.
Yep, that is going to be exactly the case. I cannot believe.
Yeah, shout out to these 2 teams because this is a banger game.
All right, and we're getting close to the 60-minute mark as well. So Megas versus Megas. Spirit. Okay, so who has the advantage?
I think Dire slightly.
So
probably.
Is that including the tier 4s not existing in their base?
That's a. Yeah, I think it is including just because they have glyph. Like if there's a way where you can force out a play where you can trade maybe buybacks for glyph on Spirit, I think you have a win condition again for MOUZ, but at this point the game is like quite even. But you can see that Laurel he's really popping off. Like in these last couple of fights, he's not dying. He's getting off like 5-6 waning rifts, 5-6 overwhelming blink daggers as well. There's just too much like toxic garbage that's happening. MOUZ need to find a way to like shut it down nicely.
Well, Boom picks up a Swift Blink now. As we're looking at some late game items. Refresher Shard on Chrysalis for the double Wukongs. And we saw that Yatoro... Oh, he never went Daedalus. Interesting. Oh, he had just the casual Chrysalis.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Like
as
also,
MKB.
Yeah, like going to MKB after, just against like the Viper who's got the butterfly, and just like to also mix in some damage, I think it's kind of nice. Like going for...
Is this a real item? Laurel going for Crimson?
You want 1 Crimson.
On Puck?
I mean, I think that it might just be the fact where you keep it in your backpack because you're so fat that you can't really build anything else.
Right.
And then when you need it to use it on the throne, you just swap it in and use it.
Oh, it's for the throne?
Yeah, no, this is for the throne. Like,
all right.
There's no other...
That's fair.
He's, like, weirdly enough, he's the guy with the highest HP on his team.
MOUZ. Are they trying to go for a kill? Are they trying to go for the back door? Yeah, you're right. They were scanned here. We got some more. Rue gets punched in the air. Yatoro's on the back line doing a lot of right-click damage as Collapse comes in with the AoE Doom again. This time onto the Earth Spirit. A lot of damage coming out. That is the death of mid-1 buyback instantly. The fight continues. The Wukongs is huge. Not me on the outskirts of it. We'll be able to get out just fine. Congregation's coming out. The punch, or the Walrus kick rather. Snowball is going to be dodged completely. As meanwhile, inside this Wukong's command, the Puck looks like he's going to be just fine. Another AoE Doom used, so that's both Dooms. This one not going to be enough to kill off Boom, though. Oh, Laurel gets punched in the air, right-clicks to follow. They have the kill, does have buyback. So Collapse and Laurel dead. Going to try to force them into a precarious spot into an eventual buyback, although, I mean, we're still 2 minutes from even knowing when Roche will spawn.
Okay, so that was a 2-for-1. It would be, I mean, MOUZ have 100 seconds to try and force Laurel to buyback, which would be quite big for them. As it looks like Not Me was like, bro, let me buy the Crimson. Buy a real item on Puck. So we sadly will not see that one.
And mid-1 has to be careful. If they go for this throne, double buyback from Spirit could potentially just end the game.
You really should look to punish Spirit here because they got that Earth Spirit buyback out of you and you got 2 core kills. So it would be amazing for you if you can... You want to either force a buyback or look for Roche and like tier 5 items.
Yeah.
But Roche, you know, won't be up in time. So at least then you need to cover the spots on the map that you get instant tier 5s.
Perhaps that is the play. Although they are pushing.
They do want to force a bit. They have buy on...
Okay, buyback from Laurel already. And they're going to have Collapse naturally in 13 seconds. Won't have the refresher. Although he does have Octarine, so it can't be that far away. 30 seconds from Double Doom.
That's just also a big deal. At least he didn't have to buy back.
60 minutes. What are we looking for? Deso, we already talked about.
Yeah. Stygian on Clinks. If he can find it, that would be quite incredible. I think same for Monkey King, honestly.
Yeah. We didn't mention he finally went some damage items.
I mean, he did. After 60 minutes, you better have some of those. A very high win percent for Radiant. I am a little surprised. 82 seems out of this world, and suddenly it's 73.
I wonder how much it takes into account the tower situation.
I mean, it must do some, but it can't be that much. Well, Dota Plus knows something I don't. I mean, usually it's pretty on point.
MOUZ pushing in their base with double Wukong's command, level 25 talent.
Well, Panther must have had some garbage items, tier 5, because he kept his bauble with bonus move speed and evasion.
He knows this is going long.
Oh, yeah. He's going for the 100% evasion.
Really strong, yeah.
And let's see, people are still waiting. We've got the Regalia, double audacious Regalia, so that is quite good. It's like the highest DPS you can get. I think either this, maybe if you can have one Stygian in the team, obviously that would be great, because the minus armor is absurd. Get a third Divine.
Do you think the Audacious needs the incoming damage debuff?
The numbers are crazy.
They are.
Like, they're too good. I think it should have
It's a tier 5, brother.
It's fine. Honestly, I think 100 attack speed and 80 magic damage is crazy. Especially when you get it with Regalia. It makes it, like, even better. So, honestly, I'm fine for it.
We have a lot of Books of the Dead now. 2 on the side of MOUZ. And Spirit still hoping for... Okay, we're going to get the Dazun Blood right for Collapse.
That's
so
a big one
AoE.
for him. And I'm not going to lie, but Larl holding a bauble with Feverish could get quite toxic in this game.
Yeah.
You can have such low cooldowns on Puck, and he's already disgusting.
Okay, Roche underway. He belches, so Spirit knows. Wukong's command placed. This is going to be hard to initiate into this.
Rocket
shot
flare
available. The jump he snatches a second time. He gets the Aegis, dies instantly though. And they're going to surround him. Wind Waker to try to apply some pressure on the outskirts of the pit. Gets surrounded still though. A lot of right-click damage coming out. Yamich reflected. Snowball, but Collapse will fall to Boom in the end. Does have buyback, he uses it instantly. Clockwork dies as well. Yatoro now on the run. Should be trying to reinitiate here. Is Chrysalis and the rest of MOUZ attempting to get out. And Boom will survive, will be greeted by some Lotuses. So a second snatched Aegis by the greatest Aegis snatcher in the business.
The greatest thief in town. He will just continue to... I mean, all of this, it's just... it was a 2-for-1 trade, but 2 buybacks that did have to be expanded by Spirit. I mean, it did have the Rocket Flare, of course, which helped, and also like the Stolen Grip by Mr. Not Me.
Which side did he come from? Because this Wukong is
He's from
huge.
above. Yeah, he blinked it from like the top area. Like even the illusion, it was blocking off the hook shots.
Insane. How is that possible? Did he get anything else?
I mean, the good thing for him is he got the Refresher Shard and the banner. He got 3 items. He did have Rocket Flare and the Orb to help him, of course, which is nice. Because then the rest of the fight, everyone's just kind of just trying to get out.
Dude, this guy is something else.
Oh yeah, he is. Maybe we've reached the point where they're like, we're not going to bother. You can't stop him anyway.
Do you think this is the record for a game, 2? Snatched Aegises?
No.
Oh, Congregations of the Deep Collapse with the AoE Doom again. A nice coil as well, but the grip comes in, holding Collapse in place. They're not going to be able to cancel. His mana's getting drained as a result as well, but look at Chrysalis. He's just dying to the Doom. He gets right-click into Oblivion. Does have buyback, though, as the Magnetize doing a lot of work, as the rest of Spirit trying to disengage a little bit here. The Waning Rift enough to take out Panto in the meantime. The triple buybacks from MOUZ, but 2 dead for Spirit, and like you said, no buybacks to come from them, as Yatoro going to get help from Laurel and that Dagon. Another grip coming out, somehow that Refresher Shard, it seems. And now Rubik in a lot of trouble, gets pounced on, gets killed off, but mid-1, he's dead, no buyback. As the buybacks come out from Spirit, and it's a 3 versus 4.
These fights are absolutely
And as
nasty.
usual, these Divine Regalias now useless.
Yeah, kind of have to wait to re-roll them or maybe get a Stygian later on.
This is what I'm talking about. When you have buybacks in a late game scenario, I feel like this is actually not a good item because you're likely to die at some point. Buyback, and then what?
No, that is true. I mean, you are playing for like the overall like big play to get like people killed and like take advantage of like the ultra damage that you have.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, if one team didn't have them, maybe they just lose that fight horribly. I don't know. Tough to say.
Because it is a big deal. Like, tier 5 items are crazy good. And now you just have no bonus. When they're combined, both the item and the enchantment, then they're good.
They're good. They're not crazy good.
Okay, they're very good. I mean, imagine not having... You have nothing right now. This Puck is about to be a late game machine, and you have poop as a neutral item. That's not very good. All right, great talking to you.
I mean, Book of the Dead. That's a meh one.
I think it's decent. You get 2 team.
Okay, but it's a tier 5. These are supposed to end games.
I mean, what do you want Book of the Dead to be? Make it stronger? Yeah, you can make it stronger.
3 ancient creeps or something.
It's the only way to get macros, man.
Dagon doing a lot of damage as Boom in a very weird spot here. He's getting completely decimated by the Clinks. Snowball's going to save him a little bit longer, but now the kickoff, and now the Clinks in a lot of trouble. Yatoro is dead, no buyback at all. And now the advantage, although they lose the Viper as well, there's always a trade, it seems, as MOUZ. And you can see in the game a single buyback on one hero now, and it is mid-1. Panto, Dagon, Laurel with the BKB. Coil will finish the job, so this game's not over yet.
Bro's coil cooldown is 26 seconds. Guys, you're going to run into problems against this puck.
My goodness.
I mean, they got the kill.
Is that the bobber?
Yeah, it's the bobble. Bobble with Feverich is very...
I always call it bobber for some...
I don't know why you're calling it different things. I mean, we saw it.
See, that's a tier 5 item, right?
That is a good... I mean, it's a tier 4, but
exactly.
With the, the tier 5 like enchantments on top, you saw like Tai Long do it, where he like played this Zeus
that was a sick game.
He got like, okay, mid-1. Luckily, he's the one guy with buyback in this game.
I was just trying to see if this was a highlight or if this was live. Apparently, it's live.
It's live.
Mid-1 dead. They're going to have to be forced out of that buyback now.
To go back to that earlier play, I don't mind that MOUZ are aggressive, but Boom going so out of position without buyback available was quite the overplay.
Oh, there's a damage room bot as well.
Rue will see it, but probably will just take it.
Big rune for Rue.
Yeah. Get that Rocket Star damage pumping out.
Oh, Chrysalis on top of the tree with a Wukong's command. Look at the damage! Laurel in so much peril here. Has to pop the BKB in retreat. Collapse in the midst of all of this. He gets decimated. 100 seconds of no doom now. Laurel still staying alive. Hook shot. They're going to get this dieback on the mid-1. That's a huge kill for Spirit. This is without Yatoro. 30 seconds to come back into this game. And Laurel, look at that damage. Damage gets blown up completely. And that is 3 dead without buyback for MOUZ. Viper's going to be back in 12, so this is going to be a 2 defense hero for MOUZ against... It's going to be 4 for Spirit once they regroup.
Oh boy, this is not going to be an easy one. Luckily for MOUZ, they don't have Boots of Travel on Yatoro. He doesn't have any money, so you do have some time to maybe set up like a nice defense. Because it's going to be 3v4. And you don't even have a Wukong's yet. You have Chrysalis who's queuing up a Rapier. I do like that.
This
and I like this
really
play too.
Cool initiation.
Yeah. If they were maybe slightly more on the ball with potentially like mid-1's roll, like, and you connected stun onto Laurel, that would have been absolutely huge.
Yeah, but again, mid-1 dying all alone on that bot side, like this fight would be totally different if he dies, has buyback.
I mean, he's now dead for 1 minute without buy. It's the same for Yamage.
Yeah.
You have to hold this 3v4, and in 20 seconds you have Collapse who will join them too.
Yatoro, this is a building hitter though. Jumping from Boom though, trying to apply some pressure to Klinks. Get telekinesis, gets gripped on top of Klinks as well, and Yatoro dead again. What is happening this game? And now Spirit, do have a good amount of damage coming out from Laurel with the Dagon as well. It's enough to kill off Boom, so still trade after trade after trade as Panto bites the dust to Yatoro. Despite being dead for so long. Chrysalis, Boundless Strike into the pit, trying to stay alive with that regen. It's not going to be enough. Chrysalis ticked out, and that's the death of everyone on MOUZ. They don't have the building hitter that is Klinks, but surely this is enough to finish the game for Spirit.
Can you imagine Yatoro winning a game where he has 12 deaths? It's 12 and 12.
Oh my goodness.
Nah, this is honestly overall a crazy
Ancient
game,
exposed. It's not quite over yet. Mid-1 is up and running. Yamich will be back in just a moment as well. The Ancient getting close. There's the Doom immediately. No more regen for the rest of the game as the Ancient, finally the fortification comes out. The telekinesis trying to kill off Laurel. But this will be the death of the throne and the win of game 1, believe it or not, for Spirit.
Crazy for Spirit to turn this around. And I think that's the cool thing with this team is that you don't need to rely on one guy to win you the game. Like, Yatoro had a bad early game, but he gets to recover. But the rest, Collapse with multiple Aegis snatches, good team fight. You have Laurel, who he popped off. This is one of the best puck games I've seen from him. I mean, his puck is always good. But this one is honestly like on another level.
24-5 in this game. 20 assists to follow suit for Puck, Mr. Laurel. Crazy game. Yatoro, like you said, 12, 12, and 21.
That's a crazy stat line.
It's a lot of ones and twos. It's a binary in there somewhere. But yeah, Spirit, I did not think they were going to win this game, not going to lie.
No, MOUZ looked good. I like their early game, their mid game too. There's obviously some small moments where if they can like shape it up for game 2, they can look very good because they really took it to Spirit in this one.
They looked really, really good. I could see this going 1-1 though, for sure. As we see a replay here from MOUZ and Spirit. Yatoro, so many deaths this game, like you said, but in the end, he was just a diversion.
Yeah, he was just making
Laurel
space.
was the real carry.
Yeah, no, Laurel really, he had to cook. And honestly, he delivered. He had a couple of good runes here. He made the call. Like, he was the one that was engaging this tier 1 play initially. And just like keeping the game alive. And Megas versus Megas, that's not something we see all that often.
No, can't remember the last time. But it is Spirit, like we said. They're channeling the, pun intended, spirit of old rosters. And now that Maposhka's back, you've mentioned this about 10 times today to me. You're really, really excited about that.
I am. This guy, he's the GOAT. And you can feel the aura.
Yeah, they have 2 coaches. That's better than 1.
That's true. So, look at Team Liquid. When they won TI, they had 3 coaches, I think.
Oh, man, that's even better. Goodness gracious. This is one of the final fights of the game. Again, Yatoro dying left, right, and center, but everything being applied to him, which means Laurel can just reign free with that puck. And one of the great puck performances that we're going to see in this tournament as we go to Shiver and the panel.
Thank you very much. Team Spirit and Mega Creep comebacks. Name a more iconic duo. This was quite the showdown, though. MOUZ putting up a great fight. And to be honest, I kind of thought they had it most of the time, but we're going to have a lot to break down here as we have Effie and BSJ here to do so. Effie, where do you want to start with a game like this? Because that's always a tricky one.
I don't know. I mean, I just want to say, how does one team in Dota have so many games like this, where they play against Mega Creeps, extend it, make so many net worth comebacks, steal Aegises? Like, how do they keep doing it, Brian?
I just call them the Doctor Strange team, because it doesn't matter how many millions of universes there are out there. There are only one outcome in the game that they can win. They'll find it. And that's just the way that Team Spirit likes to play. That game, you know, when I looked at the graph, I thought of like a roller coaster that would be like against the law, because the G-force that you would get from going straight down to straight back up like 3 different times, I think the entire ride would have vomited by then.
Illegal.
Yeah.
Illegal.
Honestly, that should have been.
Yeah.
But it was a really cool game to see. I want to shout out MOUZ for it as well, because it's very hard to take it to Team Spirit late game, but it felt like a matter of who gets the initiation, who can kite the area control spell. There was the issue of this Doom coming in with the big AoE Dooms. How can we kite it? Can we deal with the Monkey King for the other side in his ulti? Can we kite him there? Can we kill him? And it was a matter of like small decision making of who they're going on and which team can kite it out better. And that's why we saw so many fights where if you were dooming Crystallis on his Monkey King, mid 1 was running away with it. So it was pretty hard for Team Spirit to do this, but Laurel on that puck made sure that they had a way.
Yeah, we have a couple of things to relive as well. I know it was a very long game, but we are, I believe, going back to one of the earlier stages of it, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of story to tell here, and I think that we talk so much about Team Spirit's late game and the way that they execute in these fights, and I think it's really important to remember, at least for me, how they got there in the first place. So usually Team Spirit finds themselves, as we pull up the clip, they find themselves in this situation like 13 minutes, 15 minutes into the game where the game is on the verge of becoming unsalvageable, and instead they managed to like make a couple plays to pull back in. So this is that example here where it's 13 minutes in, they're down 11-3, and a lot of teams, like, this is the play that they need to find where the late game team fights will eventually be winnable. This Viper is 3 levels ahead of Yatoro on the clinch. You see him over there. Yatoro doing an impression of me here, saying I'm helping, and walking in and clicking one time. And then they, you know, what happens here is I'm going to point out that Rubik TP's bottom right after this play, and then he defends the bottom tower long enough such that Puck can then TP in right at this tower's dying. You're not expecting Team Spirit to like take this follow-up fight, but then
At the same time, like, you see MOUZ, they're like hitting this tower as 4. They were just trying to kill the tower as fast as possible. But Laurel on the puck, they were already lacking the disable for him. They have the DD rune. It just feels like, that one universe, right? They defend right as the tower's ending, DD rune. Rue's level 5. That's 14 minutes into the game, he can't even hook shot. But with those kills, he gets the level 6 and then takes down the Tusk to boot. And these are the plays where, even though MOUZ proceeds to like get an advantage from there, these are the plays that make it so that Team Spirit can show us that 60-minute game, that 70-minute magic.
Yeah, and Laurel on that puck, we saw it there with that double damager making this fight happen. He made that late game happen too. That late game was very hard to pull off, but with his decision to go strength flank into Dagon, he just wanted to poke. He wanted to make sure that he was not committing to these fights, just doing chip damage, getting out, doing chip damage, getting out, and just doing that relentlessly, so that even when they were throwing everything on that Clinks, they were already low HP from this puck poking them for the last 40 seconds of no team wanting to commit, and then eventually just going in at the very end. It looked fun, but it was actually a very high window of failure there, and he did not mess up at all, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Not Me Rubik, like, we talked about like fancy spell stealing. I can't remember how many times he like lifted collapse like out of a Monkey King Wukong's. There were several fights that he survived on the Doom where I didn't feel like he should have, and he was able to re-engage with the Refresher Doom. The Wind Waker Octarine is my favorite build for a reason. I think it's so fun to play these heroes like this.
Yeah, the most value out of that Rubik did feel like it was coming from the telekinesis saves. Like, we did see them Fiend's Grip steals, and those were very high value as well, but the kiting was what Team Spirit needed here, and they kited very successfully. And again, it looked like it would be easy to mess up, right? Because it's just a matter of maybe overstepping into the Monkey King circle once or twice, and then that late game is just gone for you.
Yeah, or perhaps you're getting baited into a situation that maybe looks good initially and then doesn't. I believe that's something you might want to highlight in the upcoming clip, Effie.
Yeah, if we take it back a little bit, I wanted to look at one of the things that I thought MOUZ did that was very cool when they were playing this game. And if we could roll the clip, one of the first Roshans that went their way before it gets stolen, obviously, they put it on the Viper, which is their offlaner. Typically, you'd expect it to be on the Monkey King or the Earth Spirit, but that wasn't the case. They put it on the Viper, they park him mid. The really interesting thing was they had 2 heroes on either side lane, and because the Viper was in this mid lane, they were able to connect instantly. The second that he got doomed, you're mobilizing both heroes from both sides, and within the duration that the Aegis expires, MOUZ were able to come mid, connect to it, and turn it into a winning fight, and that's a play that I think we haven't seen that often from other teams.
Yeah, they definitely showed that they show up big here. The pressure is on. We know MOUZ didn't qualify for TI, but this is very clearly their event that they put a lot of effort in, and I think the effort is already showing up. Of course, it didn't end with a win here in game 1, but very promising for game number 2. Game number 2 will come, of course, your way, but we're first going to check in with 3 other people of our broadcast team. It's going to be Chris, Purge, and Slacks.
Hey everybody, we're going to play. Thank you so much. You guys are doing a lovely job out there. Thank you. This is live, by the way. We're going to do a little game. I thought we had a very fun opportunity. Ton has been watching a ton of Dota.
So much.
Enjoying it. A new Dota player. We haven't seen a new Dota player in the last 7 years since TI9. So I thought we'd play a little fun game with Purge. Let me explain the game. I'm going to describe to you some things that may or may not have happened in Dota 2. You have to say true or false. You get a point if you're correct. Purge, your job is to gaslight him into picking the wrong answer. Okay?
Experienced at this. Perfect.
Let's start with a very easy one. All right? I'm going to name some players. One of them is not real. Is it Ice, 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 or Ice Cubed? Which one is not real?
You want me to speak here, or
yeah, give him a hint.
You can give me what you want here.
Well, there's been a lot of Dota players in the history of time. How many of these are differential? You know, maybe there's.
Does he know the answer to the question?
I hope so.
Maybe there's some famous ice-related player, and there's some copycats. You know, so we're doing some circular thing. I think one of these names is.
This
very
is not
cool.
gaslighting. You need to convince him the wrong answer.
He's helping. I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
With Ice Cube.
Ice Cube is actually not the. You did it. That is right.
Wait, I was right?
Ice, and Ice are all real Dota players.
I'm a real Dota expert.
That's actually incredible.
Crazy.
All right. Okay. This one's a little tough. All right. Once upon a time, Valve deleted a hero from the game and then replaced him back in the game with everything the same, except they just made him green for copyright problems. True or false?
I don't know where to go with this one.
He's not very good at this.
You are a terrible gaslighter, actually. Do you think that could possibly be true?
I definitely think it could be true.
Was it?
Yes.
It was true. Skeleton King became Wraith King. Absolutely incredible. That's right. Purge, did you even know that?
I did, yes. Yeah, Skeleton King was very copyrighted. Skeletons and Kings, Diablo-based originally. There's a couple, like, other game
You don't need to gaslight me into this. I understand, Purge. We're going to move on. Thank you so much.
That was not gaslighting. Gaslighting me. I wasn't gaslighting you.
There was once a tournament, a major, held by Valve for points to the Dota Pro circuit, and it was headed up by a studio named Moon Duck. Moon Duck.
I feel like your slight hesitation might have given that one away.
To what?
That's not true.
Purge, would you like to help him or no?
It was a half-truth because it was actually Moon Hippo was the studio name. No, I'm just kidding. It's real.
So
it was real?
It was real. Moon Duck Studio.
You are a good actor. Because I feel like you sold that as a lie.
Well, we were both the owners. So that was us. All right.
Okay.
I've got a very hard one for you. Okay? All right. Once upon a time, in Dota 2, there was a hero called the Gambler, and they removed it because it was broken. In Dota 2, you would get random money and be able to hit people with it.
Well, it was better than that because the more money that you had, it made one of your skills do more damage. Does that sound balanced to you?
That sounds like something that would happen, in absolute fairness. Because these things definitely do happen.
Okay.
Final verdict?
I feel like you could be gaslighting me more here. I want to judge it, the answer of how hard you're going to gaslight me.
I already gaslit you. Like, no matter what.
I think that's true.
Very close. It was true for Dota 1. He got deleted before he made it to Dota 2. So the Gambler was real, and he was so bad they took him out. So.
That kind of feels like I kind of got it right then.
I'm going to give that one to you. Okay. I'm going to give you 1 point on that.
Well, give me 1 point.
All right. I have not been keeping track, but I would say that you have 3 times as many points as Purge.
I think I'm 3-2 up.
3-2, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll go with.
All right. Our next one.
Serve that.
There was once an item in Dota 2 that was a neutral item for 60 minutes. It was called Key to Heaven. You would channel a stun, and someone could not move as long as you were channeling. If you got stunned, they would be freed, but it used to ruin games. It was at TI 13, I think, where Tundra won, and they deleted the item immediately after, even though we played an entire TI with it.
People were really mad about that for a long time, which was stupid because it did have a lot of tactical value. It was just a little anti-fun, you know? I know you can relate to that. Like, getting anti-fun things out of the game.
Yes, anti-fun things out of the game. We'll take that out. Okay, so do I think that is true or not?
Yeah, Key of Heaven.
I'm going to say no. Is it false?
You're correct. That is not true. That item never existed. We deleted an item called Wraith Pact, which was 1,000 times worse. So thank you very much.
You know what it is? That was a pure guess, but you are very good at selling these, whether they are true.
I love gaslighting, baby. That's why they make Reddit threads. All right, last one. Now, this is the most important one. Last question for you. True or false? Back in the original days of Dota, 3 guys made it. Then 1 guy decided to gaslight his friends and delete the forums, the official forums where people would submit items for Dota 2 characters, because he wanted to charge money for the characters instead of having them be free. He removed all of his friends. He deleted the forums. He created a new game where he charged a bunch of money for this, and he banned anyone that ever mentioned Dota. Is this true or false? Doesn't that sound crazy?
That sounds insane, so it's absolutely true.
It is true. I never forgot Pendragon. True. That game is called League of Legends. What an incredible development. True. Thank you for watching EWC, and thank you for playing the game. You win. We're all winners, aren't we? Thank you for watching.
We are all winners. Absolutely. Welcome to the Dota scene, Chris. Good to have you trial my fire there, as well as we are ready for game number 2. Spirit MOUZ. We just had a epic game one, over an hour long, and it was quite the brawl with Mega versus Mega Creeps in the late game and Team Spirit bringing it back, and we had Collapse talking about how he feels somewhere in the air, in the ether, the EWC buff. And we saw it in action as well.
We did. I mean, that was crazy. And the craziest thing about it is that somehow Team Spirit make it look easy. But I really need to emphasize that what they did there was not easy. Like, the room for error was small, even though it did seem like MOUZ had a harder scenario in that ultra late game. To even get there was ridiculous. And shout out to Laurel. You know, he's such an integral piece of this team, but his teammates have to be re-energized by his puck performance there.
I mean, I think what Team Spirit does better than anyone else is that everyone on the team always seems to be clearly on the same page. There's a lot of times you'll see it, especially in like the tier 2 teams, where like one guy builds an item that's intended for fighting. Like, for instance, with MOUZ, you have the Crimson Guard on Ponto. I don't want to like flame it too much, but at that point in the game, they were playing like a split push, we have to catch people kind of game, and he goes Crimson. So it's like one guy is looking for team fights and the other players are looking for pickoffs. While it's like with Team Spirit, you see Yatoro skip the Deso first to go for the Shard because him and Puck are both split pushing the side lanes. It just feels like they're always on the same wavelength. And even though I think MOUZ put up quite a fight that game, I think these like little synchronizations that Team Spirit does will like eke them out against teams of MOUZ's caliber. And I guess I just want to point out in the draft as well that when you pick Tusk last, it's like you see that you have a puck problem and you're like, I'm going to double down on what we're already good at, which is like the laning, the pace of the game. So I just want to point out that like they are left with that choice. Do we like cover our bases or do we all in our strategy? And I think that's very much like a MOUZ-esque thing to do, which is to just say, we're already really good at this. Let's like triple down on our strength and hopefully it's enough. And honestly, I would have never predicted them losing that late in the game. Like, I thought that like that 40-minute turnaround that Team Spirit had was going to be the nail in the coffin for them. So I want to tip my hat to MOUZ for actually making the game like reverse swing, like the third dip of the roller coaster, as you will.
Yeah, but if you're MOUZ though, you have to be looking at that game and scratching your head. What on earth happened? Because they
I know
did
the
make
answer.
that.
I know the answer.
Yes, what is it?
Doom stealing an Aegis twice. That happened. I think that would have changed everything.
That is a big deal. You know, pro players have PTSD. If you sit in a green room with Quinn or Insania and they see a team doing Aegis with Collapse alive, they just tense up and they say, don't ever do Roshan in front of Collapse, you know? So it is absolutely something you have to respect. This is the player with probably the most Aegis steals in history to his name, I would imagine. That's not a far cry. But I did want to mention that MOUZ made the conscious decision to play it slow after they got Mega Creeps. Clinks was still dead for 50 more seconds when they left Dire Base. So they were in a position where they thought that was the smarter play, and I can fully understand that. But looking back at it, you have to think to yourself, we should have committed a little bit more there.
I know for some time now, I don't remember who said it to me, but I then, you know how you hear something one time and then you proceed to hear it from a bunch of other people in different conversations, and you're like, okay, this must be true. It was this notion that once you get megas in the last like year, the game's just over. Like, it's just impossible to actually get out of your base, take those fights. I personally want to watch that game back just to see how Team Spirit managed to take that minute-long fight in the mid lane after having megas against them, because that's the portion where I think almost every team in the world is going to struggle to actually even get out of their base at that point. And I think there's a reason that MOUZ was content, like, intentionally to play the game out slow. Like, I think a lot of people have that mentality right now that, like, if the enemy team has megas against them and they're just going to be stuck in their base, like, as long as you don't go into their base, there's no way out of this. But somehow Team Spirit actually got out, contested Roche, took a fight in the mid lane. And not only that, but they actually, like, made that fight go on a minute and a half, and I'm just wondering the whole time, why isn't their base dying? But they just had such a nice balance of these type of map movements. It's truly impressive. Like, I always see the map or the team fight play from Team Spirit, but I feel like their map play this game in the first game was especially impressive. A balance, you say? I want to talk about the balance of the opening picks, because we have got Team Spirit on the Radiant side this time around. MOUZ on the Dire, and MOUZ gets first pick, so everything's swapped for this game. We have MOUZ going for the Treant Protector as a first pick. We've seen that more often. It makes sense, logical. And on the other side of the balance, Effie, it's a techies.
It is the techies.
Unusual.
somewhat unusual, especially this early in a draft, but this hero is quite popular now. It's a lot of damage. That taser on lane is ridiculous to play against, and this is one of the heroes that Not Me really stood out on during his Dream League debut. He was making so much chaos on the map, and conceptually, I do like techies versus tree in lane. You can trade with them quite effectively with that taser.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to go something that benefits from the move speed of Taser, like a Collapse Primal Beast. We saw that a bit earlier. It's traditionally good against a lot of the range carries that people like to pair with Treant. You get the level 20 talent that lets you dispel the overgrowth for free. I'm just curious if like that's something you can open blind, or maybe it's something they have in their pocket. But I do think techies especially is the literal best support in the game to say, like, you're going to get out of your lane, sir offlaner. Like there's, and Treant is meant to ruin your lane as an offlaner. So I do understand conceptually the counter pick of the techies.
Yeah, and if you just have a simple stun offlaner, like a Centaur or any kind of control, this techie is guaranteed to get at least 1 or 2 kills on this laning stage.
Look at that.
There it is.
Yeah, it's just a stun into a...
You should have said that like 2 seconds later, because it would have been like the exact moment.
It would have been like good timing.
Right, yeah, you would have willed it into existence.
This was still good timing.
It was very good timing. I'm just saying, if she coincidentally said that like 2 seconds later.
Brian's about the perfect timing.
Yes.
Fair.
Promo code.
BSJ.
But yeah, it's just nice having a support that you know that you're always going to have enough follow-up damage really makes it so that you have more flexibility coming out of your position 5.
Centaur is also very good against the range carries as well, because he allows your entire team to effectively gap close. I'm wondering, once again, I know I said Terrorblade in game 1 for Team Spirit, which did end up getting banned. I'm wondering if, like, you want a ranged hero, but you kind of need to be able to stand your ground against what they're presenting conceptually. Like, you're going to get initiated on by a Centaur, a Techie's follow-up, and you need some, like, sort of turn potential. Maybe like a Luna with, like, what do you call it? The Lunar Glaives, something like this? Or Lunar Orbit?
Can they not turn it around and put the Treant Protector and the +4, and then never mind, they still go for one of Crystallis's ranged carries?
That makes sense, actually. There you go. Yeah, that's a ranged guy that stands his ground. I for whatever reason, I came into this tournament looking at their picks, and I was like, okay, they're just picking all the normal stuff. They've gone away from Crystallis' specialties. And then first game, they whipped out Monkey King. In the second game, they whipped out Razor. We're in for a treat. I know they ended up losing game 1, but there's a reason they picked these heroes for this guy. I like the hero conceptually against Centaur, the minus armor. You actually can boot Centaur out of lane with like 2 points in Link. But maybe it's a different story with Techie's reactive taser. I am very curious how this lane plays out.
Yeah, you know, I recall a tournament where Centaur was a very popular offlane pick, and people were picking carries like Lifestealer and Razor against him, and he was still getting out of lane fine. Like, this is a hero where heroes sound good on paper, but Centaur just seems to have comfortable laning stages regardless of what happens, especially if he has a strong support.
And he's going to just stampede away later on in the game. Nobody can get linked because you just stampede and you're gone.
Yeah, they definitely need some form of... I mean, Treant Protector's like okay to counter the disengage of Centaur Stampede, but I don't think it's enough, so keep our eyes on a hero like Puck. What other options are there?
Well, we are talking about MOUZ Boom, and Boom is a killer tide. I know it's not that great right now in the meta, but it's something to keep our eyes on, as that is a Grimstroke.
Yeah, that's a good call, because Tide Shard is a really great way to play against Stampede, and I still think it's a very viable pickup, especially if you see magic damage and you have that comfortable Mage Slayer item progression, if that's what you choose to do. Definitely doable. Grimstroke, very cool with the Soulbind. However, if the Soulbound people just run away together, it's still not much of a Stampede counter.
It still slows, right? But I know Stampede goes through that, but like Soulbound, when you are you just leashed, or are you also slowed?
You're leashed.
Okay.
You're slowed by the Stroke of Fate, which usually kicks off.
Oh, yeah, okay. They've like tweaked his spells so many times, it's hard to keep track. Got to consult my resident support player here. Actually, I got 2 of those. I got a 4 and a 5. Yeah.
Don't ask me those questions.
Yeah, you're not a Grimstroke player, right?
No, I have recently tried to play him because I needed a ticket.
Of course.
It didn't work out. But I got lucky on getting the ticket anyway, because you get 1 ticket when you lose, so...
I think it would be a really cool stat if we could somehow find out how many games have been lost by people picking like out of their bottom 10 most played heroes since the event started. Do you know what I mean? Like there's, you just have to see what people's picks are compared to their normal picks.
That would be very confronting. I would not like to see that. That I would like to see though, a Wind Ranger. Love that.
Was it in ranked, Cheever? The Grimstroke pick.
Potentially.
So, apologies to Sheever's teammates out there.
Hey, that's a Wind Ranger core then.
This is the classic redheaded safe lane. I don't know. Are there any other redheaded Dota heroes? I just saw that and I was like, they look. But these two look so like the thing is for me, Lena, I have the Arcana, of course, because pay to win, and so I just see fire as her hair. So for me, these are the only two redheads. But you're right, that absolutely applies.
Very fair, but I do like Enchantress quite a bit, just because it feels like early on she is so unkillable when she runs at the enemy mid tower, and there's not that much burst damage coming out of MOUZ's side for her at the moment.
I think it's important to note that, so first off, Grimstroke's Inkswell is dispellable. And then also, one of the reasons Treant is so obnoxious is because, as a safe laner, I'm thinking, it's my offlaner's problem that he has to deal with a Treant. But there's sometimes where, I'll take an all-in engagement, and then the offlaner just gets living armored. And I'm like, come on, man. I end up losing a trade that I thought I was going to win. So the dispel early to mid-game, where heroes will often get saved by what a lot of pro players refer to as a free global refraction, removing that's a pretty big deal. So I'm curious if that ever's the dispel on enchant is ever going to play a crucial role in these early movements.
That's a great point. I think that it will. And I also think that's not the only interaction we're going to see between these two heroes, because Enchantress as a hero, she functions in a way where she doesn't want to sit on that safe lane or off lane for very long. She wants to move to the mid lane, take the tower early and pressure it. Whereas Treant, his job is okay, well, I'm pressing living armor on this tower. And then it just becomes a durability test. Are you guys willing to sit and poke at this tower if we're defending it? Because it's not just the Treant, it's also the Grimstroke with the long-ranged means to defend the tower. So I am curious who will come out on top and how many resources MOUZ are willing to dump into defending the tower.
Yeah, so you're talking about the early game, which I think is very relevant based on what we saw in game one. But I just want to point out the dynamic getting reversed here, because in game one, we saw I feel like the tempo is actually more so coming from Team Spirit in this one. They have a lot of tempo in their early game. And last game, we saw MOUZ double down when they had no puck answer. And now I'm very curious. I feel like Team Spirit's going to have Laurel pick a hero that's meant to kill puck. Ricky would have been great. Nightstalker and Ricky are great examples. I hope Laurel picks from this archetype, because we're once again seeing a puck on the 8th overall pick. It's relatively uncountered because all of these stuns are disjointable. And like I said, last game they picked Tusk last overall for MOUZ, which was more about the early game advantage. I'm curious. I really think Laurel's going to take a completely different approach here.
I can see that. I can also just see one of the Void Spirit or Earth Spirit brothers come out, because Earth Spirit early game is a fine answer.
They did ban the Earth Spirit, so maybe Void Spirit's the discount Earth Spirit right now. Is that kind of the vibes we're getting? Because we were talking about Clinks being discount Drow.
To be fair, I don't think I've seen him in any of the games that I've watched today.
I also haven't seen Earth Spirit banned, I feel like. I've seen Earth Spirit in every game, so we're apparently at the part of the tournament where Earth Spirit gets banned.
Yep, and that's Watermelon Man.
Oh, you called that? Who called Tide? Was that you, Sheeps?
That was me.
Wow. We're panels on point.
This is one of Boom's best heroes. It's I would say his signature hero. And he's great in it. And you already pointed out how good it would be in the game, also for the Shard.
Yeah, the Shard is fantastic here. They also have a lot of team fight coming out of MOUZ right now, with the Ravage, with the Soulbind, with the Coil, and the Overgrowth. A lot of big cooldowns. But I just don't associate this team with big cooldowns. When I think of MOUZ, I think of a team that wants to be consistently running at people in the early game. So it kind of makes me look at the draft a little bit funny.
Ooh.
Zeus. Can a Zeus deal with the puck? It is
I don't feel like it really
special,
does.
I think.
What do you think about this Zeus, Mira? I feel like I don't know how I feel about it.
It's a lot of damage. It lanes really well into the puck, but it kind of narrows down your gameplay on Team Spirit, because now your play is, okay, we're gonna get that Nimbus, we're gonna get some Rapiers later on, and we're just gonna refresh that Zeus and kill one target every time. So I think Zeus is a fantastic hero this patch, actually, but I don't like how it makes their draft one-dimensional on Spirit.
I guess it just felt like it really limits their early rotation, and then at the same time, it doesn't counter the puck, at least for me, in any meaningful way. I think puck will have a free lane. I was thinking you either pick a hero that kills puck later or dominates it in lane, and this was neither of those. So, you know, just based on my PTSD from my own pubs and also watching enough Pro Dota at this point, I feel like I'm going to go with the puck team. I think that last game was indicative of what we can see mid one do. I know Laurel popped off 24-5, and late game absolutely insane performance. I don't think this game's going to go that late, but I think mid one's in another situation where you have no instant disables. I don't really see anybody buying a Hex. Maybe techies eventually, but I think at that point, like, as the lanes are going to go decent for MOUZ. I like the draft a lot more this time.
Well, you say eventually. Previous game lasted plus 60 minutes.
That's why I said eventually, Shiver.
Yeah, so what's the odds that we're getting to that point again, Effie?
Of late game? I mean, I think with Team Spirit, you can always expect the late game, but I actually quite like Spirit's early game compared to MOUZ's, just because I feel that they're very cooldown dependent, and I think that this Enchantress is capable of a lot of damage early on. And when MOUZ do really well, it's when they're consistently running at heroes with very low committal blink stuns and not having to rely on these big cooldowns, and it just doesn't seem to be the case. It doesn't inspire a lot of confidence in me.
Is there any lane in particular that we should be keeping our eyes out for in this game number 2?
I would say the Enchantress as a lane, you know, like her moving, what she's going to do.
How much can she rotate?
Yes, how much of the triangle can she take? Can she take that mid tower early on? Because it'll be a big deal this game.
Yeah, I'm thinking like Zeus doesn't help you do that at all. So I think that it's still very important that Enchantress makes those moves and has that early game pressure, but I don't feel like Centaur kind of just wants to farm. Razor's pretty hard to boot out of lane. Tidehunter should be like chill against Windranger. Like Windranger will free farm, but Tide like doesn't really get pressured too hard. So I guess he's going to have limited rotations, but if he gets the first one and like manages to pressure one lane significantly, I think that will snowball pretty quickly. So that's what I'm looking for as well. I agree with Mira. Keep an eye on the Enchantress.
If we're full theory crafting, not me on his techies, could pop off here and get an early Hex, and that would fix a lot of problems.
An early Hex, you say? We're gonna find out what's gonna happen, and if he is gonna get an early Hex on Rue's techies, as we're heading into game number 2, Spirit versus MOUZ with Sunsfan and Kezu.
Thank you, Shiva. Sunsfan here with Kazu in game number 2 between MOUZ and Spirit. Game 1 was a doozy.
Oh, it's an absolute banger.
It was very good back and forth. Many throws, many wins, many deaths for the carries, but many steals of the Aegises, Kezu.
A lot of entertainment. I'm hoping that this game will be a little bit similar, and I agree with what they were talking about. The Zeus kind of not a hero out on my bingo card when it comes to the last pick here. I think there are a lot of good things about it, like Razor doesn't really enjoy this hero, and I think the supports aren't that good, but both Coil and Tide, especially with the Shard later, very good against it. So not really the archetype I was looking at. But we have seen some Zeus performances that were kind of legendary, so we'll just have to see what Lar can pop off with here.
Yeah, we're going to see that bobble.
Oh, trust me.
Not to be confused with bobber.
Yeah, many of people, of course, confuse it with the bobber. Not just, but if he's got it in the tier 4, and we're getting to 30+ minutes, trust me, he's taking that.
What's the chances you get a specific choice of bobble?
You're talking about like
is it like 70%?
Like the enchantments that you want?
Yeah.
It's quite high. I think on you can always get
50,
you
right?
can always get the spell amp, I think, when you're an int hero, which he is, so you're pretty happy. I think also later, like you saw it in the last game, like he just got the feverish on tier 5. On tier 4 he didn't really care, so you can pretty much always get one of the ones that you do want.
Okay. As we're gonna see Collapse this time playing the Centaur War Runner. And coupled with Not Me on the techies.
They have a very good lane up here. Like even though it's Razor and Treant, like with all the trees being cut, like techies has insane amount of range. So you can kind of just keep clapping the two of them in the face. Taser is also still a horrendous spell. It is so damn strong. So
How's that horrendous?
Like horrendously OP in a way. Like that's how I'm talking about this.
Just checking.
Sorry for English not being my first language. 1 minute 20 seconds, all it took for the call out.
Sorry, I'm used to casting with Cinderin, so you know.
No, and he has high IQ. That's I will not talk down.
So they say.
So they say.
Crystal is playing another signature. I have a Okay, I have a comment.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be a good one.
I have a comment.
Yeah.
Do you feel like they pick his signature heroes too often?
No. I think it's good. I think you want to pick the Siggies for the guy that you have.
Static Link is going ham. First blood for Crystalis.
Yeah, suck on that. That's the answer for you right there.
Hey, it was just a question. I'm not trying to imply anything, of course. Great.
Yeah, you
player.
never have subtleties to your comment.
Perfect itemization last game. Have no complaints about that. I feel like I feel like it's too. What's the right way to put it? I know that not a lot of people pick the. Like, he'll pick it in any meta, right? Regardless of how popular the heroes are, but you know he's going to pick it. Surely that's an advantage.
No, for sure, but it's the type of hero that even if it doesn't have a perfect game, because of the tempo that, like, usually the heroes he plays, they lane very well, right? Like Monkey King and Razor. So even if they had bad game matchups, they have good net worth, they can give your team something in different scenarios. And I think it is the strength of this guy. And you should try to play towards the strength of your players. So it's good.
Okay.
I thought it was a second place TI DC placement. You should know this type of stuff.
No, we picked Slark mid. That's not good. That's why
my
you get
bad.
second place at TI.
Brought up some PTSD there. My bad.
There's mid one playing the puck this time in that mid lane. And he's going against, like we talked about, the Zeus for Laurel. And, I mean, outside of the crazy late game, that potential with Bobble, what do you think of Zeus in general?
I think it's honestly quite a good hero. I think both his Ags, like his Ags is very good, and also like overall how the hero scales. I also really like that they changed Thunder God's Wrath, where even if people are smoked or invisible, it will still deal damage to them. Yeah. And this hero lanes. He lanes very, very strongly. Like they buffed, I think, his base damage not long ago, and also some of his earlier spells. And I mean, he's going to do very well in this lane. And it's also about how you use the first ults. And I think Spirit have a very strong early game to like make use of the first Thunder God's Wrath.
Yep, there will be plenty of healing going in the mid lane, thanks to Panto's Treant Protector with the living armor.
Rue has a very early level 3 here. Like, getting second level of enchant this early on means you can do exactly what he's doing now. You kind of want to play into the enemy triangle, take like a creep, maybe contest some of their early water runes, or like play into the mid lane as well when it turns into nighttime. And this is very important. This is not the type of hero where you keep pulling the easy camp. You want to leech XP and hit level 3.
Oh, Yamich. Okay, gets Blood Grenade. Going to take a ton of right-click damage from this Alpha Wolf. Looking for the block. Very nicely done. We'll have to Ink Swell away. Still heavy, heavy damage. Won't die. As mid one continue to get harassed by Laurel. Oh, actually gets a little bit too aggressive maybe, as still plenty of mana to work with for Laurel with that mango being consumed.
That's quite big. Like, even with this small play, you know, that you saw there from Rue onto the Grimstroke, it means that Yamich, he's got to go back to base. And if he wants to go back to the lane, he has to TP. Now, suddenly, if they attack mid later, he can't be there. And it's a big snowball effect in this type of early
How
game.
much kill potential do they have on a Tide?
Honestly, not that much.
So it's more about rotating the other lane.
Exactly. It's more about that you want to chip down the Tide and kind of maybe force the Grim to go back there, because Eng, you don't want to play in your safe lane that long. You play there early on for XP, and then you want to GTFO. You want to go mid, you want to go to the enemy safe lane, and just be annoying elsewhere.
So bottom lane going to be a 1v1, effectively.
It kind of should.
Neither player is going to really apply any pressure to each other.
Yeah.
Just farm fest.
It just depends a bit on like what items your Tor can kind of squeeze out, I think, in the early game. But until you have like a Javelin, you're not really doing too much to this hero. But Big Talk will be the first Thunder God's Wrath, as Laurel, of course, is going to run a Clarity to try and make sure that you have mana for that.
Yeah, getting a kill on Crystalis would be quite nice. He did get first blood, of course.
That's very important, yeah. It does help.
Game 1, Yatoro got first blood if you're keeping track, and they did win the game. Not much with him, though.
Very good point.
It was really Laurel. All the heavy lifting. As mid lane, Laurel, speaking of which, Caster Curse, coil applied. There's the Inkswell from Yamich. And that's going to be the death of Laurel. Mid one actually getting the last hit on that as well, which is good news for MOUZ. As Not Me gets absolutely, or he blasts off right on Yamich's face. So a nice turnaround here for Spirit. And mid one with the living armor will be fine.
He's still overall good, of course, getting to kill Laurel there. But yeah, Not Me does come around for, you know, the little return kill.
And before that kill, let's see, so 30 and 7 CS for mid one as Laurel. Pretty close now, 32 and 7. He did have a slight lead before that death, as you see a nice stack here.
Holy stacker.
Very early.
I mean, it is Zeus. Like, Zeus loves stacks. Honestly, kind of the same with Centaur as well. Chris is already level 6.
Yeah, he's got that Eye of the Storm, and nice. Okay, Blast Off actually does hit.
Remember the
Zeus ult, but the slow comes out. Chrysalis. They get ensnared now as Collapse gets Plasma Field, and now he's going to take the brunt of the right-click damage from Chrysalis. Pops a couple Lotuses. There's the ult from Zeus. Will be the death of Chrysalis as a result, but Chrysalis actually gets the kill on Collapse after. And Panto with that sticky bomb will be slowed to a crawl. Rue makes his way over as well. This is a pretty thick tree to get through.
Should be able to make it happen eventually.
And going on top of this bridge. Blood grenade, but it will be a trade of supports regardless, as now the tips come out.
That's a nice play. He at least gets to get the, the 1-for-1 kill trade. I don't know if I love MOUZ like overplaying into the Zeus ult there, especially like giving a lot of XP to the supports of Spirit can be quite dangerous. But let's see about the follow-up play, as there's a rune in 10.
Mid one.
TP by Yamage.
TP trying to turn this around. Has to use the jaunt onto the other side though, but the coil already used. Inkswell as well, and mid one, another kill to his name. The Laurel off to a bit of a rough start, but the blast off does connect on the top lane onto Chrysalis. Panto's here. Gets the slow power shot, as you can see Yatoro making his way over. It's not enough to find the kill on the Chrysalis though, as now Boom will also show up as it's a big old party. The Ravage comes out, only hitting the one. And there's a focus fire from Yatoro onto Chrysalis. Not enough for the kill though. He just casually kills off Rue instead.
Definitely a bit of an overplay there. It looked like Chrysalis was in a bit of trouble again. But I love this. Like when you play Treant and you get Ash Legion Shield with like max living armor, you are so happy in the early game. Like it's really difficult to actually take down Chrysalis. And now they just go into the triangle and steal the stacks too. So again, you have MOUZ with just a very good early game.
And we've seen this before.
We sure have.
I'll say their pushing is not nearly as good as last game though. It's not me. Blast off on target technically, but will die nonetheless.
They have an insane level discrepancy in this top lane. Like even when they went the first time in the tier 1, Chrysalis was level 6 when Collapse was level 4. So this is just where like a lot of these things from the laning stage, getting like one level here, getting a pull, getting a stack pull, it really adds up.
Yeah, top net worth is Chrysalis, in part thanks to that first blood that we saw.
Which we will keep track of course.
That's right. Only one per game, it's important.
That's true. And Collapse does have the Dominator completed, which is of course nice, like cheat your way through the early game a bit, pull some waves, kill some creep cans with the Retaliate. It might just seem like even though you have Ench in this early game, I don't know if Spirit can make all that many plays, which that's not the type of early game you want to have with Enchantress. You want to be able to go to these lanes.
Yeah. But it is a support that can deal a lot of damage in the late game if they get to that point.
True.
Which, is it similar to last game where you just start working on the farm instead of actually trying to be aggressive as Spirit?
I mean, you can't like build for the late game yet, because you're going to have to build in a way where you get to survive the mid game at least first to get there. The good thing with Ench is that you can always have a creep, just push out the side lanes, be annoying, because I just think we might be gearing up for like a similar mid game where you have like Spirit need more like specific moments to catch and fight, because they don't really have anyone that can do anything. Yatoro can go through the gate maybe with an Ench creep and like you have more smaller skirmishes, but until Collapse has a blink later, no one's really looking to do all that much. They wanna hit creeps.
Yeah. And Rue with a tomato. So what's the build these days on Zeus?
Kaya, Shard, and then just farm it up.
Kaya, Shard, farm, and then is
Kaya,
it still
Shard,
like Refresher?
Aghanim, it's like Ags, Octarine, and Refresher, and then like if you get the Bauble or you want to play also on like other stuff later, Rapier can be good. Of course, that's very greedy, and that's like some of your later stage items. But that's like the most typical Zeus build.
That looks like MOUZ will get an uncontested tier 1 bot.
That's pretty nice. Also, like a benefit of having Tide, which I think was a very, very good pick in this game. Like the Shard is insanely good. It like Stampede doesn't do anything. You still put the guy at 100 move speed. Very good against Windranger and against Zeus. And on top of that, you can just run in tier 1s with siege creeps and just get them killed.
So first item for Boom looks to be the Consecrator Wrap. Have we talked about this item at all?
Not today, no.
I've talked with...
I don't think... it wasn't in the last game, so we didn't talk about it.
Just in general, I meant, since it came out.
Okay, then give me your... it sounds like you don't like it.
No.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's not good in the game, or I think design-wise, just so weird. It's so weird. I feel like the old one that they got rid of was actually fine. They just need to buff it. I don't know if you feel similarly, because me and Cinderin are very big haters on this item. It's a nice stack.
This is just big that they steal all these stacks. But to go back to the item, I think they were just looking for maybe more ways for cores to have a magic resist item. Just because I think some of them were removed, and unless you're buying Mage Slayer, there's no hood. Obviously, that was removed years ago. You don't have Eternal Shroud anymore.
Yeah, people don't really Eternal Shroud.
I don't know.
Just make it good.
They probably felt like it was only good on 2 heroes, so they kind of just ditched it out of the game. I do think they've done a good job at tuning it down, because it was so OP, it was not even funny.
Yeah.
Literally everyone in their entire family would buy Consecrated Wraps.
Thanks, well, Yamich not able to find the full connection, but Rue's still stuck in a corner. And will be taken out eventually. Earn online now for Not Me. As Collapse. Let's see, what is he working on? So we'll have enough for Blink in just a moment.
There's a very high chance that... we'll see. But Blink definitely... It just changes the game, because with Zeus ult and Techies having some levels, it would allow you to make some plays. But there's also a world where maybe he goes even Blade Mail to try and scale, and just wait for Zeus to have an Aghanims, and then you try to play for the map. But I definitely wouldn't mind seeing the dagger here. It's very slow early games from Spirit in both of these games. Which it does make me a little bit concerned for some of their future games in this tournament.
Some games that I cast this last year, I know the roster has changed a little bit since then, but I feel like their early game has been consistently not great, actually. I don't know if you've noticed that as well.
I agree, but it is one of the strong suits of this team. People always say, they're a very good mid-game team, they're a very good late-game team, but it's similar with Falcons. The reason they have those stages is because they do very well in their early game and survive or use this edge to open up towers. But I think just with a little bit of the nature of this draft, also with the 24-pick Zeus, it makes it quite slow. And MOUZ are doing very well in this early game. I think they're doing the right things. Opening up this top tier 1 might be one of the next things. As Collapse did go for the blink, so this is where you can see that the game can completely shift. But Boom with very good positioning.
He does have blink, but Crystallis does have BKB as his first main item, so wants to fight, it seems.
He's absolutely ready to fight. Any fight he can, kind of be brought to. I like that he's currently staying in a top area, and then he can just TP to a tier 1 to semi-connect to the play.
Mid 1. Coil onto 2. There's the Ravage from Boom. Only going to hit 1, but it's an important one. It is the Zeus. The Stampede, not enough. Laurel dead to mid 1's hands. And now an Overgrowth.
Good Overgrowth.
From Panto onto 3 heroes. As Boom going to try to do some damage on the sidelines. As you can see Yatoro with the focus fire on the mid 1, who's not afraid of him. Wants to continue the pressure. And they're going to kill off Yatoro very easily. So 2 dead, and that's 2 cores for Spirit. It's going to cost 2 supports for MOUZ.
No, very nice by MOUZ. Just going back initially, you have Boom who breaks the smoke. You get a good 2-man coil. As they are looking for
blast
play.
off, nice. On to 2, but the follow-up into the double hoof stomp from Collapse. Still not enough damage. Crystallis just casually pops his BKB. Still has his ult with the static link as well. Double kill for Crystallis. And that's with 2 cores dead. Spirit go for that. And they're going to be regretting it. It's going to be back-to-back deaths for Laurel. It does take out 1 in turn. And it's an important one in Crystallis, to be fair, but still, fight going the way of MOUZ.
Oh, absolutely. The only good thing is nice dodge on the Shackle. Should be okay. It's a good amount of gold injection into Laurel because he needs that shard ASAP. And he was so far away from it, at least with that kill onto Crystallis, that will help out. But yeah, Spirit definitely getting outplayed in both of these games when it comes to the early game. You have MOUZ with, I would say, pretty good composure to not really walk into these plays. Not Me is probably cooked here.
Yep, Inkswell very effective in these engagements. Focus fire from Yatoro, though. Onto Yamich. Will be enough. So another support for support. Although Boom and company do have something else planned. Trying to turn this around onto Yatoro. Illusory Orb, they don't have the vision.
He needs to go gate, and it looks like he might be fine. JK, he's going to make them work for it.
It should be okay.
10
Good
seconds
choice
for
of
the
direction
TP.
here.
He's even scanning, just making sure that they're not following him, but he'll have the TP available to get the hell out.
So Rap's officially online for Boom.
He is basically unkillable. I think until later where they have more items, maybe even a silver edge on someone if that's something you want to look for, Boom might just be deathless for the next 20 minutes in this game.
This would be a great cast.
That would have been a sick cast of curse.
But you are correct. Mid one. Oh man, Yatoro rather, has to win run away.
Now, that's just good pressure, because it's also important if you're MOUZ that you don't like 5-man all these areas. You want to be smart about it. Put one tight somewhere, kind of be a roadblock, have 2 people somewhere else, and just slowly take the map away from Spirit.
In the mid lane, we got some action.
He's dead.
Blast off coming in, but it's not enough to save. Laurel goes out to Crystallis's hand. He's going to continue on with that BKB. As Not Me takes a tumble as well. So double kill for MOUZ, and again, second game in a row. This early game is all MOUZ.
Yeah, and a nice region rune for mid one, so you can just keep going ham. I want to see also where Boom takes his itemization here. So he already did go for the shard, which I love. He has got the blink and the axe queued up, and I think that this is perfect. Like, you know that Spirit don't really want to fight you. If you can just have blink and shard, it doesn't matter who you go on. Even if they get stampeded, those people will die.
Looking for another Inkswell initiation. Rue will be the recipient of the Waning Rift instead. Has the Glimmer Cape, but there's a Focus Fire counter initiation from Yatoro. Looking for the Overgrowth. Gets stunned though, but there's a big stun from Collapse on a mid one. They get the kill. Overgrowth TP not enough. So 2 go the way of Spirit as mid one's kill streak comes to an end.
Definitely a big one, because Spirit need these type of plays. Like, they need to not just delay the game, but also fight back a little bit, get some gold injection, get some of, you know, the XP into their heroes. Because I think if MOUZ play clearly, it is really not that easy for Spirit to get them killed. Like, you need to either have a blast off on you or a blink centaur stomp. You have ways to play around it.
Oh, this is going to be a really early heart. What the hell? For a Collapse. I don't know.
It's a pretty nice build on Centaur. It's one of the few heroes that can, like, kind of
Is this
go.
actually normal, though?
Yeah.
This early?
That's
awesome.
It's semi-normal. It's quite good. It's just like, you can't buy boots on this hero. You just want to be tanky. You want to be a big boy. And Heart is quite good in this meta.
That's great. Love to see it. Collapse, one of the premier Centaur players. Not really, I wouldn't call it a signature necessarily, but he's played a lot.
Yeah, it's
very, very good. In fact, he's one of the ones that kind of brought Aghanim Scepter, the cart, onto the scene.
I mean, the cart used to be so bad, and I like that it's good now. You know, they gave it like the necessary and overall good buffs. Could even see it in this game later on, of course. Quite good also against the Coil.
And Laurel with the shard to help him farm. And seems to be, going for the Aghanim Scepter. Actually going to go for BKB after the fact.
That's interesting. It's kind of something you want to work around. Like, otherwise, if you get coiled, you're kind of cooked. I think same with the Anchor. Maybe, you know, with the BKB, you can, like, fight back, kill it, jump away, and, like, stampede your way out. If Spirit make a comeback in this game, it's absolutely off of, like, their overall map play prowess. Like, you need to be able to split up MOUZ and get towards, like, the later stages of this game, because it's once again a similar game where you cannot fight head-on into this MOUZ draft.
Have to say, MOUZ are really good at taking Tormentor.
Oh, yeah.
Spirit, I don't think I've gotten a single
they have
entire
not.
series.
They might have to look at stealing those. So Collapse, get on that.
Yeah, stealing Age is a little bit more impactful.
I believe they do know that there's smoke, because there was a mine going off, and it's one of the smoke heroes on the bottom side. So should know that something's happening, but as I say that Yatoro is running face into them, so maybe not.
Yeah, Yatoro. Oh boy. He is just dead, straight up. That is super easy for MOUZ. And they're going to pressure this tier 2 as well.
Yeah, and he can just go straight Parasma as well, as they're going to get a secondary kill.
Oh,
I don't know about the Ravage, but it's kind of cool.
What was that?
Fuck you, I guess.
What was that? I'm so confused.
I guess you can make the point that he's not really using it because he never sees a hero.
Yeah, that's great.
Definitely didn't need it, but I respect it. Gives us something to talk about. But overall in this game, like
great content.
It might look like very simple because Tide isn't like a very complex hero, but Boom has been in the right place. Like the only hero that can really push and be annoying on Spirit is like Rue with his hero and his creep. And if you just park the Tide there, there's never any Eng pressure that's like annoying. Like you're playing against Eng, it's 22 minutes and you haven't lost a single tier 1. Yeah. That is very good for them.
All right, focus fire on Boom. Is he taking any damage right now? That's the question.
Blink out.
Okay then, just checking. Would have been ironic if he ends up dying because he doesn't have a Ravage.
Okay, he
calculated it.
He knows what's up. He knows he's not going to see another hero aggressively, at least for another 80 seconds, and then he'll already have it. Manta available on Crystallis, which of course is nice. You want to move faster. Just overall nice in this game. Disjoint Shackle, happy with some building damage. I think a gem could be pretty nice for MOUZ, maybe again within like the next 5-ish or so minutes, because if you're Spirit, you need to play off of dodging them and like overall game sense. So having wards and of course mines around that give you some vision is super impactful. I'm surprised that MOUZ are letting this top tier 1 fall, if I'm gonna be honest. I think this will open up the map a lot, and they have 3 in armor. Just kidding, they're not letting it fall.
Yep, Spirit have to run away. And now the anchor being shown from Boom, so he's got his shard. Anchor smash onto 2. Plasma Field not going to connect. No kills will come of this, but the tier 2 bot was grabbed by MOUZ. They have a 5k lead. I mean, how does this feel at this stage of the game versus last game? In terms of MOUZ's lead.
It was like pretty similar, no? Like also like in terms of, so they had a similar lead and I think also hero strength. I would give it overall slightly to Radiant later, like Spirit like the late game, but I think MOUZ are a lot more comfortable this time around. Like Puck, we saw what Laurel did last game, and mid one can do very similar things.
Yeah, that's true. The Zeus is, I would say it's a wild card, but it's the Puck is really the wild card in a way.
And it's also it's harder for Spirit to get to the point that they did last game. Like Wind Ranger and Klings are vastly different heroes. Like Klings can just run around invis with a shard, kill some waves here or there, and like you don't have a single tier 1. It is very difficult to play this map, like not just with 0 tier 1s taken, but also against Treant. Like Panto can always look at the shard later.
Last stop, can they do it again is the question. Mid 1 with the orb is fine. Going for the shard next, has the Parasma very early this time.
It's also the dream. Like you're playing Puck in a good game, like you're having a good game, you have a lot of gold, and there's no Orchid, there's no silence, you don't need to go any stupid defensive items, straight Parasma.
Stampede being forced from Collapse, but he is anchored to the ground. A good counter to that hero. Yes, he will be taken out by Crystallis.
I legit think
very good game.
that this is one of the best shards in the game.
The
Tide anchor.
Yeah.
Because like when you think about it, Tide is so good at team fighting that eventually people, it happens very often that people don't want to fight into this hero. But then suddenly when you have Blink and Shard, people can't really split push either. Because now you have an answer to both.
Remember when he had Tentacle Surprise?
I do remember. Like it was like mini Ravage, right?
No, it was just Impale.
Oh my god.
There was 3 Impales in the game at one time. Can you believe it?
I am so glad that they moved that one around. Because this one is so good.
Yeah, I agree.
Panto is looking for some overall aggression here, just scouting around. Of course, making use of the Invis. He did have very good warding in the last game.
Oh.
Gets off a very deep ward, which we'll see how much it does. Of course, this is more about like overall seeing where people go, like which way they go out of the base, because you're not going high ground with this MOUZ draft for quite a while.
That's interesting then.
Yeah. Because I would maybe prefer wards more on the outskirts so you see where the Zeus is farming, but you can also make the argument Zeus can just protect his own area with lightning bolt.
True.
So let's see. They know that Yatoro's around.
Alright, going for the anchor move. Already at half health. Do they have the follow-up damage? Overgrowth to follow. Into another anchor smash. It's not nearly enough. They're wasting a little bit of time. Panto, it will cost him his life. Maybe not worth in the end. There's mid lane. Mid 1. Oh, he gets congregated. Attempting to run away now. Now Stampede from Collapse. Into not a whole lot. Okay, Collapse deletes mid one. Help from that taser as well. He was not ready for that. So 45 seconds on the deck.
I mean, Collapse is just doing some very big stuff again in this game. The Centaur absolutely can do this, like with the early heart and now the shard. Finds another jump.
Find a Grim, so a support goes their way as well. And now Boom. I mean, can they kill him? Blast off. Not hitting. Or I guess it got cracked off.
Instant, yes. Instant dispel for him, as they did pick up the gem now. But Spirit found a way to put the game onto just a 2k lead. Taking this mid-tier one would also be very big for them. I mean, Centaur has a lot more scaling than he used to be, like especially that the hard build overall feels good to buy it early, and now you go the shard next. Like, he has 4k HP at 27 minutes. He's just laughing in their face right now.
Very tanky boy. He's going for Ghost Scepter next? Okay.
I guess the only way for him to die is if Razor gets to like stack up a big Link and ult on him, so I don't really mind it. I don't know if he'll go through with it.
I feel like you're farming relatively well. You could go for a Crimson, Shiva's. Just go the armor route instead.
I mean, even BKB, I think it's not this bad against the dire draft, and just like keep yourself alive. I want to see what he does. Because I wouldn't be too surprised if he skips the Ghost Scepter. AC completed on Crystallis, which will of course help them at least a little bit here with overall objectives. Nimbus now available on Larl as well. I mean, the Roche is very slow. It's quite obvious. Mid one.
Yeah, already at half health. Stampede plays beforehand. Trying to counter-initiate is Boom with the Ravage onto 2. Becky's is dead right off the bat. Chrysalis making his way over as well. Collapse. Gonna get full static link. There's the Ghost Scepter. Is it gonna save him is the question. Focus Fire coming in from the other side. Yotaro wants to counteract this onto Chrysalis, but they're gonna lose the Centaur. They're gonna lose the Windrunner as well. Biting off too much to chew for Spirit. They lose 3 and likely more. Double kill for Boom as Zeus bites the dust, and the only remaining member is a support in the Ench.
That was really close to being big for them, but they missed the chain stun onto mid one, who then gets to go away. Boom comes in with a great Ravage, and also Larl didn't have any mana to expand his ult, I think, in that entire fight. So MOUZ with a very good turnaround now also gives them a nice first Aegis of the game. It's quite late, but honestly I don't blame them. Their draft is not that good at killing Roche.
So Chrysalis with the Aegis, as we see again, this was a great counter blink in for Boom.
That was a very good turnaround, and I can see here that so Larl didn't even have his ult yet. It only came up towards the tail end, and now he just doesn't have mana for it. And I mean, Yotaro really decided to man up, but this is a 200 like damage stolen Razor. That ain't no joke.
Almost killed him.
It was close,
but I don't think it would have been worth it anyway.
Not really.
Losing 4 here.
Yeah, after that initial kill fails, I think they need to full bail on that fight. I mean, Boom was quite quick on the counterplay, so I understand that you lose like 1 or 2 heroes.
If Collapse doesn't steal Aegis, they're going to lose the fight.
It's Jover, you're right.
They should know this already.
They should not look for kills, they should just let Collapse do his thing. So honestly, good play by mid one. He was baiting them. That's a counter to Collapse. Bait him to kill you.
We've been waiting for the counter to collapse.
It's taken 2 years.
That's longer than that, surely.
Maybe 4.
Was he not doing that as TI-10?
I don't know. I feel like he was just skewering everyone's ass.
That's true. He was too obsessed with the skewer.
Yeah. As they find a freebie on Rue.
And Chrysalis, I have to say, 14-2.
And he's owning.
Absolute domination from him. Still has the Aegis, of course. Is building damage an issue at all for MOUZ?
Kind of, because they don't have the best overall building damage, but you can just kind of make up for it later with net worth. I think when you get like another 1 or 2 round of items on most of your guys, you can like slowly look to chip towers later. Also because you have pretty good sustain, like with Treant, you're getting a Solar Crest on your Grim. Look for mid one again, but of course very slippery hero. You can always play for Tides 25 talent to have some building damage.
That's right. Although they did nerf that pretty considerably.
Yeah, but this is still one of the ways. But you know, with some Solar Crest and AC, and people get some more net worth, you will be okay. At least
if Chrysalis gets 7 slotted, then Ags.
Yeah.
He's excellent at pushing.
I would love if they buff that a little bit. I think Razor Axe is not good enough. As mid 1 gets a freebie. On to Not Me.
8k lead from MOUZ. Make it 9 with that tier 2 killed off. Octarine from mid 1. Things are looking good for MOUZ. And to be fair, we said that last game.
Yeah. I mean, last game they just found themselves in like some, I would say, areas where they just overplayed a little bit, which, you know, going into game 2, I think you've had a lot of opportunity to talk about it between the game, what you want to do when you're in a similar scenario, which I think they absolutely are right now.
They're going for this. Boom, with the anchor. Crystalis taking the brunt of the damage, of course, has the second life still at the ready. And with Boom having Aghanim Scepter now, Gush is extremely annoying to deal with.
Yeah, they've got a lot of nice poke. Like, Puck Tide isn't the most, like, dual core combo when it comes to damage, but now that they have some, like, a lot of levels, anti-ags on Boom, they're starting to be a very big threat on all of the heroes. Also, like, with all the Gush talents, like, Tide is very strong.
And the minus armor from both Gush and the ult from the Razor. The Ravage coming in from Boom onto the high ground, hitting 3 heroes. The focus, though, on the Zeus. Down goes Laurel. Huge kill for MOUZ, but it's going to cost them 2 supports and the Aegis. Collapse doing a great job of counteracting that as Boom now taking the brunt. Look at the damage on him. Has to pop the Kraken shell, but they have more where that came from in terms of damage. As a coil used to delay as much as possible as MOUZ. I mean, they actually used a buyback for this as well. So definitely not going their way. It feels like anytime they're in this point where, like, if they win one more fight, then they have firm control of this game. They drop the ball and Spirit comes back in the game. But like we see there, it did cost a buyback for the Zeus as well.
I mean, Spirit should be fairly happy, I think, with this. Like, if you're MOUZ, I'm a little surprised they didn't, like, all go on the same guy. I understand, like, you know, there's 2 guys going on the Zeus on the left, whereas Boom is kind of on your Toro. I think if he had a +1, maybe that's just, like, a good kill. Because Spirit are happy about trading, as we're going live, as Mr. Crystals has to TP out.
Yep, Knife falls away successfully. Panto won't be so lucky.
This is where you
That's
take...
technically a dieback, but it is a support.
Yeah, this is where you take a breather. Like, you know, chill out. You're still in a very good, like, position in this game. You're up 5k gold. I think they still have a gem on mid 1. He never died from the earlier position. So you can still use all of that, and you've got the map play going for yourselves, but you don't have that many more mistakes that you're allowed to do, because they talked about it as well on the panel. Like, once they get a Hex on Not Me, which at this one, he's not that far away. 2k gold, you've got Greedy Enchantment, everyone else is also scaling nicely. Yeah, you will hear about it.
So obsessed.
Without Greedy Enchantment, he would have like 2k gold right now.
I'm not saying I don't disagree.
Good.
You're obsessed.
Usually
Both
that's
can be true.
When you tell people you're obsessed, usually I feel like it has a bad undertone.
It does, but in a different way this time.
Okay.
Just I'm sick and tired.
It's good that this is a second game that we're casting together.
That's right. Only a few more to go. Counting down the days. As Chris
Very good.
As Lacoste would say. And Tormentor, again for MOUZ. That's 5-0 for them now.
Mm-hmm.
Impressive.
Keeping track, that's good.
They have good objective-based game. The problem is high ground for them. It just never goes well.
It is just difficult. Like, Zeus already makes it hard. I mean, as does Techies. It's not the easiest heroes to play into. Which is not a reason why, when you feed some of those kills away that prolong the game and give Spirit like more XP, it just makes it so much easier for them to stay in this game. Because you should be looking to just build a lead off of map play at the moment, if you're MOUZ, which they are. But at some point you do have to question if it is enough. And soon we will have to see if Laurel can get his hands on the bauble. Or what do you call it? Bobber?
Bobber?
Bobber Kurva.
Not to be confused with Bulba.
Bulba. He is here, of course. Saw him earlier, actually.
You click that, you get Storm Spirit.
That's true.
How it works.
You break that when in emergency, of course.
Uh-oh. Anchor applied to Laurel. We'll get out of it with the help of the Stampede as well. And Crystalis will be greeted by a Distiller. You like that item? It's a cool item.
I think it's a very cool item.
I like it quite a bit.
Very nice addition. I think as a baseline, Urn is already a super cool item. I love that, and I think just having like different upgrades also is
I think
very
Valve
good.
was just sick and tired of seeing Urns not be upgraded, because if it's not a good Spirit Vessel game, it's just like you have this dinky item.
It's true.
For the late game,
Yeah.
now you have something that actually has a lot of value. That's okay. Enchantress will be taken out very swiftly here by Chrysalis and company. Didn't mention the nullifier, by the way, but that did come out quite a while ago for Chrysalis.
I honestly like it. You know, against the Gold Scepter, you got the Taser, you've got Glimmers available as well, just to be able to stick on those targets and kill them.
This is without Aegis, by the way, as MOUZ attempt to go high ground. Zeus now has Refresher. Collapse has BKB. They will give up mid lane, though. Collapse jumps in with the hoof stomp, but the BKB is there from Chrysalis. Now with that, MOUZ will retreat.
Very early BKB there by Chrysalis, which in most scenarios it's very good, but I think in this scenario you would actually rather just you get clipped by it, because I don't really think you're gonna die. But as long as they now hold their ground nicely, you can just wait, you can play for the next Roche respawn. I think you'll be very happy here as MOUZ. You got the mid-racks, you have a 10k gold lead. It's all in your control.
Spirit with the smoke. As Roche going to get up about a minute and a half. Collapse. They find one. That's an easy kill. Don't have to worry about Grim for 50, which does not, unfortunately for them, align with Roche at all.
Might allow them to take over the area. I also like that.
Better when Aegis is, or Roche is being contested.
True.
Instead.
When the other team takes Roche.
Right.
Oh, that guy's
kill
dead.
this time for mid one.
I like that Yotoro is going for like a full-on damage build. You know, no upgrade to the Maelstrom, no upgrade to the Dragonlance, just quick data list because you need it. Like, otherwise you're not cutting through some of these heroes. Tide Razor, especially with living armor as well.
$7K lead for MOUZ is not growing. Is this a repeat of game number 1? Are we going to have a 60, 70 minute barn burner?
I think the game could definitely continue in like to that type of trajectory, but I have more faith in MOUZ this time around. I think also when you kind of throw a game away like that, you can have like some pretty good talks in between. And they also have, I would say, more forgiving heroes. Like Razor in nature is more tanky than a Monkey King. I think also Puck has like a lot of good things about it, and literally no cap. Like Laurel didn't get bobbled this game. It was a huge factor in the last game as well. Now about, you know, sure, he gets the Catalyst, which is very good on Zeus. But I think this time around, I just have more faith in MOUZ.
There's the sheep, though. For not me on the techies. And Collapse working on a... Oh, looks like he's upgrading his Blink for the Overwhelming.
Yeah. Did get to finish a BKB, which is very good.
All right, Collapse, where are you at, son? They're kind of far. This is not the fastest Roche, though.
They should have some time for this.
Yeah, they do have Stampede to close the gap as well.
And they have 2 Zeus ults in 15 seconds. I think if Spirit can delay it that much, they will be very happy.
They'll see that Roche is not low enough for them to have to do anything about it yet. This is good news for Spirit.
They can also fall back soon and farm with a couple heroes, because in 20 seconds, Roche will move.
Yeah, true. Yep, nobody's killing this nighttime Roche, that's for sure.
Yep. Just gonna scout the area, maybe play some Minesweeper with the illusions here.
Oh, they're actually going into the pit. Can they kill this in time?
If you can hold it here.
Oh, shit!
Dunk him.
Roche has been working out, and MOUZ not realizing that it will be turning today there. Mid one. Finds one in Collapse.
It would be nice if you could poke something.
Applied. Chrysalis are coming. They do have the Arcane Rune from mid one, and that is a huge rune for that hero to get. As the techie's actually isolated, so just like that, it's a 4 versus 5 for MOUZ.
Yeah, I don't know how he ended up there. I guess he was looking to like maybe mine an area already before they get there. Good coil.
Oh, coil on the 3 heroes. Where's the follow-up, though? There's Chrysalis with a big plasma field. There's the Stampede to follow, though, as Yandex pops a huge Lotus, but will die nonetheless. Yotoro gets the 1 assassination, but it might cost him his life. Has to pop the Manta. Will retreat successfully.
Oh,
as the damage coming out from Laurel is absolutely destruction on the mid one's face. That came out of nowhere. He's down for 90 seconds, but there's a Ravage from Boom. Gonna get a second support on top of that, so 3 dead, 4 Spirit. But losing your Puck is huge.
2 gems. Ain't no biggie.
Toro trying to bait them out of the high ground. BKB with the fire to follow. Panto into the stun from Zeus. Oh no, the Nimbus is absolutely completely decimating him in that engagement. Tries to blink in for the overgrowth.
They had at least one kill there.
Oh,
Like,
man.
he still had trio this entire time because, honestly, Yatoro played that fight quite well. Like, he was very patient with both his Manta and the BKB. Like, initially, he gets the kill here, and he just gets to fully disengage. Nothing is used, so, like, Panto can't really use his ult here at all. Like, even if it, you know, came out, there's no way you can do anything. But how did they get mid one? Like, Collapse just does it again. With some double Nimbus, they find the stun. Because again, this is the type of one where if you're MOUZ, you're looking for
right here.
Oh, this is so sad.
Panto. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, boy. He has Aghanim Scepter, by the way, so he would have gained a ton of HP as well.
If he found the right moment there, like maybe to the southeast, they kill at least one of those, maybe both of them. They have no escape against Overgrowth anymore.
Roche eventually taken out as Yatoro will get the Aegis.
Those are some of the big moments that they just matter so much. Like, especially when you're down, not just taking away the Aegis, but like getting it yourself is absolutely huge.
You know, it's a hilarious stat.
What?
That's definitely true. Collapse has probably had more stolen Aegises than not. How often would Collapse take their own Aegis?
Oh, very few times. I definitely think he stole it more than he's had himself, for sure.
That's so funny to think about.
It's quite rare to take it on an offlaner. Maybe if you have some Viper games.
If it's a Mar, maybe.
And like
yeah,
you go offlane, like you want to go high ground with with Viper Shard and so on.
Right, Hex is going to greet Boom. Octarine now for mid one.
Oh, 40 seconds for double Zeus ult, which it really hurts.
Yes, it does.
Okay, Collapse with the stun.
And he's going to get leashed now. Pops the Lotus, not going to do too much, but Rue is there to finish off the anchor as Crystal is trying to finish the job. Nice overgrowth. There's a Manta Stop from Yatoro trying to get to the high ground. He lives just barely. No, the first life is down and out. They kill off Collapse quite easily, and now Rue stuck in a horrific spot. And that's 3 dead for Spirit, and on the doorstep are MOUZ.
Panta with a big redeem. Very, very big redeem. Like, all these kills just came straight from the back of his overgrowth. Gotta remember, there's definitely some beef on the line as he used to play with Spirit. Very important.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that must have been very embarrassing for him to blink into to the Nimbus.
That's why Lal tipped him and laughed at him. Should be able to get a secondary set of racks
but
here.
You're seeing the lack of damage on buildings still. A bit annoying for MOUZ for sure. As a nice shackle shot onto one. The Razor taking a lot of damage from that focus fire. Trying to turn everything around onto Yatoro, though. He's in a lot of trouble attempting to run away. The melee axe is still up, but he goes down to mid one's right click, and he has no buyback here. They do kill off the Tide, as well as Chrysalis on Razor.
I mean, mid one is just clowning on them.
As mid one with a triple kill in the enemy base. 4 dead for Spirit. As Collapse is a little bit too tanky maybe to get killed off here.
I mean, mid one's just trying to rack stuff.
Yeah, why not? Not doing that much damage to the buildings, though. As Collapse just brushing off the damage overall here. Mid one just being a nuisance in the base, knowing that he's not going to be used to much effect here in this bottom side.
Mid one getting up that building damage,
which is not much.
No, but eventually it does stack up, and that was a very good fight for them. Like, killing multiple heroes, you take the tier 3, you take the range racks, you get a buyback out of Collapse as well. There was a very quick hex from not me to like not die initially, and maybe even a bit of an overplay from Yatoro, but I think they needed him to like kind of man up. There's not many carries who would do this without a BKB, but ultimately it's what allows them to keep the racks alive. But yeah, these pucks in late game, it's just... If you don't have an answer for this hero and you don't make them buy defensive items, this guy just goes ham.
Can't believe Boom didn't pick up his fish in the midst of all that.
And that's sad.
Unacceptable.
Soon he's level 25 on Tide. We'll see, you know. Usually you want to have the Ravage if you're going to go for a refresher build.
Good attempt. Mid one's going to be fine here. It's Panto. Going to use the overgrowth. Now the TP, though.
Nice play.
So Collapse with the BKB. Still has the Ghost Scepter. Is going for Lincoln's next. Wow, this is quite the build, I have to say.
Interesting. I mean, like, no anchor, no link. Like, maybe stack it up on Yatoro, help him out. I like that Panto's going for a very late pipe. It's not an item you see all that often, but Honestly, when you play against Zeus, if anyone can squeeze it into their build, you really should do it. It's so much damage mitigation against this hero.
Tormentor number 6 going to go the way of MOUZ.
Yep. Spirit are, even if they win this game, they're not killing a Torm. There's no way.
Looks like Tree will get this one.
No, they're working for this one at least.
So all 5 again. Oh, nice Thunder God's Wrath. A double one means you get the double kill. That's how it works.
2k gold for this.
That is insane.
I mean, it is a classic. It's like the easiest time to use Zeus ult when you read that they just killed the Torm.
True.
Did have to use this refresher, so you've got like a good 80 to 120 seconds for MOUZ if you do want to do something by the time you respawn.
Just saw Wind Waker there for Boom. Getting to the late game scenario now.
Did take the Ravage stun duration as well, which I don't fault him for it. I think it's more important to actually get these heroes killed. And I think also after you go the Overwhelming Blink and maybe later you eat your axe, you can always go for the refresher to play for the double Ravage.
Okay, Coil, mid one. Gonna try to force some action here. Pops his BKB. This is just gonna be a kill. My goodness, mid one, absolutely owning. He gets double tipped by his team. All right, this 17k lead, that I believe is the biggest lead of the series.
I think so. Unless it was like maybe towards some of the last minutes of the last game, but I do think that this is the biggest lead that MOUZ have had as well, and it's this time around it's not as difficult, I think, to close it out. That's 70 seconds with no Larl. You're absolutely going to force it here. Either a buyback, you look for 3 racks.
I mean, Larl is doing a good amount of damage, but I don't know if this pick has really worked the way that they envisioned.
It's definitely been more weird. It's not very spirity in my mind.
And mid one, more pressure being applied. Chrysalis will finally get to hit some buildings again. Not enough to quite get that second lane. Nothing to do with this gush. There's the Ravage initiation onto 2 with a Nullifier to follow. Chrysalis with the Link as well. Trying to force stuff out is collapsed. The Plasma Field's not enough to finish the job, but they do get the lane regardless. As mid one creating space, as pucks tend to do at this stage of the game.
No, they got what they came for, and they're not done. Absolutely, like, why not? There's 20 seconds on Gnarl, like, respawning.
Gnarl?
Did I say Gnarl?
Big fan of that Gnarl guy.
Love Barl. Barl is respawning in like, you don't want a buyback with this little time on the clock, and you know it, so you can be very aggressive here.
Anchor comes out. There's the buyback onto the Zeus, trying to apply some pressure now onto the Chrysalis, but we'll get Yules thanks to the teammate, but burst damage a lot. He actually dodges one with a Manta, but it's not enough to sustain the rest of the damage coming out from Yatoro. So with that, MOUZ have to retreat. If this is all they get, that is not good news for Spirit.
That's not what you want. Got an Aeon Disc as well on mid one. You've got the pipe completed now on Panto.
On a regen rune, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, MOUZ in a very good spot.
It's also 20 seconds for the next rune. Like, you can just camp around. Maybe there's an Amplify, there's an Arcane coming out if you want. Quick blink by Boom.
How does Hydra's Breath work with Focus Fire?
They can still split.
They split?
Yeah. It's just a normal auto attack that's really fast.
Oh, it's a normal auto attack.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, what did I test it on the other day? So obviously it doesn't work on like it doesn't work on illusions. And there was something else.
Oh, another quest. Oh, this would be a huge kill. Mid one popping the BKB, but there's the, I believe it was a Lotus and the heals coming out from Rue. TP successful, but look at how many members had to come and assist.
No, it's honestly, it's a very good place. Like, you can tell that there's a lot of confidence coming out from like some of the players in this game. I think even Collabs, like earlier when he's at the enemy tier 2 mid, he goes in, forces some people, and still gets the TP out. Like, they're just playing to the limit very, very nicely. They are looking for a silver edge later for Yatoro. He's got it queued up as they're eyeing Boom already.
Yeah, Focus Fire. Nice Wind Waker dodging the blast off. We'll use the anchor as well, and here comes mid one. That's who you have to really worry about. Nami has a BKB. Will get away as a result. Now the focus is onto the Windrunner.
He doesn't have
Thunder God's Wrath comes out, but Chrysalis comes in with the static link, and that is more than enough. 98 seconds. No Yatoro. As mid one should be able to finish the job onto the techies as well, so double kill for him. and even an Ags for Yamich. So we're going to see the Dark Portrait, which I feel like this game is not particularly good, actually.
Did a really good job, I think, just like not allowing Dark Portrait to be good. But, I mean, at this point, you can still just get it, maybe get a Hex later. But yeah, mid one he's out of control.
Yeah, still had the coil up, cancels the TP.
Gush it up.
Bit of an annoying kill, but they will eventually get Bambi. So that's 3 dead for Spirit. So Mega Creeps perhaps on the horizon.
Let's see if we get Megas versus Megas. Seems a little bit unlikely.
And the buyback now for Rue.
Like this from Panto.
Will indeed be Megas. Now, will they push the envelope now? 40 seconds for Yatoro.
Yeah, absolutely should.
Okay, the jump in onto the edge, looking for the dieback. They get it. 100 seconds now for no Rue. Now the jump in from Collapse. Laurel with the refresher. Double Nimbus. Not enough to get the kill onto the tie. The overgrowth to hold him in place. Thunder God's Wrath still not enough. Finally, he gets off the last round of spells as Laurel picks up 1, but it's going to cost him his own life. And now 2 minutes of no Zeus. And surely that should do it. Although Windrunner up in just a moment. They get 1 tier 4. Another coil onto 2. It snaps onto both of the Stampede to follow as mid one. Not worried at all about dying here. Gets hacked. Wow, that was a very well timed. But Eon Disc is up.
Yatoro's in.
Yes, he is, and he's all alone. The focus fire to follow. Do they have the damage to get through this? The Centaur taking a ton as Collapse falls to the deck as mid one still alive and well, which basically means the game is for MOUZ as GGs are called. So it ends up being a split 1-1 between MOUZ and Spirit.
No, I'm happy for MOUZ. They looked very good already in game 1. I do think they had the advantage there, and they did kind of throw that one away. Of course, Spirit are an incredible team, so they did get the comeback in the first game, but might go back to question the Zeus pick, I would say at least a little bit in the second game, and I think that MOUZ just made full advantage, took full advantage of what they had, you know? Crystallis on his Razor, always very good on this hero. Mid one as well on his puck, just kind of popped off. I don't think they had very good answers for it, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, Crystallis ends the game 24-4, and mid one ends the game 18-3. Usually when you have 2 teammates with score lines like that, you're going to win the game.
Yeah.
Especially when there's no Aegis stealing from Collapse. I mean, that's the funny thing
they
about
made a big mistake.
If he didn't steal 2 Aegises, MOUZ probably go 2-0 in this.
Oh, well, most likely. Of course, they did make some other mistakes in that first game, but I think that they just learned a lot from that one, and going into this game, it looked a lot more clean. I think there were way fewer misplays from them, and they took a lot of advantage of the good early game that they had. And I love Spirit. I'm a big fanboy of the team, but their current early game in the game 1 and game 2, it does scare me a little bit. That is something they will have to step up. Of course, it is only day 1, but this has to be a talking point for them.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a trend from the games that I've cast, at least in this last year for them. So, but with Miposhka on the sidelines now, perhaps they'll clean things up as we look at some replays now. This early game for MOUZ, which I feel like this one was, I mean, it was not an easy game by any means, but they were at an early advantage and they didn't really let go.
Yeah,
unlike game 1.
Both their early games are very good, and I think this is just what they kind of should play for, also in the future games to come, because they did very well. They understood when they can combine the heroes together, when to do stuff. Because even here, the game got semi-even again, but I think it's all stems from this early to mid-game advantage that they do build themselves to make the game easier to start. So I'm quite impressed with MOUZ. You know, coming in here, you go to TI quals, you don't do too well, but you still know you have more tournaments to play for. I'm very happy with their performance here.
Yeah, I would agree, especially based on the low expectations that you had coming in based on...
Hey, man, results speak for themselves, so I'm happy to see them do quite well here.
I think one thing about MOUZ is they have a lot, I mean, mid one, perfect example of this.
Yeah.
Old veterans that have they tapered off at some point in their career, but now have brought their way back up, had some glimmers of hope. Crystallis as well, another great example. And yeah, it's good to see them win a series, or win a game, rather.
You still think they won game 1?
They should have won this series 2-0.
No, they absolutely just had a very good shot. And I think it's also important that you understand something that you do wrong. You can go into the next game and play a very similar style.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here, of course, with Panto. We got to get this out of the way. Before this started, I kind of hyped it up a little bit. I made it be like, yeah, this is revenge and stuff. How did that feel for you? Was that a big, important match for you, or just another day at the office?
For me, this was an important match because at first we didn't qualify to TI, so we need to show our best performance here. And we played super good, and I like how everyone was communicating. Even when we lost first map, it was I enjoyed game, so it was fun, it was good. We made a lot of good decisions. We lost, it happens. Then we, you know, if you lose first map like this and you lose second, it's full tilt. But we discussed the right things, and we made good draft, and our second map, I think, looks easier than even first one.
Absolutely. And I was impressed that you guys came back so strong after that first one. Lesser teams absolutely would have tilted. I mean, that was a long match. You barely lost it. What did you guys say to get over that? Who was the guy that was talking to be like, guys, bury it, let's go for game two?
We don't have much time between games, so we like arguing a little bit about communication, a little bit about what we could do in game, but it took like 2 minutes, and then we just trying to refresh, go for next game, and don't talk about previous game when second game starts.
That's my boy. That's how we do it. We drop that ass, you know? So you're the kind of guy that would, you know, rank 4 in a row, 4 losses in a row, and just don't even worry about it. Is that you in the pubs?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not good advice. Don't do that at home, kids. All right. I did want to ask you, in that first series and kind of in that second series, what was the issue with trying to go uphill? Is it just because Spirit is pretty good? Is that something that you guys think you might want to work on? What exactly caused such an issue to close out those games?
I think partly it's because high ground is one of the hardest parts of Dota, and everyone saw games when you are losing like 50,000 gold and you go high ground and then you're losing, and you was like, oh guys, maybe we shouldn't do it, and the next game we will not do it. But you see games, new games, people still do it, they still go, they still throw, they still go too deep, and it's also buyback things. You need to think about everything of it, but sometimes you need to be strong enough to just make a direct call, guys, let's just go Tron. I think if first map we just go Tron with 2 monkey arenas, we win. But it happens. We were too maybe afraid.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. There's only one man that would be able to see the weakness in a team like Team Spirit. That is the man who has left out of that winning team here. Congratulations. Well done, sir. Absolutely incredible series. Appreciate you. We'll throw it back to the panel to get their thoughts on that series.
Thank you very much. There's a lot to break down with that one because that was another game that went very long. And this time around, though, it is MOUZ that is able to take the W at the end, the win there here with Effie and BSJ. Brian, this game, it felt like the adaptation from game 1 to game 2. MOUZ did not let go this time around.
Yeah, I think this game, they also had the superior scaling. I think that was a big difference for me. Like, if I was in the driver's seat for their draft in game 1 compared to game 2, I would think in game 1, I'm on a timer. The pressure's on us. If the longer this goes, the less confident I am. But in game 2, they had the puck against no instant disables. Techies did end up getting a somewhat early sheep stick. He went Solar Crest into sheep, so they did have stunts for him. But at the end of the day, it was a good performance all around from everybody on the side of MOUZ. But I do think that the puck in this game made their plan much more comfortable.
You were saying it about how you see Puck, you root for Puck. It's just how it goes. He seems to be the most value mid laner right now, and he creates situations within drafts where you just have to address it. And oftentimes you're put in positions where your last pick can't really address it. We saw it in game 1 where we get a Tusk, which is fine, not the best. In this game 2, we get a Zeus, which can be effective at shutting him down in lane, but it gets to a point where he just gets coiled and then he loses that early advantage he gets.
And I believe you've got supporting evidence of exactly that happening.
Yeah, I would love to look at some of the early game clips because I think Laurel played a pretty nasty Zeus for those first 5 minutes, but this matchup can crumble very quickly with just one coil plus rotations. And if we could pull up the clips here, that would be great.
I mean, the Zeus
if you could
clearly
press play.
I was waiting for the. Should I push my?
No, you gotta wait for it. There you go. Now you can press play.
There we go.
But as we can see here, Zeus is just dominating in CS. He was the entire time, but MOUZ did such an excellent job in rotating and playing around this mid lane. They bring in 2 heroes. This is around the first power rune spawn. And sure, Boo does come, but he comes towards the very end. The next clip here, we see the 8-minute power rune spawning. We see Laurel actually kind of manning up here against the puck, and that may be good, but if you're jumping in aggressively, then you just have no counterplay, right? You get the coil, beautiful TP in from Yamich, and they're just able to clean it up here with another power rune acquisition for mid one. So a matchup that can be very good for Zeus. We can also see how quickly it unravels here.
There's also a lot of little things, like you get the living armor from Tree, which allows Puck to feel confident to like not get arc lightning bursted if he were to reinitiate. You also see the fortification on the creeps in order to ensure the Grimstroke stun. So I just want to shout out the little plays that make a big difference at even 8 minutes into the game.
Yeah, speaking of things that can make a big difference, I believe we want to highlight another thing because, of course, Puck, we talk about him already a lot, and we're going to continue doing so because it's a hero that can just change an entire team fight, and we have got supporting evidence of that as well in the form of some replays.
Yes, Mira said that I'm a Puck fan. It's more about Puck PTSD, as this has happened to me many a time, so we'll go ahead and we'll roll the clips of Treant being an MVP this game. Ponto absolutely destroying the 1v2 here. He created a lot of space, ends up getting a bunch of clutch overgrowths, as well as living armor might be the most boring spell in the game to be highlighted, but I will say he had a lot of clutch ones.
Yeah, it really does add up, especially if you're looking at damage that takes a bit of time to come out, like the Wind Ranger Focus Fire. And he was doing cool stuff like holding his armor until the enchant comes out, and then pressing it then, making him even more unkillable in that first clip that we saw.
I was hoping to see the 6,000 HP Treant with an axe. That's what I was hoping to see in the highlight reel.
I think we gotta, we'd have to wait a little longer for that, maybe.
Of course. But it's funny because Purge had the reaction backstage of like, oh, why does he have an axe? And that was my first reaction, but like maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was watching, I think, Blast, and there were a few Treants in there with axe, but it's become the staple build for Treant. Yeah, sometimes you're gonna have to go for those like mid-game help items like Solar Crests and stuff like this, but if you can skip those...
If you're playing up against Team Spirit...
it's going anyway. 40 minutes, then yeah, you get the Blink Axe and you have 6,000 HP with no other items.
Yeah, and we are going back to the Puck and to the clips that we talked about because we did have Team Spirit try very hard in these fights to make them work.
Yeah, in this clip, you see how many fights are going on at once. We scroll from top lane to mid lane. Puck's gonna disengage. We see him getting poked a little bit by the Enchantress creep and collapse. You're gonna notice that he's getting his blink canceled pretty consistently, but the vision's being supplied on the side, and he managed to burst the Puck. And this is a fight that, because Puck goes down, as we watch the rest of it play out, like it's gonna go in favor of Team Spirit because they just don't have the lockdown necessary on the side of MOUZ, because Team Spirit is going to pursue underneath their tier 1 tower, and they're going to also clean up a Grimstroke, and they're going to take a tower off that as well, as Boom is going to be forced to retreat from the tower. Now, on the other hand, this is a smoke coming from Team Spirit. You see the techies on the left side going to follow up with the blast. No, it's literally like 1/10 of a second where they miss it. Mid one disengages. We see the Boom counter initiation onto 3, and this is the difference we see. The control in the fight compared to the Puck getting burst at the start. You see mid one, he's getting healed up by bottle charges, by the living armor. He's going to re-engage at the end there and also catch the Zeus in the back lines. This turns into a complete disaster, and this is the PTSD I was talking about, where you commit everything. You blow your entire initiation in order to kill the Puck. And it's like Huskar, but instead of him being too tanky, it's like you barely miss that chain disable, and the mobility and obnoxiousness of Puck is just unmatched by any other hero in Dota.
Yeah, and in that same clip, we saw an issue that Wind Ranger carry had this game, which is whenever she tried to commit on a core, they were too tanky, living for way too long, and Yatoro had to put himself in positions where he eventually died. So this Wind Ranger couldn't be activated in the way that Team Spirit would have needed for this game to be won.
I also think that this game in particular, and definitely also game 1, MOUZ got a lot of the heroes that are their signature heroes, and I know Crystallis no longer has Dota Plus, but if he did, you would have seen level 30s on both the Monkey King and the Razor. He's one of the best on both of those heroes, and he got them back to back, so that's something to keep your eyes on. We saw Boom on his Tidehunter. We saw, actually, Yamage Grimstroke was not on my bingo card, I'll be very honest about that one, but it is cool to see that MOUZ, when they get what they want, they are very much playing at a very high level.
Yeah, we heard Falcons, I think it was during Dream League, maybe a different tournament, where they said, we're better when our heroes are not meta. So maybe that's the Crystallis story right now. Maybe he's like, I'm feasting on this Bloodseeker, Razor, and Monkey King. We've seen 2 of those. Keep an eye out for Bloodseeker, guys.
You know what the difference is between game 1 and game 2?
What is it?
Monkey King, what is he?
A monkey.
Yeah, Razor, what is he?
Ranged.
And who won?
Razor. I had to think about that for a second.
It does seem like just the simple melee support, like Treant, like Clock, plus range carry just seems to be king of the safe lane right now.
And it proved, well, it is a tie for this series. It proved well for MOUZ, of course, in game 2, and Team Spirit took that first game. And that means this series is done and dusted. We are moving on to our final series of the night, which is going to be Yandex versus OG. But before we dive into that one, we're going to dive into something completely different, because we put a bunch of ex-pros, retirees or coaches and Seb in a room together. Yay.
Hello and welcome everyone to a very hype podcast. I mean, I'm very happy. I'm joined with the la crème de la crème, we would say in French. It means it's something positive.
Oh, I thought you said something with pastry.
I mean, it is like the cream of the cream, which means like the top of the top.
So it was a pastry.
It was. I mean, you have to refer. Can I stay focused on the topic, Puppy? Can you just?
All right, go ahead.
We're in France. We're in Paris. Obviously, pastries are gonna come eventually. So anyway, I'm joined with the best of the best, is what I was trying to say. A lot of IQ. Can I say a lot of MMR? Not as much MMR.
No.
How much MMR do you have to work with here?
I'm higher than all of you.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's a lot of MMR still, but most importantly, a lot of Dota knowledge, a lot of Dota culture. So yeah, we'll just have a chat about what it is to be a coach, I guess. I think that we don't get to hear about, there's the coaches' interviews, which this is something we need to work on also collectively, if I may say. I think they're not the best, usually the on-site coaches' interviews.
True.
Do you feel like you're good at these coaches' interviews?
For me, I'll like them usually.
Yeah?
Like just say random.
That's what it feels like when we hear from everyone. Like coaches are like, don't bother me. Throw a couple info. Yeah, we have a good draft. They also have a good draft.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I try to shove as much media to the players as possible.
Okay. Are you good at the coaches interview, Puppy?
I haven't had many, but
I mean, how do you feel actually? You're the newest coach in town, right? Like out of this club.
Yeah, probably.
So how do you think you're doing as a coach?
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm doing a lot. Sometimes I feel like I'm doing nothing.
Okay.
I mean, not particularly nothing, but I feel like it's not working what I'm doing.
Do you like, has it given you a different perspective to, you've known a lot of coaches, obviously, you've been coached by a lot of different players, like you've met a lot of coaches, like how does that work? Do you get inspired by what they've done or positively, negatively?
Like, let's say comparison to you, right? You give a lot of speeches. As I've seen, I don't know actually what you do behind the camera.
It's all fake.
It all might,
the camera.
It all may be just for the camera. No, the team might not be actually there. It might have been AI.
Yes.
But you know, like you do a lot of those talks, like, you know, we can do it and we are in their heads and all that stuff and whatnot. To be fair, like I tried maybe doing some of that stuff, let's say forcing it, right? It doesn't really work. I feel like you got to be yourself. And when I'm mostly just myself and I'm just like, if you just speak your mind and your mind is clear, it's going to work. For the people are different. Whatever you do it that way. Whatever I do it my way. And I think like everybody's thing works. Just have to actually do like, and put love into it, you know?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this really resonates with me. And I think the key word is, I like what you said, like putting love into it, and as in authenticity, being genuine, because at the end of the day, you guys are really close to your players, right? And you know them very well, and there's like a very strong relationship that's being built, and it's about caring after them, I guess. Do you guys agree with that? Like,
yeah. I mean, I think I told all my guys, if like you're ever done with Dota, I'll always get you a job, and like we'll always make sure that like life will continue. And so try to always like set my guys up for success. Like I think when they first joined, I was teaching my guys about how to like invest their money, how to like manage it and stuff like that. Just to like, it's impossible, I think, if you're a coach for as long as you are, or like a captain, in your case, Puppy, it's like you will just attach yourself to people. It's kind of impossible not to, I feel like.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Suns fan here with Kezu, where we'll be casting OG versus Yandex, I do believe.
I'm proud of you. You got the team correct. That's
Thank
good.
you.
That's a
Thank
good
you
start.
so much.
That's a
What
good
do you
interview.
think of these two teams?
Yandex and OG. I like them both. I think they're both fun to watch. Yandex, they have been playing very well. They went to Blast, looked very good. You know, they had a break before, but then they performed there. OG, they're a bit of a... They're a wild card team. They also replaced a player, Raven is back, who used to be... He's a big guy. You know, he used to be back in the scene many years ago. Now he's back. I think it's... this is a very close matchup.
I think the biggest guy is Soxa, though. Physically,
He
very
dunks on
tall. I don't think they can stand up to him. But we'll see after this.
We book Esports World Cup
Welcome back. We are going to talk about our upcoming series. You already heard Sunsfan and Kezu. Yandex and OG. A little bit, maybe David versus Goliath. We got on the side of Yandex. They're the team that a lot of people have said that they think they're going to take the whole thing. So we're going to find out if they're actually in the form that would take it, the tournament that is, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, if they're following trend, we saw that they got second at Birmingham and then last at Wallachia, and then they won Blast. So they're alternating between finals and last place. So I think they're actually destined to get last place here. Cheaper.
Destined to get last place?
If the history repeats itself. That's been their results pretty much all year, as they go from winning the tournament to like bombing out in the early group stages or early playoffs. So what if they're the team that everyone expects to win?
They did. Wait, hold. Blast 5, they came second, and then Dream League, they came first. What about that one?
Okay, they won 2 in a row. Never mind. I only went so far back, Cheever, with my results, because at the end of the day, it's a different season. You know, MOUZ is a different team.
That's fair.
Yandex is a different... I mean, they're not a different... They're technically a different team. They do have one new player.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think Yandex is definitely a force to be reckoned with. All jokes aside, I do think they're a contender for actually winning the entire tournament.
Yeah,
And
I know.
And I know stature-wise, Soxa is one of the biggest parts of this team, but I think for them... I'm glad to see Watson and Malady having success on a new team throughout the course of this year after what happened last year at the end with Game and Gladiators and not making it to TI and all that. So it's nice to see them bouncing back. True. You're right. They did play in EWC last year, so I guess they haven't gotten past that hurdle yet.
They haven't, but they're doing obviously very well, and this is a team that everybody is looking at. What makes them so special? What makes them the team that everybody's looking at?
I mean, Watson has always been super well known for just hitting creeps, and I think that his ability to, like last tournament, they were picking Templar Assassin, one of the few teams that did that. And for me, they were also flexing Snapfire early on in the draft. So they have just a lot of, they have a very reliable game plan. I really do think Watson might be he's like the Arteezy of this generation. Like he's like the single best creep hitter. Like if I know there's going to be a guy with a bunch of last hits, it's going to be Watson from the carry roll. And I also think that they do it in multiple different ways. But at the same time, last tournament, they won with pretty much the same draft and like 80% of their games, but then in the finals they were challenged and a lot of the heroes were banned, and they managed to prove themselves anyway. So I think they're a team that they're only going to show you their cards if they have to, but they always have them up their sleeve when they need to.
How do you feel like overall they should be doing in a group stage? Because we know that within a tournament they can make deep runs. Sometimes we see teams crush it in group stages and not do that. How is Yandex doing in group stage? Because they don't want to show their cards potentially.
Well, I think teams that benefit when they're already in the upper echelon of skill. I think they benefit from repeating the same strategies and just being really rock solid about what they do. Some teams are more responsive to what other teams are doing, while Yandex is not afraid to just run it back. And I think that actually benefits them here. So I think they will have a good group stage.
Want to focus our attention a little bit on their opponents right now as well, as OG has made some changes and relatively recently as well, and they were on a downward trajectory until Raven joined, and then it's going up.
And all you need, Cheever, is more carry players. That's what I've learned is the key to success. At the end of the day, you know, the carry players, they're the most skilled, the most versatile, the most reliable.
Wow.
And I can't really come up with any more BS to say about that one. But I mean, at the end of the day, OG, they're similar to Yandex in the sense that there's been a lot of promise in certain tournaments and not so much in others. It's not in the terms of winning the entire thing and then, you know, kind of the classic disappointment that OG, fans have had to grapple with over the last couple of years. But I do think they have a bit of new life in them with Raven, and I'm excited to see it in action here.
Yeah, we have Raven as a new offlaner on the side of OG. We have DM on the side of Yandex. It's not really new. And he also already won a tournament with them when he was a stand-in. So I don't know if we can really count that. But before we continue talking about them, we are first going to hear DM as he is standing ready with Purge.
Hey there, Purge here. I'm sitting with DM from Yandex. Now, you just joined that team and you immediately won a tournament. Is that what you're planning to do right off the bat? Did you have like that much confidence?
I think we were prepared for the tournament because we did a bootcamp for like 10 days or something, and that's why we were really ready. And I think we just played the game, and the game let us get victorious on the tournament.
How was your expectations going into the squad? Because they've had a really good year. They've had some breaks. They skipped some tournaments. We're just really happy for the opportunity to slot into such a good org right away?
I think the opportunity was great because both like org and the players are really nice, and I think also like vibe-wise, this team is very chill, which is actually really comfortable for me.
Like What's it like adjusting like that? Because I assume there's a lot of stress to manage for pro players. Like most of the time you want to win, it's very difficult. You've got to like balance things. So why does how does being chill help you as a player? Does it give you more confidence or something?
I think like when you are nervous, or like when everyone around is like nervous, or like on a lot of emotions, it's just bad because people can get angry on each other. People can throw their bad emotions into the others, and since it's not happening here, it's really helpful. I would say like this.
What's the best solution when you do have teammate drama like that, where you guys have arguments about Dota or how to play the game correctly? Do you just waste time like correcting behaviors instead?
I think it's a really hard question because, to be honest, the most successful teams, they just have a really good chemistry, and the not successful ones they just don't, right? So it is what it is.
So last question. Did it feel difficult to fit in to your new squad playstyle wise? Or did they have to like force you down different hero pathways, or do you still have those like cheeky Veno offlane type things that you want to play?
I think in this team we obviously have some understanding about the meta, and I'm kind of adapting my hero pool to the meta, but to be honest, this meta I just have most of my favorite heroes online. Only, Venomancer is just that hero, for offlane at least. So yeah.
It's too bad. What would you, the Veno ulti does like very little damage now, right? Are there any other like major problems with the hero that you don't like?
I think the major problems of this hero is it's a support hero nowadays, and also since Largo is a meta hero, playing support Veno is not really helpful. I would say hero is just really bad. Like if they want to rework it and make it a core again, they need to obviously work a little better on the Aghanim, because this Aghanim seems like to be a full support item to me.
Yeah, I can relate to that. All right, well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck on your matches.
Thank you. Have a great day.
I find it very cool that DM is talking about how team chemistry, especially with the top teams, makes all the difference, because effectively, from the start of the season till now, two top teams, P-Vision and Yandex, they just swapped offlaners. It's not like not one is better necessarily than the other. It's just, it feels like both of them are a better fit where they are right now.
Yeah, we heard DM say it in that interview. Sometimes the team has chemistry and sometimes it doesn't. And it is what it is. And there is always that hard to describe factor in Dota teams that explains why teams really click. But Yandex is one of those teams. It feels like every player is on the same page. They understand each other's timings. They don't argue, according to DM, which is pretty big. And he feels like he brings that mature energy as well. That seems to slot in.
Yeah, and it's working out very well for them. Already taken, of course, titles. Maybe having a little bit of a target on their back. Do we feel like that's going to bother them?
I mean, I'm curious when you say target on their back, because what I think that means to me is that like teams study their strategies. They're going to use potentially their strategies against them. They're going to have answers for it. But it's always easy to forget that between the last tournament and now, there's been like 2 or 3 weeks of consistent scrimming going on amongst all of these teams. And like I saw Templar, Assassin, Invoker in like 5 of their last 7 drafts, and I haven't seen either of these heroes today at all. So I feel like there's some shift that's happened since then. So I'm not as much worried about the target on their back. I'm more interested to see like what's their version of that. Are they still doing it, or are they going to whip out some different cards early on in this tournament?
Yeah, on the other side we got OG, and they have played successfully so in TI qualifiers. So we got a little bit more information on them. This squad, with the addition of Raven, they look pretty spooky. They look like they're on the up, but we do have information on them. How do we think they're going to do here, Effie? Because we saw them in their region, and I know it's going to be different when they take on an international team.
They look revitalized, honestly. Like, things happen sometimes when you bring in a new player towards the end of the season, that they just bring in that breath of fresh air that changes things. And that really does seem to have happened for OG. In the TI qualifiers, they kind of breezed through that upper bracket. And it feels like Raven, his addition, I'm sensing more of a chemistry between him and Yopaj. Because earlier in the season, when OG were doing great, I felt like Yopaj was on these like killer instinct heroes, just jumping in, going for it. And somewhere halfway through the season, it just felt like no one was playing with him, or he wasn't playing with them. Something was going on when people weren't on the same page. But watching them in the qualifiers, it felt like they had a clear vision. They understood how to play together. So I would just attribute it to the offlane chemistry with the mid laner here.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting for both these teams about the offlaner idea. That I'm wondering, like the grand scheme of the game itself, there's a lot of teams who've been swapping their offlaner specifically, and I was thinking, like, is that to do anything this year with the fact that I think it has been a carry year in the sense that it's all these Drows and Wind Rangers and Shadow Fiends. I feel like a lot of these offlaners are being thrown to the wolves, and perhaps the reason why an offlaner like Raven, or a carry player like Raven moving to the offlane is successful is because he knows what it takes to do that to you. So he probably knows the most annoying strategies to overcome it, because I really do think the offlane right now is mostly about how do you survive the lane and still have impact. And then I think if you get past that when you're swapping roles, the rest of the game, like, you just know your role in the game as like a veteran Dota player in general.
Yeah, with that in mind, I also do want to take a closer look at the position 4s, who play a large part in the success of both offlaners. We got Saxa on one side, Tim's on the other. How do they compare in playstyle? Do we have a clear idea of how both of these players want to play?
I mean, Saxa, there's a reason he's on a team with Watson. He comes from Tundra winning TI. He just macro, plays for stacks, plays supports that usually clear waves and have that efficiency on the map. He can play the playmakers for sure, but I always think of like the boring farm game when I think of Saxa, but he's like, I say boring, but it's a treat to watch because he's so efficient when he does it.
Yeah, the cool thing about Saxa is while he does play the slower macro games sometimes, he's capable of making the really big plays in the late game. Like just finding that one key opportunity that can turn things around. And that clutch factor is what you need from your support. Tim's also has that clutch factor himself, but he doesn't necessarily play the macro game in the same way. It's more about, melee supports and running around.
We're going to see them running around real soon. Actually, they're going to take it slow. They're going to walk onto the stage very carefully without running, because that would be dangerous. But we're going to head over to the stage to watch that happen.
Thank you very much, Shiver and the panel. We're back in, and can you believe it? Not only did we count to 3, we're counting to 4 today, because that's 4 best of 2s. Our fourth one is about to begin. I know we had 2 great upsets. My God, MOUZ taking a game? Spirit?
I know I Absolutely. I know I hyped it up. I did not believe, I gotta say, but they actually did it. I would never say that to them. Thank you, my friend. Very excited to see where it goes from there.
I love how it was as if you're accepting a trophy at that point, though. Let's kick it off by introducing our teams. First up, it's Team Yandex.
Team Yandex was incredible in the beginning of the year. They won all these tournaments. They were so unstoppable. They've taken a bit of a break till then, and now they're coming back to one of the biggest tournaments of the year. I know we are going to see old Yandex here today. Many at home believe that they could be the team that wins this bad boy. He's so excited. He's trying to just run at the carry. Take it easy. Take it easy. The fight is over there, my friend. As we will get into there very soon, but the crowd knows that Yandex's a strong team. I know they're a strong team. We'll see if they can beat their opponents.
They got contenders on the other side. It's OG Esports. They've been searching, they've been living for tomorrow and today. That might be that moment. It has led to the Southeast Asia pride and joy. The prestige of the OG name has echoed across halls around the world. And your boy Japoy is ready to bring it here, all the gold in Paris.
That was a beautiful speech. You got me right there. But it is another bit of an underdog story versus a bit of a very developed team story. We will find out if this storyline will continue and if the underdogs will continue to rise. You ready, boys?
I'm ready to go. Gentlemen, please take your seats. Make sure to put in your keys in their place. Yandex OG Slacks, we've already had 2 upsets. I think we could go for a third.
Oh, hell yeah. I for sure think either way, there's going to be one entertaining match, one to remember. Will it be an upset? Will it be a beatdown? I'll be there no matter what. Let's go ahead and check this bad boy out. Coming your way.
Every single series today has been a tie. And if this series would also be a tie, that would mean great news for OG, because if they can go toe-to-toe with Yandex, that is a fantastic start to their tournament here on day 1 of the Esports World Cup for Dota 2 live from Paris. Time to get into the nitty-gritty of it. We are moments away from getting our hands on the draft, and I want to know from my panel what we can expect, because I think this will be more so than some of the previous series that we've seen. A little bit of a different flair coming in. Can only imagine that OG might be playing some different style of heroes going into this one. And I mean, Brian, as you said, the last matches you saw from Yandex also had a completely different style.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chira Jr., obviously I talked about him loving his Invoker. I think he's a player that feels comfortable scaling with the rest of his lineup. And, you know, I know he can play the playmakers as well, but at the same time, like, I'm thinking that I would like to see that sort of play style from them again in this tournament. But is Yandex being forced to adjust to the meta? Meaning, like, you know, they've been countered effectively in the scrims. I actually have really no idea what to expect from them here. I do expect the Treants, the Clockworks, the Snapfires. They do play all of the quote-unquote meta heroes, but I think those heroes will commonly be banned out. And it's what is next in line for their priority? That's the question.
I think that they actually have a very wide pool to draw from, especially from that carry pool. We talked about how some carries get taken out at the start, right? You lose that draw, you lose that SF most likely in the banning phase, and then you were talking about how there's a list, you go down the list.
Yeah, Clinks was number 6, but I think for Watson, it's actually TA.
Eventually come down to Clinks, but with Watson, we're going to see other heroes down that list too, like the Luna, the Nature's Prophet, for example. The Lone Druid, who's still consistently getting banned out, is going to be a scary hero if you let it through here.
I do think Nature's Prophet's number like 4. I think it's Lone Druid, Drow, and SF. Lone Druid and Drow are top, then SF, then Nature's.
You want to make a tier list of
Yeah,
this?
I'm just thinking of like who's 5.
Luna.
Luna, I think like Luna, Clinks, and
above Clinks?
I wouldn't put Luna above Clinks.
I think like Luna, Clinks, and TA are kind of in the same category. Maybe Terrorblade's in there too. It's like these like they're like the B tier ranged heroes, but they're still good at what they do.
I know Kaz is not a ranged hero, but I feel like sometimes he's thought of as a ranged hero.
I feel like the thing is, it's the heroes that work well with the Treants and Clock archetype of supports, which it's ranged heroes, and then you need a hero that when trees like posturing aggressively can deal damage. So it can also be gap closing melee heroes. And the way I think of Kez for anyone who hasn't like played a lot of Kez or like watched competitive Dota in the last year, he's like a PA. He's basically like a PA on crack. Like he does PA, what the PA does, and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, but there's a hero we're not going to see.
That's because PA has effectively been replaced by Kez.
Yeah.
The nerfs are adding up, though.
They are.
On Kez.
They are.
It feels like. It's harder to make him work, but it's still something you have to think about, especially if you're going to pick a melee offlaner.
He's very oppressive as a carry, and I think that's like, I mean, the big difference between like PA and Kez, and I think it's important to note because we saw Team Spirit in game 1 when Yatoro got booted out as Klinks. What's important to note about Kez is that he has recovery. Like he has I don't even remember what's freaking called, the first spell version 1 that clears creep waves and jungle camps. That he has that recovery mechanism that a lot of these other melee lane dominators don't have. So it's much easier to pick him like 4th, 5th overall in the draft because of that reliability. And I also think that's part of why TA is more viable. I also like the Terrorblade for that reason. I do think carries right now basically have to guaranteed stay in lane. Heroes like Windranger, very hard to boot out, or a hero like Drow and SF that just simply pummel you into oblivion so you'll never be able to boot them out. Or you need to be able to reliably jungle it. I think all these B tier heroes, it's like Klinks is worse at dominating the lane than Drow, and he can't jungle. But then you have the other B tier heroes that can jungle, and that gives them like a backup plan.
Okay. I would like to talk a little bit about unusual heroes, like you mentioned, Chiefs, because there is a cool hero that OG busted out quite a bit during the qualifiers, which is that Night Stalker. And it's one of their mid offlane flexes, too, where if something like a Puck comes out, and that's been one of the heroes of the day, you have to think about that Night Stalker being played.
The question is, were they picking it? Because sometimes teams, like, if a hero like Puck is prominent enough in the meta, teams will graduate heroes like Night Stalker to block pick them. Were they picking it block pick, or were they only picking it in response in the games that you saw, or was it tough to see like where they were fitting it in the draft?
I mean, I don't have exact draft knowledge. I can check if you'd like, but I'd imagine it was a response pick.
Okay, because I do think if they have flex, like I see that it's been picked 2 and 3. If they have flex potential on it, I wouldn't even mind if teams start, like you saw Rubik Doom picked by Team Spirit. Like I wouldn't mind if you pick like Puck Night Stalker. Like I guess you can't really flex the Night Stalker at that point, but I think like having a block pick of the Puck is so important right now because at least in the 2 games we've worked on, it single-handedly decided the draft for me.
So I'm checking real quick, and yes, they were protecting a Puck one time.
They were protecting the Puck one time. That I like that a lot. I personally like that a lot.
It was against a Puck versus MOUZ Puck.
Okay, because we've seen the other teams, like both last series, both teams banned out Night Stalker in the final round by getting the Puck there. So I think Night Stalker, if OG is using that, I think that's a really important pick to have in up their arsenal.
I do think it's just a cool hero that will come out as a result of the meta. Another cool hero I think that will come out is probably Tinker. And you never know. We can say, sure, NTS will play it, but I think it will be played outside of NTS's hands as well.
Lacoste is on board with you. At the end of the second series, I've asked both Lacoste and Seb, based on Tofu's interview, he said that there's going to be a much wider hero pool at this event compared to some of the previous ones we've had, and I've asked them to predict which ones would be that, and Lacoste did also bring up the Tinker. It was Seb that brought up the Spectre, and he hopes Io, but that was a hard decision, as in a decision made out of the heart rather than the Spectre who came from the mind.
Of course. I want to give my disclaimer that this is carry bias. In my experience in pubs, I want to be a ranged guy, and if my mid is a ranged non-ganker, I lose. That's been my experience. So, like, if I have a sniper, if I have a Zeus, if I have a Tinker, that's been my experience.
But Io can gank, he can relocate.
I didn't rule out Io because that's a ganker.
All right.
I mean, I actually haven't had a mid Io in my pub, so I don't have data for that.
No.
But the point is, I think Tinker can work if you have a Kez-esque carry, like something that's melee, going to be active, like early to mid game, like making plays on the map. But if you have like the traditional Drows and SFs and stuff, I don't think we're going to be seeing these type of heroes.
I think also maybe game number 1 for both of these teams is not yet the place to potentially get a little wild with the draft. We see what we got coming our way. We do open up at the Kaz on the side of Yandex. They got first overall pick. They second phase ban the Puck and the Windranger, 2 heroes we did touch upon already. the response from OG was the Beastmaster. So we're going to see that coming out. Most likely that will just be Raven's hero that will be playing into the Kez.
You were talking, Mir. I don't remember which one of you said it, but Clockwork getting picked last series for Rue because it is usually a 4-play hero. Beastmaster is an easy transition because that hero is just everything. Yeah. So for Raven to move from carry Beastmaster to offlane Beastmaster, same thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a great hero, and I think the dynamic of picking Beastmaster early changes when you see that melee hero versus the typical ranged hero, which made this hero kind of lose popularity a little bit. But it does feel like Raven's just doing the classic carry to offlane transition of, oh, I'm going to play Axe, I'm going to play Doom, I'm going to play Beastmaster. As
all the farming offlaners, basically.
And it's worked out for him very nicely, and it does fit into the meta because even if he weren't a carry player, he would still be forced to play Axe and Doom.
True.
The Tim's Mirana coming out. I love that.
That's a hero I was wondering if we were ever going to see through this entire tournament because the Celestial Quiver, I believe it's called. I think Mirana's main role as a support has been and always will be, can she like effectively dominate trades? And a lot of times and in a lot of patches, like that decides if she's in the meta. And right now, I think the Celestial Quiver has been buffed to a point where she wins trades against a lot of different 5s. And I think as long as the premier 5s are taken out, I think Bane might be the only 5 that still beats her in terms of trading. Is there anything else that comes to mind for you, Mira, where you're like, you see a Mirana and you're like, I'll out trade this?
I still think that she suffers versus Phoenix, which is like,
okay, that makes sense.
You got the leap attack speed, but it would be quite difficult. While her trading did get better, I still think she suffers a lot of weaknesses. Arrow is not the spell that it used to be, and without proper setup, you can't really nail it. You do have this Beastmaster Sun, which is great, but I would like another hero to enable her.
Yeah.
Because one is just not enough. Then they're just force stuffed away and the arrow misses. I also think taking away the double Starfall bounce facet, where one gave evasion, was actually a big hit for her. Like, sure, she got the Celestial Quiver, but she was still trading better with the double Starfall.
They completely removed the blind component of Starfall? Okay, yeah, that did matter a lot for her laning stage.
I mean, Wyvern's great as well because you can just out-sustain all of this poke that's coming out of Mirana. We see Wyvern's getting level 2 Cold Embrace now and just dishing out that Warlock level of heal with less mana cost, actually.
And I believe that they run Nature's Prophet on Chiro Jr. Like, they do flex this, I think. So I don't know exactly where these two heroes are going to go. I know they both are pseudo flexes. I think they'd both prefer to be carry, but based on what I know about Chiro Jr., I think he's most likely on the Nature's Prophet, which is interesting. Because now all of a sudden, like we talked about Treant armor having like effect on other lanes. Now when you're considering these trades and these sustained lanes, like I think Mirana plus Beast is very much a poke you down, war of attrition lane. You can never really commit for kills because you just have the Nature's Prophet, most likely with an early urn, TPing in behind you at any given moment. It's like a Zeus ulti, but not as powerful, but always there. And Earth Spirit, I mean, not much to say about this guy. We've been seeing a lot of people go 3-0-2 on their skill build, which they go for roll quite late. We think of Earth Spirit as often like an early roamer ganker, but people are just playing like the macro farm and then only moving once around level 7. That's what I've seen, at least in the few games I've watched.
Yeah, it seems like that 3-0-2 build just makes it very easy to push out the wave and just, go stack a camp for yourself, go grab some other rune. It frees them up in that sense, but I do think there are games where you should consider the early roll anyway. It's just that rolling into the enemy tower mid lane is just so high risk, low reward that if you don't skill that, you're never going to be in that situation in the first place.
I am very excited to watch this draft play out, but I also realize that it might be a little volatile. Either it's going to go great and it'll be epic, loads of kills, or it will be falling flat.
I want to point this out that I literally was going through my head of heroes that set up Arrow, and I had this feeling of like, oh, a lot of the popular mid picks don't really lock people in place. Some of them even move people. And I thought of Earth Spirit, and then I also because I thought of Earth Spirit moving people, I remembered I had my brain flash this moment of a Spirit Breaker bashing somebody out of an arrow. And I'm like laughing that Miro is concerned about setup for Arrow, and they've picked two heroes that often move the heroes that they stun.
You can kick him into Arrow. You can only
that would be
that
sick.
they practice this.
That would be sick.
And you can still arrow into a Spirit Breaker.
It's tough. It depends on the angle. It depends on the angle for sure.
If you're running, like if he's running the same direction as you are, I think you'll be okay. But you're right. There could be funny situations. But with the addition of the Spirit Breaker, you kind of have to downgrade the Prophet and his role in the game. He's just too addressed. Like the Spirit Breaker will be hunting him across the map. You have this Earth Spirit who could just kick you back. So they just go for this 18-pick Ember, flexing the Nature's Prophet to support.
Yeah, I mean, I had mentioned Soxa having this, like he was taking Snapfire. Like Snapfire was pretty much being played mid by most teams, and he was kind of taking the hero whenever they had a better pick for Cheer Jr. So for whatever reason, I didn't consider them doing the same thing with Nature's Prophet, but it makes a lot of sense. I imagine it's Soxa, Nature's, and Malady Wyvern, but I guess that one's still up in the air as well.
Yeah, I would very much rather the Wyvern just goes with the Kez, just to out-heal any of the Mirana poke, then you're eliminating her threat from that lane.
Yeah, I wonder, I said like very few heroes trade well with Mirana, but I feel like Nature's might actually own her. That's the only thing I was considering is maybe Wyvern would be better suited for like stacking triangle, and Nature's is better suited for babysitting. I think it could go either way. I think it might even depend on like what carry we see coming out for OG.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about this Ember, though? Because on paper, it does look quite solid. It's not a hero that gets charged easily by the Spirit Breaker. It will lane well into the Earth Spirit. But there's going to be a point in the game where if Beastmaster has a strong lane and hits his timings and OG nails a few of their rotations, they're just going to have this big tempo window. Do you think he can address that?
I do think that. So if I'm using the puck reference from last series, I think the team that is naturally harder to kill and like has the answers to the enemy's spells, like for me, the main way they kill Ember in the mid game is a Beastmaster Roar. And yeah, you have magic damage, but I don't think it'll be enough to go through Flame Guard as well as Cold Embrace and Winter Wyvern Curse. So I just think usually the team that scales better is the one that naturally survives against what the other one does, and I think that favors Yandex right now. I do think, in theory, they could lose a lot of momentum early, and like OG could run them over because Beastmaster does snowball games faster than pretty much any other hero in Dota. Mm-hmm. But I also don't like they have pretty strong lanes on the side of Yandex, so I don't think that they're going to get like ran over. Mm-hmm. And I think Ember will be set up to kind of roam freely on the map because it is going to. Like, if you think about other than Beastmaster Blink, how do they kill this Ember? It's like a very wonky set of spells. It's like pull into charge into kick into an arrow. Like it's just kind of weird. I think it's going to be quite difficult to kill him.
I mean, you could go for a carry with a silence like Marta. That could be a solution.
Yeah, if you have a pseudo disable from your carry, maybe even like an alchemist. I would like an alchemist too, something like that.
Well, first it will be Yandex selecting most likely a hero for DM. He did say that a lot of his heroes in the meta right now, I guess Centaur is one of his. That's okay too. Very stable. Fun.
Yeah, just giving them that initiation, that little bit of extra disable, laning presence and auras. Can't go wrong with a good old Centaur here.
Now that I think about it, I think they really need a tempo carry that contributes to the game relatively early. I like the Spectre Necro bans. I think like Yandex has given me a good idea of what they think OG needs, and I like that concept. And so I wouldn't mind something like Alchemist, where it's meant to be really early tempo.
I don't know if I would like the Alchemist. I think they would suffer too much on a dual melee lane, and I think that it's too much physical damage. Whereas like Moirta or Gyrocopter could give you mixed damage versus the Wyvern.
Yeah.
That is an important thing to
Okay, they do go. So I think they're going to rotate the Mirana to 5 was why I was thinking they might do that. Because then the Spear Breaker at this point, you just drag creeps. Like that's pretty much the Spear Breaker plan from the get-go.
Scam on the Mirana.
And very good call on the Alchemist. I just worry about the lack of mixed damage because all of the magic damage coming out of Earth Spirit will be very slow with that Magnetize, and Wyvern can do a lot here with just one Cold Embrace.
Yeah, my thought about the Alch was that Yandex's draft is like a lot of poke damage. You're getting slight chained, you're getting like Kez damaged over time, you're getting like there's a lot of damage, but it's not. It's going to chip you down. So I thought like in mid-game fights, like Alchemist ulti is going to own. They are going to probably need the early Spirit Vessel. I'm wondering if it's coming. It probably has to come from Ember. Like you could build it on Soxa's Nature's Prophet as well, but I think it might be a bit too late. So I think that Spirit Vessel timing is what I'm going to be keeping an eye out for, because if there's a window where Natsumi has Radiance and there isn't a Spirit Vessel, I'm going to feel really good for OG. But I think he's actually really important to their mid-game fighting. And we've been seeing a lot of alchemists at the beginning of the 7.41 patch, I believe it was, that were just rushing Ags for their team. Like, they were going Radiance into Ags. I think we're going to be more so seeing the Radiance, Blink, BKB, like AC. We're not going to be seeing him feed Ags.
Not even one Ags.
I think he'll give Beastmaster Ags, like, 40 minutes into the game to replace his own Ags. But I don't think he's going to be giving anybody Ags.
I would like it a lot more if that were the case, that he were just playing for his own game and does the mid-game tempo that you were talking about.
Yeah, I think if he plays the sacrificial Ags game, then they're just going to get ran over, because that would be anti-synergistic with the way that the rest of his draft, Earth Spirit, Spirit Breaker, Beastmaster's kind of greedy. You have like playmakers and a greedy offlaner. Alchemist appears greedy, but he's only greedy for like 8 minutes, and then he's not greedy. And he can help his team make plays. He is set up for Arrow, probably one of the best carries in the game to do it. So I like how it fits into the draft. I think Yandex is, on paper, has a bit more ease of execution, but I think Natsumi could run over this one.
Well, we're gonna find out game 1. Yandex versus OG coming your way with Kazu and Sunspan.
Yo, 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 OG versus Yandex. Sunspan here with Kazoo, also known as Kazu. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. I thought you were about to like drop a beat or some shit.
No,
yo, what up?
I can't rhyme for
that's good.
For anything, my friend.
That's good. Let's keep that up.
Natsumi and OG looking to. This is their first series?
I think it is.
For both teams?
I believe so.
Why don't you alt tab and find out for us real quick?
Keep talking.
Do your research there.
Keep talking.
We get to see the Chicken Man this game. Kez played by Watson. He is one of the best in the world at this hero. And on the other side, it is an Alchemist, Natsumi, like the panel brought up. What kind of Alchemist will this be?
It's the one that builds for themselves. And the answer to your question, it is the first series of both the teams.
A fresh start.
Absolutely. As we'll have to see about the laning stage, because they did talk about it a little bit, and I don't think Marana likes laning into Nature's Prophet all that much. Like, sure, you can have Arrow early on, as hold that, Saxa.
Oh, so close.
Could have been a big one, but at least some early pressure. Because, yeah, sure, you have Arrow, but you can only kill like 1 Treant at a time, and that just means you have no other spells. So I do think that Saxo should have a pretty good early game when it comes to the Nature's Prophet in the off lane.
As the mid lane, the Yopaj versus Chira, and we got the Spirit Brothers at it again. And I mean, it's good to see the Earth Spirit actually in the meta. He kicks his brother into the tower. Just only one pop shot, though.
Yeah, they should both be pretty happy in this lane, but generally speaking, Ember is definitely seen as like an Earth Spirit counter. You can't really ever kill an Ember. You can play quite aggressive on the Earth Spirit as the Ember, and you build Mage Slayer as well on the Ember Spirit side. So I think Yandex should be overall pretty happy with like the matchup that they do have in the middle lane. But what OG have, and usually they do, is they have a lot of early game as well.
Somebody's dying here. Chira Jr. and company, they both trade Fairy Fires, but Chira Jr. gets the first blood, which we'll hear about later in the game.
Oh yeah, of course. We'll mention it 18 more times, or at least you will. This is your new meme?
I don't know. Every tournament needs a new meme.
And that's true.
But yeah, solo kill, that is a big deal. So off to a great start for Yandex.
And that's not good, because it is a pretty good Ember game. You know, they picked it on 18 into like the Marana, Spirit Breaker as well. It's really hard to gank this hero in the mid lane. And even against Beast, like, you don't interact that much with Beastmaster, but Beast also has a very hard time killing you. So yeah, CJ on the Ember should be up to a good early game here.
What do you think of the Nature's Prophet support?
It's pretty good. I don't know if you listened to me 1 minute ago, but...
Sure didn't.
No, I would say both in the lane. It should be quite good. Like, he's just going to help the center out. And in the game, it's just the type of... You can build whatever you want, which I think is quite nice. You know, you can go for Vessel, you could go Glimmer, you can just play for an early shard. So I like it quite a bit.
What do you think of that Nature's Prophet support?
The first blood was really good earlier. Oh, I miss casting with you. Such a clown.
DM with the best set in the entire game on this Centaur, of course.
That's a good take. This is a banger set.
Cinder absolutely despises this.
No, I think this is a really, really cool.
Yeah, of course. If they ever came out with an Arcana, I probably wouldn't even use it because this set exists.
This could have been the Arcana.
Yeah.
And like you become like flying at some point.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Giant's Ring.
That's right. Free Giant's Ring. We need pay to win for sure. Malady playing the Winter Wyvern this time around against Raven on the Beastmaster. As bottom lane, Sock's in a lot of trouble inside that. Acid Spray gets taken down by the Alk himself.
Very aggressive, which I do like. I think also when you look at DM, like you have Retaliate and Stun, so you're not like the most potent, I think, when it comes to the laning stage. It's definitely something that Saxa has to be careful for, because Almirana can deal a lot of damage. It's also like Centaur is a low armor hero, so we'll see if they can get some more pressure going on with the Acid Spray later.
And with that death in the mid lane, Yopaj sitting at 12-0 against the First Blood Ember Spirit, 18-4 for Chira.
It's doing pretty well. Also with a nice glyph to keep up the pressure.
Charge is coming, though. Yopaj getting a bit low, trying to bait him in a little bit. Chira does get stunned. There's the roll in as well. The silence to follow, and they actually do get the kill. Much needed for Yopaj.
It's kind of a big deal, because even like you get the first blood and then you do die like that, you just got to be careful, because overplaying like this is very costly. You're not supposed to die in this matchup as Ember. Like if you have Sleight of Fist available, the charge can honestly never really connect. And if you look at the top lane, you know what's coming. Like Raven, he can't even lane in the top lane. So if you're Tims, obviously you will be looking at this mid lane. So nicely done by OG.
Has Spearbreaker been finding good success?
He's honestly not played that much. I do think it is a somewhat underutilized
Tims
hero.
loves him, though.
Oh, yeah.
Feels like it doesn't matter what patch he'll be playing at some point.
It's a good hero for a team that wants to play like this, right? Like strong lanes, collapse together, play fast. So it is a very much like OG style type of hero.
And what kind of build are we going to be seeing from Raven?
I mean, you can't...
Looks like the Helm build this time.
You can't really play this hero any other way, as they are looking for play onto DM.
Yeah, charge. Not going to connect. I'll just get the concoction up, forcing a TP. Saxa.
It's a little bit hard, I think, for OG to find more moves in the early game than they already did, because of like the top lane is a absolute disaster, which means that Winter, Wyvern, like Malady, he can always just follow wherever Tims goes on the Spirit Breaker. So maybe once you have Magnetized, I think you can look for more plays here with Yopaj. Because you are not playing through this Beastmaster in the top lane. You leave him alone, let him get his helm, and let Raven do his thing.
Well, speaking of players doing their thing...
Hold that thought.
Well, it's usually I have Cinder and talk about this, and we commiserate with each other. But Kez...
Yeah?
Late game, do they have an answer for Kez? Because it feels like... In the right game, this hero just takes over.
They've got a good amount of stuns, which is good for them, right? Like you have SB, you have like some random arrow, you have Alchemist that can stun, and there's some tempo for you. But I really like the dual combo of Winter Wyvern as Hold That. That's just a freebie.
A lot of Remnant damage coming out. Yopaj gonna go back in, it seems, and he's gonna burn away as a result. Huh.
That was a misplay. That surely looked like he could have gotten out. As I have problems with my eyesight.
That looked like that to me as well. And the Remnant will secure the damage rune for Chira.
Yeah, and this is a big deal because minute 6, double damage rune. You've got Treants as well in the mid lane. This is a lot of pressure that should be coming out on this mid tower. I think as long as they respect Magnetize, it's like a good way, I think, here for Yandex to like play around this early game. But to go back to the Kez, they have some answers on OG, but it also depends on how they get to that stage. Because right now he's fully free farming, and I've always loved the Winter Wyvern Kez like combo together. They lane really well together. You have aggression, you can keep healing him. Even if Kez is in trouble, you can always Cold Embrace. You have Winter's Curse to turn it around. So these heroes work very well together. Nice scouting by Saxa here with the Treants.
I'll see if they try to turn this into something. Chira making his way over as well. That is the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine attempt. Malady shows himself with the Arctic Burn. Watson showing up as well. Gets the grappling hook, and Tims looks to be dead. The axes come out, but Skem, the last remaining OG member, inside that little circle. And now Raven in a different kind of circle made of trees with the Raptor Dance from Watson. It's a triple kill for Kez.
Yeah, this is a bit of
And look at the net worth already just from that fight.
Yeah, that's a 3k lead with a double Wisdom Shrine stolen. And this is just where some of like the smaller movements you do, like it's really important that Jira Jr. on Ember is over in this area as well, because he kind of blocked Yopaj the whole way through, as Natsumi is going to give himself a little self-stun. Because like the only way that OG can fight this back is if they can have Yopaj here, because he held the skill point. He could have gotten Magnetized potentially on all the others, but he's just kind of getting zoned off by the Ember. In the meantime, Watson, who's level 6 already, he's just shredding everybody.
Yeah, this was very uncoordinated for OG. We're not ready for it in Yandex.
It's also, if you look at OG's heroes, they do not deal damage. Like Mirana, Spirit Breaker, and Beast, none of these are honestly damage heroes, so it is all on Yopaj in this early game.
Yeah, Cold Embrace on the creep. Some more pressure to this tier 1 for Yandex. Another fortification.
Yeah, they even brought DM's Helm of Dawn creep, so he's going to be full chilling down bottom. Yeah, this tier 1 is gone. And you talked about the net worth lead. It's not just a net worth lead, it's a net worth lead against Alchemist.
True. Very, very true.
So this is El Problemo.
Time to pivot and buy some ags for teammates, right?
Yeah,
surely.
Who do you even give the, like, oh man. Because they don't have the best ags, so you kind of, like, even as a...
have you seen Spirit Breaker ags? Come on, bro.
Yeah, I have.
Come on, bro.
You push those guys real good.
Very disruptive. Yeah, I think, like, Beastmaster obviously is probably the best ags. But I mean, Earth Spirits is really crazy.
Yeah,
in
but
the right situation, but...
Yeah. Now, you're going to have to play for your own game, get like some Radiance Blink, maybe go for like the later on BKB AC, because even when Alk is behind, he always has timings he can play for.
Oh, he might be playing for his death here if he's not careful. Pops a concoction a little bit early. Trying to go on the Centaur. That's a lot of damage. Magnetize is there as well. Soxa shows up, though. Now they're turning this around onto the Alchemist with the Stampede to follow. And again, another disastrous fight for OG. DM is going to tick out potentially, but they lost 3 for OG already. And DM, is he going to survive? It looks like he's fine.
And good, it's just overall good moves from Yandex right now. If you're looking just at OG, this is why an early laning stage deficit can hurt you so much. I mean, Watson has a Mage Slayer in sub 10 minutes. This is already a problem. You've got all the supports as well that have way more XP because you got double Wisdom Shrine. And even if you unlock ults on OG supports, it's not going to change all that much. So they need a bit more time and to kind of stem the bleeding.
Will they have time to do that is the question. 6K lead starting to balloon for Yandex. And Raven. How close is he to? Well, he has the helm coming out.
It is flying out, which of course is good. And overall, Raven has been pretty impressive to me. Like when I looked at some of their TI qualifier games, I do think he popped off quite a bit. But they
Better
are
than
in
Toronto, Tokyo on this team.
I did not really like that iteration that much. They also talked about it, just didn't seem like it really worked out that well.
Yeah.
I think sometimes, it's okay. Gotta call it quits. But at least right now, it is one of those early games where OG can't really fight back. It's very similar to the Spirit series we had just now.
Oh boy. Another attempted kill onto the Alchemist. A lot of damage done, and he burns up as Soxa gets the killing blow. Tim's to follow, and this is such a disaster for OG. A 7K deficit. Your tier 2 already being pressured. 11-2. What can they do?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, they are in some trouble here. I mean, even looking for Scam should be fine. It's got the double leap charges, but when the enemy team is hitting your tier 2 kind of freely at minute 11, you know you're in a pretty big disaster situation.
Yeah, after that first series, this is a complete swing.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen a tier 2 die in under like 15 minutes.
Yeah, that is insane.
And this is under 12.
All right, let's look at Alchemist. How close are you to... He's 3,000 into the Sacred Relic. What's a good timing for this hero?
Well, you kind of want Radiance like under 13.
Okay.
Obviously, he can't get that anymore.
Still has a minute.
But the thing is, like with Alk, you can always look for like Radiance into Blink, or maybe he just plays for, I don't know, something else, like Radiance into BKB. The overall problem I see at the moment for them is that with this much of a deficit, you don't have that many plays. Like it's also Beastmaster. He's a very like tailored hero in terms of what he does. He wants to take over an area. He wants to just like go take a tier 1, but none of these things are easy. Because it is not normal to be down 8,000 gold at minute 12. So Yandex have done all the correct things so far here in this early game.
Scam spotted. Will be an annoying kill if they actually try to commit for him. The Raven being spotted by Chira. Have yet to see a roar this game. I mean, OG just haven't found an opportunity to fight at all. As Saksa spots Skem, he uses his ult to help get the kill onto Raven as we were just watching. Skem follows suit as well. Saksa with a double.
He got the top kill. I mean, he was literally 2v1ing them as a support right there.
Natsumi has a Sacred Relic. And Saksa shows up to force him out.
Yeah, if you're going to be OG, you're definitely looking at potentially... You want to get Moonlight and also like Spirit Breaker ult. And then kill some of these plays that are overplaying. Because honestly, what Saksa is doing right here is... It's close to illegal. You definitely got to look at getting a kill on him.
How close is he to 6? We're 13.5 minutes in.
Not that far. Also, at least latest minute 14.
Yeah, Roll's going to miss onto Saksa. We'll get slowed, though. And the charge should ensure the kill. Only the third of the game for OG, though.
It's a very good and very needed kill. Like, when you're down this much, any kill is really nice, especially for the XP as well. Now, 40-minute Wisdom Shrine should unlock the double ults for them. Because at this point, it is quite natural for the aggressive team to eventually like reach into deeper areas, right? You've killed 2 tier 1s, 3 tier 1s even. You've also killed a tier 2. So it's not that unusual that you can find some picks.
Are they even going to get a shrine?
Oh, Tim's might be stealing one.
He's going to try, but
he's not.
Another double shrine for Yandex. So 4-0.
He's getting the Lotus. All good. Good trade.
Let's count those. So last series, it was 6-0 on Tormentors.
Yeah.
Right?
Right now, OG haven't gotten a Wisdom Shrine.
That's right. 4-0 on Wisdom Shrines. It's all about those objectives.
Mage Slayer Deso in 14 minutes. This has to rank within like the top 2 fastest or top 3 fastest timings.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Gonna go for the Ags next. And it's just overall, like, naturally, is not that easy to kill these cores. You have Kez, Ember, and Centaur. And to top it all off, if Melody's in a good position, you will always like slow down that attempt as well. I like that Raven is going for a more like creative situation. When they take over your side, you need to try and find a way to sneak onto theirs.
We'll see how long he can stay alive by doing that, though. Feels like only a matter of time. And for Yandex, I assume they're not in any hurry because they have great late game.
They're very happy just like playing in, I think, aggressive areas. You slowly take over more and more of the map. And this is also where Nature's Prophet can do quite a lot. If you're creative and you understand how you want to ward and you just abuse the TP, like maybe later on when you know that they start farming a jungle, you drop one ward there, you drop one ward aggressively. Because for now what Raven is doing is absolutely correct. But it will only work as long as they don't look for him.
Yeah. Yandex, see how much more pressure they can put on this Alk. Does have the Radiance as we talked about. And we'll see what he builds afterwards.
That's a self-stun somewhere.
Yeah, oh, he's already really low. Kira Jr. just randomly walking next to him. Moonlight Shadow steering chains. He's going to pop it with his ult, though, with the Stampede to follow. Down goes the Alk again. Silver lining is the Radiance is online.
Okay. You found one. That was one of the more sadder deaths I've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
did they have any vision on him there? Like when he was invis? Did they just happen to be walking next to him?
It just ran out, I think, like 1 second after. So, like, before, I don't think they saw him.
Yeah, Watson's going to pause just to make sure that...
That OG feel like shit.
Just to rub it in a bit, it seems.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
I mean, OG... The thing about this team, I know the roster is a little bit different. The original roster for this SEA group, the first month, they were on fire. Absolutely on fire. They were so good. And then... kind of just started sliding down. Then they picked up Toronto Tokyo, and I think the tournament I was casting, they didn't win a single game with Toronto Tokyo. Then he gets replaced. It feels like they're just super inconsistent, but when they're playing well, they can definitely be up there with some of the really good teams.
I do think you hit it kind of on the money, because this team, they can play very well. I mean, there's a reason they also qualified for TI. I don't think this is a very accurate representation of how good this team is. This definitely also goes on like the fact that Yandex, they're a team that are very much on the money. Like the way that they laned in this game and just overall doing things, like maybe even you could start from the first blood, of course, that you love.
Yep, Chira Jr. picked that one up.
It really happened, I think, at least not that easily. It is the dream Nature's Prophet game at this point. Sure, you had like 1 or 2 deaths, but you have full map control. I mean, the Saxo is queuing up a Silver Edge. That will tell you enough about this game.
Yeah.
Like, for what?
Just to be cool.
And I mean, it is a cool item. So of course we have a pause for the lights.
33 walked in as a spectator and
it's like, guys,
sorry,
this
guys,
is not alright. We gotta fix the situation. I'm gonna be playing here tomorrow. We gotta get this out of the way.
Yeah, this seems like a good time to take care of that, of course. 15-3 advantage for Yandex. What do you think of Chicken Man?
Kez?
As a concept, yeah.
I think the hero is quite cool.
You have like all the opposite opinions of Cinderin.
That's good.
The bad ones, though.
No, I have the good opinion.
No. And why do you like Chicken Man?
I think having a hero that has like multiple spells is cool. It's just the fact
every hero has multiple spells.
Okay, he has more than 4 spells. I think like multiple I love the Invoker. I've always loved this hero. I think like this type is like like amazing and just is a cool concept. Just think the hero slightly overtuned. Like while having all these spells, all of like his animations are insanely good. His base damage is crazy. His mobility is insane. So like I do think the concept of the hero is very cool. It's one of the more enjoyable heroes also to play. He's just slightly overtuned.
Okay.
You just straight up hate him or what?
Yeah, I think he's not good.
He's beatable. He's absolutely beatable. He's very strong. But they're going in the right direction, I think.
I think it's too hard to balance when you have this many spells for a carry. Spellcaster, Invoker, like, yeah.
I mean, wouldn't it be kind of similar, like, as balancing an Invoker?
No, I don't think so.
Just because he's a carry?
Yeah, I think, like, right-click carry is... I would say it's the hardest role to balance.
I guess that makes sense. But it's also paired that Deso and Mage are really good items, and it's like, it really makes the hero. Because when people played this hero with Battle Fury Rush, that was not good. That just looked low skill. That was like, people didn't know what to do, I'm gonna get 6 slots and then I'm strong.
Right.
But we're back in live, so let's see if OG could cook up a little, you know, plan during this pause. I mean, I would be looking at Natsumi's quick buy, you know, maybe a Blink Dagger, and then still look at when people are split on these side lanes that you can get them killed. Because they have lockdown for days. You just need to get there. Blink stun, into an arrow, maybe some magnetizers running. People absolutely can die. It's just important that you find the one guy alone. Because if it turns into a brawl, you will die after.
Sox is still committing, it seems, to the Shadow Blade. Love to see it.
I don't.
Love to see it.
Good. Very good opinion, of course. I'm sure Cinderin would agree with your stupid opinion.
Why not? Sox, he was #1 on the leaderboards not too long ago.
Oh, he is nearly always #1.
And he always plays carry in pubs.
I call Cap.
He's another strike, into the roll, into the death.
If he had Shadow Blade, he would have lived.
So, back in 2017 or so?
Only 9 years ago.
Yeah,
That's
9
a good reference.
I mean, it's fine.
Miracle, by the way.
Miracle is a really good player. He had 4 different accounts. He was 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that was
like
more
5.
recent. That was more recent also.
Okay,
like
but
even
he
5, 6
he only
years
played
ago.
carry, even though he was only playing support in actual matches. All right, we're going to see some action here onto DM. Gets roared, gets reflected. The Lotus doing a lot of work. The arrow will secure the kill, though.
Right, we're back.
Got you getting a very nice kill.
Yeah, get a kill bottom, get a play.
But bad news for them. Shadow Blade was officially purchased now from Soxa.
Honestly, good news for OG. Because this Shadow Blade is not going to do that much. But it is cool. Like, overall, you don't want to like show too much on the map against SB, but I will let him cook for now. But I'm pretty sure...
Give Soxa the benefit of the doubt here.
I mean, I love Soxa. This guy is one of the GOATs. But I want to see where he's going to take this. Because I could also see, you know, you can go Solar Crest and some stuff, play more aggressive, help out your Birdman.
You go carry now.
Okay. Definitely need to.
He's been in many pub games where
9 years
he
ago.
needs to transition to carry.
He carries from post 4 without needing to go carry. Because you can carry with support
but it's
items.
not as fun, to be fair.
He wants to win. Winning is fun.
I think having fun is more fun than anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, they will kill.
Creep will be killed off.
Johnny will go down, 250 gold for DM. There's another one of the items that you love. DM is buying Heart.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Lotus into Heart this time.
It's a very good Lotus game. Like, we even saw it in the last fight, even though he died. You can reflect, roar, outstun pretty easily, and you can purge Magnetides, which is also amazing.
Yopaj working on his BKB. About 600 away from finishing that.
I mean, they are getting some overall good timings. Like, you're going to have a double BKB timing on OG, which is quite nice. So trying to use this with like some Moonlight Shadows, I think, to catch some of these rats from Yandex on the side lanes is quite good. We're going to need a self-stun counter for this game as well.
Yeah.
Should be number 3 or 4.
Wouldn't mind that. Wait, who's the player that used to self-stun like all the time? Was it Envy?
I don't know how far you go. Envy definitely did.
There were. I remember. I think it was Envy. Envy like stunned himself legitimately 20 plus times in a game.
Yeah,
that
of course.
cast.
He would see someone who's 5 billion range away. Guys. I'm stunning.
I think that was before it did damage to creeps, because I think that was a later change.
Oh, that was
right?
definitely a later change. Yeah.
Impressive.
Let's see.
Aghanim Scepter for Kez.
Yeah, he has like this is somewhat the like mid-game Exodia item build on Kez. Mage Slayer, Deso, Ags.
Nope. They find an opening and they find the kill onto Yopaj, his 4th of the game. Blink Dagger now online for Raven though. And for OG, nice double searing chains from Chira, and Soxa joining the party. Ends up getting that kill onto Tims. TP out was successful though for Natsumi.
To get a couple more kills. Roche should be on the menu quite soon for Yandex to then also like try and complete like a little bit more map play. And I like the Yandex's wards currently. They do have one in their own jungle, just from like, you know, earlier when they saw people farming, and also this lane ward. Might look to replace that.
Well, Raven gets initiated on. Arrow not going to hit. And Raven is Omega dead.
He played that so well on Kez, actually, no cap. That was perfect silence, perfect mini stun, and then he also Raven's veiled at the perfect time to not get roared.
Raven's veiled against Raven himself.
Yeah, that's crazy. Wow, no wonder they first picked that hero.
First curse of the game. Soxa is here as well. And DM with the hoof stomp should ensure the eventual kill with a double centaur stomp, in fact. Natsumi dead again. 4th of his game so far.
Do you think it's going to have more self-stuns or more deaths?
That's... I'm going to go deaths.
I'm with you. Good take. Got a hard on to DM. I mean, they should be going for Roche relatively soon. It's still something that when you're far ahead, you don't want to do it like too early, because it can allow the enemy team to like walk out on the map, push out all the sides, and kind of regain some control. But if Yandex find a way to retake this triangle and push OG out, it absolutely should be their Roche right after.
17k though, this is absurd. Yandex in the driver's seat, and they're not really in a huge rush. This will continue to starve the map, as you said.
Yeah, they can just continue to do this. Maybe even buy a gem. I think eventually also can be quite nice, just to take out the overall vision that OG can get out on the map, which currently I don't think they have any. Probably looking to smoke or Moonlight at the moment to maybe regain some control. Mentor.
Careful now, Soxa. He's going for the full Silver Edge, it seems. Is this a good break against anybody?
I mean, he can slow people. I guess that's nice.
Slow against I mean, while you're charging, I'm assuming that works, right?
Silver Edge like overrides anything. If you're stampeded and you get Silver Edge, you're on 200 speed. Same with Weaver. Have you seen Weaver Shikuchi getting broken?
I have not.
It's hilarious.
Triceratops? What you called this earlier?
I don't know. No, that was I made up the word on the spot. I don't remember.
Yeah, but it was close to Triceratops.
Like Monkatops or something.
No. All right, we'll think of it and let everybody know. Very important in this game.
It's very good casting skills.
Chira Jr.
Okay, that's a good
is
find.
Spotted. Yeah, they find the Winter Wyvern. A good start for OG. But it's going to come at a cost in all likelihood. BKB pop from Yopaj as he tries to run away to Stampede initiation. And that's going to be 2 deaths for OG. So they do not get out scot-free at all.
That's a 2-for-1. Still no interest in the good old Roshi Roche. Just want to continue to play the map. As Natsumi, it's getting a little bit more space. Very much needed. Does have the BKB, but no blink. Do think they will need that one to try and look for some plays. They're not going to sugarcoat it. Being down 20k gold obviously is a very hard thing to go up against here if you're OG.
Especially when you got Soxa with a Shadow Blade. Silver Edge, in fact, breaks Natsumi. Chira Jr. in the vicinity as well. Forcing out the BKB. Now the charge onto Soxa. Dust popped.
Yeah.
Tims gets the connection with another strike to follow, but it's reflected thanks to the Lotus. Soxa is A-OK. Right-clicking on the Tims. Has the Shadow Blade up again. There's the nice heal coming out from the Wyvern, as Natsumi will be the one that ends up falling out of all of these heroes. And guess what? That Silver Edge worked out quite well for Soxa.
Yeah, the Alchemist didn't get Grievous Greed Gold while radiating the treants.
Tims dead. Yandex in the driver's seat.
it's just very difficult for them to get kills because all their kills are very slow on the OG side. It's just a very easy game also at this point for Malady. Just play Winter Wyvern. You go wherever you want. If they're touching any of your heroes, you just turn it around. Ooh, right, close enough.
What mechanic does Kez not have?
He's got a stun, he's got a silence.
You're really going to go through the whole thing? We don't need to go through all what he has.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's nearly got all of it.
He doesn't have
he has
status resist, right?
True. He has a Dispel.
Soxa. They find Yopaj. Curse is on him. No, he does get off the BKB, so hooks up a little bit too late as Yopaj trying to turn the sights. Gets off the Magnetize, doing a good amount of damage, but he is completely surrounded here. Goes down to the Star Storm, and now Watson finding a connection onto Alchemist, so another death for Natsumi. They're just going to call it. I can't blame them. This is a complete stomp in favor of Yandex. 25k lead is what it ends on, but 25-6 overall scoreline. Not really close.
No, not at all. I definitely don't blame them. Like you said, I think just kind of get it over with, go to the next one, talk and think about what you want to do different for the next game, because I mean, these are the type of games that you talk about. If you see a team playing with zero pressure, which Yandex absolutely had none of that directed their way at all in any case. Like, you just have first pick has unanswered, full free farm. Like, they had no offlane. Nobody laned in the offlane for OG after like 3 minutes. So you gotta have a better answer if you go up against the first pick heads.
Yeah, Chira Jr. with that first blood ends the game 10-1-8. Masterful performance. And of course, Watson. Is there a better Kez? I feel like every time I watch this guy play Kez, he destroys.
It's like him and Satanic, but I haven't seen Satanic play it as much lately. So yeah, I think Watson on this hero is just a different type of beast. I think they also lane it very well, and then you're not, I think, focusing up against it that much with the heroes that OG did propose. So just gotta go back to the drawing board, be a bit more ready for some of these plays too, because like we talked about, like if you're losing your lanes, you're losing your wisdom shrines, you're playing Alk with a super
This fight right here, it felt like this was the beginning of the end. Like, it wasn't great at that point, but very salvageable. And that is when the snowball started, and literally every fight afterwards was just Yandex.
Yeah. Because sometimes too, you gotta know when to let things go. Obviously, it feels really bad if you have to give up double wisdom shrine. But what's even worse is giving up 2 and like 3 or 4 kills, which happened multiple times in this type of game. So you just gotta know what you're playing for.
This was also very sad.
This one hurt. Honestly, this one hurt to watch.
Yep, so let's go to the desk with Shiver as we can break this down.
Well, this was not a very even ordeal. It was, as some might say, slightly on the one-sided side. And whichever way you want to switch it, this was not a pretty sight, Effie.
No, it's not the debut OG wanted here. To be fair, they are going up against what people consider the best team. But that was rough. I do think that we didn't really get to see them play their draft the way that they wanted to because of how poorly that top lane went. So I think that the game 2 could be more competitive if the draft is adjusted a little bit.
I think
hopes there.
Yeah, I think when you said the draft is adjusted a little bit, the reason why I'm most concerned about that is this wasn't like the puck pick that comes out on 8th overall and you only have one answer. This was a first overall Kez pick. And then that was like their decision to run the Spearbreaker Beastmaster. And I think the problem with this is that you have really strong early game roaming on the side of Yandex. So this type of lane very quickly bleeds into the other lanes as well. And then Kez is also a carry that comes online super early. So when you give him, like, I think he was like 35 CS and 20 denies at 6 minutes or something. When you give a hero like that kind of start, I think Watson's going to punish the shit out of you, basically. And he did that.
Yeah, he did that.
And not only Watson having the good start, I just think that the ability for Yandex to connect to each other felt so much easier than for OG. Like that Wisdom Shrine attack that they did. You've got a Nature's Prophet able to TP in. You've got an Ember Spirit who won mid coming in with the Remnants. You've got the safe lane that one pushing into the tower, making it to the Wisdom Run early. So many things made taking those fights earlier. And it made the support duo on OG and Moran and Spiritbreaker look really bad.
Yeah, and when you have heroes like Ember and Kez paired with Centaur and Nature's Prophet, you have a ton of mobility combined with global presence. So like whenever you see an Ember slight chain you, he can theoretically also get hasted on top of you, slow you, and have the follow-up from Nature's Prophet. So like every hero is that much more threatening. So when they are strong, it's even that much more oppressive as well. And then like the thing about Alchemist is, yeah, I said he's greedy for like 8 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But he was getting Dova at his tower by 4 or 5 heroes at like 9 minutes into the game. So
it prolongs the timer.
Yeah, that greed level has to go
Yes.
up a bit higher for sure.
Yeah, quite a bit higher. And I think especially Saxa was doing a great job at making sure that it wasn't going to get any higher. I think switching, we talked about them switching the Nature's Prophet to support. During the draft, I'm like, oh yeah, sure, that's fine. But here, the way it played out, Effie, it was insane. He was everywhere.
He really was, and that was really nice that they could just bait and switch it like that, because the Nature's Prophet ended up bringing out the Spirit Breaker, and then they're like, aha, we're just going to play it on Saxa. And guess what? We have this 18 pick Ember that is not scared of your Spirit Breaker at all. So now you just have this useless SB, unable to gank mid, unable to win lane versus Kez, and unable to really play into the support Nature's Prophet because no lane is going well, really. And we saw Saxa just pop off of that. That early Silver Edge, too, was very valuable.
Yeah, I think we have the clip available for what Saxa does in this game. But coming into this series, I talked about how he's like this nerd who plays this boring farm game, but the way he does it, and you give him a hero like Nature's Prophet, he's not going to be stacking for his own team. He's going to be like invading your farm, playing the macro game in that way. I don't even think of him as like this... global ganker. This is 13 minutes in. Important to note, this is Natsumi near his own tier 3 tower with his Spirit Breaker with him. And just watch what Saxa does here. Up as we push the play button here. He is going to see that he's pulling the creep wave into a jungle camp, summon a bunch of treants, and he's going to try to deny every creep with him in the treants, effectively getting at least one deny and then taking the 2 jungle creeps from him. And then this is the story of that. Natsumi's like, come on, guys, like, this can't be all that life is. He's then going to try to farm the jungle camp in front of the OG there, and they're going to 4-man gank a Nature's Prophet on their side of the map. And I was just like, man, if this doesn't sum up what this game looked like, I don't know what else does. As like Alchemist, we talked about his greed. Like he has no tier 2 tower at minute 13, and he's effectively being forced to 4-man gank a Nature's Prophet support. So that just feels awful.
And watching that clip, it takes them 5 seconds to chase the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
Like, he just did his thing in front of them for 5 seconds, which speaks to the mental damage that occurred. They thought that they had backup. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't know that he was alone there, so they couldn't even commit to killing him instantly. And it makes me think that for OG, I don't want them in game 2 to overreact to any one pick. Like, you see this Nature's Prophet, you know it can be a carry. You have this mid Earth Spirit, you have to trust that that's enough to solve it as a carry. Because if you try to double solve it with the Spirit Breaker plus Earth Spirit mid, then it just gets flexed. And then you're in a position where you just get bait and switched into a hard to counter Ember Spirit at the very end.
Yeah, we saw Yandex doing that with Snapfire during Blast. I think that's when teams, I think, are kind of like on a whole nother level of understanding of the meta. They're like, there's obviously carries like Drow that can't be flexed, but when you have these mid to support or like off lane to mid flexes, and you're able to, like, if you pick Snapfire, what you're effectively saying is you can't pick a melee mid. So then they're effectively block picking all the melee mids for the rest of the draft, and if you pick something that isn't a melee mid, then they just move the Snapfire. That just gives them like so much control of the draft if they're able to pull that off. And like Mira said, like they responded on OG very, very heavily to this Nature's Prophet being a core, and then they just say, you know, whoop, wamboozled, this is just a Nature's Prophet support, and you can't gank this guy. I just think that is what makes Yandex stand out to me when I was looking at their drafts, and I think that OG... You said they don't have to react to what Yandex is doing. I agree with this. I think if you are playing reactionary, you're going to just get baited like half the time.
On hindsight, obviously easy talking on hindsight.
Very easy hindsight.
It wasn't just the Alchemist then. It was a whole portion of the draft. Because if you substitute the Alchemist for a different carry, still the same result.
I was scratching, I was kind of like scraping the bottom of the barrel where I was thinking like, okay, they do need a tempo carry. They need somebody who can contribute to the mid game, comes online somewhat early because they're going to be contesting a Kez, a Nature's Prophet, an Ember that is backed up by a Nature's Prophet. That just means there's a lot of mid game. So that's what I was thinking they needed. I really liked the Necro ban
that Yandex did, because I think that's the one hero in the game that would have like lane dominated the Centaur, and then also came online early. But like, I don't think Natsumi's hero honestly mattered all that much there. Were there better options, Mira? Did you feel you said something like Muerta, like a ranged lane dominator, and put the Mirana top? Do you think that could have made a difference?
I would have preferred the Muerta, but honestly, Muerta also gets dove the same way that Alchemist got dove there. I think what I didn't like about the Alchemist, which, like you mentioned, it was a hard position in that draft in the first place, was that you look at that draft, it was a first pick Kez, he's playing for free. Then the Nature's Prophet gets flexed, and Ember Spirit on 18 is also playing for free, unthreatened by the Spirit Breaker, unthreatened by the Earth Spirit. So you, with your last pick, you had to try to counter either the Ember or the Kez, and I don't think Alchemist did either there. But at the same time, you shouldn't be in a position where your last pick has to fix situations in the draft. So just chalk it up to a bad draft, go into the game 2, try to play your own style of Dota, don't overreact, and we could be seeing a different kind of game.
Yeah. We could also see how the group is looking, because at the moment all games that are going on are in Group D, and just to give you guys a little bit of a look-sees on what's at stake here. Now, we all know the one that comes number 1, they're the 100% safe one. Everybody else is either eliminated or has to play in the survival stage, with the bottom 2 being eliminated. Yandex clearly, in my opinion, and I think you both will share my opinion, should be taking that number 1 spot. But the rest is looking like there's a lot of potential there.
I think 1W, the former Tundra, they can definitely, like, I think they're definitely up there. I mean, if anybody understands how Soxa's max efficiency farming goes, that's our boy 33. I do think, I think for me, it's maybe like 60% Yandex, 35% 1W, and then like maybe somebody 5% chance, sneaks
surprising.
1 through. I do think this is a relatively stacked group, though. I would be scared to be like the 4th, 5th team. Like, I think that the 3rd through 5th teams of like OG, I'm now like forgetting what I saw, but it was OG, LGD, and Virtus Pro, I believe.
Yeah.
Like, I think one of those teams, if I'm coming into the tournament, I would not have expected one of them to be eliminated.
True. I also think that 1W might not be as strong as they were the rest of the year. I'm happy to be proven wrong, because when they're on top, they've already
gotten
cool.
1W, though.
They live true to their name.
They do. And I think we should not underestimate LGD.
We shouldn't, but I also need to say that, okay, maybe not for the whole tournament, but for group stage in particular, you cannot count out the Bulba teams. They always pop off during group stages. I wouldn't even be surprised if Virtus Pro finished 2nd in this group. That's what I'm calling, actually.
2nd.
Over 1W or over Yandex?
Over 1W.
Okay.
Okay, yes. So you
Yandex first, Virtus Pro second. We were slotting them.
In my head. Yes. All good. We are, of course, going to see if OG can get a point out of this series still, because it's a 2-game series. So we are going to have another game. Before we do, though, we are going to find out how Raven is thinking about all this, because we got to talk to him before the series.
Hey there, this is Purge, and I'm here with Raven, who's been a pro player for a very long time. 2014, I believe, was when you first started playing competitively. So how are you feeling right now being on OG?
I think I'm feeling good, since it's been a long time since I played the tournament. So I'm just really lucky to be here.
So what's it been like being a little rusty, maybe not playing tournaments well? I assume you still played a lot of pubs. You still kept up to date with the meta. So what's the transition been like?
I think it's been good, because the teams, the players also helping me to, in the meta, to improve my game. So yeah, it's okay.
But you haven't been playing offlane a while, I believe. The last couple teams you're on, you played offlane a bunch. So classically, you're a carry player. So are you like a heavy hit creep kind of guy, or are you trying to adapt to the meta?
I think it's been 2 years now since I've played offlane, and I think the way I play offlane is just really different than the other offlane. I think it's still creep more oriented for me, and I think that's why it's very good with OG, because they're really aggressive style. So it's much better for me.
And that playstyle is really fun to watch. So what's it like adapting to the team? You already said that they're helping you catch up in various ways, but has it felt fun to fit yourself into the squad?
It's been fun and stressful, because you need to learn more, and it's every day you need to always think about what's the best. So I think it's really good right now. So I hope we can do well.
And then finally, how does it feel being a part of such a historic organization? OG obviously winning 2 TIs.
It's a little bit. I think it's not pressure, but we need to do well. That's it.
That's the story for everybody here at EWC, and it's very difficult because there are so many good teams. But thank you for joining us, and good luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you.
Well, I've managed to find myself at the club's house. It's right next to the Alliance Vault if you are coming along. But we have a really, really cool interaction coming on here. Every single week, we are going to be changing things up here at EWC. You haven't lost me, don't worry, I'm very much here. We have different organizations coming in. So this week on this side, for Apex Legends, you have Wolves. And what a really cool thing that they're actually doing is they have mystery boxes. So you remember the quest I was talking about beforehand? Well, that's something you can get involved in as well. But they have leaderboards if you are coming to play up against other players who are fans of the organization, but exclusive rewards from these organizations in those boxes that you can come and win. And what's really cool is you can actually compete up against the opposition, who we're going to be talking about in a second, in 1v1s on both of those games. As I said, this is going to change every single week. This week we have Wolves on that side, and on this side, Spanish organization, the Heretics. They, I believe, are covering Valorant this week, so it is going to be the games that you love and you are here to see, which you can compete in. And you can see exactly what you're going to be fighting for in those mystery boxes and the leaderboard, which is right very much behind me over here. And that's going to be something cool for you to all interact with. You can get yourself involved. And this is going to be changing so consistently. We're going to get to see so many different organizations taking part in this activation. Very, very cool.
We are getting ourselves ready for game number 2 between Yandex and OG. And we already talked a little bit about how this is a little bit of a David versus Goliath. But at the same time, every single series today on this stream went 1-1. And with that, we had a couple of upsets. I do believe we can get one here as well. So I'm going to ask Effie and BSJ what the positives are that OG can build on for game number 2. Because surely there were positives.
I think the positive is that I think this team will adjust. I think that this almost looked like first game nerves to me. There almost was like a bit of like impulse to the way they picked, like very responsive. I think they're going to have collected themselves. They're going to write that one off and accept that, like, okay, we didn't really give ourselves a chance to show what we're capable of. And I think they're going to give us a much better game too, even if it ends up going the way of Yandex, which I still think it's going to, just on paper. I do think it's going to be far better than the game one.
Agreed. I think that was a strong outdraft, and that was not indicative of the level of play that OG can bring. So in that interview just now, we heard Raven say that he thinks his biggest strength in the offlane is creeps, right? Like, he says he focuses on them more than other offlaners potentially, and I would like to see that. In that Beastmaster versus Kez matchup, we couldn't really see him do what he says he's really good at.
We got to see him focus on the junk creeps at level 2. That's what we got.
Very true, Brian. But, you know, I'd like to see him on something like an axe, you know? If they...
Oh. I know.
That's a shame.
Sorry.
Okay, never mind. Wrap it up.
That is a shame. But, you know, something like that that can play for lane manipulation, play to out CS, play to pressure, not just play on the back foot. And I would be very enthusiastic, because let's say you won the offlane in that last game, you have this Earth Spirit mid, the map suddenly becomes open to you.
Yeah, and it will already help that maybe the map is a little bit more open when there's no Kez in the game, as that has been banned out together with Shadow Fiend. Yandex instead, they open with the Keeper of the Light. It's not the first time we see that today. It is most likely going to be a support, but we always have to keep that asterisk that we can see it potentially mid. Earth Spirit as the answer coming out from OG.
Yeah, I think the reason that it's not played mid is that, at least mostly, it sometimes gets played, is that I really do think that if you're a ranged hero that doesn't gank, it's really hard to play the mid lane right now. And yeah, Coddle often comes online pretty early with like an early Boots of Travel, maybe like a Spirit Vessel or something like an Orchid, some item that requires you to dispel it. But I think The reason why, at least what I'm observing, that Coddle is really strong is he's one of the few supports that actually gives you Tormentor, because his sustain while his ulti's going from his Illuminate is so overwhelming compared. Like, it's basically like a double mech from what it's crazy amount of heal, and most of the time that with the Tormentor buffs, it just you can't sustain through it. So I personally think that's what's pushed this hero over the edge. He's always been good at stacking, enabling his cores like, Pango's in the mid lane, Ember's in the mid lane, so he has a lot of combinations that are popular right now. And obviously it's Saksa, so it's like his bread and butter to play these heroes that are all about that macro.
Yeah, and with all that being said, I also think his mid lane is very strong right now. So just the ability to always have that flex is just going to make him more valuable.
I think overall the hero is very powerful. I personally just think it's like a 65-35 support. I think he's perfectly viable mid as well.
We got the Largo and the Wind Ranger removed by Yandex in the second phase, whereas OG is thinking about what to remove next. We did not see the Earth Spirit having a great game in the previous game. Is that reason enough to remove, for example, the Ember, or are we okay with it?
Potentially. I mean, the Ember Spirit is a hero you have to think about when Coddle exists.
Yeah.
So you have to think about the potential of Ember coming out, and is our Earth Spirit enough for an Ember? It could have just been game 1 nerves, but I believe he got solo killed by
He did.
Ember.
It was like level 3 or so.
And that's not a situation you want to be in as an Earth Spirit. But if it were just game 1 nerves and you needed a little bit of a ramp up, I do think that's a very fine matchup for Earth Spirit.
Ooh, Dark Willow comes out. We have the Temporal Assassin, by the way, removed, as we did mention TA a couple times during the pre-show of this match. Not in this game, though, but we do get the Willow, which is, first of all, surprising to see. Second of all, surprising to see so early, potentially, because it's not like it's a hero that's going to get banned.
Okay, so here's like my thought process of especially what's been happening all tournament, but what also Yandex did to OG Game 1 is if you're going to pick a hero like Earth Spirit early, a team like Yandex will flex it. Like, we're literally talking about, is Coddle going to go mid or is he going to go support? When I say Earth Spirit, what I think the biggest weakness of this hero is it opens up heroes like Ember to be picked very early in the draft, because like oftentimes you can't pick Ember because you're like, am I going to get Huskard? Am I going to get like Necrode or some hero that's just going to own me? But then Earth Spirit flexes to 4 and then they just immediately pick Willow. So for me, I feel like you just literally revealed, I guess it could be a Willow 5, but it's like very unlikely that they're going to flex this Earth Spirit now. So I think they kind of handed Chira Jr. the free Ember game. I don't know what you think about that, Mira. Kind of the layers.
Yeah, I think that picking Earth Spirit in this position, you had to be ready to lean against Ember again and just say that I messed up game 1, I can do better game 2. Because while it's hard to beat Ember in lane, you still do well and you still have tools to fight him, and you can match his rotations and match his timing, but you need a little bit of extra oomph. Did Earth Spirit have extra oomph with Mirana plus Spirit Breaker supports versus
Especially,
Ember?
yeah, not against Ember, yeah.
Yeah, you don't. But with a Willow, suddenly you have the Bramble route to catch the Ember, you've got the Terrorize, later on you've got that Bedlam for the little bit of extra damage to fight through Coddle's Illuminate sustain. It makes it look a lot better.
How is Willow against Ember? Because she's unreliable lockdown as well, but obviously if you manage to land one of the spells, I imagine you kill him, right? Because you chain like the Terrorize into a Bramble and then he gets chain disabled. But I'm just wondering, because like Spirit Breaker, it's hard to hit Ember. Like, what's your experience? I know you play a lot of Willow.
Yeah, the route is super annoying. But it's definitely a lot more reliable than something like a Spirit Breaker would be. But we did see CJ buy a Lotus Orb last game. So versus Willow, I do think you need that early Lotus or early Yules, because if you get hit by a Bramble, you're getting chained by the Terrorize. It's going to happen inevitably.
And Earth Spirit can kick people into Brambles as well. And you can kick people through multiple Brambles as well. That's a lot of damage.
I remember there was a combo back when Willow's Bramble was insta damage. It used to not be like damage over time, where you could like kick somebody through Willow and you'd take like 900 damage. I just remember that was when the hero came out, but gone are those days. Still a potent chain disable, but yeah, it just made me think about that.
It's still fun. You used to be able to do that with Magnus as well.
Yeah, there were a lot of funny combos in Dota history that they specifically had to change how an ability works because it was broken with like 3 other spells in the game.
Yeah.
Magnus works as well, yeah.
And keep in mind that even if you do have a Lotus or a Yules, and Willow gets lucky, gets a Shard, for example, you'll still have Brambles and you might still get stuck. Very likely.
That's true. I'm just wondering, okay, so I thought the Mirana might be like a cool synergy for last game or something, but now I'm just confused because I don't play a ton of Mirana, but out of all the supports, she's one of my most played, and I hate playing into Ember. I hate like Ember Puck, like heroes that you can just never arrow.
Yeah,
but you know where they're going. If you see their original fire.
True.
but that was before Arrow moved like a snail. Arrow did become a snail over the years, but picking up this Centaur with the Mirana does make it look better. I think it's just a player-specific thing. Scam seems to love this 5 Mirana. Mirana is more than just an arrow. She's also a ganking hero, right? With Moonlight Shadow, you have to think about what this hero can do for you with each Moonlight Shadow. What's your kill threat? Are you going to be able to make use of it every time it's off cooldown and threaten the enemies, making them unable to farm? If they can do that, it's pretty cool. If they can. Otherwise, I dislike the hero quite strongly.
Would you consider Centaur a farming offlaner?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Very
so you're
much.
happy that Raven plays this?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's cool. Any meta where I want to go home and play Centaur now because I didn't see this until like recent tournaments where Centaurs are just going like second item Heart. Because that item's like all about, maybe they'll go like a Blink before or something, but the fact that like Heart is his farming item because your way of farming is double edge and otherwise you just kill yourself. But they go for Beastmaster. I like Beastmaster a lot against Centaur just because it's reliable lockdown, and you also have the stacks coming out from Coddle. Pretty much any hero that has a spammable spell to kill stacks is really nice with Coddle. So Coddle has, like, basically you have two options. You're either going to proactively play around Ember, or you're going to macro play around the Beastmaster. So I remember Insania talking about this a lot at Dream League, saying that Coddle is a support that you have to pick around. Like, he dictates how the entire draft gets played, and I think that's a really fascinating part of professional Dota, is there's like certain supports where like, that's like a generically good pick. And then there's heroes like Coddle that literally decide how you're going to play the game, and I think Yandex is really enabling him right now.
So you think it's a carry Beastmaster for sure?
No, I think it's probably offlane Beast, and they're going to play like, it allows Soxa to play around the stacks, and then he can either go back to his lane or play around mid. He has like two really good options, I think.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I misunderstood you there.
All good.
Because I would have hated it as a carry.
No. I think it's offlane here.
Yeah.
I like the Necro ban from. I really think Necro carry is still like a very good hit, a very good pick.
Raw Ranger's also gone uncontested.
I saw that. I was wondering about that. I think it's been factored in all these picks. Maybe they think like with Earth Spirit Centaur we have enough gap close, we don't worry about it. But it's still scary as hell lane. I would still be willing to pick it myself.
Well, let's see what Yandex will go for, because they get to pick out of this ban phase, and all the bans are now done with the Gyrocopter and the Clinks removed, as well as the aforementioned Necro and the Nature's Prophet. What will Watson play? That's the question. He will play a Terrorblade.
I was giving up on calling Terrorblade. He's one of the range carries. Like,
Eventually,
I know
you'll be right.
I know he's melee, but he's like, he transforms into a ranged hero, and any hero with high armor that's also ranged is nice because of the Centaur Retaliate. You want to be able to do meaningful damage to him, so Terrorblade is nice because like half the lane you're not hitting the Centaur, and then the other half you're hitting for like 90 damage and you have 10 armor. So the Retaliate goes down in efficacy against a lot of these range carries.
It just has great synergy as well with this Beastmaster. Like, you can play on this early timing with this meta, get these objectives. You've got the Illuminate coming from Coddle. Like, it is a scary timing.
It is pretty wild that a team gets to pick overall last pick Drow ranging.
This gives them a win condition because like Terrorblade historically, like he's going to have 45 armor, but it's going to be base armor. So Drow, if allowed to actually hit from a distance, and they don't have like amazing gap close, like Clockwork and Ember are going to be a detriment to Natsumi early. Like, he's definitely susceptible to getting dove like he did last game. But once you get the Manta Hurricane Pike, you do have tools on Drow to survive this game. So I actually think, oddly enough, Yandex is on a timer. I think they have like a stronger mid game. Yeah. But I'll just say this. I think OG's draft is like 10 times more likely to win than the first one.
For sure. Much better draft in this game too. The only note that I have is that I would really like the supports on OG to not simply buy items for their own game, but try to protect this Drow, because her one pike will not be enough versus these heroes. Later on in the game, I would also like for the Earth Spirit to go Aether Lens and Aghanim Scepter or something like that. Just understand that Drow Ranger is going to be your all-in hero. She will win this game for you and protect her.
But she's going to get roared. She's going to get hookshot. She's going to get chained upon by the Ember. It's really spooky.
I think it's important to know. I think the best save for them is like maybe one Lotus Orb, but then just buy that Centaur X. I actually think I want to see Yopaj go for like the. I want to see the BKB Shivas from Yopaj to buy space, and then the Centaur and the supports can protect Drow. I think you got to get down, Mr. President or Mrs. President, with Drow. But I would like to see Earth Spirit go, because I think either Centaur or Earth Spirit has to play the BKB Shivas go in game, and I would rather it be Earth Spirit. But honestly, I wouldn't hate whichever direction they go.
Just protect her. This Drow can absolutely win you this game. This OG draft has a lot more integrity. There's spellcasters with this Earth Spirit. There's early game damage. There's the ability to move around. Raven has a strong lane. The only issue is, can you get your Drow off to a good start and keep her there?
That is the question that we are going to get an answer to, because we're heading into the game together with Kezu and Sunspan.
Game number 2 between Yandex and OG. First game wasn't really a game,
That
if
was
we're being
not a game.
totally honest. But now that OG's warmed up, you know, they know what not to do.
That's good.
How do you like their lineup?
I like it quite a lot. I think this 24 Drow, I wonder, I mean, obviously you are talking about it if you're Yandex, but I do wonder why they did let it go through. I think it was one of the strongest last picks that OG overall had left in the pool. Like, it's good in the lane against Beast Coddle. Obviously, Beast Coddle they can spam, and they'll be okay on their own. It's a very strong dual lane in itself, but I think unless Yandex have, like, a good early game where they can, like, you know, keep going forward with, like, Clock and Beast running in and Coddle healing, I do think that Natsumi should have a pretty good time just being chill in this game and playing for later.
Okay. How often is Drow banned, would you say?
A lot. This hero is like
why is she so good right now?
She's got giga buffed so many patches. Her frost arrows are annoying as hell. I think any type of orb walk is super good. Hold that.
Oh my.
He is
Natsumi, the boar is after you now.
Stun
lot
yourself.
of damage.
Denying yourself with stun.
Drow is very strong and will be first blood by Saksa this time around.
Yep, first blood for the Coddle.
Not bad.
On top of that, she still has where, you know, she can walk during her multi-shot. Her Aghanims got buffed a lot of times, so Hero's just very good. She also got base Agi. I think that's like 7 small buffs this hero received over time.
Yeah, she's fun to watch.
She's a great hero. I love Drow.
She's been, I feel like there was a period of time where she was just non-existent, so don't mind her being a little too strong right now.
See also if Yopaj can have a better time this time around, because last game he was the one getting first blooded, of course.
That's right, so better news for him. His teammate
already died.
Took the bullet for him. But it was a solo kill last time.
True.
And yeah, if I feel like you get solo killed, your lane's just over.
It's definitely rough. Like also like getting 6 first, it's just kind of hard to play into. As probably 33 might be making an appearance, the lights.
No, it's the mouse this time. Okay. I think 33 is getting ready for tomorrow.
E-gamers, this is why you need a wireless mouse. Wireless is very good.
How do you know it's not a wireless mouse issue?
He's got some issues with his wires. I know DM. I played with him like 7 years ago.
Did you? On what team?
Vega Squadron.
Yep, that explains it.
Dude, chill out. He played mid back then.
Was that before or after Escape Gaming?
That was after.
The infamous.
That was after the great glory days of me.
Was that you, Cinder, and Yaps, or who else? Era?
Era and Koikva.
Oh yeah, Koikva, that's right. Wow.
That was a gangster team, dude.
Yeah, it's too bad you guys didn't do too well. I was definitely rooting for you.
Played at TI, but I think I got last.
Yeah. I think that was the TI I got second, right? That's why I didn't get to watch any of you.
Yeah, unlucky. You didn't even acknowledge me because I didn't get top 4.
Yeah, I didn't know you existed back then.
Okay, relax. Gotta relax.
It was Cinderan's team, not your team.
That is true.
So early on, I mean, how is this lane supposed to go? Is it supposed to be generally even?
It's quite even. Like, I've seen it go both ways because it's a bit, like, skill dependent because Earth Spirit has a bit more base damage. You can out-CS the Ember, but he just has a bit more threat on you. Like, even though he has slightly lower damage, Flame Guard is quite good, he has Sleight of Fist, but when it comes to the game matchup, it is Ember favored. Just because Earth Spirit can never kill him, and you build Mage Slayer or Vessel, so you're quite happy as the Ember.
Yeah.
But ain't no solo kills, then that shit's illegal.
And how about the Terrorblade versus Drow matchup late game? The panel kind of talked about the ult from Drow kind of just ripping through that base armor as DM will get taken out by Schem.
Can they get vision? No. It's absolutely Drow favored. Always has been, always will be. Like TV, one of his biggest strengths is that he's inherently high base armor hero. Drow Ranger does not care about this. Also later, if you have an Ags and like you kill all his illusions, you know, you get all the procs from the hypothermia that like go around, deal damage. So definitely Drow favorite. You need to find a way to get on top of her. Maybe even like Blink Dagger, Silver Edges, Aghanim Scepters on the TV.
So far, this been playing very even. What time did the first blood happen last game?
I feel like it was around now, because they were like level 3 on both of them. But I think he also had chains on Jiro Jr., because he had like more pressure going his way, so, you know, Yopaj learning from his mistakes.
We all do.
Debatable.
Some just choose to ignore the lessons being presented to you.
I feel like you fall in that category.
Well, that's part of old age.
Okay.
Ignorance is bliss, as they say. So Natsumi, 16-3 in the CS, and you can see tied with the Terrorblade for Watson.
And they absolutely should be very happy in this top lane. The one thing, as I think Scam also has been doing a good job on his Potom, which I'm still not... I don't think Potom is like the best pos 5. It's a very like... It's a hero that has a lot of small things you need to get going for yourself. You need to kind of own the lane, because the hero doesn't do that much unless you do well in lane. And you want to have a lineup that abuses Moonlight Shadow, which I think they can. It's not amazing, so I still want to see more of her.
We'll see if there's going to be action here. For the runes, 4-minute water rune is the Mirana will take one. I mean, what kind of rotation do you think these supports are going to have during this? I assume it's going to be the power rune at 6 minutes.
There's definitely, like, you can play for the 6-minute active rune. I think there's also a world later where, I mean, Scam kind of has to decide if he wants to poke his way into, like, the enemy triangle, because when you play Beast Caudal, you want to stack. You want to get stacks going, and I like that Scam is currently still here. But one of his rotations later could be into his offlane. You know, to the Centaur, Dark Willow, play through that, get some stun going on the TV. Because, I mean, Watson seems to already be struggling at least a little bit. Because, yeah, there is so much pressure on this top lane. Every time there's a boar, it's just going to get clicked down.
Yeah. Yeah, DM struggling a bit in the CS, as we probably expect a bit. 13-5 right now, bottom of the cores in the game. Good to see Dark Willow in this game, as Saksa with the blood grenade will survive. Doesn't want to give up that first blood gold that he's still hoarding.
I mean, it's still, like, good pressure. Even though you're not killing him, you're making sure that Caudal isn't, like, falling back to any of the camps, that he's stacking it. Like, there's just kind of full chill. And I'm pretty sure they've been feeding quite a few boars, and they don't just give a lot of gold, it's more about the XP. So I think when you're looking at, like, the overall levels later, like, both Natsumi and Scam will be very, very happy.
Yeah, definitely a better start than last game.
Oh, yeah.
Despite the first blood.
Infinitely better. Yeah, of course, the first blood. Yopaj, also hitting 6 before the Earth Spirit, which is quite good.
Yeah, the panel kind of talked about that, but the double Sleight of Fist, the double axes, a lot of great partnering opportunities for Saksa on the Keeper of the Light this game. And of course, meta, since it's not an ultimate.
Oh, yeah, no, Caudal TV is very, very good, like, later, especially once we reach, like, the mid-game stage. But there is a big hurdle that OG already got over. Let's check out the active rune here. Will be a region that is currently being protected.
Yeah, Chair secures it. Tims will walk away with his life, though. Raven going for the Helm build, as we've seen, be able to farm for the Centaur, and then, I mean, is he just going to go straight Heart, or is there something more needed in the short term?
He could. It's also a good Lotus game, I think, for later. Same with, like, a Blink Dagger, if that's something they do want. I'll say when you have Mirana and Willow, you have very good subs for you to just play, like, a 1+1 combo. You also get Moonlight Shadow, so personally, I wouldn't really mind, like, a Blink Dagger. Or, I mean, it's either this or, like, a teamfight item, I think, to, like, help your Earth Spirit kind of go ham in these fights. Let's see about the Wisdom Shrines. I do think Malady cannot do too much. He can, like, go here, be annoying for some heroes.
Yeah, I'll just go bowling, but forces Centaur to the high ground. As meanwhile, on the other side, Scam being pushed out. Uses the leaps, and will be a trade of sorts for the Wisdom Shrines as Scam. It's a little bit of cover thanks to the Gust from Natsumi, but he'll still burn down. Saksa with 2 kills now to his name.
Oh, no.
Malady. Oh, the stone actually does finish the job. Nicely done.
That was a good kick, because that looked like he should have...
Natsumi, though, dying in the top lane. That is a much bigger kill than either of these supports.
Maybe
Shira Jr. makes his way over for that.
He must have disrespected something going on there. I mean, it is a good move by CJ, but he had shown his positioning for a while, right? Because they killed Skem prior. Natsumi was not really allowed to die to this. You know that there's 3 heroes here.
Yeah, going for Skem as well. Searing Chain's already activated. Blinding Light. Skem leaps into the tree line and just gets stuck.
This is a big deal, and it's also like why when you have a hero like Beastmaster mid as Malady, nice rotation by Natsumi. I like that he TP'd mid here. I think there's quite a big skill in like not just autopiloting, oh, I'm the carry, I need to TP to the safe lane, but more actually like mindfully looking around at what's important. And to go back to the earlier point, like CJ's rotation to the top was super important. Like DM did not have a good early game, but now with him, like with Ember just being there for a whole minute, the entire game just recovered. I mean, hell, even if they get more damage on this tier 1, this is going to be fully DM's area now.
Yeah. Yep, after a slow start, he's now going to be fine.
Yeah, and he's got a full Dom completed, which means suddenly, like, Drow wins the lane for like 7 minutes, but with the Dom completed, you can't touch that lane that much anymore.
Feels like all that early pressure kind of wastes away now. And Shadow Realm will keep the Dark Lulu alive a little bit longer, but only a matter of time. Eliminate does hit. Curse Crown will activate as well, but it's really to no avail because the rest of OG now on the run.
And let's see what they can do within like the next 1 or 2 minutes, because you bring more heroes top and you can't really defend the area. Like that Watson comes through the gate here just to make sure to secure the area.
And a little hit and run, gets the tower back to farming through the other side.
Okay, I think if you're OG, it would be quite nice if you don't allow Watson to just linger down on the bottom lane. Because now top lane is going to be kind of hard to take back. Like running into a Beastmaster area when he's taking your tier 1 is very difficult. So if you're OG, I think looking on your own active runes is quite nice. Or maybe just trying one move onto Raven in this bottom side to help him out would be quite good.
Yep, Chira has his Urn, going to work towards the Spirit Vessel now. Good against the Centaur and the Earth Spirit as well. Working on the same thing for Yopaj. Actually doesn't even have the basic Urn yet. Does have Treads though. 2k lead early on for Yandex as Haste Rune pops. Chira Jr. able to secure the Haste Rune. Curse Crown will prevent him from going any further.
That's really nice by Malady. Kind of protected that active room quite nicely with his bowling skills. I mean, we'll have to see how the next couple minutes go, because while Drow has a very, very good matchup overall, of course, like later against TB, if your map struggles and you're gonna be down, like overall, it's still not that easy to get there. Because they're down 2k gold, they lost their top tier 1 tower, and one of the most natural next movements for DM on the Beast would be to end up going for the mid tier 1.
Yeah, if Watson's up like 1 item on the Drow eventually, then doesn't matter about the matchups as much. And he's had a very good series thus far. And he wasn't really pressured that much in the
Not at all
either.
No, he had a full free game in the first one.
Right, yeah, Searing Chains into bowling. Okay, what in the world? That was actually really sick.
Okay, both skillful from Mr. Malady, but also my boy Skem can choose where to leap. But it did look cool, I'm not gonna lie.
That was sick.
This guy's good. Okay, get CJ TPing to the bottom side.
We give credit to people. Okay, we don't take away from their success.
Okay. I love Malady.
Unless
so
we don't like them.
Oh,
if we do that for somebody, you guys know we just don't like them.
Okay. Speak for yourself.
Well, we're casting together, so it's a we now.
Okay.
Watson in meta form. Do some damage to this tier 1 as towards the top side, Yopaj and company in the midst of a big fight. The roar goes off, but this is a dead Beastmaster, so DM takes a tumble. Saksa will tick away as well. Nice 2 kills for OG.
Very good punish on their own side of the jungle there. Because even if the meta popped down bottom, Watson didn't really get too much done down here. Like, Raven's just kind of beefy, protecting his own tier 1, can still help his team with the Stampede.
Damage room bottled right now for Chira Jr. as the lead. Yeah, like you said, very even now.
Thought that Yandex might be pulling away with that 2K lead, and OG finding a couple very valuable kills.
I mean, let's see where they go from here, because with Magatites being down, you can either hit the enemy mid-tier 1. I mean, they're currently smoking top, but the best one they can find, for now at least, is Skem. He's kind of bodying for Natsumi. Let's see if they will have a good read on this.
Yep, Searing Chains to start things out with an Illuminate. Not even needing it. Chira, that damage rune doing a lot of damage, despite it being so early.
Yeah, honestly, this kill on the Mirana doesn't matter all that much. Let's see if Malady can find perhaps a sneaky ward within the smoke. We'll try to do so, as Yopaj and Tims are smoking. If they find a correct angle, I think with good spell usage, they absolutely do kill Watson from full to 0. Because for now, Watson has done a pretty good job at evading most of the stuff.
Yeah, see if there's any rotation. There is still tier 1 here. It's heading towards the south now.
They will run into him.
Yeah, he's going to run into him. Potentially a very pivotal moment for OG. We've been off the map for quite a while. Watson gets rolled on. And he's going to get terrorized on top of all the magic damage. And, oh, he gets the Sunder off at the last moment. The hookshot comes in to try to save him from Malady. Chira Jr. here as well. Watson, Curse Crown is going to activate. Trying to finish the job is Raven. They do get the kill with the double edge, but it's going to be at some cost, surely. Malady falls as well. They get the silence onto the Ember Spirit with the hoof stop to follow into the double edge as well. And that's 3 dead for Yandex. So OG not suffering any casualties.
Well, that worked out really well. Honestly, maybe missing the kick from Yopaj even turned out better, because it made people like overcommit after the Sunder did actually come out. Because honestly, it is a good move. Like, Beastmaster does not love to go to these type of plays. Because you'll see it here again. I think the only reason the Sunder goes off because the kick misses here, goes way up north. But all of this just makes Yandex like move over and like overcommit with all the other heroes as well. Earth Spirit loves this type of fight. Like, your Magnet is just going forever.
Yeah.
I mean, you even saw DM he TP'd for like half a second. He's like, nope.
Good choice.
Absolutely. There ain't no way you're going to this fight. Beastmaster wants to be played towards and not have, you know, TP to his own team.
Could have been a save your friend syndrome there.
Yeah. Very common. Malady. Gonna feed it up.
Nice. So OG leading in the kill department now. Something about SEA teams. This is a 2-game series, which is unfortunate, but in best of threes, they don't show up for game 1. I don't know what it is.
It's just, I think it's just like random and like inconsistency. And you said it before, it is something that this team does struggle with, because, you know, half an hour later in a different game, they just look like this. Because OG are actually playing quite well. Maybe outside of like the top tier 1, you know, small amount of misplays there. I think they're doing some good stuff right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Raven also top in the net worth. Like his build. Yeah. It's not too complex.
But Lotus.
Yeah, Dominator into Lotus is nice. Maybe a Blink next.
He's not going for Heart next, though.
We'll probably get it after the Blink Lotus, I think.
And Moonlight Shadow, OG looking for another opening here. Manta Style online for Natsumi. Won't find a connection right away. Chira Jr. in the vicinity, though.
This
would be a huge kill if they can somehow find it, but yeah, tough one. Oh, hook stomp onto the high ground. Okay, into the roll. Bramble as well. Illuminate to try to follow to be able to mitigate some damage, but they get the kill onto Chira. Very, very big.
Also get the creep. This is a lot of gold going their way. Just towards the tail end of the Moonlight Shadow and that nice positioning on the high ground. I mean, I wonder what Yandex were currently talking about in that moment, because they saw nothing on like the top 2 wards, nothing on the bottom river, and they didn't camp the root either, so you gotta be expecting at least some form of aggression from OG during that time.
And just like that, Raven almost with the Blink Dagger. So likely to see a lot more aggression coming the way of OG. Yeah, depending on how long they want to wait for Natsumi to farm, of course.
I mean, he can always just kind of connect after. I think like whenever you have Moonlight Shadow, they can look for most of their plays. You've got a Spirit Vessel on your Earth Spirit. He always wants to fight Mirana as well. And the Scam being hunted for now.
Yeah, the
Black Dragon makes an appearance for DM. They're trying to occupy this side of the jungle. OG not ready to fight quite yet, it seems. I mean, they must be close to a BKB. It's still a ways away for Yopaj. On this kill streak, though, 3-0. Start this game.
He's still very tanky, so it's more about them finding like a good connection. I think they're all semi-ready and also happy to fight. I mean, at the same time, if no good play shows up, they're also happy farming. Like, talked about it before, but Natsumi on the drow in this game, they should be very, very comfortable dragging this game out.
Oh, hook stomp initiation. Hook shot to try to counteract it, but the nice terrorize comes out at the last moment. Chira and Malady dead. Double kill for the Centaur.
Now, this is some great stuff so far. Like that move again, you just wait for the moonlight, you find a perfect catch. It's around the active rune timing in the mid-river. It's nighttime. Super scary area and just really nice jump. I think also Raven having a very good game here on the Centaur.
Yeah, DM with the roar though, finding the Earth Spear. That actually ends up being a very easy kill for Yandex. OG sticking around a little bit too long there.
And they definitely found a good punish there. And I think it's... You can see it in some of these teams. Like, you don't give up anything for free. Sure, you lose 1 or 2 heroes, but if this tower can be defended, you absolutely bring your numbers.
Oh, maybe the Overlord now for DM. Probably had that for like 10 minutes, actually.
You talk about his big black dragon already twice, I think.
know.
And the lizard.
It's just a little jet lag, no big deal.
So good. I mean, he's got a full pipe completed, so yeah, it's been a while. Pipe is quite good though. Like, at least when you look at what OG have, obviously it doesn't stop the drow, but it means that you could pipe your team, kind of ignore the others, and then just think about and talk about the drow, because she's honestly the only real hero that punches through the pipe at this point. I would also like to see the Ags later from Natsumi. I do think it is... There are some players that skip it, but I'm still under the opinion that this item is honestly too good to skip on this hero. You don't have to go at first, but it should be within your kit.
Yeah, like you said, pipe finished for DM, so looks like Yandex are looking for a fight. Watson on the Terrorblade, still working on the Scotty, but has the Dragonlance Manta combination. And Chira, is he going for Mage Slayer here?
Yeah, it's kind of late, but it's still pretty good against some of these heroes. Right, like even the supports, Mirana, Willow, Centaur has a lot of magic damage, same with Earth Spirit, so it is quite good. I mean, OG need to respect the fact that Roche is now going to the top area and Yandex are fully controlling it. Like, they have TB Beast, it's very hard to kind of shove the map back into them.
Yeah.
Hookshot is gonna miss. Scam is doing a pretty good job up there, and I like the early Force Staffs as well from OG. You already have one on Tim's, they're building one as well on Scam. Very good against the Radiant draft.
No, Moonlight Shadow, OG. They want to contest this. Malady with nice cogs. They have a little bit of vision there as well. Kind of stuck in this really weird spot, so he might be the sacrifice for Yandex. Bedlam finishes the job.
Did lose the tower, but they are protecting the area overall, and it is important to be around here for now. Looks like DM is going to start being annoying in the bottom lane instead.
Yeah, Raven will be going for the heart now. Love seeing this, man.
It's just too good. It also feels good. Like, it's just something that you just fully enjoy.
I've been enjoying that build for many a year. It's good that it's actually good now, though.
Well, because it actually makes a lot of sense. It's good for Retaliate, it's good for your move speed. And this guy he's really hard to kill. Like, especially once you have the heart available. It's also some of these, like, other items. It's nice to build Dom because it gives you armor. It's nice to get Lotus because it gives you armor. Like, usually Centaur had a bit of, like, an overall armor problem. But I think nowadays it's a bit easier to get, like, cheaper armor on your hero.
No smoke from Yandex, as I think this is going to be a Tormentor fight. Natsumi heading towards the north, though. I think they're aware that something might be brewing here. Yopaj in the tree line as well.
They're patiently waiting.
Yeah. Through the gate, Watson comes. has meta at the ready. It's quite the stalemate. Tormentor stalemate. You don't see this as often.
Yeah, I mean, Kato is quite good at this, but I don't know if either team is going to commit
Hook
much.
shot, finding the Dark Willow with a nice cog pushback as well, getting bounced around left and right. Staying alive a little bit longer thanks to the Shadow round, but the Sleight of Fist is enough. Is that enough for OG to just completely disengage?
They can still kind of linger, but
Meta is popped out. Tier 1 dead. And likely Tormentor attempt?
It should be. Like, you also still have Caudle, like old running. Caudle is super good at Torment. Scam is just going to TP top. He's like, all right, screw this. I'm going to farm, get my next couple of items.
Well, just like that, the lead is starting to grow in favor of Yandex. And the shard will go to Malady, so he gets the Rocket Pack.
Rocket Pack?
Yeah.
That's a nice one. Never heard it called that.
I mean, a Jet Pack is a Rocket Pack, in theory.
In theory. Never heard it, though.
In theory.
I'll be ready for your other great name drops during this event.
Thank you.
I'll take very close note of them. OG are looking already for one of the next plays.
And these cogs are so disruptive. Attempted initiation from Yopaj. He gets caught up a bit, but they find the stun onto Chira. Blow him up. Very nicely done from OG.
They kind of have the number this time around. I think Chira Jr. not having a very good game here on the Ember. Very, very different from the last one. They just keep finding the blink stun into the terrorize. It's kind of difficult for him to play around. There's no Force Staff. Maybe if Saksa is there, he can kind of save him as he rushed the Lotus Orb, so you can take off the Terrorize Sphere, you can take off the Magnetize, or even the Drow Ranger Silence.
It looks like AC's next for the Beastmaster. Obviously very good against the Drow.
Very, very necessary as well.
So you think OG's position right now they're happy with?
They should be quite happy. Like, I think also with their overall itemization, like Natsumi is building towards the Ags. Of course, there's a lot of, like, you know, gameplay is, you know, a huge factor as well, but the longer this game goes, I think OG should be slightly happier than Yandex.
Okay.
But it's also like, so now the next Roche in 5 seconds is going to go down to the bottom side again, and I think that also favors OG. I think their draft is definitely not bad at killing it at all.
It is hard against a Clockwork, though.
Yeah, that's true. But it would be nice to maybe force in something small before DM finishes this entire AC. Like, you know, sure, you have Skadi on Watson, which is good, but again, like, usually by the time you get Skadi, you're still not the biggest damage dealer. So, like, they're still waiting for, like, some bigger items, I would say, on Yandex.
Yeah, big pickup, though, for Watson. Skadi now fully equipped. Whereas on the other side, Natsumi, the Ags...
He's very close.
200 away.
Same with the Heart on Raven. Means also, like, once you get Heart, obviously you are very strong, but when you get Heart and the Shard together on Centaur, that's when you're, like, really happy with the next fights.
Wait, who got the Tormentor this game?
It was Radiant because it was the Jetpack, no?
Right, so that's 3. Well, how many Tormentors did they take last game?
Probably 2.
3-0.
Actually, it was 1 because the game ended in under 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy, they find the stun onto the Ember Spirit again. Chira Jr., man, oh, man. We've seen this before.
Play, yeah. I mean, they're
repeat.
Smoking around to try and find a play. But OG, we're one step ahead this time around. I think this is a difficult one at this point for Yandex. You can try to hold your position somewhat. At least Malady will want to stay around and continuously like Rocket Flare. But I don't think you want to fight head on here. Keep shoving waves, keep being annoying.
Well, surprised they didn't go for Roche there.
I guess they could have poked it, but maybe I think they are respecting like some of the long-range poke and the scoutiness that Yandex have within their draft. The good thing for OG is that they have quite good wards in Yandex's jungle that they should look to use, I think, within this nighttime. Like maybe the next Moonlight or the next Smoke, you can try to get into this Radiant jungle. Got the axe completed for Natsumi, which is quite nice. It's looking for Crystallis next, which I do think is nice to like try and power through both the pipe and the AC.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yandex need to respect this. Like OG sees so much of the Radiant jungle. Like CJ is literally on a ward as we speak while they're smoking up.
Is under attack. Dire are scanning.
We'll see if they find a connection here. Leading the way is Raven with that Blink Dagger. And the Yandex just running the opposite side, although Melody there to potentially pop it. It's not just a smoke, though. Raven, a triple hoof stomp, double edge to follow. What a disaster for OG. 3 kills right off the bat as Yandex forced to TP out. Man, that was disgusting.
It doesn't get much better than that. You Moonlight Shadow on top of their face with a triple hoof stomp into Terrorize? Yeah. That is not where you want to be if you're Yandex. There's also going to be a free Roche for OG. But this time around is just OG are making more clear plays. Like, all of their moves have purpose. Here you have a good Moonlight Shadow with a nice angle, and Yandex are just not ready.
Oh, God.
Like, this fight is just over on the spot. I love when Drow Ranger gets to hit away at people, especially with axe.
You don't see triple hoof stomp without blink used very often.
Oh, probably like never.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
No, you need like Song of the Siren vacuum like to get that.
Completely absurd. Definitely the play of the series so far.
Oh, for sure. I mean, OG are just continuing with good aggression, even though the game is like, it's even when you look at like the net worth overall, but when you look at the vision they're getting off right now, Tim's also quite deep at the moment. And quite dead.
Yes, indeed. Tim's takes the tumble. Well, the roar comes out, but it is reflected thanks to the Lotus. Still a lot of damage to brush off for Raven. Going to be hard to do so. Nice 4-staff. Watson gets in range to finish him off.
Okay, good punch back here from Yandex. I mean, like, Raven isn't ultra tanky yet. He's going to queue up the Shivas, and also, if you find him without the Stampede available, like, they will absolutely just run him down.
True.
Especially with the Skadi.
Skem is he actually going for Ags already? Wow. He's halfway there.
Yeah, it looks like he is. It's not...
I feel like this is such an underwhelming Ags.
I don't think it's
crazy?
that... No, it's okay. I don't think it's that amazing. Personally, I would prefer a little bit... Like, again, I think Solar Crest is kind of insane for Drow, but there's a way, like, you can always see, like, okay, if I get, like, 1 or 2 items, I can be very strong, but... I think Drow is generally the type of support that you don't need damage items, you just need to enable her to click. Like, she has infinite damage. Could be that they just feel like it's like another good answer, I think, to like TB and his illusions as well. Just have like more Starstorm spam around when you arrow.
Yeah. Panel kind of brought this up, but could be a good Centaur Ags game.
Oh, absolutely. When is it not a good card game?
I mean, there's some instances where it's... I mean, I wouldn't say it's ever bad, but this is... I mean, you have Drow, so ranged hero, always very good. You have Beastmaster Roar that you can save them from. I'm not sure the range on a cog, though. Probably not in range for that.
If they're inside the cogs, you definitely can't get them, so you would have to blink inside of it. But even so, yeah, card is ultra good in this game.
Makes them untargetable, right?
Yep.
So, against Sunder, potentially, although Drow already countering Terrorblade, probably not needing any extra benefit, but...
Yeah, you should kind of have enough range, I think, to deal with that already, but even so, it's just a super good game for him. I mean, Watson will try to go for an MKB, which, you know, I fully understand. First of all, Drow is super high armor hero, and she has a butterfly, so you kind of need an MKB to ever threaten her later. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him play for like a MKB into like maybe like a Blink even, or like a Silver Edge later, because when you play this matchup, usually TB can like long fights, because meta is like not the lowest duration, but you're going to have to play for killing Drow, because if you don't kill her, she will eventually kill you, and there's no way around it.
Yeah. All right, Yopaj with the damage rune now. They're heading towards the bot side, but doesn't look to be a big fight incoming.
And Aegis. It's still another minute and a half to go. I mean, how much do they need to get out of this, you feel?
I mean, I don't think they necessarily need to get much out of it, but they should get like a bottom tier 2. Like, I think at least 1 tier 2, try to take over the enemy outpost, continue to like have continuously good map play. Because it is still the one thing that Yandex have going for them. You have TB, Beast, and Ember. Literally all of the heroes have some form of like annoying map push, whether it's Illuminate, Rocket Flare, Summons, Illusions, or just Ember, who's hard to catch.
All right, Yandex looking for a team fight. The roll coming out from Yopaj, immediately hook shot. Rourke to come out as well. Easy kill. 70 seconds of no Earth Spirit. OG gonna have to back away. And this is into an Aegis, so it's gonna expire. Tier 2 goes down in the mid lane, so Yandex are the one to pick up the Tier 2.
That's a very big one, because even just using your meta like this, you have Caudal, he will keep refreshing your cooldowns.
Now some pressure to the Tier 3 mid. Probably won't stick around too long.
No, just making sure that they're all stuck in their base, and now you can go split onto the side lanes, also take the outpost. So honestly, very good, like, last 1 minute here from Yandex. Even game into a 3k lead. Aegis is going to expire as well for OG, and they're all semi-stuck in their base.
But don't worry, Skem almost has his Aghanim Scepter.
That's good.
I mean, it is good against, I guess, Illusions.
It is. It gives you some more wave clear, which is nice.
I just find this to be generally underwhelming in most games.
It just kind of depends, because...
I mean, is he buying it because of the Illusions?
He might just be buying it because he doesn't like his other choices all that much. I think realistically, your other choices could be... I think Lotus can be quite good. Like, Ember Chains, you can reflect Sunder, you can reflect Roar, you can take off Solar Bind. Maybe Solar Crest as well could be something. So if he doesn't like those options, you can look for like a more hybrid or scaling type thing with the Ags. I think it's okay. I don't think it's the best, but it's fine. As Watson did just finish up a BKB, so straight smoke, and they're gonna go. He's going for a Swift Link after, which I love. I think you have to deviate a little bit to deal with the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow from OG. Yandex with the smoke as they wrap around in OG's triangle. Tormentor up. Rocket Flare is going to show them.
Yopaj is very split from this.
Natsumi doesn't care. Going to go for the kill. Hookshot comes in from Malady, though. Tormentor's going to live as a big fight comes out of nowhere. Watson with the right clicks. They get the roar. They get the kill onto Natsumi. And now the rest attempt to TP out. They'll be successful in large part. As, wait, the Tormentor, did it die during that? Oh, it moved, maybe?
Yeah, it did not die.
Okay.
It's just like also like now. When you look at all of this stuff that's happening, I just think Yandex are having way superior map play in like the last 5 to 6 minutes. Like, first of all, for OG, Yopaj was stuck at his tier 3. I think he was scared, rightfully so. It was kind of hard for him to connect. And what Drow Ranger hates is you start a fight and you kind of have no way to go. Like, you're hitting the Torm and they're 5-man smoking on you. Like, OG need to be slightly more disciplined on that, because that was a big deal. Like, this game went from even to like a 9k lead by the time Drow spawns within 2 minutes.
Yeah, not great. Shiva is now online though for Raven. Gets some much needed armor, as well as a little bit bigger AoE on Hoof Stomp.
I mean, that should help. He's eyeing up the card next, which will help for those type of moments.
In theory.
In theory.
I mean, I find it to be sometimes hard to pull off, depending on who you're playing against, but it's not like you're playing against the Dark Willow, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's only really cogs, I think, that will make it annoying, or if you blink into like a roar and you get pushed away. Obviously, that can happen, but I think your main job is going to be saving the guy that is being roared, or maybe they're stuck inside of cogs.
Saving Private Natsumi. Tormentor. We almost got a different team taking the Tormentor. And now it's a 4-0 Tormentor lead in this series. We'll just assume that
it's 3-0. Game 1 again.
Sounds better.
It died
26
under 30 minutes.
Yeah, I understand.
So there's one Torm. Fake news or what?
No, it's more, I don't like 3.
Okay, you'll probably get 2-4.
We're casting a Valve game.
Okay.
We don't say the number.
And we should have skipped the third one, you're right.
OG with the smoke.
Nice. Good catch.
Malady is found.
Obviously not the highest priority kill.
Rocket pack.
That's right. He's a rocket man.
He used it in
as Elton John would say.
Okay, so Natsumi, I mean, he is very strong still, right? Like, he's got the butterfly, he's got Lincolns as well. I think the Lincolns is somewhat debatable. I don't really know if I love it, because I think when you play with the Centaur and with the idea is that if you get roared, he will save you anyway. I think this hero really needs to be played with like a Silver Edge or a Daedalus eventually. Like, I think the Silver Edge helps you just be the most mobile you need to be to like not get caught. Because you kind of auto-win long fights anyway if you don't get killed first. And or then the Daedalus, like if you get to hit it for a few seconds, everyone just dies. But I guess he can always just eat his Ags and then replace at least one of those items.
That's a good rune.
Amplify
Almost denied, but Shira Jr. snags it. Tim's gives his position away and will likely pause the result. Although Natsumi on the Glacier will force them back. Remember when that was first introduced?
It was really not good.
Yeah.
You kept memeing on it, I remember that.
What you have to do is meme on things until they're good. That forces them to be buffed, you see?
If they care about what you say, yeah. And it's working, the card is good.
True.
And so is Drow Shard now. I also like Cobalt Cup, I think it's rated, but having it this late, I don't think you have that many people that do it. But I think like overall there aren't that many good support neutral items. And I think movement speed overall in Dota is like incredibly good, especially with how big the map is. So I like that Scam is keeping it here, even as a tier 4.
Seems wrong.
I mean, it depends. I feel like it's cool that you can hold some just because they make sense.
Yeah.
Move speed is just...
It's just usually it's a greedy one. Literally.
Like
greedy enchantments. Yeah.
I mean, you can have Cobalt Cup with greedy enchantment.
I guess so.
Not on tier 4, I guess, because he upgraded it to like timeless.
When does greedy end? At tier 3?
Tier 3. Because that's when you keep seeing people that they can already take their next item, like Dark Willow, and he's like, nope, I like gold. I feel like there should be a cap. Like after 4 minutes, it should force you to take one.
Or it should just take that attack damage out of your hero for the rest of the game, regardless of what you do. It's a punishment.
I like that.
Punish the greediness.
Agreed. Gabe, if you're listening.
Agreed. Good pun. I like that.
So what are we waiting for here? We've got Roche, which is available for both teams. So it's kind of more about how do we get there and is it going to be done nicely. Raven would be very happy if the game just prolongs for his Aghanims.
Yeah, well, Lincoln's is online for Natsumi, so doesn't have to worry about the roar. And, I mean, looking at their lineup, they don't really have great single target to take it off, minus any potential items, because they have the Force Staff.
I guess Solar Bind is maybe like the best one, but even then you don't really want to move up all that much.
Yeah.
I mean, or Malady could give his life, hook in, Ghost Scepter, and aggressively Force Staff Lincolns and die.
Yep.
I
classic.
I dig that one. As Roche went to the top area, so CJ is kind of just trying to be annoying with this Illusion Rune. Or rather, with the TB and his own body.
We got the workhorse. It's going to be a little late, though, for this Roche. Yeah, they're going to smoke up, but it's not in time. Watson with the Aegis.
I mean, yeah, they're definitely late on this one. Right? You know, it's already done. And I like that Watson now is going to have the Swift Link available. Going for smoke.
Man, DM is so farmed, by the way.
Yeah, we haven't talked about him for a while, but he's got... Yeah, this looks like an overthrow inventory. He's got like everything he wants.
Yeah, what do you even do here? You upgrade your... I mean, obviously the gem can be replaced, but... That's on Chira now.
OG are looking for a move. See if they can find...
Okay, BKB pop from Chira. He was spotted. Good force out from OG. Now they've already used the Moonlight Shadow. They're fighting into a potential Aegis if Watson wants to stick around.
Just need another 3-man hoof stomp. No big deal. Come on, Raven.
No blink. Triple hoof stomp.
Yeah, just walk in.
It's going to be a core memory.
The 3-man hoof stomp? It will be for me.
It's crazy.
Okay, so you've got 4 minutes on the Aegis. They can poke the high ground later. Like, I think also because you have TB with Kato, like, popping your meta becomes, like... It's just really not as high committal. Especially if you're also going to eventually get, like, 25 talent on Watson. Can have even more duration on the meta if that's what you want to go for. Because we talked about it, even though OG have, like, the matchup that they want, they're bleeding in net worth. And I don't currently like Natsumi's next item that he's got queued up. I think that going Butter, Linken's, and Satanic when you have like all these heroes that can save you in multiple 4-steps is... I honestly don't like it that much. I think when you're behind, you need some type of damage. Sure, I understand if Drow stays alive, you do kill over time, but you're also playing into... They can kill you during all this time, and they have Caudle, who will keep sustaining you. But we'll see. Maybe he can prove us wrong.
Playing the solo game, not trusting his teammates.
He definitely should, so let's see how it works.
So from Yandex's side, what do they want to get out of this Aegis? Because this Terrorblade is very scary right now.
Yeah. Well, ideally, the best thing you can do is keep pushing in these waves and maybe find a pickoff. I mean, that's best case scenario. I think otherwise, if you can get the lanes in and just poke the tier 3, I think that's good too. So eventually, like reaching either a kill into high ground or pushing waves in nicely and then looking for a play around the base should be some of your best bets.
And Watson is so farmed, by the way. Didn't realize he's... I mean, he could buy it if he wants, but looking for the buyback as we're going to see the hook shot from Malady. Tim's taking the brunt of the damage. Ghost Scepter's going to keep the clock alive a little bit longer. Raven, let the Lotus... That distiller off and he walks away. But yeah, this Terrorblade, obviously with the Aegis, going to be replaced by the BKB in his backpack. But he has 7.6k and is buying an Aghanim Scepter.
I like it. Like if he gets to blink in and Terror Wave, like he can initiate the fight, especially with like an Aegis that you have. Also, he's about to be 25, which means his meta duration is out of this world, unless he wants to go Sunder.
So what's the... I mean, I know it's hard to do math in this case, but with Chakra Magic and that 25 talent,
just
how much downtime do you have generally? Like, you don't have to do the exact math, but like...
Honestly, I think that might be none.
Really?
Let me see. Duration is 80. Yeah, cooldown is 120. You pop like 4 chakras on him while he's meta, then it's perma.
That's disgusting.
So there are some problems for the dire side.
All you gotta do is kill him then.
Yeah, it's easy.
Well, Natsumi talked about his build being maybe a little bit too defensive. Does has Flayer's Bota, though, as long as he clicks it.
Yeah.
Will do some extra damage.
I have definitely seen some people not click it as much. But you will know.
Name some names?
I don't remember who it was.
Okay.
Maybe even been like Satanic or Watson. I do think it can happen. But it's not that new anymore, so you should be, you know, should be used to it. Obviously, it does reset, so maybe at some points you can, like... I feel like it should just auto-reset your duration. You shouldn't have to use it again. Let's see if they eventually want to poke up into this high ground, or if they just make the call, like, no-go. Just don't go to the high ground, play the whole map, farm everything, get all the items we want, and eventually, if they step out of the base, we kill them.
So we talked about how Terrorblade needed to have a bit of a lead on Drow. In order to win this matchup. I mean, obviously, we're just assuming 1v1, which is very realistic, of course.
Oh, that's how Dota works.
Is he at that point right now, you think?
He's very happy with how this game has gone. Like, he's got all the items he wants. He's got a 9k net worth now.
Chains onto 2. There's Yopaj. Gonna get out for now. The hookshot does find the Dark Willow. Nullifier gonna prevent the Force Stab. That's gonna be the death of
Look at the
Tim.
damage.
As Yopaj in the area, we can see the damage coming out onto the Drow Ranger. Natsumi is dead. Watson absolutely destroying him thanks to that Sunder. They get the hoof stomp. They get the stun onto